Chapter 1. The Awakening of the System. Seated in the third-floor attic, leaning against the window, Li Yin gazed at the bustling streets below. Passers-by clad in ancient attire hurriedly traversed his line of sight. The azure sky, devoid of any haze, the majestic palace, and the charming maidservant by his side, all of this could not possibly be an illusion. Indeed, he had traversed through time. Li Yin, once a model youth of the 21st century, found himself here after a night spent binge-watching dramas. He could not help but feel a twinge of admiration for the beautiful and bashful Hinata from the show. Somehow, upon awakening, he discovered himself in this ancient world. But how was it that he, an ardent fan of Naruto, had ended up in such a bygone era? Through days of keen observation, Li Yin discerned the world he had entered the realm of the renowned Detective Dee Renjie. Just days prior, Zhang Jian had come to warn him, mentioning the current magistrate of Pengzi County, Dee Renjie. Li Yin now bore the title of a royal relation of the Li Tang dynasty, his great-grandfather being the illustrious Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. Following the death of Li Ji, Wu Zetian ascended to power, designating her son Li Xian as heir apparent. However, with many loyal subjects still devoted to the Li Tang, Wu Zetian harbored fears regarding her tenuous hold on authority. She subsequently fabricated a reason to strip Li Xian of his title. While Wu Zetian aspired to appoint her own relatives as the new heir, resistance from various ministers thwarted her ambitions. In this tumultuous climate, Li Yin, bearing the bloodline of the Li Tang, orphaned and devoid of power, emerged as the most convenient choice for the throne. Thus, he found himself bestowed with the title of Crown Prince. Yet, despite being a prince, Li Yin found himself overlooked. When Zhang Jian had visited, it was twofold: to announce Wu Zetian's decree and to caution him against harboring any delusions of grandeur. Although Li Xian had been deposed, the throne still symbolized his legacy in the eyes of many. Li Yin, powerless and without influence, had only one cousin in the court, named Li Qiao. They shared a close bond, yet he could not discern whether Wu Zetian had ulterior motives concerning him. Recent news from the court revealed that Li Qiao had been conferred the title of Princess Yang and was to marry a Turkic prince in 3 days. Li Yin recalled his cousin's true identity, the mastermind behind the first case in the world of Dee Renjie, also known as Jean Mulan. Moreover, he had just received a letter from Jean Mulan detailing her plans, expressing hope that Li Yin would prepare in Luoyang and, should a rebellion succeed, would assist them from within. Jean Mulan boldly stated that all her current endeavors were for Li Yin to gather strength on his behalf. Upon reading the letter, Li Yin felt a swell of emotion. His cousin had entrusted her fate to him. If he were to present the letter to Wu Zetian, there would be no escape for Li Qiao. Contemplating her tragic fate in the original narrative, Li Yin clenched his fists. He was determined to alter destiny. Li Yin found solace in the countdown ticking in his mind, the system still in operation. 12 hours, 40 minutes, and 38 seconds. In just over 12 hours, he would awaken the protagonist template. Qingxia, wait for me. I will surely save you. Even from the formidable Dee Renjie, he vowed silently. Very well, you may leave. I require rest. He instructed the 2 maidservants behind him. Understood. They exchanged glances and replied. They were sent by Wu Zetian to care for and monitor Li Yin, tasked with reporting his every move. Though they were appointed by Wu Zetian, they could not refuse his ordinary requests, even if it meant warming his bed. However, every detail of their interactions would be reported to Wu Zetian by day's end. Li Yin was acutely aware of this, but felt he had no room to resist. Furthermore, he contemplated the troubling fact that, according to his understanding of history and narratives, he had no place in either. He was certain he had traversed time, as the birthmark on his body remained unchanged. With a plethora of questions swirling in his mind, Li Yin gradually succumbed to slumber. In his dream, he overthrew Wu Zetian's rule. With the system's aid, he fought across realms, achieving immortality, ultimately becoming the sole heavenly emperor of all worlds. Yet, this was but a fleeting illusion. A sudden jolt awakened Li Yin. It was now the following day. What a delightful dream it had been. He had slept for over 12 hours, and the countdown in his mind now stood at a mere 10 minutes. After a long wait, Li Yin finally approached the countdown's end. The thrill he felt surpassed even that of staying awake for New Year's Eve. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! The multiverse system is now activated. Hearing the cold mechanical voice, Li Yin was overwhelmed with excitement. This was his singular opportunity to realize his dreams. System, are you truly a system? He queried eagerly. Ding! System initializing. Ding! Scanning. Ding! Current world. The world of Detective Dee Renjie. Ding! Reward. 20 points have been granted to the host. Please proceed to the marketplace for consumption. A series of cold notifications echoed, revealing that the system seemed rather unintelligent, unable to engage in meaningful dialogue with Li Yin, merely following its program directives. He had considered whether the system was a ploy by others, but that thought was quickly dismissed. It was not that it was impossible, rather, he felt utterly powerless to resist. In his current predicament, Wu Zetian exploited him, while the Li Tang faction held no affection for him. He was surrounded by spies monitoring his every move. Aside from this room, all his actions were under scrutiny. Ding. Opening host template. Name. Li Yin. Martial strength. Inferior ranked from low to high. Inferior, third rate, second rate, first rate, top tier, peerless. Wisdom, third rate. Administrative skill, third rate. Leadership, inferior. Special skills, none. Evaluation, a disgraceful attribute. The system feels embarrassed to have a host like you. Li Yin. His face fell. System, do you dare to claim my transmigration has nothing to do with you? Were it not for you, would I even be here? And disgracefulous that a term you should be using? If I had not traversed time, would you have had the opportunity to mock me? Ding. Reminder to the host. You currently possess 20 points. Would you like to access the system marketplace? Let's proceed. Chapter 2. The attempted assassination. Ding. The system marketplace is now open. The items available in the system marketplace were rather limited. 4-point items. Giguzi, Jiangzia, Jinui, Haibingtai, Dongchong, Shichong, Lu Bowen attribute template, Xianyu attribute template, Han Xian attribute template, Xiaohe attribute template. 2-point items by Qi, Han Xin, Li Jing, Yufei Li Tsun Xiao, Ran Min No, Tsu, Wang Shoren, Shangyang Confucius, Laozi, Xiangyu, Zhuge Liang, Shuerige, Sun Wu, Sun Bin, Pang Wan, Bian Ke, Hua Ta, Zhang Liang, Yuan Qingdu, Li Yuanba, Shishir Diaochan, Wang Zhaojun, Yang Yuan, Pang Wan. 1-point items. Qi Jiguang Li Si, Yang Lian, Suda, Chang Yechen, Lu Xiangxing, Yuqian, Su Qin, Zhang Yi Dongzhong Shu, Lian Polimu Wu Zishu, Chu Yuan, Fan Li, Fan Zeng, Zhang Jiujing, Yang Lin, Li Qingzhao, Zhuo Wenjun, Kai Wenji, Xiao Qiao. Damn it. Why do I only have 20 points? Lian exclaimed in frustration. He truly wished to acquire those beautiful figures after all. In his 2 decades of life, he had yet to discover how soft a girl's hand could be. However, recalling his current circumstances, he forcibly suppressed his desires, reminding himself that true strength comes from within. He needed to select a template to enhance his own capabilities. After deliberation, he opted for the Xianyu template. Next, he needed to choose a faction, and he settled on the Shichong. The phrase, what the Dongchong can manage. I shall oversee what the Dongchong cannot manage. I shall take on even more so. With imperial authority bestowed, I shall act first and report later, resonated with him deeply. That left him with 12 points. Giguzi and Jiangzia were both worthy choices, being 4-point items. They must possess extraordinary qualities. He decided on Giguzi. Now, he had 8 points remaining. Yu Fei, Zhuge Liang, Emotsu. He had 2 points left to spend. He concluded that he would choose Qi Jiguang and Fan Li. Having expended all 20 points, Li Yin selected the following purchases. Xianyu template, Giguzi, Shichong, Zhuge Liang, Yu Fei, Emotsu, Qi Jiguang, and Fan Li. Ding. Purchase complete. Processing. Ding. Processing successful. The Shichong has been established in Luoyang as a newly emerging force of the Wuzhou, led by Yu Huatian, with a banner of 3,000 men, all possessing second-rate martial strength. Ding. Xianyu template successfully integrated. The host may now review their attributes. Ding. Giguzi, Zhuge Liang, Emotsu, Qi Jiguang, and Fan Li have been successfully integrated as the host retainers. Ding. Yu Fei has been deployed as the captain of the West Gate of Luoyang, commanding 3,000 soldiers. Note, product from the system will be entirely loyal to the host. System, please check my current attributes. Ding. Name, Li Yin. Martial power, exceptional. Wisdom, mediocre. Leadership, first rate. Politics, third rate. Skill, Overlord Spear. Evaluation, a peerless general, unmatched in valor. Li Yin gazed at his attributes, feeling the immense power surging within him, and nodded gently. System, can you check the attributes of others? Ding. Scanning function activated. Ding. Name, Wang Su Giguzi. Martial power, exceptional. Wisdom, exceptional. Leadership, exceptional. Politics, exceptional. Skills, Zongheng, swordsmanship, alliance strategies, Gu manipulation. Evaluation, a rare talent throughout history. Impressive. No wonder he is a 4-point asset. Not only are all his dimensions exceptional, but he also possesses 3 skills. I wonder what the other 4-point asset, Jiangzia, is like. Ding. Name, Mozi. Martial power, mediocre. Wisdom, top tier. Leadership, first rate. Politics, second rate. Skill, mahist mechanisms. Evaluation, a master of ingenious mechanisms, capable of making a car run without gasoline. Thing name, Yufei. Martial power, top tier. Leadership, exceptional. Wisdom, mediocre. Politics, third rate. Skills, Beihui military training method, Li Chuan spear technique. Evaluation, a supreme commander. Thing name, Zhuge Liang. Martial power, unremarkable. Wisdom, exceptional. Leadership, first rate. Politics, exceptional. Skills, Bagua formation, knowing the will of heaven weather prediction. Evaluation, a brilliant statesman and military genius of the ages. Ding name, Qi Jiguang. Martial power, first rate. Wisdom, mediocre. Leadership, top tier. Politics, second rate. Skill, Mandarin duck formation. Evaluation, a renowned general against the Japanese pirates. Ding name, family. Martial power, unremarkable. Wisdom, top tier. Leadership, second rate. Politics, first rate. Skill, sage of commerce. Evaluation, the saint among merchants, the progenitor of trade. Ding name, Yu Huatian. Martial power, top tier. Wisdom, first rate. Leadership, second rate. Politics, second rate. Skills, deciphering sacred intent, torture. Evaluation, the demon in everyone's heart, the dog before the monarch. With the assistance of the system, the sudden appearance of a few individuals in Li Yan's residence did not attract the attention of spies from various factions. That evening, Li Yan was feigning sleep. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed. In an instant, Li Yan recognized it as the reflection of a dagger. With a swift motion, he sprang up like a carp. Seizing a nearby stool, he hurled it forward. However, the assassin seemed to have anticipated Li Yan's action, halting just in time to evade the attack. Seizing the moment of Li Yan's frozen stance, the assassin lunged forward with the dagger. Li Yan had no time to defend himself and could only muster all his strength to dodge to the side. Many have criticized this. It's a foreshadowing, which will become clear later. With a sharp sound, the dagger pierced Li Yan's shoulder. At that moment, the two maidservants residing nearby rushed over. Who dares to assassinate His Highness the Crown Prince? They reprimanded. They were sent by Wu Zetian to monitor Li Yan. Without her permission, no one could harm him. Both were skilled in martial arts and soon engaged the assassin in combat. System, scan their attributes. Ding name, Xiao Tao. Martial power, first rate. Wisdom, mediocre. Leadership, third rate. Politics, third rate. Skill, assassination. Evaluation, an internal guard assassin of Wu Zetian, responsible for monitoring Crown Prince Li Yan. Ding name, Xiao Xing. Martial power, first rate. Wisdom, mediocre. Leadership, third rate. Politics, third rate. Skill, assassination. Evaluation, an internal guard assassin of Wu Zetian, responsible for monitoring Crown Prince Li Yan. At this moment, the assassin, realizing the situation was compromised, quickly leapt out of the window after a brief skirmish with Xiao Tao and Xiao Xing. The two followed closely behind, but upon landing, the assassin had vanished without a trace. Worried it was a ruse, they hurried back to protect Li Yan. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Is it not obvious? Does this look like I'm fine? It hurts like hell. Quickly, fetch a doctor for me. Li Yan scolded. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I shall go at once. Xiao Tao and Xiao Xing replied. They hastily tended to Li Yan's wound before retreating. Xiao Tao went to summon a doctor, while Xiao Xing headed to the palace to report the situation to Wu Zetian. Chapter 3. The Turkic Envoys. Your Majesty, tonight an assassin infiltrated the Crown Prince's residence to attempt his murder, Xiao Xing reported. Indeed, I am aware. How is the Crown Prince's condition? He is not in mortal danger. Good. Continue to monitor the Crown Prince and report immediately if there are any developments. Yes, I obey your command. After Xiao Xing left, Wu Zetian's expression darkened, her eyes revealing an inscrutable emotion. Who could it be? Wu Sanxi or the Li Tang faction? Or perhaps the former Crown Prince Li Xian? Wu Zetian summoned Xiao Qingfang, the head of the internal guard. Xiao Qingfang, the Crown Prince's residence has been attacked. Ascertain who is behind it. Yes, Xiao Qingfang replied. Xiao Qingfang is the leader of the Serpent Spirit, stationed by Wu Zetian's side as the head of the internal guard. The Serpent Spirit's rapid advancement in recent years is closely linked to both Wu Zetian and Xiao Qingfang. Xiao Qingfang and Jin Mulan are now in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, Li Yan is a key figure entrusted to Jin Mulan. Thus, Jin Mulan quickly received news about Li Yan from Xiao Qingfang. Who is it? Who dares to harm Brother Yan? Li Qingxiao was furious, but she could not leave the residence at this time. Brother Yan, wait a bit longer. In 2 days, I shall be free, and then I will uncover who seeks to harm you. Li Qingxiao murmured softly. In the Crown Prince's residence, Li Yin, Mozi, Giguzi, Zhuge Liang, Qi Jiguang, and family gathered together. It turned out that Li Yin, fearing another assassination, had summoned these individuals to serve as his personal guards. Though the surrounding spies were suspicious, they found it reasonable. Anyone who had been attacked would seek protection. However, whose spies these individuals were remained a mystery to them. The notion that they were Li Yan's own forces never crossed their minds. After all, he was merely a puppet propped up by Wu Zetian. I beg your pardon for my heavy-handedness. Please forgive me. Your Highness, Giguzi said as he knelt. Rise, Wang Su, you are innocent. This was all my arrangement, you bear no blame, Li Yan replied. Indeed, this assassination was orchestrated by Li Yan himself, intending to dispel Wu Zetian's suspicions and naturally place these individuals by his side. The following day, the Turkic envoys arrived. Emperor Wu Zetian hosted a banquet for them in the Shangyang Palace, accompanied by the court officials. As the nominal crown prince, Li Yan could not be absent. Upon receiving Wu Zetian's summons, Li Yan made his way to Shangyang Palace with Wang Su. Wu Zetian occupied the central high seat, with Wang Wu Sanxi and Chancellor Zhang Jianji on her left. To her right sat several bearded Turkic envoys, presumably the delegates from the Turkic tribe. Your son pays his respects to your majesty. Long live, long live, long live forever. Li Yan knelt in homage. Although Li Yan is not the son of Wu Zetian, as the crown prince, he must refer to himself as the son of the emperor. The crown prince has arrived. There is no need for formalities. Please take your seat, your majesty. Li Yan's position is situated in front of Zhang Jianji. Although Li Yan's title of crown prince is largely nominal, he is nonetheless a crown prince and cannot be placed behind his subjects. It is an honor to have an audience with His Royal Highness. After Li Yan took his seat, several ministers nearby greeted him, saying, no need for formalities. No need for formalities. Li Yan smiled as he spoke. Wang Su stood behind him, surveying the surroundings. His purpose was twofold. First, to monitor the movements around them and avert any potential dangers. Second, to assess the personalities of the courtiers, determining if they could be manipulated to his advantage. How is the crown prince's injury faring? As soon as Li Yan took his seat, Wu Zetian inquired, Your Majesty, my son has recovered from his ailments. Li Yan replied, Oh, that is good, Empress Wu Zetian stated. She then shifted her attention away from Li Yan and addressed the envoy from the Turks, saying, It is indeed a fortune for our great Zhou, for the Turks, and for the populace of both nations that the Turkish envoys have come to our great Zhou to seek a marriage alliance and to sign a peace treaty. My heart is greatly comforted. Thus, I bestow upon you 10,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of silk, and 10 beauties to accompany Princess Yang to your land. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. I express my gratitude on behalf of Kagan Jili, the Turkish envoy responded. Very well, let us drink to this cup. And may the borders of our great Zhou and your Turks forever remain free from the ravages of war, he declared. The Turkish envoy raised his cup and shared a toast with Wu Zetian. The arrival of the envoy delighted Wu Zetian, as securing lasting peace between the two nations was indeed a significant achievement. Who would dare to claim that Wu Zetian lacked capability and was merely adept at palace intrigue? The banquet continued late into the night. Given her advanced age and limited tolerance for alcohol, Wu Zetian was soon assisted by the palace maids to retire for rest. After her departure, the remaining courtiers also dispersed. Upon entering the room, Li Yan immediately discerned the presence of two shadowy figures. Could they be assassins? Li Yan appeared calm and composed, yet he was secretly on high alert. Just as he was about to take action, Chen Yuhuatian, Yu Fei, paid a visit to His Highness the Crown Prince. Upon hearing their conversation, Li Yan set aside his wariness. It turned out to be them. There is no need for formalities. Li Yan spoke, Indeed, thank you, Your Highness. We have come before you to await your commands. Ah, Yuhuatian. You are in charge of the Western Depot. It is imperative that you ensure its presence permeates the entirety of the Great Zhou, and even extends to nations such as the Turks and the Tujue. Leave no stone unturned. Understood, replied Yuhuatian. Yu Fei, as a military leader, you must refrain from taking rash actions for the time being. Your task is to earn the trust of Wu Zetian, to ascend to a high position, and to wield greater military power. Yes, I accept the order, Fei responded. Your Highness, I observe that the manor is teeming with spies. Should I relocate some personnel from the Western Depot? Inquired Yuhuatian. That will not be necessary. We must not alert the enemy. Our strength is insufficient, and it is unwise to reveal our ambitions at this juncture. Li Yan remarked, while Nua Yuhuatian responded. Chapter 4. Di Renjie returns to the capital 2 days later. The city of Luoyang was adorned with crimson lanterns. This was a deliberate arrangement by Wu Zetian, while some were hung up spontaneously by the citizens. The entire city was suffused with a vibrant red hue, celebrating the peace between the two nations. However, they remained utterly oblivious to the fact that this tranquility was achieved at the cost of a woman's happiness. A lengthy procession, accompanied by hundreds of vigilant guards, was steadily escorting Princess Yang's palanquin towards the Turkic lands. Li Yuanfang, one of the captains of the guard, possessed a keen sensitivity that alerted him to the lurking presence of enemies nearby. However, before he could raise the alarm, hundreds of figures clad in black descended upon them. In the blink of an eye, the guard was left with half of its numbers decimated, unable to react in time. Among the guards, Li Yuanfang was the strongest. He charged towards the adversaries, effortlessly dispatching dozens of them. Yet, he soon encountered a formidable foe viper, known as Hu Jinghui, the foremost expert under Jin Mulan and a sword spirit of the Serpent Spirit organization. At this stage, Li Yuanfang was no match for him. Instead of killing Li Yuanfang, Viper gravely wounded him, leaving behind a handkerchief emblazoned with the Viper insignia before departing. The following day, upon learning of the total annihilation of the Turkic envoy, Empress Wu Zetian was incensed. Not a single official, civil or military, could unravel the mystery of the incident. Consequently, Zhang Jianzi recommended his close friend, Di Renjie. And Wu Zetian too considered Di Renjie. Heeding Zhang Jianzi's suggestion, she summoned Di Renjie to court. Thus, the only missing member of the envoy, Li Yuanfang, naturally became the prime suspect. The court issued a decree for his capture, determined to bring him to justice. The substantial bounty attracted individuals from both the criminal underworld and the righteous, all eager to claim the reward. Even as Li Yuanfang valiantly fought off wave after wave of enemies, it proved futile. Exhausted, he once again encountered Viper, who, with an enigmatic purpose, uttered but a single phrase, "Seek Di Renjie, for only he can save you." Li Yuanfang was well aware that the Viper bore ill intentions. Yet he found himself with no alternative. Moreover, he had heard tales of the esteemed Di Gong and hoped that he would indeed possess the legendary prowess attributed to him. Within the prince's residence, Sister Qingxia took this step forward. Thus, I too must strive earnestly. Li Yin murmured to himself that he could not allow Sister Qingxia to perish so easily. After all, she had orchestrated all of this for his sake. He too must accompany Di Renjie to Yuzhou. However, achieving this was no simple feat. The emperor would never permit him, the crown prince, to roam freely. Nor would he allow any association with Di Renjie, who was loyal to the Tang dynasty. Ding! The system alerted the host, suggesting that participation in the narrative of Di Renjie's world would determine the points the host could acquire based on their level of involvement. After much contemplation, Li Yin struggled to devise a viable plan. The crown prince's residence was under scrutiny from multiple factions. Should he fail to make an appearance for an extended period, suspicions would undoubtedly arise. Alas, why did he not have someone adept at disguise? 3 days later, a piece of news arrived from Jiazhong County. Li Yuanfang attempted to assassinate the imperial envoy Di Renjie, resulting in the untimely demise of both. The news sent shockwaves throughout the court, leaving Wu Zetian with a face as grim as a bitter melon. However, Li Yin remained utterly unconcerned for Di Renjie's safety, as he surmised that both had embarked on a shortcut and should be nearing Luoyang by now. Indeed, 3 days later, during the court assembly, Di Renjie was conspicuously present. He appeared to be in his 50s, resembling a plump, ordinary old man. Wisdom gleamed in his eyes, and he occasionally stroked his goatee, seemingly deep in thought. Long live our emperor. Please rise. Thank you, your majesty. Di Renjie was appointed as the Minister of Internal Affairs and the imperial envoy, granted full authority to handle the Turkic envoy's case, with the directive to act as he saw fit, executing first and reporting later, and to depart immediately. Di Renjie humbly accepted the edict with gratitude. Just as it seemed the court session would conclude, Zhang Jian stood and spoke. Your Majesty, Princess Yang is the sister of Li Xian. Following the assassination attempt on her, Li Xian is deeply grieved and wishes to collaborate with Lord Di on the case to avenge his sister. I second that, added another loyal minister. May your Majesty consider Li Xian's heartfelt desire and grant him this opportunity. Many loyal to the Tang dynasty rallied behind Zhang Jian's, hoping that Li Xian could forge alliances with border officials, particularly with the guidance of the experienced Di Renjie, which they believed would yield fruitful results. Previously, As the crown prince, Li Xian had been confined in Luoyang under Wu Zetian's pretext of safeguarding his safety, but now she had no grounds to deny him. Wu Zetian's expression darkened, fully aware of her minister's intentions. "Humph, I shall not acquiesce to your desires," she retorted. "Dee, do you believe that having the inept former crown prince Li Xian accompany you in this investigation will not impede your work?" Renjie hesitated for a moment. His keen intellect leading him to discern the emperor's intent, she sought to prompt him to refuse Li Xian. "Your Majesty, I assure you that my investigations are not swayed by external influences or individuals," Renjie replied. Wu Zetian thought to herself, "Cunning old fox, it is indeed you." "Renjie, do you think this will thwart my plans?" She glared at Wu Sanxi, mistaking her gaze as an indication to investigate the Turkic invoice case. Wu Sanxi, feeling inadequate for such a significant task, averted his eyes and bowed his head, pretending not to notice. Wu Zetian seethed with anger. "Incompetent fool, when tasked with providing a reason to refuse Li Xian, you dare to disregard me. According to my investigations, Crown Prince Li Yin grew up alongside Princess Yang. Their bond is far stronger than that of Li Xian. Moreover," Wu Zetian continued, "in the matter of the Turkic invoice case, Crown Prince Li Yin's ignorance of enemy movements reflects his dereliction of duty. He ought to atone for his failings." "Li Yin, are you speaking in a manner comprehensible to humans? Am I to foresee the movements of our adversaries?" "Well, you are not entirely mistaken. I did possess prior knowledge. However, it is beyond my capacity to divulge that information to you. Your Highness, would you be inclined to accompany Di Qing in investigating the case of the Turkic envoy?" Wu Zetian inquired. Upon hearing the words, Li Yin cast a troubled glance at Wu Zetian, his hesitation evident, for he was clearly reluctant to comply. He recalled Wang Su's counsel. If Wu Zetian wished for his involvement in the Turkic envoy case, he must not acquiesce immediately. Wu Zetian was notoriously suspicious, trusting no one but herself. The more eager one appeared, the less likely she would permit their participation. Indeed, observing Li Yan's reluctance, Wu Zetian felt a shadow lift from her heart. Before Li Yin could voice his dissent, she declared, "It is settled, Li Yin. You shall accompany Di Qing to investigate the Turkic envoy case." Without allowing Zhang Jian and the others to interject, she added, "Dismissed." The ministers, resigned, took their leave, and Li Yin returned home. Thus, the opportunity he had pondered over in vain was unwittingly bestowed upon him by Wu Zetian. Chapter 5. Journey to Yuzhou the following day. Renjie did not immediately pursue the investigation into the Turkic envoy case. Instead, he turned his attention to another incident, a fire at a clay kiln. Simultaneously, while the Turkic envoy was under attack, significant prisoners were held within the kiln, and they were rescued amidst the chaos. Renjie had learned from Wu Zetian that one of these prisoners was a man named Lu Jin, who had previously engaged in the rebellion against the King of Yu. He possessed a list of individuals involved in the insurrection. With this list, Wu Zetian could justifiably take action against the Li clan. Thus, she had ordered the Qian Niuwei to conduct secret interrogations of Lu Jin at this location. The murder of the Turkic envoy and Lu Jin's escape must be interconnected. At the scene of the kiln fire, Renjie discovered a piece of silk that had not been completely consumed, upon which faintly appeared the image of a viper. This was identical to the markings found at the site of the envoy's assassination. Consequently, Renjie became increasingly convinced that these two cases were indeed linked. Perhaps the envoy had been killed to facilitate Lu Jin's extraction. With clarity of thought, Renjie resolved to proceed to Yuzhou. Following Lu Jin's escape, he had vanished within the borders of Yuzhou. The assassins in Jiangjiang County also bore a Yuzhou accent. All clues pointed back to Yuzhou. The next day, the minister Renjie paid his respects to His Royal Highness, Prince Hu Jinghui, along with Li Yuanfang, as the three bowed in unison. Although Li Yan is merely a nominal prince, the three still show him great respect. Hu Jinghui, the general of the Thousand Bull Guard, has come to Yuzhou to investigate the list of Lu Jin. He is a trusted confidant of Wu Zetian, harboring intentions to monitor both Renjie and Li Yan. Renjie, a staunch loyalist of the Li Tang dynasty, would never be disrespectful to anyone of the Taizong bloodline. Li Yuanfang, who has just been reinstated to his official position, now follows Renjie closely. "No need for formalities. Thank you, Your Highness. This is my attendant, Wang Su, responsible for ensuring my safety." Li Yan introduced, and upon hearing this, the three gentlemen respectfully saluted Wang Su, who reciprocated the gesture in kind. 3 days later, the Imperial Envoy's Guard was nearing Yuzhou. Renjie, Li Yan, and the other three discreetly separated from the envoy's entourage and entered the city in disguise. "Halt! Who are you?" What business do you have in the city? The city guard's captain obstructed Li Yin and his companions. Ah, we are itinerant physicians in need of entry. We kindly ask for your assistance, young sir, Dee Renjie replied with a smile. You claim to be physicians, yet you must prove it. Open your package. We require an inspection, the captain growled menacingly, attempting to forcibly seize Dee Renjie's belongings. Within the package lay the imperial seal and an edict for official appointment. Treasures Dee Renjie could not allow to be taken. Naturally, Hu Jinghui could not permit the captain's impertinence, and throughout their journey, Dee Renjie's kindness had garnered Hu Jinghui's profound respect, akin to that of a son towards a father. He would never stand idly by while Dee Renjie was mistreated. Desist? How dare a mere captain act with such audacity? Hu Jinghui declared, effortlessly pushing the captain to the ground. Boldly defying a court official. Are you plotting rebellion? Seize him. The captain bellowed. As the surrounding guards began to converge, Li Yin approached the captain with a smile. My elder brother is not often out and about, and he lacks worldly experience. I ask for your understanding, esteemed captain. Li Yin, with a subtle gesture, discreetly delivered 10 taels of silver to the captain. Humph. It was only then that the captain coldly snorted and waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to withdraw. You are quite the sensible one. Were it not for your favor today, I would have had you all arrested, the captain declared. Upon hearing such audacious words from the captain, Hu Jinghui was tempted to retaliate, but he was restrained by Dee Renjie. At that moment, Dee Renjie cast a surprised glance at Li Yin. He had not anticipated that Li Yin, as the crown prince, would exhibit such a down-to-earth demeanor. Had it been any other nobleman, the captain would surely have been dealt with most severely today. It appeared that this crown prince was somewhat superior to Li Xian. Furthermore, Dee Renjie found himself unable to decipher the young attendant accompanying him. Through their exchanges along the way, Dee Renjie was compelled to acknowledge that Wang Su's political acumen and cunning surpassed his own. The prospect of such a formidable individual as an adversary was indeed daunting. Yet, it was astonishing that such a formidable character would heed the crown prince's commands. The crown prince before him was equally enigmatic to Dee Renjie. What kind of person was he? Could he truly bear the weight of reviving the Li Tang dynasty? Your Highness, if you truly possess the capability, then I, Dee Renjie, shall await your demonstration. Brother Hu, you have just caused me a loss of 10 taels of silver. You must compensate me in the future. Li Yin chuckled and remarked, Haha, it was all thanks to His Highness the Crown Prince that I. Just as Hu Jinghui was about to continue, Dee Renjie gestured for him to silence himself. Hu Jinghui soon realized his indiscretion. Young Master Li, I shall certainly repay you double the silver, he stated. Jinghui, during our undercover investigation, we must maintain utmost secrecy. Carelessness is not an option. Rest assured, my lord, Jinghui understands. However, none of them noticed that an individual nearby had overheard their conversation. Seizing the moment, he lowered the brim of his hat and swiftly departed. Not long after entering the city, Li Yin observed that many ragged prisoners were being displayed in Yuzhou. Upon inquiry, he learned that these were villagers from Daliashu village, captured for attempting to revolt against the prison. How could these defenseless and poorly clothed commoners possibly have the means to instigate a rebellion? There must be some deception at play. Dee Renjie resolved to visit Daliashu village the following day to uncover the truth. Chapter 6. The strange Hu Jinghui and the meeting with Jean Mulan that evening. Dee Renjie chose not to remain in Yuzhou City for rest, but instead opted to stay outside the city, preparing to set off for Daliashu village at dawn. The 5 of them selected a dilapidated temple for their respite. Your Highness, I apologize for any inconvenience, Dee Renjie said. It is of no concern. Rather, it is you, Sir Dee, who must take care. For your advanced age may render you susceptible to the chill, he replied. Li Yin remarked, the crown prince need not worry. My health remains relatively robust, and I shall endure until the restoration of the Tang dynasty. Dee Renjie, with a hint of implication, responded, rest assured, it shall certainly come to pass. We will not keep you waiting for too long, Li Yin remarked. After yet another probing by Dee Renjie, he felt increasingly convinced that Prince Li Yin was extraordinary. At the very least, he was nothing like the former crown prince, Li Xian, who openly displayed his anger, was debauched by nature, and engaged in deceitful antics. Zhang Jian had previously written, claiming the new crown prince to be utterly inept. However, from Dee Renjie's perspective, Li Yin exhibited far greater merit than Li Xian. This ability to remain inscrutable, where his emotions did not manifest outwardly, was a quality that only the emperor could match. Besides him, no one could evade the keen gaze of Dee Renjie. That evening, Dee Renjie and Li Yin shared a chamber, while Wang Su, Li Yuanfang, and Hu Jinghui rested in the outer quarters. Your Highness, what is your opinion on the villagers of Diliu village? Renjie inquired while lying in bed. Those villagers, with their sallow faces and unarmed hands, how could they possibly stage a rebellion? Even if they were to rebel, it would undoubtedly be a response to the oppression of the officials, a necessity born out of desperation. Li Yin remarked, indeed, there must be some hidden truths concerning the village of Diliu. Renjie continued, today, Jingwei suggested that our purpose for coming to Yuzhou is to investigate the massacre of the envoy. We ought not to squander time in Diliu village. Your Highness, what are your thoughts? Emperor Taizong once stated, the ruler is like a vessel, while the people are akin to water. Water can both support and capsize the vessel. Yin believed that the matters concerning the livelihood of the populace are of paramount importance, thus the affairs of Diliu village are imperative to address. Li Yin remarked. Upon hearing this, Renjie felt a profound sense of relief, for the Li Tang dynasty had finally welcomed a sagacious descendant. Renjie silently resolved that upon his return to court, he would earnestly persuade Zhang Jian to support Li Yin. In comparison to Li Yin, Li Xian was indeed lacking in many respects. As Renjie pondered this, Li Yin continued, moreover, one man's misfortune may indeed be another's blessing. The events in Daliu village may not be unrelated to the assassination of the envoy we seek to investigate. Haha, your Highness speaks most wisely, Renjie chuckled. Gradually, as the night deepened, Renjie succumbed to a restful slumber. Li Yin, on the other hand, was wide awake. In the evening, he observed Hu Jinghui secretly adding a soporific to their food. Li Yin anticipated that there would be some action from him that evening. Indeed, he observed Hu Jinghui rising and, upon seeing him depart, promptly followed suit. After approximately half an hour, Hu Jinghui arrived at a town nestled on the hillside of Xilianzi Mountain. The town boasted hundreds of houses, yet curiously, it was utterly devoid of inhabitants. Hu Jinghui entered one of the dwellings. He reached out to remove a painting from the wall, pressing a hidden mechanism, which revealed a door approximately half a meter wide. Just as Hu Jinghui was about to step inside, he noticed a shadow that did not belong to him. The shape of the shadow unmistakably indicated the presence of another person. Who could it be? Drawing his Yuan sword, Hu Jinghui swiftly turned to question the figure. Is it you? He asked, staring incredulously at Li Yin. Could it be that the seemingly frail prince had followed him all this way without being detected? You dare to believe? Hu Jinghui exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it appears that General Hu harbors quite a significant secret. Li Yin deliberately sought to intimidate Hu Jinghui, fully aware that he had come in search of Jin Mulan. Your Highness, you ought not to be here. You possess the bloodline of the Li Tang. I had no intention of taking your life. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon your insatiable curiosity, Hu Jinghui declared, as he thrust the Yuan sword forward. Li Yin swiftly darted forward, delivering a decisive kick that sent the elegant sword, Yuan, flying from Hu Jinghui's grasp. In an instant, the hilt of the Yuan sword was firmly held in Li Yin's hand, while its blade rested ominously against Hu Jinghui's neck. Your Highness truly possesses remarkable martial skills. Hu Jinghui remarked sincerely, his gaze wavering as he contemplated delivering a final strike with the shadowless needle while Li Yin was momentarily distracted. General Hu, there is no need for struggle. Your shadowless needle is rendered ineffective here. Li Yin retrieved a wooden box and remarked, when was it? Just moments ago. When I sent your sword flying. Li Yin remarked, in that case, you may kill me. I shall not utter a word. Hu Jinghui, with his neck stiffened, replied. At that moment, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from behind Hu Jinghui. He recognized that it was Alan approaching. Yet, the martial prowess of the prince before him was so formidable that even with Alan's arrival, it would merely lead to her demise. Alan, do not come any closer. Flee. Hu Jinghui shouted fervently. Li Yin, however, made no move to intervene, allowing Hu Jinghui to cry out unabated. Seeing that Li Yin did not stop him, Hu Jinghui felt a surge of joy and quickly called out, Alan, be cautious of Prince Li Yin. As Hu Jinghui's voice resonated, Jean Mucklin entered the room with dozens of followers. Hu Jinghui gazed at Jean Mucklin in disbelief. I have already called for a retreat. What are you doing here? Then, to his astonishment, he saw his beloved Alan throw herself into another's embrace. Brother Yin, how wonderful that it is truly you. Jean Mucklin exclaimed, embracing Li Yin while weeping. Sister Qingxia, do not cry. Am I not here now? Hu Jinghui, perplexed, inquired, what is happening here? Jinghui, I have yet to share this with you, Jean Mucklin stated. Li Yin is my brother. I orchestrated all of this to strengthen him. From now on, we must heed my brother's commands. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Alan, what about the snake spirit? Hu Jingwei asked. Upon hearing his words, Jean Mucklin's expression shifted. Hu Jingwei, you must choose. Will you be the sword spirit of the snake spirit, or will you choose to remain my Ahui? Decide wisely, she said coldly. Alan, do you not know me? I would gladly die for you. I shall undoubtedly choose you, Hu Jingwei declared passionately. Humph. Then you shall follow my brother's orders from now on, without dissent. As you wish, Hu Jingwei replied. Little did I expect that General Hu shares such a bond with my sister. Henceforth, I shall address General Hu as brother-in-law. Li Yin spoke. There is no need for such formalities, Your Highness. You may simply call me Jinghui, which will help to conceal my identity. Rest assured. It will not be long before I facilitate a proper reunion between you and your sister. Li Yin remarked. Thank you, Your Highness, Hu Jinghui. Hu Jinghui sincerely expressed. Your Highness possesses remarkable martial prowess, shrouded in mystery, and your close ties with Alan render your support wholly justifiable. Brother-in-law, I was merely jesting with you earlier. I hope for your understanding, Hu Jinghui added. Your Highness, you are far too modest. It was I, Jinghui, who nearly caused you harm. I am truly remorseful. Enough of your mutual deference. Let us return to the base at once and deliberate on our forthcoming matters, Jean Mucklin instructed. Very well. Li Yin stated that this was indeed his purpose for visiting Jean Mulan today. Chapter 7. Jean Mulan's Plan Ding. Name. Hu Jinghui. Combat skill. Top-tier intelligence. Second-rate leadership. First-rate politics. Second-rate skill. Shadow Needle evaluation. A conflicted individual, loyal to Jean Mulan yet reluctant to betray Di Renjie. Ding. Name. Jean Mulan. Li Qingxia. Combat skill. Third-rate intelligence. First-rate leadership. Second-rate politics. First-rate skill. None evaluation. Originally an ambitious politician, now wholly devoted to her brother. Willingly paving the way for him at the cost of her own life. Following Jean Mulan, they traversed a narrow secret passage, ultimately arriving at her stronghold. It was a vast cavern, filled with weapons, gold, and countless silver coins. Qingxia, where did all this gold and silver come from? Li Yin inquired. Brother Yin. The gold was bestowed by Wu Zetian, and the sum of 10,000 taels of gold and 50 million taels of silver constitutes the entirety of the treasury in Yuzhou. Fang Qian, the governor of Yuzhou, is one of us. Jean Mulan responded. Have you completely emptied the treasury? Li Yin found it hard to believe. 50 million taels of silver, over 100 tons of treasure, had been so effortlessly removed? Indeed, how could a rebellion proceed without funds? Over the past few years, we have gradually transported silver from the treasury of Yuzhou through the secret passage, and it was only recently that we completed the task. Now, dear Yin, do not dwell on the silver. You may take whatever you desire. Let us instead discuss the plans for the future. Very well. Qingxia, what was your original plan? Li Yin inquired. According to the list provided by Lu Jin, he sought to unite various branches of the Li clan, along with the Turks and the Serpent Spirits, to assassinate Di Renjie and seize Yuzhou. In the midst of the chaos gripping the world, they would storm into Luoyang. Jean Mucklin exclaimed with excitement. She had been plotting this scheme for quite some time, and now it was finally nearing fruition. The time for reaping the rewards was at hand. However, Li Yin shook his head. Brother Yin, is there a problem? Jean Mucklin asked. The Serpent Spirits and the Turks are nothing but ambitious individuals. Conspiring with them is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Moreover, reigniting the chaos of war will ultimately bring suffering to the common people of our great Tang, draining our national strength. Even if we were to succeed against all odds, we would only inherit a fractured Tang. In such a case, how shall we face the ancestors of our great dynasty? Li Yin remarked. Alan, I too believe the Crown Prince is correct. The Serpent Spirit organization is indeed formidable. Aligning ourselves with them would be futile. Hu Jinghui added. Being the sword spirit of the Serpent Spirit, he possessed considerable insight into their workings. Furthermore, the Turks are foreigners. I shall never permit outsiders to encroach upon the territory of our great Tang dynasty. Li Yin continued. Very well, dear brother Yin, I shall heed your counsel. Sister Qingxia, it appears you all underestimate Di Renjie. He is far from being merely Wu Zetian's pawn. He is a loyal minister of our Li Tang dynasty. Brother Yin, are you suggesting? Indeed, I am convinced that as long as our plans are meticulously crafted and do not plunge the realm into chaos, Master Di will not oppose us. Are you implying we should draw Di Renjie into our ranks and leverage his influence to seize control of Yuzhou? Precisely. However, what if Di Renjie refuses to cooperate? Jean Mulan inquired. then we shall resort to lethal measures. A fierce glint flashed in Li Yan's eyes. Very well. My dear brother has grown up now. Thus, I shall heed your counsel. Hu Jinghui, remain by my brother's side and ensure his safety, instructed Jean Mulan. Rest assured. Even should I perish, His Highness will remain unharmed, Hu Jinghui assured her. Do not speak foolishly. Neither of you shall meet such a fate, Jean Mulan replied with concern. Subsequently, Li Yin and Hu Jinghui returned to the dilapidated temple. Di Renjie and Li Yuanfang remained in slumber, both exhaling in relief as they silently settled back down. However, what Li Yin failed to notice was that, at the moment he lay down, Di Renjie subtly furrowed his brow, clearly not asleep. After all, Di Renjie was a renowned physician of his time. How could a mere soporific potion ensnare him? Yet, he distinctly noted that it was Hu Jinghui who had administered the drug. Why then did the prince accompany him both out and back? Could they be conspirators? Di Renjie pondered profoundly, but could not untangle his thoughts. The following day, the five of them feigned normalcy, as though nothing had transpired. Everything appeared as it had before. Daily Issue Village, home to over 100 families, derived its name from a millennia-old willow tree that stood at the village's entrance. Yet, at this moment, Daily Issue Village appeared desolate, devoid of any smoke rising from chimneys, as if no living soul resided within. Suddenly, a hurried figure darted past. Di Renjie promptly ordered Li Yuanfang to follow and investigate. Li Yuanfang swiftly caught up with the villagers. Elder, what do you fear? Why do you flee upon our arrival? Di Renjie inquired. Are you not officials? The villager asked. Haha, we are not officials. We are traveling physicians. There is no need for you to be anxious, dear elder. Di Renjie replied kindly. Really? That's wonderful. Fellow villagers, come forth. They are not officials. Soon, dozens of individuals appeared before them, consisting entirely of women, the elderly, and children. Old man, why do you fear the officials? Have you committed some offense? Di Renjie queried. Alas, the government claims that the villagers of Daily Issue Village are unruly and have conspired to revolt, the elder lamented. Conspired to revolt? Indeed, last year, when the Turks invaded, all the villagers of Daily Issue were captured. We endured untold hardships to escape from the Turks, only to return and be labeled as spies and traitors by the authorities, who sought to execute us. You are aware of this, right? Yes, Di Renjie nodded, then continued. But did not the court subsequently issue a pardon and provide you with compensation? Alas, this is where the trouble lies. After our release, all our lands were confiscated by the authorities. When we went to the county to claim our compensation, the magistrate informed us that there was no such compensation. The elder explained. Did you not seek out the governor? Of course we did, but the governor was even more ruthless. It was he who ordered the arrest of all the villagers from Daily Issue, insisting that there was no compensation and that we should be grateful to escape with our lives. The elder said indignantly. Damn it, Di Renjie exclaimed in anger. Then what of your attack on the prison? After the villagers were imprisoned, the able-bodied men from our village organized to demand their release, resulting in a clash with the officials. Fearing retaliation, they took refuge in the mountains, leaving only the weak and elderly among us in Daily Issue, the elder recounted. Di Renjie nodded, then asked, why do you fear the officials so much? After they fled to the mountains, the authorities arrested the villagers of Daily Issue, claiming we were accomplices. In truth, they aimed to use us to coerce those in hiding to surrender, the elder elucidated. Corrupt officials, they truly deserve condemnation, Di Renjie replied with outrage. The government forces the people to rebel, and the people have no choice but to resist. These vile officials truly deserve to be condemned, Li Yin remarked. Subsequently, he instructed Li Yuanfang and Hu Jinghui to procure a considerable quantity of noodles from the county, providing the villagers of Dayulia village with a hearty meal. The villagers expressed their gratitude, exclaiming that Li Yin and his companions were like divine emissaries. Chapter 8. Congealy that evening, while a few individuals rested in Dayulia village. A man clad in dark attire stealthily entered. This man was none other than Li Er, who had unexpectedly learned of Li Yin and Di Renjie's identities in Yuzhou City, and was, in fact, the Khan of the Turks. Congealy was currently ensnared by the treachery of the Turks Modu, and had also faced an assault from the Yuzhou governor, Fang Qian. With no possibility of returning to the Turks, and unable to linger in Yuzhou, Congealy was in urgent need of assistance from the Great Zhou. This individual was the crown prince of Great Zhou, his last glimmer of hope. Thus, Congealy ventured forth, risking all to seek aid. Who goes there? Upon Congealy's entrance, Li Yin immediately sensed his presence. Observing the figure in black before him, Li Yan felt an uncanny familiarity. Hearing Li Yan's exclamation, Wang Su, Hu Jingwei, Li Yuanfang, and Di Renjie rushed to his room. Di Renjie stood alongside Li Yan, while Hu Jingwei, Li Yuanfang, and Wang Su surrounded Kan Jili. Who are you? What is your purpose? Di Renjie inquired. I am Kan Jili of the Turks, he replied, warily scanning his surroundings, ready to leap from the window at the slightest hint of danger. Upon hearing that he was Kan Jili, Hu Jingwei initially contemplated taking action. For Kan Jili was indeed a target marked for death by Jean Mulan. However, when he glanced at Li Yan, he noticed Li Yan subtly shake his head. Now was not the time to eliminate Kan Jili. The military strengths of the Turks and Great Zhou were comparable, and the outcome of a conflict between them was uncertain. You claim to be Kan Jili. What proof do you offer? Di Renjie queried. This is my tiger head eagle ring, which can attest to my identity, Kan Jili stated, relieved to see they had not acted against him, confirming that his gamble had paid off. Lord Di, Your Highness, this indeed is the token of Kan Jili of the Turks, Li Yuanfang remarked. He possessed a certain understanding of Turkic culture and could speak a few words in the Turkic language. The ring bore 3 tiger heads and a soaring eagle, 3 fierce tigers positioned beneath, while a majestic eagle ascended above. The 3 tiger heads represented the most elite of the Turkic Khagan's 3 tiger divisions, while the eagle soaring above symbolized the supreme status of the Turkic Khagan. This individual was undoubtedly Jili Khagan. Li Yuanfang spoke. Minister Di Renjie, I have had the honor of hearing about your esteemed reputation even in the lands of Turkic. Indeed. There is no need for excessive formalities, my lord, replied Di Renjie. May I inquire why the Khan has found himself in such a predicament? Di Renjie asked. Alas, during a hunting expedition, I was ambushed by Modu. In a bid to evade the imperial forces, I fled to the Great Zhou, hoping to borrow troops to assist my return to my homeland. However, upon my arrival in Yuzhou, I was apprehended as a spy. I had anticipated that the governor of Yuzhou would recognize my insignia and credentials and facilitate my audience with the emperor in Luoyang. To my dismay, the governor instead accused me and ordered my immediate execution. Fortunately, amidst a riotous assault on the prison, I seized the opportunity to escape, explained the Khan. Now it becomes clear, Di Renjie nodded. It appears we are entangled in a web of conspiracy. Your Highness, Minister Di, it is imperative that we request troops from the Great Zhou to aid me in my return to my homeland, the Khan urged fervently. Naturally, I shall draft an urgent report to seek the Emperor's approval without delay, Di Renjie assured him. Thank you, Minister Di, the Khan expressed his gratitude, temporarily joining the ranks of Li Yan and his companions. The following day, Di Renjie tasked Li Yuanfang with escorting the villagers of Daliashu village to Yuzhou city to lodge a complaint against the governor Fang Qian. Meanwhile, the remaining members returned to Yuzhou city by an alternate route. As they traversed the Xilianzi mountain, they were unexpectedly caught in a torrential downpour. Fortunately, Li Yan and his companions found refuge in a nearby home belonging to a man named Lu Daiyou, who had a sister named Lu Xiaofeng. That night passed uneventfully, as the Khan was spared from poisoning thanks to their assistance. However, Di Renjie learned from Lu Daiyou about a ghost town located in Xilianzi mountain, where those who ventured there had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Di Renjie discreetly noted this information, intending to investigate further when time permitted. Eventually, the group returned to Yuzhou city, where posters depicting the wanted criminal Li Er, the Khan, were plastered at the city gate. No sooner had they entered than they were accosted by a military officer. How bold of you to trespass in Yuzhou under the glaring sun. Believing my eyes to be blind, the officer bellowed as he surrounded them. Seize them. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded, preparing to advance. I dare anyone to try, Hu Jingwei declared, brandishing his sword, the orchid blade. Ah, a martial expert, is it? Forward, men, the officer commanded. The soldiers surged forward again, but Hu Jingwei, swift and agile, promptly pushed the officer to the ground. How audacious. You dare to lay hands on me? Are you plotting a rebellion? Someone has rebelled. Go inform the governor. At this moment, Di Renjie exclaimed. There is no need for such trouble. We shall accompany you to meet the governor, he continued. Seize them, commanded Hu Jingwei. Just as Hu intended to act, he was halted by Li Yan. General Hu, let us first consult the governor. I am curious to see what extraordinary abilities this Fang Qian possesses to command such authority in Yuzhou. Soon, the group was bound. Upon witnessing Hu Jingwei's predicament, a certain lieutenant sought vengeance and rushed forward to kick him. Hu Jingwei could not evade in time, but Li Yan swiftly intervened. sending the lieutenant flying with a single kick. Renjie, incensed, declared, "How dare a mere lieutenant behave so brazenly? Come, lead me to your governor." The lieutenant, now cowed by Renjie's imposing presence, stammered, "Why, you shall wait. The governor will not spare you." Chapter 9. The death of Fang Qian in the governor's office of Yuzhou. The courtroom was tense. "You audacious commoners, why do you not kneel before your governor?" Fang Qian thundered, striking the judgment block forcefully. "How have we become commoners? Moreover, how can a mere governor command my submission?" retorted Renjie. "You insolent fool. Bring forth the instruments of torture." Fang Qian was about to impose severe punishment, but his advisor cautioned, "My lord, these individuals possess an extraordinary demeanor. It would be prudent to ascertain the facts first." Fang Qian nodded, recognizing the peculiarity of the situation. "You hoard contraband. Does that not make you commoners?" he accused. "What crime has this man committed that he is labeled a national criminal? We were unaware of his status. We merely encountered him by chance and saved his life. What wrong is there in that?" Renjie countered. "You illiterate wretch. You know not the laws. I have no desire to waste words on you. Where do you hail from? Hand over this national criminal, and I shall arrange for your safe return home," Fang Qian demanded. "I am Renjie, from Bingzhou, holding the esteemed position of a minister in the Phoenix Pavilion, tasked with overseeing military and civil affairs in Yuzhou by imperial decree," Renjie proclaimed. Fang Qian was taken aback. This man was indeed Renjie. "You audacious commoner! How dare you impersonate a national envoy? What punishment do you deserve?" Fang Qian trembled as he questioned. At that moment, Hu Jinghui produced an imperial edict. "Fang Qian, governor of Yuzhou, heed the decree." "Where is the governor? Why do you not kneel upon receiving the edict?" "I, Fang Qian, acknowledge the decree," he responded, trembling and hastily kneeling before the imperial document. "By the grace of heaven, it is decreed, since the rule of the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors, the emperor has a responsibility to care for the people and the state, embodying the virtues of heaven in nurturing all beings. When the ruler is enlightened, the ministers will rise, and the hearts of both the court and the people will unite. Yuzhou is the upper province of the court, responsible for the internal governance of its populace and the external defense against the nomads, thus deserving of utmost respect. Therefore, I have appointed the esteemed Renjie, Grand Commander of Yuzhou, to conduct an imperial inspection, to scrutinize the governance and act accordingly, making his presence felt as if I were personally there. Shall the inspector take a look?" Hu Jinghui raised the imperial edict and inquired. I dare not. Fang Qian stammered. "I was unaware of the arrival of Lord Dee, and I have committed a breach of etiquette. I hope Lord Dee will forgive my oversight." "Humph. How amusing it is to see such arrogance turn into humility," Renjie retorted coldly. "Stand up. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. What crime has this person committed? Do you truly wish to condemn him to death?" Replying to Lord Dee, "This man is a spy of the Turks," Fang Qian stated. "Oh, you claim him to be a spy. What evidence do you possess?" Renjie inquired. "Well, I found identity documents in his belongings indicating he is a Turk," Fang Qian answered. "Yuzhou shares a border with the Turks, with hundreds of them engaging in commerce daily. Why do you single him out as a spy?" Renjie pressed further. Fang Qian faltered, unable to articulate his reasoning. "Very well, since you cannot clarify, allow me to enlighten you. You received orders from your superior, instructing you to eliminate Ji like to silence him, did you not?" What are you insinuating, Lord Dee? I am a dignified 4th-rank governor. How could I possibly have a superior?" Fang Qian protested. "Ha, a mere 4th-rank governor dares to engage in deceit before me. Enough. I shall not compel you to disclose your superior, but to willfully murder the Turkic Ji like and fail to report it is a capital offense. Now, I ask you, where has the compensation for the villagers of Daliashu village gone? Why, when the villagers sought you regarding their compensation, did you imprison them instead?" Renjie questioned again. "I am unaware of this matter," Fang Qian replied. "Unaware? The villagers of Daliashu will come to Yuzhou to report this tomorrow. Do you dare face them?" Renjie remarked. I Fang Qian was taken aback, unable to fathom how Renjie had come to know about the affairs of Daliashu village. He could never have imagined that Renjie and his companions had already spent a night in the village. Observing Fang Qian's stammering and inability to articulate himself, Renjie resolved to detain him for the time being. "Come, take Fang Qian into custody, and when we return to the capital, let His Majesty deal with him." Fang Qian was struck with terror. After years of being a corrupt official, he had contemplated his own mortality. Yet he never wished to meet his end at the hands of that woman, Wu Zetian. A chill ran down his spine, and his mind cleared significantly. As long as he could subdue Renjie, there remained a glimmer of hope. Stealthily drawing a dagger hidden within his sleeve, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Sima beside him, and they both nodded in silent agreement. If Renjie was determined to see them dead, they would take him down with them. The two rose simultaneously and charged towards Renjie. However, Renjie and his companions had long anticipated their intentions. Hu Jinghui swiftly beheaded Fang Qian, while Li Yuanfang pierced the heart of the Sima with his chain knife. Li Yin observed that Fang Qian's head and body were in disarray, and he nodded in satisfaction. In her quest for Li Yan's supremacy, Jean Mucklin had committed numerous heinous acts in Yuzhou. Such atrocities inevitably required a scapegoat, and Fang Qian was among them, as was the serpent spirit. Thus, to prevent any revelation of Jean Mucklin, Fang Qian had to meet his demise. Chapter 10. The True and False Fang Qian. Rain transforms the fields of Yuzhou after Fang Qian was beheaded by Hu Jinghui. Renjie felt a measure of surprise. According to his prior beliefs, this Fang Qian was undoubtedly a pivotal figure in the diplomatic case and a key player in the chaotic faction's control over Yuzhou. Moreover, he had long harbored suspicions regarding Hu Jinghui's loyalty. If Hu Jinghui were indeed a traitor, he should not have executed Fang Qian. With the safety of Kagan Geely assured and the Turkic conspiracies exposed, losing their grip on Yuzhou would leave the rebel faction devoid of resources for their insurrection. Had he misjudged the situation? Was Hu Jinghui not a traitor? Or perhaps this Fang Qian was not as formidable as he had previously imagined. My lord, what occupies your thoughts? At that moment, Li Yuanfang inquired as he observed the contemplative Renjie. Oh, nothing of consequence, replied Renjie. My lord, you truly are remarkable. In merely half a month, such a convoluted case has been resolved. Li Yuanfang inquired. Do you believe the case has concluded? My lord, is it not so? The crisis with the Turks has been averted, and we have regained control of Yuzhou. I truly cannot fathom any further schemes, he replied. Ah, Yuanfang. Allow me to pose a question. What of the viper that left you gravely injured? Where is he? What is his connection to Fang Qian? Furthermore, as the governor of Yuzhou, if Fang Qian is indeed the mastermind behind it all, how has he amassed such formidable power near Luoyang? Renjie queried. Li Yuanfang found himself at a loss to respond. My lord, does this imply that the case is far from resolved? Indeed, it is still very much ongoing. Renjie affirmed, plunging into deep contemplation. What is it that this shadowy figure seeks to achieve? After losing the strength of the Turks in Yuzhou, what further actions can they undertake? Renjie shook his head, unable to comprehend. My lord, Fang Qian's countenance seems rather peculiar, Li Yuanfang observed at that moment. Renjie turned to look, and indeed, something was amiss. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, he had encountered numerous plots and schemes. It dawned on him that what lay before him was a mask of human skin. With great caution, he removed the mask from Fang Qian's face, revealing an unfamiliar yet ordinary visage. My lord, it appears this individual is an impostor posing as the governor, Li Yuanfang exclaimed in astonishment. Such exquisite disguise is truly beyond comprehension. Renjie replied, it seems the complexity of the Yuzhou case far exceeds our expectations. The following day, the chief of Yuzhou reported that when he inspected the treasury that morning, he found it utterly devoid of even a single tael of silver. Upon hearing this, Renjie promptly accompanied the chief to the treasury. The treasury, surrounded entirely by metal and lacking any windows, was guarded by a detachment from the Ministry of Revenue at its sole entrance. How could such a secure treasury have been breached? While Renjie could believe that Fang Qian might have exploited his position to embezzle silver, he found it implausible that the treasury could be completely emptied without detection. How could over 100 tons of valuables be removed unnoticed? As Renjie examined the scene, he indeed discovered something amiss. The second hall of the inspector's residence was alarmingly adjacent to the treasury, a most illogical arrangement. As he investigated the second hall, he uncovered a secret passage that led directly to the treasury. Upon entering the passage, Renjie and his companions found the true inspector of Yuzhou, Fang Qian. Thank you, Elder D, for your assistance, Fang Qian said, kneeling in gratitude. Please rise, Inspector Fang, Renjie responded, immediately sensing something amiss with Fang. According to Fang, he had been imprisoned there for 3 years. After such an extended period without sunlight, his speech could not be so fluent, nor his thoughts so clear. However, Renjie chose not to expose him. Inspector Fong, due to the previous imposter, I require your fingerprint on this document from the Ministry of Personnel for verification. I hope for your understanding, Dee Renjie said. Fong Qian, of course, dared not refuse, especially since he was the genuine Fong Qian. As you wish, Elder Dee, he replied, pressing his red thumbprint onto the white paper. Dee Renjie carefully examined the print. Perfectly accurate, he declared after a lengthy pause. Subsequently, he announced that Fong Qian would be reinstated as the inspector of Yuzhou. That evening, Yu Huatian appeared in Li Yan's chamber. Yu Huatian, how did the matter unfold? Your Highness, the men from the Xichong have allied with the forces of Jin Mulan and are currently lying in ambush near the prefect's residence. Good. Heed my command and do not act impulsively, said Yu Huatian. A solitary figure lay coldly on the bed. And Li Yin suddenly realized that he was yet unaware of Dee Renjie and Li Yuanfang's attributes. System, please check Dee Renjie's attributes. Ding. Name, Dee Renjie. Martial power, mediocre. Intelligence, exceptional. Leadership, first rate. Politics, exceptional. Skills, master of investigation. Evaluation, even as a keen-eyed detective, he is a compassionate minister, loyal to the Tang dynasty. Ding. Name, Li Yuanfang. Martial power, exceptional. Intelligence, average. Leadership, average. Politics, below average. Skills, chain blade technique. Evaluation, a spirit who grows stronger against formidable foes. One must tread carefully lest they fall victim to his blade. Chapter 11. Dee Renjie joins Li Yan's faction on this day. The troops dispatched by the emperor had arrived. Kagan Geely wasted no time and immediately led the army of the Great Zhou away from Yuzhou. Dee Renjie, Li Yan, and others gathered at the city gates of Yuzhou to bid farewell to Kagan Geely. Lord Dee, it is thanks to you and His Highness the Prince that Kagan Geely has managed to escape this peril. This is the emblem of my Turkic Khanate, the tiger head and flying eagle ring. I present it to you now, hoping for everlasting peace between the Great Zhou and the Turks, Kagan Geely said, holding Dee Renjie's hand, tears welling in his eyes. Fear not, Kagan. As long as I, Dee, draw breath, I shall strive to prevent the outbreak of war. Dee Renjie assured. Very well. I shall also endeavor to curb the extremists among the Turks. I entrust the matters of the Great Zhou to Lord Dee. Take care on your journey, Kagan, Dee Renjie promised. As he watched Kagan Geely depart into the distance, Li Yan checked Kagan Geely's attributes. Ding. Name, Geely. Martial power, first rate. Intelligence, first rate. Leadership, first rate. Politics, first rate. Skills, the way of kings. Evaluation, a well-rounded ruler of the four streams. He maintains a facade of peace with the Great Zhou while secretly fearing their might. Should the Great Zhou fall into chaos, the Turks will certainly launch an assault. After Kagan Geely's departure, tranquility enveloped Yuzhou. Yet, a vague sense of unease stirred within Dee Renjie, as if this calm were but the eye of an approaching storm. As Dee Renjie paced anxiously in his chamber, his steward, Dee Chun, arrived to report. Master, His Highness the Prince requests your presence. The Prince? What matter does he wish to discuss? Nothing specific, merely that you should pay him a visit. Very well, lead the way, I shall go. As Dee Renjie made his way to meet Li Yin, he fortuitously crossed paths with Li Yuanfang. Li Yuanfang promptly accompanied Dee Renjie to meet Li Yin. Dee Renjie harbored a vague suspicion that the Crown Prince must have significant matters to discuss with him. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Su approached them. Lord Dee, General Li. His Royal Highness has been awaiting you for some time. Please, do come in. You were too courteous, Mr. Wang. Please lead the way. The trio entered the chamber, where they discovered not only the Crown Prince, but also the governor of Yuzhou, Zhen Fangqian, and Hu Jinghui. To their astonishment, there was also the late Princess Li Qingxia of Yang. Dee Renjie, having encountered the princess before, though still unclear about the circumstances, offered a respectful bow to Li Qingxia. Greetings, uncle, Qingxia acknowledged politely. Lord Dee, please take a seat. Li Yin rose to his feet and guided Dee Renjie to the seat beside him. Wang Su promptly followed. Taking a position on the other side of Dee Renjie, Li Yuanfang took a seat beside Wang Su. Beside Li Yuanfang sat Fang Qian, followed by Hu Jinghui and Li Qingxia. The group gathered closely together. Yu Huatian stood guard outside the door, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Dee Renjie inquired with a look of confusion. I have invited you here tonight, Lord Dee, to reveal the truth behind the assassination of the envoy, and I also wish to seek your assistance, came the reply. The truth? Are you suggesting that the assassination of the envoy was orchestrated by you, Your Highness? Dee Renjie exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yin was about to respond when he was interrupted by Li Qingxia. Uncle, the assassination of the envoy was orchestrated by me alone, and has nothing to do with my brother Yin. Li Qingxia spoke and then engaged in conversation with Di Renjie. Initially, my intention was to seize Yuzhou and subsequently unite the various rebel leaders across the nation, along with the Turks, to overthrow the Great Zhou and restore the state. However, it was my younger brother, Yin, who dissuaded me, arguing that such actions would lead to immense suffering for the populace. Thus, I relinquished my plans. He chose to place his trust in you, and I too have faith that our esteemed uncle will not disappoint us. Li Qingxia remarked, understood. The mission to rescue Lu Jin is not solely about saving him. More importantly, it is to extricate you from Luoyang. Presently, Zhen Fangqian is also one of your own. You intend to exploit him to gain Yuzhou, seeking my recommendation of him to the emperor as the governor of Yuzhou. Di Renjie replied, indeed. Li Qingxia inquired, what about Lu Jin? Di Renjie responded with curiosity. Lord Di, why not take a guess? After pondering for a moment, Di Renjie burst into laughter. Haha. Lu Jin is Fangqian, and Fangqian is Lu Jin. Initially, Lu Jin participated in the Yuan rebellion and was captured, leaving Yuzhou without a governor. As time passed, the court naturally became aware of this. Hence, you fabricated a false Fangqian to assume the role of governor in Yuzhou, Di Renjie articulated. Indeed, Lord Di is exceptionally astute, without a shadow of doubt. To Wu Zetian, I am a traitor, yet I remain loyal to the Li Tang dynasty. Fangqian replied with a respectful gesture. Your scheme is indeed cunning. However, it is fortunate that you abandoned it. Otherwise, it would have resulted in untold suffering. And even if you were descendants of the Li family, I, Di Renjie, would not have spared you, he continued, having comprehended the situation entirely. Lord Di speaks the truth. Now, may I ask, what is your answer? Why do you believe that I, Di Renjie, would assist you? Do you think your current capacity poses a threat to my life? Di Renjie countered. Meanwhile, Li Yuanfang tightened his grip on his chain knife, ready to strike at any moment. Not at all. Through our time together, I have grown to greatly admire Lord Di's character and governance. I am aware of your unwavering efforts toward the restoration of the Li Tang dynasty. I sincerely implore Lord Di to lend us your guidance and support. Li Yin rose to his feet and performed a deep bow to Di Renjie, saying, alas, His Royal Highness is indeed extraordinary. If I, Di, were to refuse, would you resort to taking my life? Of course not. It is an honor for our Tang dynasty to have you, esteemed Minister Di. How could I ever sever my own arm? Should you be unwilling to assist me in order to prevent any potential breach of confidentiality, I would have no choice but to confine you. Rest assured, on the day of the Tang's resurgence, I shall reinstate your esteemed position. Li Yin solemnly remarked, alas. Your Highness, it is not that I, Di, am unwilling to assist you. Rather, you underestimate the Emperor far too much. You wish to shift all the blame onto the fabricated Fangqian, yet have you considered how a mere puppet magistrate could orchestrate such a grand conspiracy? The Emperor would never be persuaded. Should he harbor any doubts, we all shall be entombed alongside the Yuzhou case. Di Renjie interjected. What the esteemed Elder Di states is indeed accurate. I have never contemplated allowing the fabricated Fangqian to bear the entirety of the culpability. Oh, is there another? Who might it be? Inquired Di Renjie. Has the esteemed Elder Di not pondered this? Sister Qingxia, being merely a woman and having remained in Luoyang, how could she possibly rally such a vast army of rebels? Li Yin inquired. Of course I have contemplated this matter. However, I truly cannot fathom who possesses the audacity to amass such a formidable force beneath the very gaze of the Emperor. Li Yin uttered a name. Upon hearing it, Di Renjie was utterly astonished. The head of the inner guard, Xiao Qifang? Indeed, it was. Li Yin nodded and remarked. Di Renjie, still somewhat incredulous, inquired further. But why? The imperial guards were established by the Emperor himself. Why would she act in such a manner? Master Di, Li Yin continued. This brings us to the topic of the serpent spirit. The organization is exceedingly vast, comprising 22 factions with tens of thousands of members. Their influence permeating every province and county, including the imperial guards, the Qinqiu guards, eunuchs, and palace maidens, all bearing their mark. Is it truly so? Di Golao responded with astonishment. Indeed, Master Di, the serpent spirit is more formidable than I have described. Have you perhaps forgotten the power of the imperial guards? Is it not alarming that they dare to undermine the decade-long efforts of Xiao Qingfang? What concerns arise from the serpent spirit's development to this extent? Li Yin retorted, indeed. Your Highness, please continue to enlighten me about this serpent spirit. Within the realm of the serpent spirit, There exist 6 formidable masters. They are the Flash Spirit, Blood Spirit, Sword Spirit, Demon Spirit, Transformation Spirit, and Motion Spirit, each possessing extraordinary strength. General Tiger is the Sword Spirit, yet he only ranks 3rd. The Flash Spirit and Blood Spirit are even more powerful. Li Yin remarked, "Indeed, it is a formidable entity. The Emperor has entangled himself, inadvertently sowing the seeds of his own crisis." Renjie continued, "Was this organization established by Xiao Qingfang? What are their intentions?" The founder of the Serpent Spirit organization is Yuan Tiangang, the Emperor's mentor, whose creation was aimed at unsettling the realm and seizing power. Li Yin spoke. As soon as he uttered these words, Hu Jingwei and Li Qingxiao were both taken aback, gazing at Li Yin in astonishment. They were unaware of such information, leaving them to ponder how Li Yin had come to know it. It appears that His Highness the Crown Prince is no ordinary individual. Renjie, an astute observer, also noted the expressions of Hu Jingwei and Li Qingxiao. It seems that the Crown Prince harbors many secrets, Renjie remarked with a sense of wonder. Who among us is devoid of secrets? Although Li Yin harbored certain thoughts of his own, they were solely for the sake of the Tang dynasty and the realm. I implore you, esteemed Elder Dee, to lend us your assistance. Li Yin spoke, requesting the esteemed Dee go Lao for assistance. At the same time, Hu Jingwei, Li Qingxiao, Fang Qian, Wang Su, and others echoed, "My lord." Li Yuanfang gazed at Renjie, having grown up listening to the legends of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Li Yuanfang also expressed his desire to join Renjie in the noble endeavor of restoring the Tang dynasty. With a heavy sigh, Renjie replied, "Very well. In my old age, I shall accompany you, a gentleman, and fight alongside His Highness the Crown Prince." "Excellent. Thank you, my lord. I am grateful to you." Esteemed Elder Dee. Chapter 12. The exposure of Xiao Qingfang Minister Renjie reported that the incident involving the assassination of the Turkic envoy occurred on September 15th and was resolved by October 20th. The treacherous governor of Yuzhou, Jia Fanqian, along with Lu Jin and 75 other officials who had conspired against the state, have all met their due punishment. Now, with Yuzhou restored to order and the case concluded, this is a testament to your Majesty's benevolent governance and moral education of the people. Although the former guerrilla general of Gan'an, Li Yuanfang, has suffered injustice, his loyalty and courage remain unyielding. He has risked his life to assist in defeating the traitors, and his contributions are indeed significant. I request that he be appointed as the Vice General of the Eagle Guard, a rank of the 5th grade, and be retained by my side. General Hu Jinghui of the Qianqiu Guard, having led from the front and achieved remarkable feats, deserves your Majesty's consideration for rewards. Governor Fan Qian of Yuzhou, having endured imprisonment at the hands of vile men, upon his rescue, assisted me in governing Yuzhou. I petition that he be restored to his former position and pardoned for any dereliction of duty. The Khan of the Turkic nation, Jili, has expressed gratitude for your Majesty's grace in restoring their state and has submitted a request for peace, wishing to personally visit the court to pay homage and establish everlasting bonds of alliance with our celestial empire. I, Renjie, bow in reverence. All that I have presented should be approved. Additionally, I propose that Hu Jinghui be promoted to Grand General of the Qianqiu Guard, stationed in Luoyang, at the 3rd grade rank. Your Majesty is most wise. Long live our Emperor. In such an extraordinary case, Renjie resolved it within a month, earning him the highest accolades. He was appointed as the Minister of Internal Affairs, a rank of the 2nd grade, a position that during the Wu Zetian era was among the highest attainable. Ranks above the 2nd grade were typically reserved for royal relatives lacking real power. To celebrate the resolution of the Yuzhou case, the Great Zhou and the Turkic nation restored their cordial relations. Empress Wu Zetian hosted a banquet for her ministers at the Shanyang Palace, a scene of great merriment. That evening, Empress Wu decreed, "Summon Renjie for council." "Yes," the female officer replied, hastily departing. Minister Renjie bowed before the Empress, saying, "Your Majesty, there are still some uncertainties regarding the Yuzhou case. I wish to inquire further." "Please speak," the Empress urged. "According to what you have stated, the Yuzhou case was orchestrated solely by Jia Fanqian. Does such a false governor hold such immense power?" Wu Zetian inquired. "Your Majesty indeed possesses discerning insight. There are indeed deeper complexities to this case." "Oh, why was this not included in your report?" the Empress pressed. "Because the matter involves significant implications, I can only disclose it in person," Renjie replied. "Humph, cunning fox, elaborate further," the Empress commanded. "May I ask if your Majesty is aware of the serpent spirit?" Renjie countered. Upon hearing the term serpent spirit, Wu Zetian felt a sudden unease and asked, Why do you inquire about that? Renjie offered no response to Wu Zetian, merely conveying a knowing glance that spoke volumes. Could it be? No. It is impossible. The serpent spirit was eradicated by me a decade ago, Wu Zetian asserted with conviction. Your Majesty, are you certain? Has the serpent spirit truly been vanquished? Renjie retorted. What is the meaning of this, Huang? Spare us the suspense and share your insights, he urged. Certainly. I have learned from the lips of the false Fang Qian that this entire affair is a scheme orchestrated by the serpent spirit, primarily aimed at acquiring the list in Lu Jin's possession, along with Yusho and the Turkic forces. They initially exploited the false Fang Qian to gradually seize control over Yuzhou, subsequently annihilating the Turkic envoy and persecuting Kagan Jili, thus igniting the flames of war between the Great Zhou and the Turks. In the end, they intended to leverage the list of rebel leaders in Lu Jin's hands, uniting various factions to incite rebellion, Renjie elucidated. Huang, I almost overlooked it. What became of that list? It was destroyed. The traitors seized the list, recorded its contents, and promptly obliterated it. I am unaware of its whereabouts, Renjie replied. Yet, the serpent spirit was extinguished a decade ago. Even if remnants exist, how could they wield such formidable power? Wu Zetian pondered, perplexed. This is precisely why I hesitated to submit a formal report. Your Majesty, do you know who currently leads the serpent spirit? Who is it? Wu Zetian inquired gravely. Your Majesty, the serpent spirit now operates through 22 branches across the nation, led by 6 major serpents and thousands of lesser ones. Consider who possesses such influence to develop an organization to this extent within a decade, all while remaining unnoticed by your Majesty. It must be the Imperial Guard. Wu Zetian, an astute individual, quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, the leader of the serpent spirit is none other than the current head of the Imperial Guard, Xiao Qingfang. Moreover, this individual's influence has permeated the entire palace, leaving traces among the palace maids, eunuchs, the Imperial Guard, and the Qin Yue. What? Wu Zetian exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face. I inadvertently nurtured this venomous serpent? Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard is your personal retinue, directly under your command. I dared not act without your consent. The decision rests with you, Renjie replied. I understand, Wu Zetian said, her countenance darkening. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait, how has the Crown Prince been performing? Wu Zetian inquired. The minister dared not speak recklessly, stating that it was permissible to speak frankly. Renjie uttered merely these 2 words before exiting the chamber. As he watched Renjie depart, Wu Zetian softly muttered a curse, old fox. Subsequently, she was uncertain of who among her entourage were agents of the serpent spirit and who were not. At that moment, the only individual she could trust was Hu Jinghui, who had just accomplished a great deed by thwarting the serpent spirit's conspiracy. Summon Hu Jinghui for counsel. Yes, I, Hu Jinghui, pay my respects to your Majesty. Hu Jinghui, take this imperial token and immediately surround the Internal Guard's office, capturing the head of the Internal Guard, Xiao Qifang, alive. Hu Jinghui, not daring to raise his head, accepted the command and replied affirmatively. As she observed Hu Jinghui's retreating figure, Wu Zetian felt her sense of crisis slightly abate. Xiao Qifang, I shall have you suffer 1,000 cuts, Wu Zetian declared with a sinister tone. However, her intentions were destined to remain unfulfilled. Even before Renjie revealed her identity, Xiao Qifang had already learned of it from a palace maid. Understanding Wu Zetian's character, Xiao Qifang did not dare to delay, hastily packing her belongings in preparation for her departure. Chapter 13. The promotion of Yu Fei. By the time Hu Jinghui and his men arrived at the Internal Guard office, Xiao Qingfang and many members of the Internal Guard had already hurriedly left. Upon learning that Xiao Qingfang had departed not long ago, Hu Jinghui swiftly pursued in her direction. In Luoyang City, at the West Gate, Xiao Qifang, accompanied by several Internal Guard members, arrived here, knowing that once they left Luoyang City, it would be exceedingly difficult for Wu Zetian to locate her again. Coincidentally, Yu Fei was the captain at the West Gate of Luoyang City, and it was his turn to be on duty that night. Glancing at Xiao Qifang and her companions, Yu Fei immediately recalled the message Li Yin had conveyed to him earlier that day. He became cautious, suspecting that these individuals might very well be the agents of the serpent spirit referred to by the Crown Prince. Stop. During the curfew, no one is permitted to leave. How dare you? We are the Internal Guard, acting under the Emperor's orders. Open the city gate at once. Xiao Qifang asserted loudly, brandishing the Internal Guard's token. Do you possess the Emperor's decree? How audacious to question us, the Internal Guard. Xiao Qifang retorted angrily. She could not afford to linger here for too long, otherwise. Once news of their betrayal reached the Emperor, they would all face execution. I will ask you one last time. Will you open the city gate or not? Otherwise, it would jeopardize your Majesty's significant affairs, and you shall bear full responsibility, Xiao Qifeng warned ominously. Without your Majesty's decree, no one is permitted to leave the city during the curfew, Yu Fei stated solemnly, unfazed by Xiao Qifeng's intimidation. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Xiao Qifeng retorted. Kill. Upon hearing the command, the Imperial Guards behind Xiao Qifeng surged forward. Yu Fei had long been prepared, witnessing this group daring to employ force. He promptly issued his own order. Subdue these traitors. Under Yu Fei's leadership, the city guards swiftly vanquished the serpent-like intruders. Only Xiao Qifeng remained standing. Capture her and deliver her to His Majesty, he commanded. Yes, the soldiers responded, moving to advance. A pack of dogs serving Wu Zetian. Do you think you can capture me alive? Wait for me, my master will avenge me. Xiao Qifeng shouted, then swiftly drew her sword across her throat. With a resounding thud, she collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from her neck, and after a few convulsions, she fell silent. Lift their bodies. I shall go to meet His Majesty, he ordered. Meanwhile, Wu Zetian received news from Hu Jinghui. Your Majesty, when I went to the Imperial Guard's office, Xiao Qifeng and a large group of guards had already fled. I led troops in pursuit, but could not catch up. Reports from the eastern, northern, and southern gates of Luoyang indicate that a group of guards claim to have received Your Majesty's orders to leave the city. Xiao Qifeng must be among them. Damn it. Who permitted them to open the city gates without my decree? Wu Zetian fumed. Hu Jinghui wished to speak on behalf of the gate officers. Do you not realize how domineering the guards can be? Moreover, was it not your own command? Wherever the guards go, no one is to obstruct them. However, Hu Jinghui dared not voice these thoughts. What about the western gate? Have there been any reports from there? Your Majesty, the western gate is somewhat distant. There has been no news yet. Useless. Issue orders that the officers at the northern, eastern, and southern gates, negligent in their duties, open the gates during curfew and allowed a court criminal to escape, shall be executed immediately. Yes, Hu Jinghui replied, and then dispatched a squad of Qian Youwei to apprehend these officers. Report. Your Majesty, Officer Yu Fei from the western gate requests an audience. Grant him entry. Yu Fei, pay my respects to Your Majesty. No need for formalities. Yu Fei, what transpired at your western gate this evening? Your Majesty, I have come to report a grave matter. Tonight, dozens of individuals masqueraded as the inner guards and forcefully assaulted the city gates. I have eradicated them all, and I deem this incident highly unusual, thus I present this to Your Majesty. Oh, where are the bodies of the thieves? They lie outside the palace. Bring them in. Very well. Soon, several corpses were carried inside. Empress Wu meticulously identified them. Each bore a plum blossom tattoo on their right arm. Undoubtedly, they were once inner guards. Yet they had betrayed their own and become minions of the serpent spirit. The more she pondered, the deeper her animosity towards Xiao Qifeng grew. At that moment, Empress Wu noticed a familiar figure. Xiao Qifeng. How delightful. She gazed upon the corpse of Xiao Qifeng and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, splendid. Bring forth this wretch's body. Let it be drawn and quartered, then discarded to feed the dogs. Tears of laughter streamed down her face as she issued her command. The soldiers, though filled with trepidation, dared not defy Empress Wu's orders. As they lifted Xiao Qifeng's body, Empress Wu sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. At that, Empress Wu suddenly spoke. Your Majesty? Lower her down. As instructed, Xiao Qifeng was placed upon the ground, and Empress Wu scrutinized her closely. This individual seemed somewhat different. Xiao Qifeng appeared slightly plumper. The Empress recalled the false Feng Qian from the Yuzhou incident. Could this be yet another guise? Hu Jinghui, come forth. At your service. Investigate whether this traitor wears a human skin mask. Hu Jinghui immediately understood and replied, yes. He carefully examined Xiao Qifeng's face and soon discerned an anomaly. Grasping the seam he had discovered, he forcefully tore away the mask. Beneath the mask lay a face that was also somewhat familiar to Empress Wu. It belonged to a palace maid who had once been by her side. Unexpectedly, she was among the serpent spirit's traitorous faction. Empress Wu's expression darkened significantly. Drag her away. The order remains unchanged. Quarter her and feed her to the dogs. The soldiers complied and carried Xiao Qifeng away. Your Majesty. It now appears that Xiao Qifeng likely escaped through one of the other 3 gates. She is truly despicable. Empress Wu scolded furiously. At that moment, a soldier reported, the captains at the east, south, and north gates have all been executed. Only then did Empress Wu's fury abate slightly. Yu Fei, having dutifully guarded the gates and executed the traitors, shall be appointed as the Sima of Luoyang, overseeing the 4 gates of Luoyang. Yes, I am grateful, Your Majesty. Indeed, the gates of Luoyang must not be left unguarded. Yu Fei, you must swiftly arrange for the captains at the other gates. Understood. Chapter 14. Huzhou Xingtai Luoyang has undergone tremendous upheaval. Empress Wu did not attend court for 3 consecutive days. The palace faced a significant purge. All eunuchs, palace maids, inner guards, and even the Qian Niuwei must undergo thorough scrutiny. Should any individuals with obscure origins or those unable to prove their innocence be discovered, it is preferable to err on the side of execution rather than allow them to escape. Consequently, over half of the eunuchs and palace maids were executed, enveloping the imperial palace in an atmosphere of grim severity. It was not until more than half a month later that this rigorous examination concluded. In its wake, the palace faced a significant personnel shortfall, necessitating the urgent recruitment of numerous eunuchs and palace maids. The palace maids were easily recruited, quickly filling the positions. However, the situation for eunuchs was far more precarious. While they might enjoy a life free from want after entering the palace, the current emperor's cruelty, exemplified by the recent executions, deterred many from forsaking the chance to bear offspring in favor of a life of certain death. Additionally, although eunuchs would not starve, they occupied the lowest echelon within the palace, making it exceedingly difficult to rise in status. Thus, few were willing to take on the role of eunuch. This predicament presented an opportunity for Yu Huadian, a man of inherent flaws. He, along with the entirety of the Xichang, comprised individuals marked by their own shortcomings. Seizing this moment, Yu Huadian and a multitude of Xichang subordinates infiltrated the imperial palace. Their identities, summoned by a system that guaranteed their innocence, passed through the rigorous checks with ease, allowing them to successfully enter the palace. True to his nature, Yu Huadian demonstrated formidable strength and charisma upon his arrival, capturing the attention of Empress Wu Zetian. After submitting to an examination of his identity, he was subjected to further investigation, which yielded no discrepancies. As a result, Yu Huadian ascended to the position of Wu Zetian's personal eunuch, effectively becoming the chief eunuch responsible for announcing court sessions. Moreover, Hu Jingwei, already a trusted confidant of Wu Zetian, solidified his position further. The responsibility for safeguarding the palace was entrusted to him, who took the opportunity to position loyal members of the Qian Niuwei within the palace. Now, the palace was defended by Hu Jinghui and his Qian Niuwei, while Yu Huadian and his Xichang remained close to Wu Zetian, with the inner guards rendered incapacitated. It could be said that Wu Zetian was entirely under the control of Li Yin. Should Li Yin desire her demise, she would not survive even half a minute longer. Additionally, Yu Fei successfully placed his associates at various city gates of Luoyang. Zhuge Liang was assigned to the north gate, Qi Jiguang to the east gate, Fan Li to the south gate, while Yu Fei continued to oversee the west gate. After 2 months, the situation in Luoyang grew increasingly stable, as if everything had returned to its former state. Yu Huatian, Hu Jinghui, and Yu Fei gradually established their foothold. The coup meticulously orchestrated by Li Yin is now on the verge of unfolding. However, before proceeding, he must await the arrival of one individual, Dee Renjie. As a venerable minister within the court, Dee Renjie possesses the influential capacity to rally the majority of the officials to his cause. Do not doubt this. He wields such power with ease. Approximately half of the court's ministers are his former students, while many among the remaining officials are his esteemed friends, including figures like Zhang Jianji. The rest are either associates of Prince Liang, Wu Sanxi, or mere sycophants of Wu Zetian, all of whom Li Yin deems necessary to eliminate. Since Dee Renjie had been dispatched by Wu Zetian to Huzhou, Li Yin resolved to compose a letter urging his return to assume control over state affairs. In Huzhou, Dee Renjie encountered Zheng Tai, the county magistrate. Zheng Tai, a former pupil, is known for his benevolence and profound understanding of governance. Dee Renjie had intended to promote him. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Zheng Tai had inexplicably aligned himself with the Imperial Guards. It is common knowledge that the Imperial Guards have nearly fallen from grace. The Emperor's suspicions, the resentment of the officials, and the disdain of the populace all herald their inevitable demise. Furthermore, Dee Renjie sensed that the Crown Prince might soon undertake significant actions. Should the Crown Prince ascend the throne, how could the Imperial Guards, as instruments of Wu Zetian, possibly survive? Zheng Tai, you are foolish. What are the Imperial Guards? How could you have joined their ranks? Dee Renjie lamented. Master, Zheng Tai replied, since I obtained my degree and served as magistrate for nearly a decade, The absence of opportunities for advancement led me, in a moment of confusion, to join the Imperial Guards. Ever since my enlistment, I have been plagued by sleepless nights, constantly yearning to escape their grasp. Yet, akin to a plum blossom tattoo, it has become deeply embedded within my very being, making it challenging to extricate myself. Master, please save your student, Xingtai implored, kneeling before him. Alas, the internal guard is under the direct jurisdiction of the Emperor. I am powerless, Renjie sighed, responding. Master, I beseech you to save your student, Xingtai reiterated, bowing deeply once more. Yet, seeing that Renjie remained unresponsive, he seized a dagger from the side. With his eyes closed, Xingtai forcefully carved away the plum blossom tattoo from his right hand. Instantly, a large chunk of flesh fell to the ground, blood gushing profusely. Xingtai's face was drenched in cold sweat as he trembled and uttered, Master, please save your student. Alas, Xingtai, why must you go to such lengths? Renjie remarked, his heart heavy at the sight of such a loyal official being unjustly treated by the internal guard, destined to be indiscriminately purged. Thank you, Master. Xingtai murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness. Renjie hurried to support him, laying him on the bed. After checking his pulse, he discerned that Xingtai was not gravely injured, merely suffering from excessive blood loss. Renjie first attended to staunch the bleeding, then prescribed a restorative remedy to replenish his vitality, ensuring Xingtai's life was no longer in jeopardy. Chapter 15. Renjie returns to Luoyang overnight. The coup begins while Renjie was still troubled by the issues in Huzhou. Chun rushed in hurriedly. Sir, someone has arrived from the capital. Oh, please let them in at once. Renjie responded swiftly. I knew you would wish to meet him. I have brought the person here. Chun said with a smile. Galao, it has been a while since we last met in Yuzhou. How is your health? It is you, Wang Su. But what brings the crown prince here? Renjie inquired. Sir, let us find a quiet place to discuss this matter in detail. Very well. Let us proceed to the study. Once in the study, Renjie instructed, Yuan Fong, Chun, you remain outside and ensure no one approaches. Rest assured, my lord. Yuan Fong declared, swiftly ascending to the rooftop, casting a serious gaze upon his surroundings. He understood that the events unfolding this evening were of paramount importance to the potential revival of the Li Tang dynasty. Chun, though lacking the martial prowess of Yuan Fong, stood vigilantly near the door, equally somber. What are the plans, Wang Su? Inquired Renjie. Without hesitation, Renjie discerned that Wang Su had produced a handwritten letter from Li Yin. He swiftly unsealed the correspondence and scrutinized its contents, his expression grave. So soon? Can we trust the individuals involved? Renjie questioned. Rest assured, the personnel are undoubtedly reliable. Yu Fei, Yu Huadian, Zhuge Liang, Qi Jiguang, and Fan Li are all men of unquestionable integrity. As for Hu Jingwei, I trust you are familiar with him as well. Indeed, Renjie nodded, then closed his eyes, tirelessly contemplating in his mind to identify any potential oversights. However, after considerable time had passed, he found no flaws. This was to be expected, for the plan had been meticulously deliberated by Wang Su, Zhuge Liang, and Li Yin multiple times, rendering it virtually foolproof. The only aspect warranting caution was the officials within the court, which was the very reason they sought Renjie's counsel. When shall we act? Renjie inquired. Having resolved to restore the Li Tang, and with such a favorable opportunity at hand, I too am eager to participate. The Crown Prince has stated that we shall commence as soon as Darren arrives. Indeed, time is of the essence. We must depart immediately, Renjie affirmed, cognizant of the urgency of the matter. Although the Huzhou case remained unresolved, it paled in significance compared to the Crown Princess' grand undertaking. That night, Renjie, accompanied by Yuan Fong, Chun, and the injured Xingtai, journeyed back to Luoyang under the cover of darkness. After exhausting several horses, they reached Luoyang within a single day and night. Upon their arrival, it was already late, a time typically unsuitable for entering the city. Yet now, Luoyang's 4 gates were firmly under Li Yin's control. They could enter whenever and wherever they pleased. The group entered the city without hindrance, further solidifying Renjie's confidence in Li Yin's strength. Eschewing a return home, Renjie proceeded directly to the Crown Princess residence. It would not be long before news of his expedited return to Luoyang spread to many ears. His aim was to stabilize the situation before anyone could react. I, Renjie, have come to pay my respects to His Royal Highness. I, Yuan Fong, humbly greet His Royal Highness. No need for formalities. Li Yin spoke, hastily assisting Renjie to his feet. Renjie, already in his 50s, was a true veteran of the Li Tang court. Your Highness, how are your preparations progressing? Rest assured, I am aware that the minister will return tonight. Everything is in place, and we can enter the palace at once. Very well, let us proceed, Your Highness. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Let us go. Li Yin spoke, gently holding Renjie's hand as they made their way towards the imperial palace. Renjie, already advanced in age and in frail health, was further fatigued by the continuous journey through the night. Thus, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for Li Yin's attentive and sincere care. The number of individuals heading to the palace was few: Li Yin, Renjie, Li Yuanfang, Wang Su, the previously unintroduced Mozi, and 1,000 soldiers dispatched by Yu Fei, with their intentions now laid bare. The spies from the Crown Prince's residence would undoubtedly not overlook their movements. As soon as Li Yin and his companions departed, a group of masked assailants stormed the prince's residence, mercilessly slaughtering anyone in their path. Even the delicate maids, Xiao Tao and Xiao Xing, fell victim to this brutality. A swift examination of each corpse was conducted, ensuring that a final blow was delivered to each. As per the governor's orders, absolutely no survivors were to be left. After an hour, the enforcers from the western depot withdrew, leaving the prince's residence steeped in a gruesome stench of blood, the scene profoundly harrowing. No one would have anticipated that this massacre was orchestrated by the prince himself. Perhaps most would not have realized that within the entire prince's residence, there was not a single soul loyal to him. As matters at the prince's residence reached a grim conclusion, Li Yin and his party arrived at the palace. Who goes there? This is the forbidden area of the palace. Retreat at once. They were immediately accosted by a Qian guard. Clearly, this guard was not one of Li Yin's allies. He was reveling in his discovery of traitors. Just as he was about to signal his comrades to apprehend the dissenters, a blade pierced through his back with a swift thrust. Welcome, Your Highness the Prince. Li Yin surveyed the scene before him, where the ground was strewn with bodies. Astonishingly, out of over 1,000 Qian guards, he alone remained a survivor. The sight was truly harrowing. He glanced at the Qian guard whose eyes had yet to close, reflecting silently on the tragedy. Chapter 16. The Coup. The fearful and aged Wu Zetian passing through the grand gates of the palace, Li Yin made his way unimpeded to the inner sanctum of Wu Zetian's chambers. Yu Huadian had been awaiting his arrival there. Your Highness, I pay my respects, he began, but was swiftly interrupted. Please, no formalities. Is the Emperor inside? Li Yin inquired. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Emperor is within. However, the scene inside may be somewhat unseemly, so please prepare yourself, Yu Huadian remarked. Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong hailed from an official family. The two brothers, aged around 20, possessed striking appearances. They caught the attention of Wu Zetian, who took them as her favored companions. Today, they received a summons from Wu Zetian. Despite their profound reluctance, they ultimately succumbed to her overwhelming authority. Though Wu Zetian often appeared as a dignified individual, she scarcely exhibited humane qualities, particularly when subjecting the two to her whims. The most repugnant aspect was her insistence that they attend to her feet, an affront to their dignity. One might tolerate such behavior from an exquisite beauty, but alas, she was a woman well into her later years. The situation was truly revolting. Moreover, Wu Zetian exhibited a penchant for bizarre practices, employing implements such as whips and candles. The brothers often pondered whether such peculiarities were products of their era and how this aged woman could conceive of them. Thus, even in the prime of their youth, they were frequently tormented by Wu Zetian. Despite their profound disgust, they could not voice their feelings. To preserve their current positions of power, they were compelled to feign pleasure in their servitude, diligently attending to Wu Zetian's every whim. With a sudden crash, Li Yin forcefully kicked open the door. Wu Zetian, along with Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong, were taken aback. Who dares to intrude? Are they seeking death? Wu Zetian exclaimed in fury. Crown Prince, Renjie, what is your intention? Trespassing the imperial palace is a capital offense, chimed in Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong. Upon recognizing the intruders, Wu Zetian's countenance darkened. Her astute mind swiftly deduced the implications. The crown prince was plotting a coup, yet she pondered where he might find the strength to do so. For aside from Renjie, who in the court would rally to his side? Li Yin, Renjie, what do you mean by this? Wu Zetian interrogated. Your Majesty, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely possess a decree that requires your Majesty's royal seal. Once the seal is affixed, I assure you, I shall not further disturb your Majesty and the esteemed Lords Zhang. Li Yin spoke. What imperial decree? Wu Zetian inquired. Subsequently, Li Yin presented a royal edict. The essence of the document conveyed that the sovereign, in a state of frail health and excessive fatigue, designated Crown Prince Li Yin to govern in his stead. granting him the imperial sword, with the stipulation that any disobedience could result in execution before reporting the infraction. Li Yin, are you attempting a coup? Wu Zetian remarked with a cold laugh. Your Majesty, you worry excessively. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens. For you toil tirelessly with state affairs by day and attend to the two esteemed zhangs by night. It is truly arduous. Li Yin inquired, what of you Huatian? What of Hu Jingwei? Are they all dead? How could you gain entry so easily? Your Majesty, I am here, the servant replied. Have you all betrayed me as well? Wu Zetian asked in a deep tone. Not at all, Your Majesty. I have always been loyal to His Highness, the Crown Prince. Very well indeed. Wu Zetian laughed in rage. Renjie, do you intend to betray me as well? Your Majesty, I have not betrayed you. My loyalty has always been to the realm and its prosperity. Very well, Wu Zetian reiterated thrice. What a splendid scheme. Since the Yuzhou incident, you have compelled me to weaken the internal guards, allowing you to take advantage of my vulnerability and lie in ambush beside me. Truly, a remarkable stratagem. Wu Zetian said through clenched teeth. However, you shall never obtain my imperial seal. Upon hearing Wu Zetian's words, Li Yin glanced at Yu Huatian, who immediately understood. Drawing his long sword from his waist, a flash of white light pierced through Zhang Changzong's throat. Alas, I am Derai. I intended merely to teach His Majesty a lesson. Never expecting to kill Lord Zhang. What a grave mistake, Yu Huatian remarked with an evil grin. Yu Huatian, since you missed, why not strike again? Li Yin remarked. Your Highness speaks with reason. As Yu Huatian spoke, he grasped his sword and approached Wu Zetian. Your Majesty, please refrain from any sudden movements. I merely wish to impart a lesson. If you move carelessly and I strike incorrectly, you cannot blame me, Yu Huatian declared. He raised his sword, aiming for Wu Zetian's posterior, and it seemed the blade was about to descend. Terrified, Wu Zetian quickly interjected, Stop. Very well, I can offer you the imperial seal. That is more like it, Yu Huatian responded. Had Your Majesty cooperated sooner, Lord Zhang Changzong would not have met his unjust demise. It is indeed a grievous loss. And I trust Your Majesty would not wish for him to depart in solitude. His tone dripped with sarcasm. What do you mean? Wu Zetian stammered, trembling as she feared Yu Huatian intended to send her to join Zhang Changzong. In a swift motion, a flash of white light sliced through the air, and Zhang Yixi's head was severed. The gushing blood splattered across Yu Huatian's face and stained Wu Zetian's garments. Gazing at the deranged Yu Huatian, Wu Zetian felt a surge of fear, her body quivering. Despite the blood smeared across his face, Yu Huatian appeared intrigued, extending his tongue to lick the crimson droplets from his lips. Delicious, he declared. Now, Your Majesty, where is the imperial seal? It is within my pillow. Wu Zetian replied, her heart racing with terror. No longer possessing the courage of her youth, she could inflict cruelty upon others. Yet she found herself unable to endure it when faced with the same. Truly, the older one becomes, the more one fears death. Yu Huatian sliced open Wu Zetian's pillow and, indeed, discovered the imperial seal nestled inside, inscribed with the characters bestowed by heaven, lasting prosperity. Renjie took the seal and examined it closely before nodding in affirmation of its authenticity. Having acquired the seal, Li Yin proceeded to stamp the edict himself, deeming it unnecessary for Wu Zetian to exert herself further, especially after the evening's exertions. Your Majesty has worked hard. It is best for you to retire early tonight. Li Yin spoke and then exited the room. Now is not the time to take the life of Wu Zetian. Even if such an act were to be committed, it would not be by Li Yin's own hand. After Li Yin departed, Yu Huatian also left the room, dutifully closing the door behind him, leaving Wu Zetian with her two lovers to reminisce. However, Wu Zetian seemed to lack the discernment to approach her lovers, rendering Yu Huatian's good intentions in vain. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 17. A turbulent court now that Li Yin had acquired the imperial seal. With Renjie facilitating connections among the court officials, and with generals like Yu Fei and Hu Jingwei commanding a substantial portion of the military in Luoyang, Wu Zetian had effectively become an asset to him. It could be said that the coup was nearly successful. As long as the morning court session went smoothly the next day, the momentum would be firmly established. The following day, the morning court commenced. Long live our emperor, the ministers proclaimed. Be at ease, rise, Wu Zetian instructed. Thank you, Your Majesty, the courtiers responded. Today, I have an announcement to make, Wu Zetian continued. I find myself under the weather and exceedingly fatigued. I wish for the crown prince to govern in my stead and manage all military and political affairs, with Renjie serving as the chancellor. You must all lend your utmost support. As soon as Wu Zetian's words fell, while others were still processing, Wu Sansi grew anxious. The throne belonged to the Wu family. How could they allow Li Yin to govern? His aunt was clearly mistaken. Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. The crown prince is still young. How can he bear the heavy responsibility of governance? If you're unwell, the court affairs could be managed jointly by the esteemed elders and officials until your Majesty has recuperated, Wu Sansi argued. Enough, your counsel is unnecessary. I have made my decision, she replied. Yu Huatian, proclaim the edict. Yes, by the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. I have recently caught a chill and am unwell. Therefore, the crown prince Li Yin shall govern in my stead, wielding the imperial sword to oversee affairs and act accordingly, with the authority to execute first and report later. All ministers must cooperate fully. To prevent the crown prince from becoming unfamiliar with state matters, Dee Renjie is hereby appointed as chancellor. Thus decreed. Your Majesty is wise. Long live our emperor. The courtiers echoed, expressing their support for the emperor's decree. Most of them were loyal subjects of the Li Tang dynasty and had been informed by Dee Renjie. Some were merely loyal to the Li family, desiring a return to Tang governance, provided the emperor bore the surname Li. Others, like Zhang Jianji, although loyal to the Li Tang, had openly supported Li Xian. Although they were initially caught off guard, witnessing Dee Renjie bowing, they had no choice but to accept the edict. Ultimately, there were those like Wu Sansi and his faction, who outwardly complied but inwardly resisted. Yet, faced with the emperor's decree, they dared not defy it, though they would undoubtedly scheme in the shadows. Yu Huatian diligently noted the reactions of the ministers, intending to settle accounts when the time was right. After concluding her proclamation, Wu Zetian exited the court, leaving Li Yin to manage the affairs. The moment Li Yin ascended to the throne, he exchanged a glance with Wu Zetian. It seemed that his cousin had quite mastered the art of emulating Wu Zetian. Indeed, the Wu Zetian present in the court today was not the genuine article, but rather a disguise donned by Li Qingxia. Li Qingxia and the Viper are both adept in the art of disguise, possessing the ability to alter their appearances, albeit with limited finesse. Upon closer inspection, their ruses are fraught with flaws. However, such subterfuge suffices to deceive the court officials. The emperor's throne is situated nearly 10 meters away from his ministers, coupled with the divine visage that cannot be gazed upon directly, rendering the elder statesman incapable of discerning the truth. As for imitating voices, such mimicry is unnecessary, assuming an elderly demeanor suffices. It has already been mentioned that one has succumbed to a chill, which conveniently justifies any alteration in vocal quality. Ultimately, the most crucial point remains. Even if one harbors doubts about the emperor's authenticity, would one dare to voice such suspicions in his presence? Your Majesty, I suspect you are an impostor. Allow me to unmask you. Should anyone dare utter such words, they would indeed be a true valiant soul. Following Wu Zetian's departure, Li Yin assumed control of state affairs. Do any of the ministers have petitions to present? Not a single official responded, in light of the day's extraordinary events. Their minds were far from matters of formal petitions. Li Yin waited for a moment, and seeing that no one spoke, he remarked, since there are no petitions, let us adjourn. Adjourn. Yu Huatian shouted loudly, his voice piercing the air. The ministers departed, their minds filled with confusion. What on earth was happening today? How could the emperor willingly return power to the Li Tang? What secrets did the cunning Dee Renjie possess? Furthermore, did the massacre at the crown prince's residence yesterday have any connection to this matter? These enigmas weighed heavily on the ministers, leaving them perturbed. They dared not engage in excessive conversation. Some returned to their posts, while others retreated to their homes, remaining behind closed doors. The current instability made them wary of speaking, careful to avoid any misstep that might endanger their lives. At the Dee residence, Zhang Jianji arrived at Dee Renjie's abode immediately after court. Brother Huaying, what on earth is going on? How could His Majesty suddenly allow the crown prince to govern? Zhang Jianji inquired anxiously. Why the urgency, Jianji? Is it not our long-held desire for His Majesty to return governance to the Li clan? Dee Renjie replied with a smile. Zhang Jianji felt a deep sense of frustration. His hope was for the revival of the Li Tang, yet his support lay with the former crown prince Li Xian. Moreover, he had once threatened Li Yin in person. With unspoken grievances, he simply said, Brother Huaying, I just wish to understand what has transpired. Jianji, can you not discern the truth? Could it be that Li Yin? Zhang Jianji uttered in disbelief. Dee Renjie expressed his discontent, feeling that Zhang Jianji was becoming increasingly oblivious to the changing circumstances. As a subject, how could one be so disrespectful to the sovereign? Could it be that the crown prince has successfully staged a coup? Zhang Jianji whispered. Haha. Such matters are not to be divulged, Dee Renjie responded cryptically. Yet, the smile on Dee Renjie's face was evident, and as a longtime friend. Zhang Jianji could not fail to grasp its implications. However, what was he to do now? Should he continue to support Li Xian as always? As Zhang Jianji pondered. Renjie remarked, Jianji, the crown prince is a magnanimous individual. I hope you do not remain obstinately unaware. After uttering these words, Renjie departed. Zhang Jianji left the D residence in a daze, the echoes of Renjie's words resonating in his mind. Within the D residence, someone commented, My lord. It seems that Lord Zhang is rather dissatisfied with His Highness the Crown Prince. Haha, Yuan Fang, he has grown quite confused, replied Renjie. It is disheartening that such a clever man has stumbled into folly regarding this matter. I hope he awakens in time. Otherwise, I, Renjie, shall lose yet another friend. With a sigh, he spoke. Chapter 18. The tide has set such a monumental shift in the court has naturally spread among the populace. It is uncertain who disseminated the news or to what end. The common folk are rife with speculation, with over 100 versions circulating. Some claim that Wu Zetian has genuinely grown weary and willingly paved the way for Li Yin. Others assert that Li Yin instigated a coup. There are also those who believe that Wu Zetian's numerous transgressions have incited the displeasure of heaven, compelling her to yield the throne to Li Yin. Nevertheless, the majority of the populace still supports Li Yin. After all, the glory of the Li Tang dynasty has yet to fade in the hearts of the people. Ultimately, who ascends the throne matters little to the majority. Their concerns lie with the essentials of life, measures of rice, scoops of salt, burdens of water, acres of land, and yards of cloth. The identity of the emperor bears no significance. Does it influence their meager daily wages of 2 copper coins? In the crown prince's residence, the atmosphere has markedly transformed. Although the physical surroundings remain unchanged, the people within have altered significantly. The lingering stench of blood has yet to dissipate entirely. Yet Li Yin feels an extraordinary sense of relief. After several months in this world, he is finally free from the perpetual anxiety and scrutiny. Have the accomplices of Yu Huadian and Wu Sanxi been thoroughly investigated? Reporting to your highness, all have been meticulously examined, including Wu Sanxi. There are a total of 135 individuals, all of whom have been accounted for. Good. Conduct a stringent investigation of these individuals. I refuse to believe that those who conspired with Wu Sanxi are devoid of blemishes. Indeed, and what of the one within the palace? Li Yin inquired once more. Your Highness, rest assured, I have instructed the Western Depot to maintain strict surveillance. Wu Zetian cannot leave her chamber, not even for a moment. Not even for the most basic of needs. Well done. Remember, we must not relent. Your Highness, I shall return to the palace to oversee matters personally. Yu Fei. What is the situation within the army? Your Highness, all is well within the ranks. With the imperial edict, the majority have chosen to pledge their allegiance to us. However, what? Aside from the 10,000 troops under the Wu family, there are also 20,000 soldiers led by the Deputy Minister of War, Li Changka, who have yet to declare their stance. The remaining forces, including nearly 300,000 troops from the Left Guard, Left Wei Guard, Left Leopard Taming Guard, Left Eagle Soaring Guard, Left Dragon Martial Guard, and Left Feather Forest Guard, are firmly under my command. Li Yin found the discussion about the various military ranks rather perplexing and utterly forgettable, pondering the identity of the individual who had conceived such convoluted terminology. Yu Fei, he commanded, I entrust you with the task of reorganizing the 30,000 men. Form new units with 5 men each, appoint a leader for every 5, 3 fives to form a squad with a squad leader, 3 squads to create a company with a captain, and so forth, culminating in a general to lead an entire army. I hereby appoint you, Yu Fei, as the front general, commanding 200,000 troops. It is imperative that you enforce rigorous training, for I sense that war is imminent. Understood. I am deeply grateful. Your Highness, replied Fei. Qi Jiguang, I appoint you as the rear general, commanding 100,000 troops. Understood. Thank you, Your Highness. Very well, you may withdraw for now. I will entrust the affairs of the military to both of you. Ensure that you cultivate a formidable army. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall not disappoint your expectations. Brother-in-law, what is the status of the Qian Wei? Your Highness, you honor me too greatly. Simply calling me by my name will suffice. Very well then. Hu Jingwei. What is the condition of the Qian Wei? Your Highness, with the imperial decree, all 50,000 of the Qian Wei have pledged their allegiance, Hu Jingwei reported. Excellent. The Qian Wei serves as the royal guard, responsible for the security of the palace and the order of the imperial city. Exercise utmost caution in your dealings with them. I shall send Zhuge Liang to assist you in managing the Qian Wei. What say you? Li Yin remarked that Hu Jinghui was not a task he had summoned himself, yet he bore the significant responsibility of guarding the imperial palace. Li Yin felt uneasy in trusting his life to him. However, as Hu Jinghui was a distinguished minister, it would be inconvenient for Li Yin to dismiss him outright. Thus, he decided to assign Zhuge Liang to oversee the Qian Wei. With Zhuge Liang's presence, Hu Jinghui's influence within the Qian Wei would soon diminish considerably. This was not a matter of distrust towards Hu Jinghui, but rather a concern for his own life, prompting Li Yin to exercise caution. He believed that Hu Jinghui would comprehend this. If Hu Jinghui were to remain in this position indefinitely, he too would likely feel apprehensive. With Mr. Zhuge's assistance, Hu Jinghui welcomed the arrangement with relief. Hu Jinghui expressed his ease, noting that it was the betrayal of the Qian Wei that led to Wu Zetian's downfall. Li Yin too must harbor concerns regarding the Qian Wei. Hu Jinghui had been preoccupied with this issue for days, and now that Li Yin had personally addressed it, he was spared the daily anxiety. Very well, Kong Ying, you shall accompany Hu Jinghui to the Qian Wei barracks shortly. Understood. I accept the command. Fanli, MOT. I have a task for you as well. Please, Your Highness, instruct us. These are my recent ideas. MOT, you shall be responsible for production, and Fanli, you shall handle sales. Li Yin spoke, then produced a substantial stack of papers, filled with an array of everyday items such as mahjong, hot pot, playing cards, toothbrushes, fine salt, spirits, various tables and chairs, and more. The production of these goods would not only significantly elevate the living standards of the populace, but also alleviate any concerns Li Yin had regarding the treasury's depletion. MOT accepted the blueprints, perusing them briefly before confidently asserting, "Rest assured, Your Highness, these items can be completed swiftly. As long as Brother Mo can manufacture them, Li will ensure they are sold." Fan Li echoed this sentiment, reflecting his dignity as the Sage of Commerce. Chapter 19. The decimation of over 70 members of the Wu family 3 days later. During the morning court session, the ministers were summoned to offer their counsel. Yu Huadian called out in a sharp voice. This marked the second court assembly presided over by Li Yin since he had established his regency. This time, Li Yin aimed to eliminate any disloyal elements within the court. Long live our emperor. Long live the crown prince. Be seated. Dispense with the formalities. If there are matters to address, speak. If not, you may withdraw. Minister Dee Renjie stepped forward to speak. Proceed. I have recently reviewed documents within the cabinet and discovered numerous impeachment petitions. Upon my verification, the evidence is irrefutable. I implore Your Highness to act on behalf of the common people and impose severe penalties on corrupt officials. Those in power should empathize with the populace. Should any transgressions occur, I shall ensure they are met with appropriate punishment. Li Yin spoke. The ministers observed the harmonious exchange between the sovereign and his minister. Realizing their intent to cleanse the bureaucracy, a palpable fear gripped the officials. Who among them could genuinely claim to be incorruptible? Such officials are exceedingly rare, and those who are often do not endure for long. There exists a saying, to be a corrupt official is to be condemned. Yet to be an upright one is fraught with peril, for how else can one contend with the corrupt? Minister of Rights Wu Yizong had embezzled 3 million taels of silver, seized 50,000 acres of fertile land, abducted over 30 women, and caused the deaths of more than 50 individuals. As Dee Renjie concluded his statement, Wu Yizong rose, furiously declaring, Dee Renjie, you and I have no enmity. Why do you slander me? Is it I, Dee Renjie, who has framed you? He retorted. The revelations were not the result of Dee Renjie's own investigations, but rather the findings of the Western Depot, which was far more formidable in such matters. Perhaps even Wu Yizong had forgotten the specifics of his transgressions, as the Western Depot seemed to possess all the knowledge, truly a terrifying organization. Are you not the one who has conspired against me? You accuse me of embezzlement, abduction, and murder. What evidence do you have? Wu Yizong asserted defiantly. Very well. Since you demand evidence, I, Dee Renjie, shall provide it. In the first year of the Tianshou era, you forcefully seized a woman from the second household west of Wuhua village, and when her parents came to your residence to retrieve her, you killed them on the spot. Neighbors and siblings can testify to this. In the second year of Tianshou, while hunting, your horse was startled and fell into someone else's wheat field. You then unjustly blamed the farmer for obstructing your path and beat him to death, seizing his land, with numerous witnesses present. Do you require me to summon them to testify? Or perhaps in the second year of Tianshou, Dee Renjie recounted dozens of cases, detailing the time, place, motives, and witnesses with remarkable clarity, even recalling events that he himself had nearly forgotten. How could he know so much? Wu Yizong, Are you aware of your crimes? Renjie interrogated. Humph. Even if I did commit them, what of it? My aunt is the emperor, and I possess a royal pardon. What can you do to me? Wu Yizong, having resigned himself to his fate, believed that with the royal decree in hand, Renjie would not dare to execute him. Humph. I wield the emperor's sword. Capable of slaying tyrants and traitors alike, how could I not strike you down? The emperor once told me that this sword could slay anyone. Wu Yizong, do you consider yourself exempt from this decree? Li Yin remarked, His Majesty has proclaimed that no one can take my life, granting me immunity from death. Heh. Yet His Majesty also mentioned that this sword possesses the power to slay anyone. I cannot help but think that this anyone includes the esteemed Wu Yizong, who holds the golden medal of immunity. Li Yin remarked boldly, I possess a golden ticket to immortality, a precious sword bestowed by the emperor. Wu Yizong, you claim to possess such a golden token. Where is it? He inquired skeptically. Surely you are not deceiving me? My golden ticket is at home, Wu Yizong replied. Oh. So it is not on your person. How foolish of you to leave such a valuable item behind for your own protection, without it on you. Who could possibly believe in the authenticity of your claim? Were I in your position, I would adorn my neck with a thread to display the golden ticket, inscribing on its back in bold letters, I am Wu Yizong. I possess a golden ticket to immortality. My misdeeds are absolved. Do not provoke me. How splendid that would be. Li Yin smiled and said, Li Yuanfang, I entrust you with this imperial sword. You are to personally escort Wu Zongi to the marketplace. Remember, although we cannot be certain whether Wu Zongi possesses a pardon, in order to be cautious, you must use this imperial sword to slay him. Should you resort to any other weapon, you would be defying His Majesty's decree. Understood. Yuanfang accepts the command. Li Yuanfang received the imperial sword and then departed, dragging Wu Yizong along. From a distance, Wu Yizong's desperate cries could still be heard. I possess the golden token of immunity. I hold the medal. Not a single courtier emerged to plead for mercy, not even those from the Wu family. The members of the Wu clan were now too preoccupied with their own survival to consider intercession. Moreover, the evidence against Wu Yizong was irrefutable. What grounds did they have for a plea? Wu Yizong was merely the beginning. Following him, Renjie continued to report on the petitions that had not been fully addressed. The Deputy Minister of Rights, Wu Kun, embezzled 1.5 million taels of silver, trampling upon human lives, and forcibly abducted over 40 women. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Wu Yi, misappropriated more than 800,000 taels of silver, also disregarding human life, and forcibly seized over 50 women. Renjie read for more than 10 minutes, detailing the involvement of 77 individuals, from high-ranking officials such as the Minister of State down to the lowly county magistrates. All were either members of the Wu clan or had allied themselves with the Wu family. Renjie confronted each of them in turn, with all evidence laid bare. The expressions on their faces were ghastly, as if they were mourning the loss of their own kin. Yet, not a single one attempted to defend themselves. If even Wu Yizong, who possessed the golden token of immunity, could be executed, what hope did they have? They were left with nothing. Li Yin promptly issued an order to transport all of these individuals to Kaishaku, where their crimes would be proclaimed, and they would face immediate execution. From the early morning court session until dusk, the area remained in a state of continuous activity. The populace surrounded Kaishaku, creating an impenetrable throng that only grew denser. Those who had come to purchase vegetables found themselves unable to exit and were compelled to join the throngs of spectators, awaiting the conclusion of the beheadings before returning home. Little did they anticipate, this spectacle would persist throughout the entire day without cessation. Witnessing the execution of each corrupt official, the common folk erupted in applause. For they had all, to varying degrees, suffered under their tyranny. At last, justice had been served upon these avaricious bureaucrats, and the prince's brilliance shone forth. By the end of the day, the power of the Wu family had significantly diminished. Yet, it was perplexing that the head of the Wu family, Wu Sanxi, had not been apprehended. This was indeed astonishing. Could it be that Wu Sanxi had managed to maintain his integrity, leaving the prince without evidence against him? This was utterly improbable. Wu Sanxi, having narrowly escaped death, returned home, panting heavily. He realized he could not remain passive. If this continued, he would inevitably meet his demise. His expression fluctuated between anxiety and despair as he sought a way to turn the tide. In these dire times, only the emperor's intervention could alter the course of events. However, the emperor was ensconced deep within the palace and had surely fallen victim to Li Yan's imprisonment. What could be done? Chapter 20. Li Chang'e seeks an audience with Li Yan. Wu Sanxi and Zhang Jianji conspire that night. Many ministers, who had been thoroughly frightened during the day, hastened to seek out Renjie, hoping he could intercede on their behalf with the prince. As for approaching the prince directly, they dared not. Renjie rejected each of their pleas. Most of these ministers were notorious for their malfeasance and had caused great harm. And Renjie harbored a profound disdain for such individuals. Why would he concern himself with them? Failing to gain Renjie's assistance, they turned once more to Wu Sanxi. For he was their last remaining hope. Just as Renjie was preparing to rest, an unexpected visitor arrived. Li Changhe, what brings you here? Are you also among the corrupt? Renjie inquired, puzzled. From Renjie's perspective, Li Changhe was a capable and seasoned official, known for his integrity. What could he possibly want from him? Lord Di, you jest. I would never engage in such deeds, Li Changhe replied. Li Changhe inquired, what brings you to me today? Lord Li, I wish for Lord Di to introduce me to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Li Changhe spoke frankly, inquiring about the matter at hand. What is it concerning? He asked, emphasizing the significance of military authority, and requested that Lord Di make an introduction. Renjie nodded in acknowledgement and replied, allow me to change my attire, and we shall depart immediately. Thus, the two of them swiftly made their way to the prince's residence. Li Yuanfang, concerned for the safety of the two, followed closely behind them. A series of knocks echoed at the door, and to his surprise, it was Wang Su who answered. With Li Yin having refrained from hiring any new servants or maids, the affairs of the residence were predominantly overseen by Wang Su, the chief steward. Even the act of opening the door fell under his purview. Ah, it is Lord Di and Lord Li. What brings you here at such a late hour? Wang Su inquired. Mr. Wang Su, has His Highness retired for the night? Renjie asked. I have just come from His Highness's chambers. He is yet to rest. If you have matters to discuss, please do come in, Wang Su replied. Inside the room, Li Yin had not yet retired. As a man of modern sensibilities, even in this new world, he found it impossible to retire to bed at 7 o'clock. Sighing, he reflected on the long, solitary night ahead. Feeling a profound sense of desolation, it was clear to him that once this period passed, he must seek companionship. For the solitude of a single night was too cold and arduous to endure. Your humble servants, Renjie and Li Changhe, pay their respects to His Highness. What brings you here? There is no need for formalities, he replied. Indeed, thank you, Your Highness. What business do you bring? Li Yin inquired. To visit me at such a late hour, it cannot merely be for reminiscing, can it? Renjie cast a glance at Li Changhe, urging him to speak promptly. Your Highness, I am guilty and have come to seek your forgiveness. What crime could Minister Li possibly have committed? Li Yin inquired, Your Highness. I command an army of 20,000, which constitutes a grave transgression. Li Changhe knelt upon the ground and spoke, if that is the case. When His Highness initially dispatched envoys bearing the imperial edict to take command of the army, why did you not comply? Your Highness, I must inform you that although it is said I lead this army, there is in truth another who holds command. Most of the generals within the ranks do not heed my orders, and I, Changhe, find myself truly powerless despite my earnest intentions. I implore Your Highness for your benevolence. Li Changhe remarked, Your Highness, I have a long-standing acquaintance with Minister Li and possess a profound understanding of his character. I firmly believe that his assertions hold truth. Minister Li has served with integrity and righteousness, achieving notable accomplishments within the Ministry of War over the years. I humbly beseech Your Highness to grant him an opportunity. Renjie also interceded on his behalf. Very well, Li Changhe, since these 20,000 troops do not fall under your command, you cannot be blamed for disregarding the imperial decree. Pray, enlighten us. To whom do these 20,000 belong? They are under the command of the former Crown Prince Li Xian and the esteemed Zhang Jinzhong of the Luantai. In order to assuage the Emperor's suspicions, they have placed these 20,000 troops under the auspices of my Ministry of War. However, the military leaders and all provisions are entirely at the discretion of Li Xian and Minister Zhang. I, as a mere humble official, wield no authority over them. Li Changhe remarked, and it dawned on Renjie. The two flowers bloom on separate branches. Within the residence of Wu Sanxi, he was deeply engrossed in contemplation, pondering strategies to break the impasse. He was acutely aware that relying solely on the power of his Wu family to oust the emperor from the palace was utterly impossible. He needed to seek external assistance, yet whom should he approach? He dismissed those with insufficient strength. While many of those with decent capabilities were already subservient to Renjie and the Crown Prince. After much deliberation, he finally thought of one individual, the Minister of Ceremonies, Zhang Jinji, who ranked just below Renjie. Although Zhang Jinji was also loyal to the Li Tang dynasty, he had predominantly placed his hopes on the former Crown Prince, Li Xian. Moreover, he was among those who had previously monitored and humiliated Li Yin, and it was unlikely that he would wish to see Li Yin flourish. With this realization, Wu Sansi promptly changed his attire and made his way to Zhang Jinji's residence. After spending over half an hour there, Wu Sansi understood the nature of their clandestine plot. Upon his exit, he bore a smile. Simultaneously, this development was relayed to Li Yin by spies from the Xichang. Wu Sansi, do not let this prince down. And you, Zhang Jinji, I have no desire to kill you. However, should you choose to court death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chapter 21. The Conspiracy of Wu Sansi and Zhang Jinji to Assault the Imperial Palace. A month had elapsed since Li Yin assumed regency. During this period, Wu Sansi had refrained from troubling Li Yin, and all the ministers in court had rallied behind him. It appeared as though everything was tranquil, as if all matters had been settled. However, both civil and military officials were keenly aware that Wu Sansi would not relinquish his ambition for the throne. He was certainly concocting a new scheme. That night, the former crown prince Li Xian, Prince of Liang Wu Sansi, Minister of Ceremonies Zhang Jinji, along with dozens of heads of families who colluded with Wu Sansi, gathered their retainers and servants, amassing an army of approximately 40,000. This was a mere trifle compared to the over 300,000 troops commanded by Li Yin. Although Li Xian harbored aspirations of becoming an emperor, he was inherently timid and cowardly. In comparison to the throne, he deemed it wiser to humbly submit to Li Yin and preserve his life. However, Zhang Jinjing insisted on dragging him to the palace to confront Li Yin. The thought of failure sent a shiver down Li Xian's spine as he recalled the carnage wrought by Li Yin in recent days. Thus, he began to waver, timidly suggesting, Your Excellency, Prince of Liang, Li Yin commands an army of hundreds of thousands. Can we truly prevail with our mere numbers? Perhaps surrendering would be a wiser course. Hearing the prince's words, Zhang Jinjing felt a sense of frustration. Was his endeavor solely for Li Xian's benefit? Should this venture succeed, it would be Li Xian who reaped the greatest rewards. How could he now express reluctance? Zhang Jinjing was akin to a loyal subject prepared to fight to the death while the sovereign faltered. Nevertheless, in order to bolster the morale of the troops, Zhang Jinjing patiently counseled, Your Highness, while Li Yin commands a formidable army, the palace is only defended by 50,000 Qian Yo guards. Moreover, these guards are divided into 3 shifts, with no more than 20,000 currently on duty. We have an army of 40,000. How could we not emerge victorious? Although Li Xian is inept, he does not blindly trust Zhang Jinji. However, the palace walls are tall and formidable, easily defensible and difficult to besiege. Even an enemy tenfold in number would struggle to prevail, let alone their meager forces. Zhang Jinji and Wu Sansi harbor a visceral urge to subdue Li Xian. Yet they suppress this impulse, acutely aware of the 40,000 eyes upon them. Nonetheless, Li Xian's argument possesses a semblance of validity. Yet, if such straightforward reasoning is apparent to Li Xian, it is surely not lost on them. Zhang Jinji and Wu Sansi, both seasoned officials, are well aware of the perilous nature of this endeavor. A direct confrontation would yield little hope of success. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate their strategic acumen. As civil officials, why would they engage in a frontal assault like mere soldiers? Their willingness to act suggests they perceive a glimmer of success in this venture. Even if the odds are slim, at this juncture, seizing any opportunity is commendable. Can they truly aspire for more? Before long, Zhang Jinji, Wu Sansi, and their compatriots arrived at the southern gate of the palace, the closest entrance to the emperor's chamber. Should they breach this gate, they could swiftly rescue the emperor. The Qianyouwei, the royal guard, recognizes only the emperor and his edicts. Once he appears, many within the guard will undoubtedly defect. They plan to rally the remaining surrendering troops under the emperor's banner, with grand prospects ahead. However, they mistakenly believe they are confronting a well-fortified wall. Upon reaching the palace gates, they discover instead a poised contingent of Qianyouwei. It appears Zhuge Liang had long since established a military formation here, prepared for confrontation. As for the notion of defending the city, the ragtag assembly before him is far from worthy of compelling Zhuge Liang to remain within the walls. Upon witnessing the entirety of the Qianyouwei emerging from the city to engage them in open battle, Zhang Jinji and his allies are momentarily taken aback, then elated. Ha ha ha, that fool Li Yin, instead of utilizing the capable Hu Jinghui, has sent this incompetent here. Had Hu Jinghui been in command, they would have faced genuine difficulties. But against this buffoon, the Qianyouwei numbers at most around 10,000. Can they truly contend with our 40,000? Fate seems intent on bringing ruin to Li Yin. Li Xian, upon seeing this, felt a sense of joy. It seemed that his cousin was not quite up to par after all. The monumental task of reviving the Li Tang dynasty shall ultimately fall upon me, Li Xian, to undertake. Opportunities once lost do not return. Thus, Zhang Jian and Wu Sanci promptly issued commands for a full-scale assault. The enemy has but 3 seconds remaining. Prepare the formation. Zhuge Liang remarked, seemingly perplexed by the strange elements that had inadvertently infiltrated their ranks. No sooner had Zhuge Liang spoken than the Qian Yo Guard sprang into action. Were there an aerial drone at this moment, one would observe that Zhuge Liang's formation resembled a Bagua layout. This is indeed Zhuge Liang's Bagua formation. Far away in the prince's residence, Li Yin received a notification from the system. Ding. Zhuge Liang has activated the skill, Bagua formation. Allies within the formation gain 30 speed, 30 chance to evade damage, and a -50 chance of being struck in a vital area. All enemies within the formation suffer a -20 speed penalty. Remarkable. Such is the only way Li Yin could describe Zhuge Liang's skill. Your Highness, what does remarkable mean? Inquired Di Renjie, who stood nearby. Oh, it simply means impressive, Li Yin replied. I see, Di Renjie nodded. Then, with a furrowed brow, added, Your Highness, are we truly not going to the palace to provide support? No need. The palace is fortified with Kong Ming, Hu Jinghui, and Yu Huatian, sufficient to vanquish this rabble. Moreover, I have instructed Yu Huatian that, should any unforeseen events arise, he is to eliminate the emperor immediately. Lord Di, the battle at the palace has already commenced. We too should take action. Understood, Di Renjie responded. With the conflict already underway at the palace, Li Yin had unwavering faith in Zhuge Liang's capabilities, requiring no further involvement on his part. This evening's assault on the palace involves a total of 68 factions. What Li Yin intends to do is to strike at the root of their power. For rebellion warrants the extermination of 9 clans. As for why Di Renjie is present, he has come to plead for his dear friend, Zhang Jinji. Li Yin was also inclined to grant the venerable minister Di Renjie a favor. Thus, the task of eradicating the Zhang family was entrusted to Di Renjie and Li Yuanfang. The decision of whether to execute or spare, as well as the extent of their actions, was left entirely to Di Renjie's discretion. Li Yin personally led his troops to the eastern part of the city, where the mansion of Wu Sanci was located. Yufei ventured to the west, Qi Jiguang to the south, and Wangsu to the north. A massacre was unfolding with fervent intensity. The common folk could hear the clash of weapons. Yet those living in this era had their own means of survival. No one dared to peek outside. They tightly shut their doors and windows, fearful of witnessing something they ought not to see. Chapter 22. Princess Taiping, Li Lingwei. The curtain falls on Wu Zetian. The battle within the palace raged on. Zhang Jianji, Wu Sanci, and others transitioned from initial glee and disdain to a cautious demeanor, ultimately succumbing to despair. What manner of formation was this, that once entered, escape became impossible? Moreover, the combat prowess of the Qian Yo Guard was astonishing, their speed unparalleled. One could merely glimpse a fleeting red figure, and in the next moment, their soldiers lay with throats slit. Even when armed with daggers, they could evade these Qian Yo Guards in an uncanny manner. How infuriating. I shall report this. These individuals seemed to possess some unfair advantage. Nonetheless, having reached this point, there was no turning back. One could only hope that the esteemed figure within the palace would lend some assistance. Princess Taiping, Li Lingwei, was the biological daughter of Wu Zetian, who had always shown her great affection. However, Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne set a precedent for women across the realm, igniting the ambitions of many. Numerous women began to entertain thoughts of taking charge and wielding authority. Li Lingwei is also one of them. Since her mother could ascend to the throne, why couldn't she? Ambitious and cunning, Li Lingwei has been secretly plotting and amassing her strength. However, before she could take action, Wu Zetian's time was swiftly coming to an end. How could Li Lingwei ever resign herself to despair? As long as she could rescue Wu Zetian, and as long as the emperor remained Wu Zetian, her grand design could continue to unfold. Thus, she allied herself with Zhang Jinji and Wu Sanci, entrusting them to divert the attention of the Qian Yo Guard at the city gates. Meanwhile, she would stealthily extricate the emperor. The sounds of the fierce battle at the palace gates reached her ears, escalating to a fever pitch. Li Lingwei, accompanied by dozens of palace maids and eunuchs, made her way towards Wu Zetian's sleeping quarters. Each of these maids and eunuchs had been meticulously trained by her over the years, and they were all adept assassins skilled in martial arts. Yu Huadian had been stationed unwaveringly at the entrance of the chambers, not straying even an inch. As soon as Li Lingwei approached, he immediately became aware. In the sacred grounds of the imperial palace, one must halt their steps. How audacious it is to stand before this princess without offering a proper salutation. Li Lingwei chastised, ha. As the chief eunuch, I only need to pay my respects to His Majesty and have no obligation to the princess. Upon hearing Yu Huatian's words, Li Lingwei was infuriated. You are being outrageous. Yet, Yu Huatian remained indifferent to Li Lingyue's anger, appearing utterly unconcerned. Princess, perhaps you should refrain from worrying about my demeanor. Do you have any matters to discuss? Li Lingwei, wishing to avoid a prolonged dispute with the deceased eunuch, remarked, Humph. I have urgent matters that necessitate an audience with Her Majesty. Step aside. The Emperor has decreed that she is unwell and shall not meet with anyone, replied Yu Huatian. Li Lingwei, of course, would not believe the words of Yu Huatian. Wu Zetian must have been imprisoned by them. I refuse to accept this unless you allow my mother to speak to me directly. Very well, since that is your desire, I shall oblige, Yu Huatian replied. Signaling to a nearby eunuch from the Xichang, the young eunuch immediately understood the cue and hurriedly entered the room. Soon, Wu Zetian's voice resonated from within. Where? Return home. I have caught a chill and shall see no one. Li Lingwei could hardly believe that Wu Zetian would genuinely speak and request her to return. Momentarily rendered speechless and immobile, returning was out of the question. Regardless of whether Wu Zetian truly wished for her departure, she could not bring herself to leave. However, something felt amiss. Why did Her Majesty's voice tremble? Li Lingwei said with a hint of confusion, Your Highness, you are overthinking. His Majesty has merely caught a cold. This is quite ordinary. Renhua Tian replied in a nonchalant manner, as if stating an obvious fact. That's nonsense. If someone were to hold a knife to your throat, your voice would tremble as well. Li Lingwei, when the Crown Prince was regent, you all claimed that His Majesty was afflicted with a chill. How is it that now, nearly half a year later, His Majesty's ailment remains unresolved? Is this chill so difficult to cure? This is unacceptable. His Majesty must be feeling unwell. I must enter and check on him. Step aside for me. Seeing Li Lingyue's unwavering determination, Yu Huatian did not relent, responding darkly. His Majesty has already stated that he does not wish to see you. Do you intend to incite rebellion, Your Highness? Humph, who would dare to rebel? Once I rescue His Majesty, you shall understand. Li Lingwei let out a cold snort and commanded, Take them down. Knowing that the lifeless eunuch before her would not yield, she resorted to force to resolve the issue. Humph, I have long been aware of your ill intentions. Seize them, leave no one behind. Soon, the forces of the Xichang banner clashed with Li Lingyue's assassins. The strength of the Xichang banner was evidently superior to that of Li Lingyue's assassins. Additionally, Yu Huatian's side enjoyed a numerical advantage, and Yu Huatian himself was a top-notch martial artist. Consequently, Li Lingyue's ambush ended in failure. Within a mere few minutes, all of Li Lingyue's assassins perished, leaving her as the sole survivor standing. Capture them, she commanded. Yes, Commander. Although Li Lingwei is a woman, she possesses remarkable decisiveness, far surpassing that of Li Xian. Even in defeat, you shall not succeed in capturing me alive. Li Lingyue, her hair disheveled, resembled a mad woman as she burst into hearty laughter. Soon after, she swiftly retrieved a black pill from her bosom. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, and within a mere 10 seconds, Li Lingyue began to spout black blood. Her entire body turned dark, and she met a sudden and tragic demise. After Li Lingyue's demise, Yu Huatian gazed at Wu Zetian's palace with an unpredictable expression. As the weather fluctuated, he had just been caught up in the excitement of the battle, to the extent that he overlooked a crucial matter entrusted to him by Li Yan. Li Yan had previously instructed him that if anyone attempted to rescue Wu Zetian, he should take advantage of the chaos to eliminate her. Enemies had indeed invaded, yet Wu Zetian still drew breath. What to do? After some contemplation, Yu Huatian picked up Li Lingyue's blade, kicked open the door, and advanced toward Wu Zetian. What do you intend to do? Wu Zetian inquired, retreating slowly as Yu Huatian approached. Your Majesty, you have lost your value, he stated, advancing with the knife in hand. Wu Zetian's heart sank in terror. You mean to kill me? You must understand that regicide is a grave crime. If you take my life, you too shall perish, and the Crown Prince will bear the disgrace. To her threat, Yu Huatian replied calmly, For the Crown Prince, my death is of no consequence. Furthermore, Your Majesty, you may be mistaken. It is not I, Yu Huatian, who shall slay you, but rather your daughter, who, amidst the turmoil, may unwittingly bring about your demise. Although I have failed in my duty to protect you, I have fought valiantly against the enemies and risked my life to carry your edict, proclaiming a new sovereign. In atonement for my shortcomings, I shall boldly face the flames for the new ruler. Your Majesty, are you satisfied with this outcome? Renjie inquired. Upon hearing this, Wu Zetian's face was filled with terror. No, you cannot kill me. I am the Emperor. I am the Emperor. Your Majesty is mistaken. You are the former Emperor. I shall escort you to meet the illustrious ancestors of the Tang dynasty, Renjie replied, and without further ado, he silenced Wu Zetian with a single stroke. A crimson line appeared upon her neck, and blood gushed forth incessantly. Thus, the curtain fell on the reign of this empress, who had occupied the throne for a decade. Chapter 23. The regret of Zhang Jianzhong. As Li Lingwei breathed her last, the battle at the palace gates was drawing to a close. Engaging with the formidable Qiao guards proved to be quite the lackluster endeavor. No matter how one struck, the adversary seemed to evade with an otherworldly finesse, as if bewitched. Consequently, Zhuge Liang emerged with a tally of 1,000 light injuries, 150 severe wounds, and 35 fatalities, while dispatching over 5,000 enemies and wounding more than 10,000, with the remainder surrendering. Wu Sanxi, Zhang Jianzhong, and a multitude of minor lords loyal to the Wu family were captured alive, with only the crown prince Li Xian meeting an untimely demise by an errant arrow. In the dim and damp confines of the prison, opened the door. I wish to enter and see, commanded the official. Yes, my lord. The jailer dared not oppose the figure before him, who was a favored confidant of the crown prince, who was unaware that the emperor had fallen to treachery, and that the crown prince was to ascend the throne 3 days hence. Renjie entered the cell with Li Yuanfang, approaching Zhang Jianzhong. Before them stood Zhang Jianzhong, a mere shadow of his former self, disheveled and hollow-eyed. Witnessing the transformation of a once great friend into this wretched state stirred a pang of sorrow within Renjie. My lord, this is the result of Zhang's own blindness to power. He has brought this upon himself, and you need not bear the burden of grief. Li Yuanfang urged, alas. Renjie sighed and nodded. He then stepped a little closer, his voice slightly choked as he said, Zhang Jianzhong. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Jianzhong looked up in a daze. As he gazed at the person before him, a flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. Brother Huaying, if only you had heeded my advice back then, it would not have come to this, Renjie lamented. For Zhang Jianzhong was one of the few old friends he had in this world. Yet, he too was on the brink of departing from him, unable to save him, nor anyone else. Each individual must bear the consequences of their own choices. No one can aid him. He himself was not exempt, had Li Yan's coup failed. It might have been him languishing in a prison cell, awaiting death. Zhang Jianzhong was filled with deep regret. In terms of rank, he held the position of Shizhong, second in court only to the Minister of Internal Affairs, Renjie. Why did he have to rebel, driven solely by a mere flicker of ambition? Alas, how I regret not listening to Brother Huaying, Zhang Jianzhong reflected. Do you not realize, Jianzhong, that your actions this time will implicate your entire clan? Renjie continued. Ah, Zhang Jianzhong exclaimed in shock. In truth, after years of service, he had long considered this possibility, yet had persistently evaded it. What if, just what if, Crown Prince Li Yan possessed a kind heart? However, he could not even convince himself. An emperor could not be a person of benevolence. Now, with Renjie piercing through his last shred of hope, it vanished entirely. Brother Huaying, I implore you, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, please save my family. Zhang Jianzhong pleaded, immediately kneeling. Jianzhong, as an old friend, how can you bow to me in such a manner? Rest assured, I have besieged His Highness the Crown Prince and preserved a fragment of your lineage. I have returned him to your ancestral home in Taiyuan. Thank you, Huaying, thank you. Huaying, Zhang Jianzi promptly bowed in gratitude. Alas, Renjie sighed at the sight, lamenting that Zhang Jianzi should not have met such a fate. Yet, when one is blinded by desire, it becomes all too easy to err. Jianzi, we have been friends for many years. Today as parting may well be our final farewell. I raise this cup in your honor, a gesture of farewell, and this shall be the last act I do for you. Accepting the wine offered by Li Yuanfang, Zhang Jianzi trembled as he grasped the cup, fully aware of its implications. Rather than harbor resentment towards Renjie, he felt a sense of gratitude, for it afforded him a dignified demise. Huaying, let us drink. Together, they downed the cup. Jianzi, take care on your journey. I must depart. Huaying, take care. No sooner had Renjie turned away than blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Jianzi's mouth, and he collapsed, his expression devoid of agony. It was evident that Renjie had chosen a poison that inflicted minimal suffering. As Renjie prepared to leave the cell, he heard the voice of Wu Sanxi. Renjie, tell me, what has become of my Wu family? Turning to face his former adversary in such a pitiful state, Renjie felt a pang of sorrow. Your family has committed numerous atrocities. It was the crown prince himself who led the charge against you that night. Do you truly believe your family can survive this? No, it is impossible. My aunt is the empress. She would never allow the annihilation of the Wu family. Wu Sanci roared in madness, observing Wu Sanci's loss of reason. Renjie sighed and continued, the emperor is dead, and the crown prince shall ascend to the throne in 3 days. Impossible. Wu Sanci bellowed. This is absolutely impossible. Renjie, you are lying, aren't you? You are deceiving me. Renjie, you think to shatter my defenses with such despicable tactics, I tell you. It shall not succeed. Renjie, unwilling to converse with someone as deranged as him, turned to leave. Faintly, he could still hear Wu Sanci shouting, Renjie, come back. Tell me you are lying. Wu Sanci cried out, choking on his words. You are deceiving me, aren't you? On that fateful night. When the jailer brought food to Wu Sanci, he discovered that Wu Sanci had taken his own life by biting his tongue. The jailer hurriedly reported this to Renjie. After confirming Wu Sanci's death, Renjie hastily arranged for a burial. Following Wu Sanci's demise, those minor lords who had relied on the Wu family were executed and displayed publicly. Thus, the once dominant Wu family in the court met its end. Chapter 24, Ascending the Throne, Clouds of Suspicion at the Border on October 17th of the first year of the Xinlong era. This day marked Li Yin's official ascension to the throne. As the majority of the Ministry of Rights personnel were of the Wu clan and had been eliminated by Li Yin, the ceremony of ascension was entrusted to the venerable Renjie. After a series of intricate rituals, including ancestral offerings and prayers to heaven and earth, Li Yin formally ascended to the imperial throne. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decreed, the late emperor has passed unexpectedly, returning to the 5 elements. I, by the grace of heaven and the blessings of the saints, fulfilling the late emperor's last wishes, hereby declare a grand ceremony for my ascension. Changing the state name to Tang, with the era named Xinlong, celebrating across the land, granting amnesty to all. Long live the emperor, eternally. Do not bow, rise. Thank you. Your Majesty. Having traversed nearly a year in this world, Li Yin finally attained this esteemed position. The revival of the Tang dynasty owes its success to the courage and dedication of numerous generals, which brings great comfort to my heart. You what Yan? Reading the imperial edict, yes. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decreed, Renjie, possessing discernment and overcoming all challenges, has rendered great service to the state in my ascension. Thus, I confer upon him the title of Minister of Internal Affairs, the loyal and filial king. Concurrently serving as Grand Tutor of the first rank, with the special privilege to enter court without bowing. I confer Wang Su the title of Palace Attendant of the Yuan Platform, concurrently serving as Minister of Rights of the upper 3rd rank. I appoint Zhuge Liang as Minister of the Interior, concurrently serving as the Grand Commander of the 1,000 Cattle Guard of the upper 3rd rank. I appoint Mozi as Minister of Works of the 3rd rank. I appoint Fan Li as Minister of Revenue of the 3rd rank. I appoint Yufei as the Front General, commanding 200,000 troops to guard the capital of the same rank as above. I appoint Qi Jiguang as the Rear General, commanding 200,000 troops to guard the capital of the same rank. I appoint Yu Huatian as the Supervisor of the Western Factory, overseeing all officials with the authority to act as deemed necessary, executing first and reporting later. I appoint Li Yuan Fok as the Inspecting General of the 1,000 Cattle Guard of the lower 3rd rank, to remain by the loyal and filial king's side. I appoint Hu Jingwei as the Deputy Commander of the 1,000 Cattle Guard of the lower 3rd rank, betrothed to Princess Yang, with a wedding date to be selected. The remaining officials shall retain their positions. So decreed. We accept the edict and thank our emperor. Long live the emperor. Where is Wang Su? Upon hearing Li Yan's call, Wang Su immediately stepped forward. Your servant is here. With the restoration of the Li Tang dynasty, a great undertaking awaits. And this is a time when talent is sorely needed. Therefore, I order the Ministry of Rights to prepare for the imperial examination immediately. And you shall oversee this matter entirely, ensuring it is completed expeditiously. Your humble servant accepts the edict, Wang Su responded. Where is the loyal and filial king? Li Yin continued, yet Renjie remained momentarily taken aback. He had yet to come to terms with the reality of being the king of loyalty and filial piety. Although the title of king was merely nominal, it symbolized the emperor's profound trust and was an immense honor. This was the very first king appointed by Li Yin after his ascension, and he also held the esteemed position of Grand Tutor. What is the Grand Tutor? You may ask. It is none other than the teacher of the Crown Prince. Li Yin, still a young man of unblemished reputation, is far from being a prince. Thus, His role as the Grand Tutor signifies that he acknowledges Dee Renjie as his mentor. Observing Dee Renjie's momentary lapse into silence, Li Yuanfeng gently prompted him. Oh. Dee Renjie roused himself from his reverie. Your Majesty, I, Dee Renjie, await your command, he said, kneeling. There is no need for formalities, loyal and filial king. The emperor replied. Did I not just mention that the loyal and filial king may enter the court without bowing? Li Yin remarked. He felt truly grateful to Dee Renjie. After arriving in the Great Show, apart from the system, it was Dee Renjie who had provided him with the most assistance. Although Wang Su and Zhuge Liang possessed formidable abilities, their influence during this coup was vastly overshadowed by that of Dee Renjie. Dee Renjie rose to his feet. Li Yin continued, Di Qing, you are now a venerable elder of our great Tang dynasty. Do you have any remarkable talents to recommend? I happen to have two individuals in mind. Who are they? One is Yao Chong, and the other is Xing Tai, though they are my disciples. I believe in the principle of promoting the worthy without regard to personal connections or enmities. Both of them are indeed individuals worthy of consideration. The loyal and filial king expressed his confidence. I shall naturally believe your words. Convey my decree to appoint Yao Chong to the Ministry of Justice as an assistant minister, and temporarily assign Xing Tai as the magistrate of Yongchang County. The ministers expressed their gratitude on behalf of Yao Chong and Xing Tai. Thank you, Your Majesty. With Li Yan's ascension, the era of Wu Zhou came to an end, yet the Tang dynasty remained largely undisturbed. The splendor of the Tang had long been ingrained in the hearts of the populace, and the majority still regarded the Li Tang as the legitimate rulers rather than Wu Zhou. Governors of various provinces and military generals stationed at the borders either personally traveled to Luoyang to pay their respects or sent trusted aides in their stead. Among them was General Wang Xiaojie, the Right Wei general, a close confidant of Wu Zetian, yet also a loyal servant of the Li Tang. Although he harbored little dissatisfaction regarding Li Yan's overthrow of Wu Zhou and the restoration of the Li Tang, he secretly did not regard the young emperor with the reverence he deserved. The envoy he sent to Luoyang was there to honor the title of emperor, not the individual of Li Yan. In his mind, Li Yan was still too youthful, unable to compare with Wu Zetian. Meanwhile, at the border in Chongzhou, Khitan leader Li Jinzong, upon hearing of the new emperor of Wu Zhou, contemplated seizing the opportunity presented by this turmoil to defect from the Great Zhou. Li Jinzong led an impressive force of 100,000 Khitan troops to assault Zhouzhou. Defending Chongzhou, Wang Xiaojie prepared to confront the invaders. General, the Khitan are upon us. Shouldn't we report this to the court? Should I make a trip? Inquired Vice General Wang Tai'an. No need. It is merely 100,000 Khitan soldiers. While our right-way guard boasts a formidable strength of 300,000, they are courting death. The court is currently preoccupied with the enthronement of the new emperor. This trivial matter does not warrant troubling them, Wang Xiaojie arrogantly replied. In truth, he feared that reporting to the court would lead to misguided commands from the young emperor. So he preferred to handle the situation himself. Once he had vanquished the Khitan and presented Li Jinzong's head, he would then celebrate with the new sovereign. Indeed, what is a mere Khitan to warrant the court's intervention? We shall present Li Jinzong's head to His Majesty and demonstrate the prowess of our border troops, remarked another vice-general, Su Honghu. However, before Wang Tai'an could voice further concerns, he was interrupted by Wang Xiaojie. All troops, heed my command. We shall face the Khitan. Charge, charge, charge. Thus commenced the fierce battle between Wang Xiaojie and the Khitan. A seasoned veteran on the battlefield, Wang Xiaojie commanded 300,000 men, while the Khitan mustered merely 100,000. By all accounts, Wang Xiaojie should have been able to crush the Khitan forces. However, an insidious plot was silently underway. Chapter 25, Li Gui offers a treasure within the grand halls of the Ming Palace. Li Yin was busily attending to state affairs. According to Wang Su, Dee Renjie, and Zhuge Liang, Li Yin was the new sovereign, but his political acumen was severely lacking and required significant cultivation. Thus, Dee Renjie, Zhuge Liang, and Wang Su took turns accompanying Li Yin in his studies, effectively supervising his learning. Consequently, Li Yan's arduous existence began anew. He was compelled to peruse official documents for countless hours each day, with the only respite occurring during brief visits to the restroom. Yet, if he lingered too long, he would be summoned back by Dee Renjie and the others. It was a truly miserable plight. Had he known it would be this burdensome, he would have preferred to let Wu Zetian serve as a puppet emperor while he enjoyed the privileges of a powerful, leisurely prince. However, at that moment, Yu Huaiyan came to his rescue. Your Majesty, the son of King Yu, Li Gui, requests an audience. Please grant him entry. Li Yin remarked that he had finally found a legitimate excuse to be lazy, casting a provocative glance at Dee Renjie beside him. Nua Xi and Li Gui offered counsel. Li Gui is the son of the king of Yu. To Wu Zetian, the king of Yu, and Lu Jin are traitors. However, for Li Yin, the king of Yu is a loyal minister of the Li Tang dynasty. Therefore, upon ascending the throne, Li Yin sought to exonerate them from their unjust accusations. Li Yin speculated that Li Gui had come to see him likely to express his gratitude. He needed to devise a way to prolong Li Yin's visit, thus affording himself a bit more time to relax. Li Gui entered, a young man with a square build, dressed in rather simple attire. It appeared that the events concerning King Yu had profoundly affected him. Minister Li Gui pays his respects to your majesty. No need for formalities, rise. Li Gui, what brings you to me? Your majesty, I have come this time to present a treasure. Li Gui rose and inquired, presenting a treasure? What kind of treasure is it? Li Yin inquired, my father rebelled in the past, and although he ultimately met his demise at the hands of a vile sorceress, he left behind a trove of treasures, purportedly intended for the restoration of the Li Tang dynasty. Now that your majesty has ascended to the throne and the Li Tang has been revitalized, these treasures have lost their purpose. Li Gui wishes to present them to your majesty. Upon hearing Li Gui's words, Li Yin was instantly filled with exhilaration. His excitement did not stem from the treasures themselves, but rather from the newfound justification for his own indolence. Where these treasures lay was indeed a matter of great significance. The king of Yu had truly exerted himself. I shall personally retrieve them. Li Yin spoke with unwavering certainty. Renjie, beside her, wore a knowing smile. Instantly grasping her intentions, he was about to offer to retrieve the treasure himself when he overheard Li Gui stating. Li Gui understood that his majesty had just ascended the throne and was preoccupied with state affairs. Thus he did not wish to disturb his majesty. Li Gui had already extracted the treasure, amounting to a total of 20 carts filled with gold, silver, and jewels, which now waited at the gates of the imperial palace for his majesty's acknowledgement. Li Yin nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, wanting to curse Li Gui, yet found it impossible to scold someone so considerate. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and utter, Li Gui, you are truly thoughtful. Your consideration is remarkable. Li Gui mistakenly believed that Li Yin was praising him, and hurriedly replied, it is my duty to serve your majesty with utmost loyalty. Upon hearing this, Li Yin's anger surged even more. What? Do you think I am praising you? Your majesty, the rebellion of the king of Yu has been vindicated. As the son of the king of Yu, Li Gui has made significant contributions in presenting treasures and should rightfully inherit the title of king of Yu. To comfort the spirit of the late king. At this moment, Renjie spoke. Li Yin, feeling exasperated, questioned, how can I reward him after he has provoked me so? Yet, in his helplessness, unable to find a suitable excuse, he awkwardly remarked, Li Gui's contribution in presenting treasures merits recognition. I shall bestow upon him the title of Minister of the King of Yu. My gratitude to your majesty, Li Gui. Li Gui knelt in reverence, his heart brimming with joy. Observing the radiant smile on Li Gui's face, Li Yin felt an inexplicable discomfort. As Li Gui took his leave, he expressed his concern with a heartfelt remark, your majesty, do take care of your health. I noticed that your speech seemed somewhat hesitant today. Please do not overexert yourself. Li Yin cast a glance at Li Gui and asked, who do you think has caused my vexation? After Li Gui's departure, the esteemed elder inquired, might I suggest we assess the treasures that Li Gui has delivered? Your majesty need not fret. I have already informed the Minister of Revenue, Li, who has proceeded to address this matter. Your focus should remain on mastering state affairs, came the reply. At that moment, Li Yin resembled a schoolboy caught feigning illness, overwhelmed with frustration. Ultimately, according to Li's calculations, the treasures brought by Li Gui amounted to approximately 30 million taels of silver, sufficient to sustain an army of 1 million for an entire year. Since ascending to the throne, Li Yin had endured 2 arduous months, during which his political acumen had risen dramatically from mediocre to exceptional levels. Renjie and others praised Li Yin's remarkable talent. However, Li Yin himself regarded his progress as the result of relentless effort. Did no one acknowledge the sweat and hardship he had endured? His improvements were the fruits of his labor, hardly attributable to innate talent. Your Majesty, the current political landscape has stabilized. I believe it is prudent to host a selection process for the imperial consorts. Otherwise, the absence of even a single concubine in the palace would become a source of ridicule for the realm, suggested Wang Su, the Minister of Rights. Indeed, Wang Su, your words resonate true. Please proceed with the arrangements. Li Yan's mood finally improved slightly as he spoke. It is still this Wang Su who understands his thoughts. Do you know how I have endured over 300 lonely and desolate nights this past year? Chapter 26, the Lantern Festival, the female protagonist appears. Throwing flowers joyfully. A month has passed, yet the long-awaited selection event remains on the horizon. Today is the Lantern Festival. After conducting the morning court session with the ministers in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the emperor announced a 3-day holiday. This marks one of the only 2 holidays Li Yin has had in the past year, the other being his birthday, on which he also enjoyed a day of respite. To all the diligent subjects, take note. As your emperor, I am granted only 4 days off per year. Your Majesty, these days are the Lantern Festival, and there is no curfew in Luoyang. Shall we venture out for a stroll? Indeed, let us go. It is rare to have a moment of leisure. Upon hearing this, Li Yin felt a surge of enthusiasm and remarked, little did he know, since ascending to the throne, he had not ventured beyond the palace walls. As it was still daylight, Luoyang City bore little difference from before, save for the added lanterns. Thus, Li Yin and Yu Huatian decided to venture into the outskirts, with Yu Huatian discreetly arranging for the presence of the secret police. Your Majesty, there are people there, Yu Huatian suddenly interjected. Yu Huatian, once we are out, there is no need to address me as Your Majesty. If Di Qing and the others learn of this, they will surely try to persuade me to return to the palace, Li Yin replied. Understood, then, you may call me Young Master Li. At your command. Young Master Li. That is more like it. Li Yin chuckled softly. He then proceeded to the location indicated by Yu Huatian. There, he found a gathering of 5 or 6 individuals, among whom a woman stood at the forefront. In the center lay an injured and unconscious soldier. The woman, clad in a black robe, possessed a delicate visage and a tall figure, her expressive large eyes exuding an air of mischievousness. What captivated Li Yin the most was her hairstyle, which featured 2 pointed tufts on either side, reminiscent of goat horns. She was undeniably charming. Li Yanqing could not help but burst into laughter. Behind her, Yu Huatian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having served the emperor for such a long time, he had never witnessed His Majesty show interest in any woman quite like this before. It seemed likely that this woman would be Li Yan's first imperial consort, perhaps even destined to ascend as empress. Yu Huatian silently vowed to remember her name. It was imperative not to offend her. Furthermore, he resolved to thoroughly investigate her background to guard against any deception. Su Xiano had initially been pondering the actions of the serpent spirit in their dealings, wondering why all the messages from Chongzhou to Luoyang were supposed to be intercepted. How could this individual appear here? Just as she contemplated whether to eliminate this person, she suddenly heard a burst of laughter. Turning to look, she saw 2 riders on horseback. One exuded a refined charm, while the other had a pallid complexion and a rather effeminate demeanor. Su Xiano harbored no fondness for either of them. One was too effeminate, and although the other was somewhat handsome, he was grinning foolishly at her, which struck her as exceedingly rude. Who are you? What is so amusing? She inquired, discreetly concealing the message she had just acquired from the soldier within her garments. I am Yin Li, replied one of the riders with a gentle smile. I merely found myself recalling something humorous. Li Yin inquired, might I ask for your esteemed name, dear lady? What brings you to this desolate wilderness? Li Yin inquired, Humph. What relevance does this have to you? Su Xiano snorted softly and replied, she harbored a desire to eliminate these 2 individuals. However, her paramount objective at present remained to masquerade as Di Renjie's niece, infiltrating his side. Thus, Su Xiano refrained from instigating unnecessary conflicts. Li Yin felt a twinge of self-deprecation. The other girls had remarked upon it, yet he found himself devoid of anger, even finding her endearing. Was he beyond redemption? As Li Yin reflected upon his own sentiments, Su Xiano had already organized her belongings and was prepared to depart. Once Yin Li and the other outsiders had left, the soldier's fate would undoubtedly rest firmly in her hands. Come, let us take this man with us. We shall first proceed to Yongchang County, Su Xiano instructed. Yes, miss, replied a few subordinates as they carefully placed the soldier into a large chest before gradually making their exit. Li Yin naturally followed suit. Li Yin pursued not solely for the sake of the woman, but also for that soldier. Just moments ago, he had observed that the soldier's uniform bore the insignia of the Chongzhou Right Guard. What could possibly bring a soldier from Chongzhou to this place? And how might he have sustained such injuries? Li Yin felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Could it be that the plot of the second installment of Di Renjie has commenced? Is this the beginning of the Chongzhou case? Yet, he had paid particular attention. The Khitan had not defected from the Tang dynasty. Logically, the borders should be at peace. How could this be? Li Yin was perplexed, prompting him to follow closely behind. Furthermore, if his assumptions were indeed correct, the woman before him must be Su Xiano, the shape-shifting spirit among the serpents. To validate his conjecture, Li Yin utilized the system to investigate further, and indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Ding. Name: Su Xianer. Martial strength, first-rate cunning, second-rate leadership, second-rate politics, third-rate skill, disguise technique evaluation, martial prowess is commendable, and the art of disguise is exceptionally refined. Unmatched by anyone in the realm. It was undoubtedly her, Li Yin mused to himself. Excuse me, what do you intend by following us? Su Xianer inquired, her delicate brows furrowing in curiosity as she regarded Li Yin and his companion. What do you mean by following you? This road does not belong solely to you. We are merely traveling the same path by coincidence, he retorted. Li Yin spoke. Humph. Then tell me, where are you headed? I'm going to Yuan Chun County. Li Yin remarked. Humph. You must have eavesdropped on my conversation. Su Xianer retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Observing her adorable expression, Li Yin almost succumbed to laughter. Why? As a villain, do you possess such cuteness? I assure you, I did not eavesdrop. Li Yin remarked, adding silently to himself. You spoke so loudly just now. Did you think I needed to eavesdrop? Humph. Su Xianer, seething with indignation, huffed and chose to ignore him. How infuriating. If it weren't for my urgent need to report to Renjie, I would surely take you down a peg. Thus, the two rode side by side on horseback, with Li Yin doing most of the talking while Su Xianer feigned disinterest, deliberately ignoring him. Yet, despite her aloof demeanor, a faint smile graced her lips, suggesting her spirits were surprisingly high. Chapter 27. What need is there for acquaintance at meeting? By the time Li Yin and Su Xianer arrived in Yuan Chun County, darkness had descended. Fortunately, during the Lantern Festival, there were no curfews in Luoyang or its neighboring counties. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the city at all. You all have reached Yuan Chun. Why are you still following us? Su Xianer inquired, her tone laced with displeasure. Oh, I noticed you looked weary from your journey, and since meeting is a fortuitous encounter, I wish to invite you to a restaurant for a meal. Might the young lady be inclined to accept? Humph. Why not? Are you treating us? Of course. It would be unreasonable to expect the young lady to pay. Humph. If it's free, then why not? Let us go. With that, Su Xianer led her attendants ahead. As they walked, Su Xianer expressed dissatisfaction with the establishments they passed. Such lowly places, yet they charge exorbitantly? At last, she settled on a 5-story restaurant by the lake, where the rooftop offered a panoramic view of Youchang. It was evident that the establishment boasted a high caliber and exorbitant prices. Su Xianer shot a challenging glance at Li Yin. Humph. Let us see if you dare to boast about treating us. Today, I shall make you spend dearly. Unbeknownst to her, this very establishment was owned by Fan Li, with Li Yin as the hidden benefactor. Her cunning plan was destined to falter. Waiter, please reserve a private room for us on the top floor. Apologies, sir, but the private rooms on the top floor are not available for public booking. Might I suggest a room on the 4th floor instead? The waiter replied. The top floor catered exclusively to the affluent and esteemed. Even the local magistrate, Sentai, could only access the 4th floor rooms at best. How dare you? Do you know our status? If we command a room, you shall comply without further ado. Yu Huatian interjected, producing an exclusive membership card for the Zue Xian Lu. My apologies for my oversight. Allow me to arrange that immediately. Please, right this way, the waiter said, visibly flustered upon seeing the card. The proprietor had instructed that every cardholder was to be treated as a distinguished guest and service must be exemplary. Li Yin cast a peculiar glance at Yu Huatian. How is it that you possess this membership card, which I do not even have? He mused, perplexed by Fan Li's management. Meanwhile, Su Xianer regarded the two men with equal bewilderment. Clearly, the uppermost level of this establishment was not accessible to ordinary individuals. Who were they, that even a servant commanded such deference from the waiter? The Zue Xian Lu primarily specialized in the hot pot that Li Yin had once crafted for Mo Zhai, along with an array of premium spirits. Additionally, Fan Li had sourced an assortment of renowned dishes from across the nation. Everything offered was of the highest quality, and thus the expenses were naturally considerable. It was unthinkable for a servant to share a table with their master. Su Xianer's attendants were seated at different tables, leaving only Li Yin and Xianer at theirs, with Yu Huatian standing nearby. This was Xianer's inaugural experience with hot pot. Upon tasting the spicy dish, she found it so fiery that she could only stick out her tongue in reaction. In a moment of urgency, she seized the water from the table and consumed it in one swift gulp. Li Yin found himself at a loss for words in his attempt to intervene. Indeed, after finishing her drink, Xianer appeared even more spirited. That was high-purity liquor, something Li Yin wouldn't dare consume in such quantities. However, This young lady seemed to possess quite a remarkable tolerance, as she showed no signs of inebriation. After a considerable passage of time, Xian'er finally exhaled a deep breath, as if regaining her composure. "What is this?" Xian'er inquired. "This is hot pot, a culinary invention attributed to His Majesty, and he truly is a genius," Li Yin remarked. "It seems that your Majesty's resilience has grown thicker than before. If the young lady cannot handle spicy food, she might consider trying the clear broth pot beside it." Li Yin spoke, then picked up a piece of lamb and placed it into the clear broth to blanch it before transferring it into Xian'er's bowl. Xian'er looked at Li Yan's attentive care, feeling somewhat out of place. After all, she had emerged from the realm of the serpent spirit, a place rife with violence and chaos, devoid of such warmth. She could sense her heart racing, pounding rapidly within her chest. Xian'er was unsure of what was happening to her, yet this sensation seemed rather delightful. "Thank you," she murmured, lowering her head. After tasting the lamb that Li Yin had just placed in her bowl, she exclaimed, delicious." She had never imagined that a mere piece of lamb, simply blanched, could be so exquisite. An hour later, the meal concluded. As Xian'er contemplated returning, Li Yin interjected, "Today is the Lantern Festival. The city is bustling with activity. It occurs only once a year. Allow me to take you for a stroll." "Oh, that's not necessary," she replied. "Come now, there's no need to be polite. I can afford it." Li Yin spoke, then attempted to pull Xian'er, but was evaded. "Come and take a look, observe closely. Guess the riddle to win a heart knot. United in spirit, may there be a harmonious union for 100 years. Li Yin and Xian'er passed by a small stall, noticing that Xian'er appeared to have a certain interest in the intricate love knots. Li Yin disregarded Xian'er's objections and brought her to the stall. "Dear guest, would you care to try your hand at solving riddles? The registration fee is merely 10 coins, and if you answer 5 questions correctly, you shall receive a heartfelt knot as a reward. Let us sign up." Li Yin spoke without a moment's hesitation. Glancing at his boss's outstretched hand, he turned and said, "Xiao Tian, please provide the payment." Yuan Tian placed a 10-tael silver ingot into the boss's hand. "Do you have any change, sir?" "Such a large ingot. I cannot provide change here." "No need for change. Just bring us the items we ordered." Li Yin spoke with an air of grandeur. "Are you foolish? This is 10 taels of silver. Do you possess such wealth to squander?" Displeased, Xian'er retorted, before retrieving 10 copper coins from his pouch and handing them to the proprietor. He then took the 10 taels of silver ingots from the owner's hands. Li Yin was just about to reach out to accept the returned silver ingot when unexpectedly, Xian'er placed the silver ingot into her own little pouch. Li Yin awkwardly retracted his hand. Observing Li Yan's embarrassment, Xian'er cast a triumphant glance in his direction. "This is something I earned for myself, so it rightfully belongs to me," Xian'er declared with pride. "Very well, it belongs to you." Li Yin spoke. He was uncertain of his own feelings. Regardless of what the girl was doing, he found her utterly charming. Had he perhaps fallen under her spell? "Very well, esteemed guest. Let us proceed to the first riddle. There are mountains upon mountains. Guess a character." "The answer is..." Li Yin immediately exclaimed, "You are correct, young master." For the second riddle, 10 mouths, 1 heart. What character am I referring to? The answer is... Li Yin immediately discerned the answer. The young master answered correctly. For the third question, a black dog, neither barking nor howling. What character does it represent? The answer is silent. The fourth question, droplets transform into gold. What character does it signify? The answer is complete. The young master answered correctly once more. Now for the final question, please listen carefully. Surrounded by mountains, each peak connected to the next. What character does it represent? The answer is field. Congratulations to the young master for answering all 5 questions correctly. This is a token of affection for both of you, wishing you a century of harmony, exclaimed the delighted shopkeeper. Although they left with their token of affection, crafting such an item only costs a mere few coins, leaving him with a profit. How can you speak so nonsensically? I am not even acquainted with him. What harmony are you referring to? Xiao'er's cheeks flushed, and with a huff of indignation, she stormed away. Li Yin hurriedly caught up. Here, miss. I present you this token of affection. It is yours for winning. Why are you giving it to me? I don't want it, Xian'er replied. However, this was purchased with your funds. Naturally, it belongs to you. If you refuse it, it would be rather inconvenient for me, a grown man, to carry it around. I might end up losing it. Li Yin lamented. Why must you discard it? This is something I paid for, and it rightfully belongs to me. Xian'er snatched the token of affection from Li Yan's grasp and declared, let us continue to wander the streets. They meandered until the night grew late, during which Xian'er made no mention of returning. This was a rare moment of tranquility for her, once she infiltrated Renjie's circle. Such ease would be a distant memory. Yinli, I am grateful, but it would be best for us not to meet again, lest I bring you trouble. Skinner mused to herself. I should return now, she said. Allow me to escort you, he offered. No need, she replied, yet despite her refusal, Li Yin remained by her side, accompanying her home. I still do not know your esteemed name. Might you share it with me? Li Yin inquired once more. There is no need for that. Why must we be acquainted if our paths shall not cross again? What purpose does knowing one's name serve? Replied Xiong. However, you already know my name, she added. Li Yin sighed in frustration and remarked, that was information you shared with me willingly. I did not coerce you. Xiong retorted with a hint of pride. Li Yin, what should I do? This Sundra demeanor is simply too adorable. Moreover, Xiong, you may not be aware, but I have long known your true identity. Furthermore, the name I provided to you is merely a pseudonym. Xiong, I hope that when we meet again, you will refrain from striking me. Chapter 28. The Border Town Report Yongchang Inn. This is the destination for Su Xiong on this occasion. Observing a county magistrate peering intently into the distance at the entrance, Su Xiong inquired, Sir, may I ask if this is Yongchang Inn? The magistrate glanced at Su Xiong with disdain and replied, There is a plaque on the door. Can't you read for yourself? The magistrate's dismissive attitude incensed Xiong. If you expect me to read it myself, then what purpose do you serve standing at the door? Are you keeping company with the stone lion? She retorted sarcastically. How dare you speak so insolently, young lady? The magistrate questioned, his indignation rising. After all, he was an official, albeit of the 9th rank. How could a commoner dare to address him in such a manner? The magistrate was increasingly vexed. Yet, Su Xiong stood her ground, responding, when speaking to a person, one uses human words. When addressing a ghost, one speaks in ghostly tones. Li Yin felt as though he had been possessed, observing Xiong hurling insults. He found an unexpected charm in the scene. The county magistrate, trembling with fury, pointed at Su Xiong and exclaimed, You dare to call me a ghost? I dare say you are less than a ghost yourself. Here you are, a living person standing at the door, yet you respond with such disdain when I address you. Who do you think you are? Su Xiong retorted angrily. What a pertinent question. What makes you think you can stand there and expect me to engage with you? Truly, you are lacking in self-awareness. Li Yin himself was baffled as to how a mere 9th-grade county deputy could exhibit such audacity. How could County Magistrate Xingtai govern in such a manner? He could scarcely bring himself to speak to Xiong in such a tone. How dared this county deputy? Li Yin subtly gestured to Yu Huadian, who instantly comprehended the unspoken message. Looking into the eyes of the county magistrate, sympathy filled his gaze. You have simultaneously offended both the emperor and his consort, who, if not you, shall face the consequences? Upon hearing the magistrate's words, Xiong dismounted, fixing her gaze upon him. The magistrate, taken aback, stumbled backward in trepidation, asking, What are you staring at? Xiong retorted, I see something amiss with your visage. The magistrate feigned curiosity. Oh, what seems to be wrong? Your eyes, she replied. How is it that you possess a human face yet are adorned with the eyes of a dog? You insolent girl. How dare you insult me as a canine? He exclaimed. I did not call you a dog. I merely remarked upon your dog-like eyes. After all, a dog's eyes avert from humanity, Xiong boldly countered. Rendered speechless by her affront, the magistrate stammered, You dare say such things? Am I mistaken? Xiong queried, then continued. I ask you, is this not the Yongchang Inn? The magistrate, realizing he was no match for her sharp tongue, turned away, choosing silence. Oh, so you prefer to remain mute. Thus, you are but a wooden post, said Su Xiong, unceremoniously tying the reins to the post. You dare, the magistrate exclaimed repeatedly. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from a distance. The county magistrate has arrived. Xingtai approached Su Xiong and her companions, inquiring, What is happening here? Are you the county magistrate? Xiong asked. Indeed, I am Xingtai, the magistrate of this county. Just as Su Xiong was about to speak further, the magistrate interrupted, Sir. I was ordered to wait here for Miss Ruyan, yet this girl has what? Xiong pressed. She has insulted me and tied the reins around my head. Facing the magistrate's accusation, Su Xiong remained unperturbed. Sir, I merely sought lodging here. Upon seeing him standing at the entrance, I inquired if this was the Yongchang Inn. But he ignored me and told me to look for myself. Is that a proper way to treat guests? Thus, I remarked upon his dog-like eyes. However, it seems I was in the wrong. I apologize, esteemed magistrate, she said, bowing her hands in respect. The magistrate scoffed, still feeling a twinge of indignation. At that juncture, Zheng Tai interjected, I find this young lady's words to be entirely accurate. You indeed possess the eyes of a dog. Upon hearing the magistrate's words, the county magistrate was struck with fear and quickly stammered, Ah, my lord. Zheng Tai continued, though I instructed you to await Miss Ruyan. Should you not respond to others with a semblance of civility? A mere county official, yet he exudes such an air of authority, it is truly absurd. One should hastily apologize to this young lady. Zheng Tai reprimanded the county magistrate sternly, and Li Yin, observing this, nodded in agreement. Zheng Tai is indeed a discerning and principled official. However, this did little to quell Li Yan's anger. The county magistrate must be dealt with. Very well, young lady. It is my fault. This is Yongchang Inn. The magistrate dared not argue with the county head and quickly added, Thank you, county magistrate, you are not blind. You possess clear sight. Su Xianer chose to forgive the magistrate, not wishing to provoke Zheng Tai further. With the misunderstanding resolved, Zheng Tai inquired, Has Miss Ruyan arrived yet? Not yet, the magistrate replied. Strange, she was supposed to arrive today, Zheng Tai remarked with confusion. At that moment, Su Xianer interjected, Miss Ruyan has already arrived. Oh, both Zheng Tai and the magistrate, who was unworthy of having a name, turned their attention to Su Xianer. I am Ruyan, she declared. You are indeed the niece of Lord Dee, Miss Ruyan, Zheng Tai acknowledged. Indeed, and you must be Uncle Zheng, the magistrate of Yongchang? Su Xianer, who is Dee Ruyan, affirmed. Precisely. A few days ago, Di Chun wrote to inform me that you would be passing through Yongchang. And here you are. I am unworthy of such a visit from you, my dear niece, Zheng Tai said. Enough, enough. You have traveled far. Please come inside and rest, he urged, wishing to invite Ruyan into the inn. However, Ruyan did not enter but instead stepped back. Uncle Zheng, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Yinli, I have arrived home. You may leave now without concern for me, Ruyan stated. So, the young lady is indeed the niece of Lord Dee. Miss Ruyan, until we meet again. Li Yin wore an enigmatic smile, eagerly anticipating the moment when the young lady would discover his true identity. Before departing, he leaned in close to Ruyan's ear and softly remarked, Miss Ruyan, the way you scolded just now is quite endearing. Well, what does my adorableness have to do with you? Ruyan pouted, her cheeks puffed out. Unfortunately, at that moment, Li Yin and Yu Huatian had already turned away. Otherwise, Li Yin would have undoubtedly been unable to resist the urge to poke at Ruyan's rounded cheeks. As she watched Li Yan's figure recede into the distance, Ruyan finally turned back. Uncle Zheng, shall we go inside? However, Zheng Tai was lost in thought, gazing after Li Yin and Yu Huatian. Initially, he had presumed that the two were merely attendants of Miss Ruyan, not giving them much thought. But now, it truly seemed otherwise. Although Zheng Tai had only caught a distant glimpse of Li Yin and the chief eunuch Yu Huatian during Li Yan's ascension, the image of Li Yin had remained etched in his memory. The resemblance was uncanny. Tomorrow, when we head to Luoyang, I must inquire with my mentor. Uncle, what are you staring at? Oh, nothing, nothing. Zheng Tai shook his head, choosing not to express the doubts swirling in his mind. Miss Ruyan, you must be weary from your journey. I shall arrange for you to rest early. Uncle, there's no rush to rest. Please take a look at this first. Ruyan opened a large box, revealing a soldier whose fate was uncertain. Ah, Miss Ruyan, what is this? This is someone I rescued on the road. Uncle Zheng, please have a look at this as well. Ruyan produced a report. After much contemplation, she decided to disclose this matter to Zheng Tai. Her primary objective was to successfully infiltrate Dee Renjie's circle, and if this incident aroused Dee Renjie's suspicions, it would be detrimental. Upon opening the report, Zheng Tai was immediately taken aback. What? This is a report of the right-way guard of Chongzhou being defeated by the Khitan? However, to my knowledge, the court has not received any news of the Khitan breaching our borders. What on earth is happening? Zheng Tai realized the gravity of the situation and promptly resolved to travel to Luoyang that very night to meet with Dee Renjie. Chapter 29. The defeat of Chongzhou after parting ways with Ruyan, Li Yin and Yu Huatian also prepared to return to Luoyang that night. Otherwise, if Dee Renjie were to learn of their late return, he would surely begin to nag them incessantly. Yu Huatian, notify the Ministry of Personnel to dismiss the deputy of Yongchang County. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have taken note. After an hour's journey, they finally arrived back in Luoyang. Li Yin lay alone on the cold, unyielding bed, his thoughts drifting to the charming girl, Ruyan, a foolish smile escaping his lips. Even the frigid sheets no longer felt cold. Rather, they exuded a semblance of warmth. Curse it, What was this infuriating heat? Alone in his solitude, with no one by his side, Li Yin pondered his fate. Why, after ascending to the throne, did he still endure such solitary treatment? Soon, fatigue washed over him, and without pausing to wash his hands, he clutched the pillow beside him and surrendered to slumber. In his dreams, he found not a harem of wives and concubines, but rather Ru Yin, the two of them destined for a lifetime together, growing old side by side. The following morning, when Yu Huatian came to rouse Li Yin, he was taken aback by the prince's unseemly sleeping posture and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It appeared that his majesty had genuinely fallen for this woman. While Yu Huatian felt a sense of joy for Li Yin, he was also laden with concern. According to his investigations from the previous day, although the girl was said to be a niece of Dee Renjie, there was no evidence to substantiate that claim. Dee Renjie had no niece, and Ru Yan's origins remained shrouded in mystery. Yu Huatian suspected that this was all a meticulously orchestrated ruse by Dee Renjie, intended to expose Ru Yin as an insider betraying her own. He yearned to caution Li Yin, yet hesitated, deciding against it. His majesty had finally opened his heart. It would be unwise to disillusion him. What if his own findings were flawed? Perhaps it would be best to wait until the truth emerged before reporting to the emperor. Your majesty, it is time to wake. Lord Dee seeks an audience. Li Yin was lost in a dream, sharing tender moments with Ru Yin, when he was abruptly awakened by Yu Huatian's clamorous voice. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Yu Huatian's aged visage. You have taken away my Ru Yin, Li Yin silently seethed. Your majesty, it is time to rise. Minister Dee has pressing matters to discuss. Oh, understood. Li Yin remarked with a lackluster tone that anyone whose sweet dreams have been interrupted would likely feel quite uncomfortable. After Li Yin donned his splendid attire, he summoned Dee Renjie. Your servant, Dee Renjie, pays his respects to your majesty. There is no need for excessive formalities, esteemed minister. What matters do you wish to discuss? Li Yin inquired. Your majesty, please take a look at this. He then presented the report that Dee Renjie had sent over last night, accompanied by Xing Tai. Li Yin opened the report, and his face immediately turned ashen. What? The main force of the right guard has been attacked, suffering losses of hundreds of thousands. What has Wang Xiaojie been doing? Furthermore, in the event of such a conflict, why has there been no communication from the court? Who granted Wang Xiaojie the authority, allowing him to act independently in warfare? Li Yin, filled with rage, exclaimed, Elder Ge, from whence did this report originate? Li Yin inquired, It is my niece, Ru Yin, who rescued a soldier from the right-way guard of Chongzhou on her way to visit me. The report was discovered on him. Oh, where's that soldier now? What is the current situation in Chongzhou? I respectfully report to your majesty, replied Dee Renjie. The soldier has regained consciousness. After Wang Xiaojie's defeat, he led the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers to retreat and secure Chongzhou, which is currently safe for the time being. Dee Renjie continued. This can be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Otherwise, should Chongzhou fall, the Tang dynasty would have no defenses left against the Turks, Tujue, and Khitans. A mere Khitan force, numbering no more than 100,000, occupying a corner of the realm, dares to launch an offensive against our celestial empire. Hearing the decree, Dee Renjie replied, I, Dee Renjie, humbly accept the command. He was appointed as the Grand Commander of Chongzhou and the Chief Military Inspector of Hebei, bestowed with the imperial sword, and instructed to act as he deemed fit, with the authority to execute first and report later. I, Dee Renjie, accept the decree. Esteemed minister, I entrust Chongzhou to your capable hands. Shortly, I shall send General Yu Fei to accompany you. With General Yu by your side, Chongzhou shall undoubtedly be secure. Dee Renjie affirmed. Very well, time is of the essence. You must depart swiftly, he concluded. Li Yin spoke. I take my leave. After Dee Renjie departed, Li Yin continued. Yu Huatian, convey the imperial decree to Yu Fei, ordering him to lead 20,000 troops from his command to accompany Dee Renjie to Chongzhou, overseeing its military affairs. It is imperative that the invading enemy pays a steep price. I shall obey your command, your majesty. However, there is one matter I am uncertain whether I should address. Speak. Your majesty, I have stationed numerous covert operatives from the Xichang in Chongzhou. Given the recent upheaval there, I have received no intelligence whatsoever. I suspect there may be issues within Xichang. Yu Huatian, I entrusted Xichang to you out of faith. If you prove inadequate, I will not hesitate to appoint another. Your majesty, please quell your anger. I shall investigate the situation in Chongzhou immediately. No need. Accompany me. Chapter 30. Yu Huatian's intent to eliminate Ru Yin Dee Mansion. Upon returning from the palace, Dee Renjie promptly commanded, Di Chun, gather your belongings at once. We depart tomorrow. Master, where are we going? Inquired Di Chun. Why do you ask so much, you rascal? Just hurry and do as instructed. Understood, master, Di Chun replied before hastily departing. My lord, what has transpired? Why such urgency? Yuan Fong, the troops in Chongzhou have suffered defeat. Wang Xiaojie has retreated with the remnants to Chongzhou. The situation is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, the Chongzhou battle is fraught with suspicion, and curiously, the court has received not a whisper of news. It is truly bizarre. The emperor has appointed me as the grand commander of Chongzhou, granting me full authority over this case. Yuan Fong, it seems we shall face hardship once more. For the sake of the court, it is my duty, yet I feel for your burden, my lord. It appears there shall be no respite for you in the days to come. Enough of that. You too should hasten to pack your things, and additionally, inform Xingtai to join us. Very well, my lord. Li Yuanfang replied, then stepped outside to survey the surroundings, ensuring that no one was watching. He leaned closer to Di Renjie and whispered, My lord, what of Miss Ruyin? Li Yuanfang understood that Di Ruyin was not the nephew of Lord Di, but rather a crucial pawn in Lord Di's clandestine operations. Rest assured, she will catch up with us, declared Di Renjie with conviction. The Serpent Spirits faction had expended considerable effort. It was inconceivable that they would not position themselves close to him. Several months prior, when Li Yin had just ascended the throne, Di Chun had mysteriously vanished for a few days, only to return unexpectedly. According to Di Chun's own account, he had lost his way in the mountains and took several days to find his way back. Di Renjie harbored suspicions, which were only reinforced by Di Chun's dubious behavior thereafter. There were numerous idiosyncrasies of Di Chun that he was unaware of, and many matters he was entirely oblivious to. Thus, Di Renjie promptly concluded that this Di Chun was an impostor. However, for the sake of the genuine Di Chun's safety, and to uncover the intentions of this group, Di Renjie chose not to expose him. To play along, he intentionally informed Di Chun about a niece he had never met who was coming from his hometown to seek refuge with him. In this manner, a fictitious niece was conjured from thin air. Moreover, through months of investigation, Di Renjie had ascertained that the false Di Chun and the faction led by Di Ruyin were indeed part of the Serpent Spirit's treasonous conspiracy, without a doubt. Given the considerable efforts expended by the Serpent Spirit, Di Renjie was confident that this fabricated niece would inevitably seek him out. This plan was known solely to him and Li Yuanfang. Even Xingtai had been led to believe that the Ruyin he encountered in Youchang was genuinely his niece. However, Xingtai's remark about the man accompanying Ruyin, could he truly be his majesty? Di Renjie shook his head. Perhaps Xingtai had misjudged, as the two had no connection. So how could they possibly be together? Report, my lord. Someone from the palace has arrived, stating they bear a decree and the emperor's sword. At that moment, Di Chun hurriedly approached. Come, Yuanfang, let us see. It turned out to be Supervisor Yu. Was such a trivial matter worthy of his personal attendance? Lord Di. I pay my respects, Yu Huatian stated. I have come to present the imperial decree and the emperor's sword to Lord Di. And I also wish to inquire about a few matters. What matters? This is highly confidential. I must request Lord Di to dismiss those present. Very well. Yuanfang, Di Chun. You two stand guard outside. Let no one enter. As you command, my lord. As you command, my lord. Di Chun and Li Yuanfang positioned themselves at the door, unable to hear a word of the discourse within. Generally, what do you suppose the eunuch wants? He seems rather secretive, Di Chun remarked. Be cautious with your words. Di Chun, is eunuch how you refer to him? Li Yuanfang reprimanded in a low voice, expressing his frustration. Had it not been for the utility of this false Di Chun as deemed by the Lord, he would have struck him down on the spot. Indeed, generally, it was a slip of the tongue on my part. Are you aware of what they are discussing? Di Chun, as the steward of the Lord, managed all matters, great and small. For the master, how could he be oblivious to what I might know? Moreover, it is prudent for us to remain unaware of the confidential affairs within the court. Upon hearing this, Di Chun awkwardly replied, What you say is true, generally. However, does the supervisor have any secret edicts? No, replied Li, but I have two matters I wish to request assistance from Lord Di. Please, go ahead. First, concerning the events in Chongzhou, our Western Depot has received not a whisper of news. This indicates a significant issue within our branch there, and I would be grateful if you could keep an eye on it. Rest assured, this falls within my purview, said Di Chun. And what is the second matter? I would like to inquire, does Lord Di truly have a niece? Asked Yu Huatian. Di Renjie's expression grew serious. logically. This matter was known only to himself and Yuan Fang. "Why do you ask, Supervisor?" he inquired. "Alas, it is merely my concern for His Majesty," Yu Huatian replied, proceeding to recount the encounter between Ru Yin and Li Yin. "I have never witnessed His Majesty showing such profound affection for a woman. Thus I took it upon myself to investigate this lady's background. According to our investigations at the Western Depot, it appears that Lord Dee does not have a niece. And this Dee Ru Yin seemingly emerged from nowhere." Upon hearing this, Dee Renjie nodded thoughtfully. "So that is the case. It seems Xingtai did not air last night." "Supervisor, the situation is as follows," Dee Renjie articulated, outlining his plan. "Ah, I see. This individual belongs to the treacherous faction of the Serpent Spirit." "Indeed. If possible, I implore you to advise His Majesty, for this woman is not a suitable match," Dee Renjie remarked. "Alas, Lord Dee, you know His Majesty well. Do you think I could persuade him?" Alas, upon hearing this, Dee Renjie sighed deeply, filled with regret. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have preferred to abandon the plan altogether. Truly, even the most meticulous of schemes can harbor flaws, as it seems the Emperor has been ensnared within it. One can only hope that His Majesty awakens to the truth in time. "Lord Dee, let us investigate further. If there is a chance for this woman to redeem herself, we shall lend her our assistance. If not, then I shall take matters into my own hands to eliminate this menace for His Majesty. Should the Emperor seek accountability, I, Yu Huatian, shall bear the burden alone," declared Yu Huatian resolutely. "The factory chief speaks with noble intent," Dee Renjie replied with a respectful gesture. "Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Chief," Yu Huatian retorted. "Dee Renjie, you lack martial virtue. Shouldn't you be pledging to stand with me in solidarity at this juncture?" Chapter 31. As Yin arrives in Woyang upon discovering Dee Ruyin's true identity, Yu Huatian dispatched spies concealed within the Serpent Spirit to gather information about her. It is believed that progress will soon be forthcoming. The following day, Dee Renjie donned a resplendent crimson robe, while Yu Fei, positioned to his right, wore a striking green battle uniform. To Dee Renjie's left stood Li Yuanfang, clad in the armor of the 1,000 Cattle Guard, with Xingtai, dressed in the ceremonial red robes of a civil official, on Li Yuanfang's left. Xingtai had long since ceased to be the magistrate of Youchang County. Through Dee Renjie's recommendation, he had ascended to a new position. He was now appointed at the Ministry of Revenue, holding a rank equivalent to the 5th grade, remaining close by Dee Renjie's side. Behind them lay Yu Fei's formidable 200,000 strong Beihai army. The Beihai forces, although numbering less than 10,000, were formidable enough to rival any adversary. Li Yin was filled with confidence, believing that this army was invincible during such times. Not to mention Amir Khitan, even the Turks posed little threat. Following a grand ceremony, Dee Renjie and Yu Fei set forth with their formidable forces. After Dee Renjie's departure, Li Yin summoned Wang Su and Zhuge Liang to the palace to discuss his impending journey to Chongzhou. Despite their fervent attempts to dissuade him, Li Yan's resolve remained unshaken. The system had recently prompted him to engage more deeply with the narrative, while it did not specify the benefits of such involvement. Li Yin was assured that the system would not lead him astray. Recognizing his unwavering determination, the two ceased their objections. Moreover, Li Yin himself was a master of unparalleled martial prowess, making it exceedingly difficult for even Wang Su, with his skills in the Zonghing sword technique, to best him. Li Yin, fully capable of self-preservation, found solace in the presence of Yu Huatian beside him. The following day, during the morning court, Li Yin proclaimed that he was feeling under the weather and would refrain from attending to court matters for the foreseeable future. All memorials were to be directed to the cabinet, with significant and trivial matters alike to be managed by Wang Su and Zhuge Liang in unison. Should they find themselves at an impasse, they were to seek Li Yin's counsel for the final verdict. With court affairs duly arranged, they should have set forth for Chongzhou. Yet, Li Yin lingered in a tea house before the residence of Dee Renjie. At this sight, Yu Huatian immediately discerned that Li Yin was awaiting someone. Alas, Master Dee had truly overstepped. Employing a stratagem was one thing, but ensnaring the Emperor's spirit was quite another. On the official road to the divine capital of Luoyang, Dee Ruyin ambled leisurely along, curiously choosing to ride in a carriage instead of on horseback, perhaps in pursuit of a more ladylike demeanor. Inside the carriage, Ruyin delicately cradled a love knot, her fingers tracing its intricate design as her mind wandered to the events of that day, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Having been raised amidst the serpent spirit, her days had been consumed by either training in the art of assassination or treading the path of death itself. There existed no familial bonds, nor the warmth of love. Yet, desires were not absent. She had witnessed the women within the organization being dragged away to suffer indignities, their heart-rending cries etched into her memory. The mere thought of it was terrifying. Fortunately, she had been the favored confidant of her elder sister, who had nurtured her with great care, thus sparing her from the predations of the men in their ranks. Previously, she had never believed in love, but the stern courtesy of Yin Li had sparked a flicker of faith, allowing her to glimpse the goodness that resided in the world. Was Yin Li truly unlike those vile men in the organization, whose thoughts were tainted with depravity? If fate were to grant them another encounter, and if he were unlike those wretched men, she would inform her sister of her desire to depart from the serpent spirit, to soar away with him. They would seek a secluded place to raise a family. She had even envisioned names for their children. Oh dear, Su Xian what are you contemplating? How shameless of you. Just as Di Ruyan was lost in her daydreams, the palanquin came to an abrupt halt. Miss, we have arrived at the Di residence, the bearer announced. Very well, I understand, Ruyan replied, tucking the love knot into her modest bosom. A series of knocks echoed as a servant opened the grand door, inquiring, Miss, how may I assist you? Dear sir, please inform my uncle that I am Ru Yin, she said. Ah, so you are Miss Ru Yin, the servant replied promptly. The master instructed that upon your arrival, you should proceed directly to the West Wing, which has already been prepared for you. Is my uncle not at home? Ru Yin inquired. The master has gone out on official business, the servant answered. Out on official business? Where has he gone? Ru Yin pressed further. He has gone to Chongzhou. It is said that matters there are quite urgent. The master and General Li departed yesterday, the servant explained. Having received clear instructions from the master to answer any inquiries from Miss Ru Yin without reservation. To Chongzhou, Ru Yin murmured, suddenly realizing that the battle between Di Renjie and the Serpent Spirit organization had commenced. I must find Di Renjie. With that determination, she prepared to turn towards Chongzhou. Given that the carriage would be too slow, she decided to ride there alone. Chapter 32. Li Yin awaits Ru Yin. As the three set forth to Chongzhou. Ru Yin, is that you? Li Yin feigned an encounter, approaching behind Ru Yin, and spoke. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Di Ru Yin immediately turned her head, a flicker of joy involuntarily surfacing in her eyes, though it was swiftly subdued. Yin Li? What brings you here? Oh, I happened to be passing by. I never expected to see you, Miss Ru Yin. It is truly delightful to meet you again. Li Yin exclaimed with surprise. Humph. I refuse to believe that your encounter with me was mere coincidence. You must have known my identity and waited here for me all along. Ru Yin quickly grasped the situation, feeling an inexplicable joy within, yet her words remained sharp and unyielding. Well, now that you have seen me, you should leave promptly. I have matters to attend to. Ah, very well then, he replied. His Majesty has dispatched me to Chongzhou to assist Lord Di in investigating a case. It seems that I may not have the pleasure of seeing Miss Ru Yin for quite some time, which is truly a pity. Li Yin deliberately remarked that he was heading to Chongzhou, confident that the already isolated Ru Yin would choose to accompany him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ru Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately exclaimed, I wish to go as well. Please take me with you. It is the perfect opportunity for me to visit my uncle. However, he responded, that is out of the question. Chongzhou is perilous at present. What if you were to get hurt? Lord Di would surely have my skin for it. Li Yin repeatedly waved her hand in refusal. Humph. If you do not take me with you, I shall go alone. After all, no one cares for me, Di Ruyan said tearfully. Who says no one cares for you? You are the niece of Lord Di. Surely, Lord Di holds you dear. Li Yin blurted out a remark, only to realize that his words might have been too impulsive, prompting him to abruptly retract his statement. Di Ruyan, of course, understood the underlying meaning of Li Yan's initial comment. However, prioritizing the organization's mission, she chose not to respond, feigning ignorance of his previous words. Regardless, I shall not concern myself with it. If you refuse to take me along, I shall venture forth alone. If I perish from thirst or hunger along the way, it would be my own folly. Should I encounter bandits or mountain thieves, I would merely yield to them. If fate decrees that I become a captive bride, I shall acquiesce. Observing Ru Yin's increasingly fervent words, Li Yin hastily interjected, Stop, Miss Ru Yin, I shall take you with me. Upon hearing his words, Di Ruyan's mood shifted from despair to delight, and she giggled. Hee, I knew you would bring me along. Meanwhile, Yu Huatian watched their interaction with a deep sigh, followed by a shake of his head. Truly a fateful entanglement. Su Xianer, I hope you are worthy of the Emperor's affection. Otherwise, even if the Emperor punishes you, I shall be compelled to end your life. Indeed, based on intelligence from the Serpent Spirit spies, Yu Huatian was now aware of Di Ruyan's true identity as Su Xianer, one of the 6 serpent leaders and the absolute confidant of her elder sister, Xiao Qi. For a deeper understanding, further investigation by the spies was necessary. Thus, the 3 of them, each on their own horse, departed from the northern gate of Luoyang, heading towards Chongzhou. Yinli, what is your official title? Why has the emperor dispatched you to Chongzhou to assist your uncle? Oh, I am a newly minted jinshi from this year, and the emperor has yet to bestow an official position upon me. It seems he wishes for me to gain experience beside Elder Dee and Chongzhou. Li Yin remarked. Oh, so that is how it is. Di Ruyin responded, her gaze flickering with uncertainty, entwined with a sense of guilt towards Yinli. Once her identity was unveiled, it was likely that Yinli, who had been in close proximity to her, would also be implicated. At that juncture, whether he would be willing to join the serpent spirit alongside her remained uncertain. If he were truly unwilling, would she be compelled to sacrifice her own allure? Contemplating this, Di Ruyin felt an unease stirring within her. I shall not speak with you any longer. I am going to sleep, Di Ruyin declared, and with that, she turned and slipped into the tent. Li Yin felt somewhat perplexed. Yu Huatian, have I said something amiss? Yu Huatian shook his head, asserting, it is all that woman's fault. His Majesty is blameless. Lying in the tent, Di Ruyin contemplated whether accompanying Yinli to Chongzhou was a grave mistake. If her identity were to be exposed, would Yinli not be doomed to share her fate? Sighing, she hoped her elder sister's plan would succeed. Otherwise, they might have to drag Yinli to the serpent spirit, even if it meant resorting to force. Lost in her thoughts, Di Ruyin eventually drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, she was roused by Li Yan's voice. Miss Ruyin. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, Di Ruyin inquired, Yinli, is there something you need? I was wondering if Miss Ruyin is hungry. We caught a wild chicken. Would you care to taste it? Just as Di Ruyin was about to decline, her stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble. I would love to, please wait a moment. Hastily, she donned her clothing and stepped out of the tent. With a suppressed chuckle, Li Yin observed Di Ruyin's current state. What was that saying again? We are professionals. We usually do not laugh unless we can't help it. Li Yin is presently in such a state. Her disheveled hair, coupled with slightly swollen eyes, creates an absurd yet endearing visage. Upon observing Li Yan's appearance, Ruyin immediately grasped the situation and hurried back to the tent. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Ruyin re-emerged. Although her hair remained somewhat tousled, it was significantly improved from before. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I simply could not contain myself. Li Yin apologized, saying, considering that you prepared delicious food for me, I shall spare you this time, Di Ruyin remarked. At that moment, Li Yin noticed that the errant strand of hair on Ruyin's forehead was about to poke into her eyes. Li Yin, unable to restrain himself, reached out to tidy up Ruyin's disheveled hair. Upon feeling his touch, Ruyin was startled into stillness, not daring to move until Li Yin had finished arranging her locks. Only then did she regain her composure. With a flushed face and without uttering a word, she sat by the fire, silently enjoying her chicken wings. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the ocean. And Li Yin remained oblivious to Ruyin's thoughts, mistakenly believing that his earlier abruptness had upset her, which rendered him hesitant to speak with her for quite some time. Chapter 33. The Progress Between Li Yin and Ruyin. Yu Huatian's disruption to Helan Mountain Post serves as a crucial transit point for urgent military matters, housing hundreds of soldiers and the banners planted by the Western Depot. This time, Li Yin and Yu Huatian's destination was precisely here. Traversing one mountain after another along familiar trails, Ruyin had already discerned the purpose of their journey. The tragic incident at Helan Mountain was an ordeal she had orchestrated herself. For reasons unknown, she did not wish for Li Yin to venture to Helan Mountain, nor did she want him to witness the devastation she had wrought. Sir, this place is desolate. Aren't we supposed to head to Chongzhou? What are we doing here? Ruyin inquired. It's nothing serious. I've heard that the Helan Mountain Post is nearby, and the Emperor has instructed me to investigate, Li Yin replied. Oh, I see. Ruyin responded, her enthusiasm waning. Yet, she found no justification to deter Li Yin at that moment. The 3 of them entered the Helan Mountain Post, where the air was thick with a faint, unpleasant odor of decay. Ruyin, you may wait for me here. We shall proceed inside on our own, Li Yin said. Li Yin covered Yu Yan's mouth and nose with his hand and said, feeling the contact between her lips and his palm, and realizing that her saliva might have touched it. Yu Yin felt a surge of shyness, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she nodded slightly. You may go. I shall wait for you here. Upon entering the inn, they were met with a gruesome sight. The floor was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the station guards. Li Yin covered his mouth and nose, furrowing his brow. The corpses had decomposed to such an extent that only the faintest recognition of their features remained. Yet, Yu Huatian appeared utterly unfazed by the gruesome sight, methodically inspecting one lifeless body after another. Indeed, the 3 banners of the Western Factory had perished. Your Majesty. At the Helan Mountain Post, there are a total of 108 individuals, including 3 from our Western Factory, all deceased, with their bodies lying here, Yu Huatian reported. What confounded Li Yin was how the Serpent Spirit rebels had come to know of such a clandestine location as the Helan Mountain Post. It must be noted that after Xiao Qingfang's exposure, all significant military sites had been relocated. Xiao Qingfang could not possibly possess this knowledge. The only individuals aware of the Helan Mountain Post were himself, the Western Factory, Wang Xiaojie of Chongzhou, and the cabinet. He could never betray a secret, and Renjie. Wang Su and Zhuge Liang from the cabinet were all individuals of impeccable trustworthiness. Thus, the remaining suspects were Wang Xiaojie and the Western Factory. Originally, the 3,000 banners of the Western Factory had been summoned by the system, loyal to the cause. However, the subsequent influx of members could potentially lead to betrayal. As for Wang Xiaojie, although his character in the original narrative was depicted as virtuous, who could truly guarantee his fidelity? Furthermore, Yu Huatian discovered over a dozen reports at the Helan Mountain Post, all correspondence from the Chongzhou governor, Jiao Jing, dispatched to the capital, Luoyang. These documents suggested that Wang Xiaojie had ventured deep into enemy territory, ignoring counsel, and even accused him of being a chitin spy. If even one of those reports reached the court, it would seal the fate of countless soldiers of the Great Tang. Could it be that Xiao Jing was a loyal minister? Li Yin did not share this perspective. In light of the army's mishap, the Helan Mountain Post would inevitably undergo scrutiny. If Xiao Jing were indeed a loyal minister, these reports would undoubtedly have been obliterated, rather than appearing as though they awaited discovery. Upon this realization, Li Yin and Yu Huatian took their leave, for the atmosphere here was decidedly unpleasant. As for Yin, it seemed she had grown weary of the tedium. Li Yin gazed at Ru Yin, and the recent annoyance seemed to dissipate significantly. Do not come any closer, Ru Yin insisted, pinching her nose tightly. It turned out that Li Yin had lingered in the room for a while, and the foul odor had clung to him. Li Yin comprehended the meaning behind Ru Yin's words, yet he stubbornly brought his sleeve to his nose. Oh, the stench was truly unbearable. Despite the revulsion gnawing at his insides, Li Yin and Yu Huatian managed to locate a small pond. Although the weather remained chilly, Li Yin would rather risk a cold than endure such an odorous environment, especially when met with Ru Yan's disdain. Your Majesty, please wash first. I shall keep watch for you, Yu Huatian suggested. Li Yin, unreserved, swiftly shed his garments and leapt into the tranquil pool. After a thorough wash lasting nearly 10 minutes, he finally donned fresh attire. As for the foul-smelling clothes, they had long been discarded by Li Yin. Yu Yin, take another whiff. It should no longer reek, right? He teased. Humph, it still stinks. Yu Yin replied, wrinkling her adorable nose. How could that be? I've bathed and changed. There shouldn't be any odor left. Li Yin murmured to himself, then earnestly inhaled the air, confirming that there was indeed no lingering scent. At that moment, he caught sight of the cunning glint in the girl's eyes and instantly realized he had been deceived by this little minx. As night fell, Li Yin had originally planned to seek lodging in a nearby town. However, fate seemed to have other intentions. In the evening, a steady drizzle began to fall from the sky. Though the rain was light, embarking on a journey in such weather would undoubtedly lead to illness. Li Yin, robust and strong, was indifferent to the rain, yet he could not overlook the vulnerability of Ru Yin, a delicate girl, to such downpours. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to forget that Ru Yin was one of the 6 serpent heads within the serpent spirit, whose martial prowess, though not exceptionally formidable, was certainly not synonymous with fragility. By the time they had erected their tent, their garments were thoroughly drenched. Li Yin was indifferent. He simply treated it as if he had taken another shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. However, for Ru Yin, her drenched garments clung closely to her form. Previously, Ru Yin had always donned loose-fitting attire, which had obscured her figure from Li Yin's notice. To his surprise, the young lady had developed quite nicely. Her bosom was noticeably pronounced, and it seemed one could faintly discern the outline of her delicate curves. Indeed, it was evident that her figure had matured beyond the typical. Turning his gaze toward Yu Huatian, he discovered that she had already vanished from sight. This Yu Huatian, quite perceptive, Li Yin mused with admiration. Ru Yin also sensed the weight of Li Yin's gaze upon her. Crossing her arms, she playfully huffed, "Humph, close your eyes. You are not allowed to look." "Fine, I want to look. You should hurry and change your clothes to avoid catching a chill." Li Yin turned around and spoke. I have no clothes left. The ones I changed out of have not been washed." Di Ruyin replied. "One is washed but not dried, and the other is dried but unwashed. Which one will you choose?" "In any case, my preference is to wear the damp rather than the soiled." Here. I still have some clothes. Please wear mine for now." Li Yin handed over his clothes. After receiving them, Di Ruyin hesitated, grappling with her mild obsession with cleanliness, uncertain whether to accept Li Yan's garment. "Hurry, don't catch a chill. I would be distressed," he urged. "Humph, who asked you to be distressed?" Di Ruyin retorted playfully before retreating into the tent to change. Surprisingly, it was not as dreadful as she had anticipated. For some reason, a sense of anticipation blossomed within her regarding Li Yan's clothing, devoid of any repulsion. It is noteworthy that she typically abhorred wearing her own soiled garments. The clothing seemed to carry Li Yan's unique scent, and as she inhaled deeply, a wave of exhilaration washed over her, akin to a lovesick maiden. Thus, a stunning beauty with long black hair, clad in male attire, emerged before Li Yan. Truly enchanting." Li Yan sincerely expressed his admiration. As the rain had ceased, he and Ruyin kindled a small bonfire. The two sat beside the flames, enveloped in a warm and intimate atmosphere. Ruyin sat there, her face flushed from the heat of the fire. Li Yan believed that as a man, he ought to be more proactive. Li Yan gradually approached the past and settled beside Ruyin, their arms brushing against each other. Noticing that Ruyin did not shy away, Li Yan felt a surge of joy within. He extended his right arm and gently draped it over Ruyan's shoulder, and she instinctively leaned her head against him. You. Ruyin began to speak, but was interrupted by Li Yan. "Are you still cold? I hope you haven't caught a chill." "Humph. Don't think I'm oblivious. You're just like those despicable men, wanting to take advantage of me, seeking to bully me." Li Yan, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. "Who are those despicable men seeking to take advantage of you?" "I shall slay them." Li Yan questioned. "I shall not divulge that information to you." Observing Li Yan's intense reaction, Ruyin felt a surge of delight and replied. "Moreover, I inexplicably added a remark, seemingly to prevent any misunderstanding on Li Yan's part. Even though they sought to take advantage of me, I have not succumbed to their ploys in the slightest." "Oh, is that so? Then would you be inclined to let me take advantage of you?" Li Yan inquired. Unwillingly," Yin replied, yet her head, resting on Li Yan's shoulder, remained undisturbed. Just as Li Yan contemplated advancing further, Yu Huatian abruptly burst in. Young master, I have caught several wild rabbits for you to taste." Li Yan's forehead was adorned with numerous marks, and I would find it utterly implausible to believe that it was unintentional. Upon noticing the arrival of outsiders, Ruyin hastily lifted her head, straightened her posture, and did not forget to give Li Yan a swift kick. It was all the fault of that wicked scoundrel. Daring to tempt her, she had nearly succumbed to his allure. Under the predatory gaze of Li Yan, Yu Huatian feigned ignorance, leaning against a charming little rabbit. "Your Majesty, this woman's origins are shrouded in mystery, and her intentions are questionable. Until we unravel her choices, do not blame this old servant for intruding upon you. After all, the deeper one falls, the greater the pain." Chapter 34. East Willow Forest Town. Ruyan's betrayal. The following morning, as Ruyan's own garments remained damp, she found herself clad in Li Yan's attire once more. The trio continued their journey. It seemed the shyness from the previous night lingered. Whenever alone with Li Yan, Ruyin remained vigilant, fearful that he might once again attempt to seduce her with his sweet words. It was not that she lacked feelings for Li Yan, but rather that she deemed herself unfit for romance at this juncture. She was an assassin of the serpent spirit, while he was an official of the Tang dynasty, evidently trusted by the emperor to act independently in the investigation. Yet, what was she to do? She had been raised by her elder sister and could not betray her. At the very least, she must assist her sister in resolving the Chongzhou case. Once the matter of Chongzhou was concluded, if Li Yan were to withdraw from the court, she would retreat with Yin Li into the world, living as a loving couple. However, that time had not yet come. 3 days later, the trio arrived at a town named East Willow Forest, a significant settlement near Chongzhou. Upon entering the town, an even more pronounced scent of blood than that of Helan Mountain assailed their senses. It seemed the carnage had only just transpired, apart from the metallic odor of blood. There was no stench of decaying corpses. As they ventured deeper into East Willow Forest, it became evident that the streets were littered with bodies, both young and old, all having been decapitated. Dark crimson blood stained the ground, rendering the scene a horrifying shade of red. Li Yin grasped Ru Yan's hand, gently pulling her behind him as he cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Observing the robust silhouette of Li Yin, a wave of security washed over Ru Yan. Little did he know that she was a formidable assassin of the serpent spirit. In truth, she required no protection whatsoever. Unbeknownst to Ru Yan, Li Yin, being a traveler from another realm, had already discerned her true identity. At that moment, a woman clad in white appeared, accompanied by 2 to 3 dozen women in purple attire. Upon spotting Ru Yin, the woman in white's pupils dilated in surprise. Noticing this, Ru Yin subtly shook her head and concealed herself behind Li Yin, feigning fear. She seized this opportunity to assess Li Yin and his companion's martial prowess, which would aid her future plans. The woman in white quickly grasped the situation and commanded, "The events at Donglialan town must not be revealed. Eliminate them." Instantly, the group of purple-clad women brandished their curved blades and charged forward. The audacious Yu Huatian shouted and joined the fray. True to his reputation as the director of the Western Bureau, he held his ground against the onslaught of dozens of opponents. At this juncture, Ru Yin suggested, "Shall we assist him?" "No need. Yu Huatian can manage alone. My sole responsibility is to ensure your safety," Li Yin replied. "That won't do. We must help him. Moreover, I am quite capable myself, and this would be an excellent opportunity for you to witness my abilities," Ru Yin insisted. She had already perceived that Yin Li's companion was quite formidable, and it would not be long before he vanquished the serpent spirit's forces. If they wished to save them, there was but one course of action. "Really?" Li Yin inquired. "Of course, it is the best," Ru Yin replied. "Very well. But you must not stray too far from me." "Rest assured," Ru Yin assured him. Li Yin acquiesced to Ru Yan's request because he was confident in his ability to safeguard her amidst this group of inept individuals. Furthermore, he was aware that, as one of the 6 serpentine leaders, Ru Yin was far from weak. As the skirmish unfolded, Ru Yin, seizing an opportune moment while Li Yin was distracted, gradually approached the woman clad in white. The white-clad woman quickly noticed Ru Yin, and upon exchanging a glance, she immediately comprehended the intention of General Su. She hastened towards Ru Yin, and with Ru Yan's cooperation, she adeptly constrained her. The woman positioned her curved blade against Ru Yan's pristine neck and shouted, "Stop." Despite knowing that the two were allies, the sight of the blade, perilously close to Ru Yan's throat, caused Li Yan's heart to race, prompting him to exclaim involuntarily, "Ru Yan, it seems this woman holds considerable significance for you," the white-clad woman remarked with a mocking tone. "Release her, and I shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Li Yin, feeling a surge of anger, spoke in a low voice. Li Yan's threats were dismissed by the woman in white. I would indeed like to see how you intend to act impolitely. At present, Renjie's niece is in my custody. What can you possibly do to me?" Upon hearing her words, Li Yin tightened his grip on the knife and cast a glance at the woman. He was 99% certain that he could deliver a fatal blow. Yet even with the slightest chance of harming Ru Yin, he was unwilling to do so. "State your demands," he urged. Li Yin spoke, and during his utterance, Yu Huatian tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Should this individual before him dare to make any excessive demands, he would not hesitate to unleash his ruthless wrath. "Humph, your subordinate has slain many of our kin. Now, you shall take his life, and then your own. And in return, I shall release this woman. What say you?" Li Yin regarded the woman in white with a gaze reminiscent of one observing a simpleton and said, "It is impossible. If we were to perish, it would render Ru Yin even more perilous." Yu Huatian's expression towards the woman in white grew increasingly menacing. She truly dared to make such demands. Even Ru Yin looked at the woman in disbelief, astonished that there existed someone so dim-witted among the serpentine spirits. "I only compelled you to take me hostage to ensure your survival. Why complicate matters?" At this juncture, the woman in white realized her overreach and proposed, "Very well, then. If you kneel and bow 3 times, followed by severing one of your arms, I shall release this woman. What say you?" Upon hearing this, both Yu Huatian and Ru Yin cast glances filled with murderous intent towards the woman in white. This constituted the utmost affront to a man. In this era, it was an indignity surpassing even that of being cuckolded. "You court death," Yu Huatian exclaimed furiously. "Humph, do you wish for me to die alongside this woman?" The woman in white retorted coldly. At that moment, Li Yin stepped forward, feigning acquiescence, and stated, "I can consent to your terms." Ru Yin, mistakenly believing he was genuinely about to kneel to save her, urgently interjected, "You must not kneel, nor harm yourself," misunderstanding the situation. Di Ruyan could not fathom that Li Yin would never kneel, nor would he maim himself. A man may bow before his parents, perhaps even his wife, but to others, such humility was unthinkable. Moreover, as the emperor, he embodied the dignity of the Tang dynasty. Li Yin resolved to take a bold leap, acknowledging that if he were to fail, he would have indeed exerted his utmost effort, leaving him with no regrets. However, at that moment, the previously captive Di Ruyan sprang into action. With a swift grip on the curved blade at her throat, she moved like a wraith, and in an instant, she severed the head of the woman in white. The eyes of the white-clad woman widened in shock, remaining unclosed in death. She had never anticipated that General Su would turn against her. Di Ruyan cast but a fleeting glance at the lifeless figure before she leapt into Li Yan's embrace. She had thought that he truly intended to kneel and sever his own arm. Why are you so foolish? Do you not know that beneath a man's knee lies gold? Though you may lose your life, do not forsake your dignity. Li Yin instantly comprehended that Ru Yin had misunderstood the situation. This was indeed the first time Ru Yin had taken the initiative to be so intimate with him. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yin replied, "Is it not because I fear for your safety?" Upon hearing these words, the defenses in Ru Yan's heart crumbled entirely. For a man, dignity holds greater significance than life itself. Could it be that he truly harbors such affection for her? Ru Yin embraced Li Yin, burying her head in his chest. Her voice choked with emotion as she murmured, "It cannot be like this next time." Li Yin seized the opportunity to gently caress Ru Yan's silky long hair, unexpectedly deepening their bond through misfortune. Yu Huatian cast a surprised glance at Di Ruyan, astonished that this woman would betray her loyalties at such a critical moment. It seemed she had genuinely developed feelings for his majesty. In his heart, Yu Huatian begrudgingly accepted Di Ruyan a little more. Chapter 35. The officials and soldiers kill innocents for glory. The grudges of Ru Yin. After a considerable time, Ru Yin finally emerged from Li Yan's embrace. Her eyes were red and swollen, unmistakably indicating that she had recently wept. Li Yan's chest was also dampened significantly. Perhaps it was due to Yu Huatian's slight acceptance of Di Ruyan, but this time, Yu Huatian surprisingly refrained from dampening the mood. Di Ruyan gazed at Li Yin, her feelings deepening. Having just been embraced by him, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. During that fleeting moment, devoid of serpentine spirits, martial realms, and court intrigues, it seemed as if only the two of them existed in the world. Both could distinctly sense that their bond had grown closer. Yet, neither dared to pierce through that veil of unspoken sentiments. Subsequently, due to the pervasive stench of blood in Donglialan town, it was unsuitable for them to remain there for the night. Thus, the three of them ventured into the mountains, seeking a higher ground to establish their camp. "Young master, there are people over there," Yu Huatian remarked, noticing the flickering flames in the distant hollow. It was already deep into the night. What ordinary household would kindle a fire at such an hour? Rian added, "Let us go and investigate." Indeed, within the hollow, they found not common folk, but a band of ruffians clad in disheveled attire. They were merrily drinking and feasting, surrounded by an array of weapons, with numerous severed heads hanging from their belts. "So they are bandits. It appears they are responsible for the turmoil in Donglialan town," Rian commented. While it was true that they were behind the chaos in Donglialan town, they were far from mere bandits. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yin remarked, "If they are not bandits, then what could they possibly be?" Inquisitively, Ru Yin responded, "What do you mean?" Noticing her curiosity, Li Yin teasingly replied, "Perhaps if you kiss me, I might divulge the answer." "Humph, you can choose not to tell me. You're just a bully." Ru Yin pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. All right, I concede. But if you continue to pout like that, your lips will become quite unsightly. When we step outside, do not blame me for pretending not to know you. You are the one with unsightly lips. And if you don't recognize me, it's not as if I would care to be acquainted with you," Ru Yin retorted, tilting her head with a hint of arrogance. "Are you curious now?" "Curious, indeed. But I possess my own ways of discovering the truth. What methods do you have? Will you reveal it or not?" Ru Yin playfully stepped on Li Yan's foot, applying pressure as if she would not relent until he spoke. Though her weight was light and her touch gentle, Li Yin feigned pain for her sake. I admit my fault. I shall tell you now," he pleaded. Upon hearing his plea, Ru Yin finally released her grip. "Look at the armor and weapons these individuals possess. They are far too sophisticated and well-equipped for mere bandits. So what does that imply? And yet, I still do not know who they truly are," Ru Yin said, gazing up with an adorably clueless expression. Unable to resist, Li Yin playfully flicked her forehead. "Fool. Oh, that hurts. You must let me do the same." "Do not be silly. It is simply not feasible." Li Yin held Ru Yin tightly in his embrace. Despite her frantic struggles, they were utterly futile, as she was unable to land even a single blow upon him. Infuriated, the young lady ground her teeth, as if she were intent on biting him. Ru Yin, have you noticed the severed heads they carry at their waists? Do you believe bandits require such trophies? After pondering for a moment, Ru Yin tilted her head and, with a sudden realization, replied, they are soldiers from Chongzhou. Indeed, according to our Tang military system, severed heads signify military merit. These men are committing murder under the guise of valor. At that moment, the bandit leader in the valley began to boast. Brothers, today's raid was magnificent. We flattened Donglialan town, slaughtering every inhabitant. The wealth is inconsequential, but we acquired so many women. What a delight this is. Being a bandit is far more exhilarating than being a soldier. It's simply unmatched. Isn't that right, brothers? Yes. His band of ruffians echoed in agreement. The bandit leader continued, tomorrow, our target is Xiao village. Everyone should collect a few more heads to bring back for our report. Now, brothers, let us drink. His words ignited a fervent cheer among the bandits. Despicable. These inhumane wretches must be dealt with. Yin Li, let us descend and slay them. Li Yin intercepted Ru Yin. And amidst her puzzled gaze, he remarked, the terrain here is expansive. Should we engage, it would be all too easy for some to slip through the cracks. Furthermore, the culprits behind these heinous acts are certainly not limited to this group. Let us first proceed to the Xiao village and lie in wait for our quarry. All right, I shall heed your counsel, Ru Yin replied. Hey, Yin Li, come over here. Ru Yin suddenly called out. Li Yin, puzzled by her abrupt summons, wondered what this young lady wanted from him. Could it be a confession of her feelings? Ru Yin, what is it? He inquired. Oh, could you crouch down a little? Ru Yin said, her face etched with urgency. Observing her anxious demeanor, Li Yin did not ponder further and complied, bending down to lend her his ear. Haha, you fell for it, came Ru Yin's triumphant voice from beside him, and before Li Yin could rise, he was met with a playful bump on the head. Watching Ru Yin skip away with glee, Li Yin could only chuckle in resignation. This young lady certainly held a grudge. Chapter 36, An encounter with Dee Renjie under the cover of night. Li Yin and his companions arrived at the village of Xiaowa. To their astonishment, they found that the village had already established thorough defensive measures. Pits, nets, and animal traps were meticulously arranged. Had it not been for the expertise of Yuan, Li Yin might have fallen into their snare. What could this mean? Had the villagers of Xiaowa received news in advance? Meanwhile, within the village, Zhang Huan and Li Lang were among the 8 prominent military leaders bestowed upon Dee Renjie by Li Yin. Each of these 8 individuals was a formidable warrior, possessing considerable martial prowess, and they typically assisted Dee Renjie in his endeavors. The traps set for this occasion were primarily devised by the 2 of them. Sir, we have grave news. A group has intruded, and the traps that Zhang Huan and I arranged have been compromised. Li Lang reported. Is this truly the case? It is already the witching hour, between 11 at night and 1 in the morning. Why would that band of chaotic soldiers arrive at such a time? Dee Renjie pondered aloud. Indeed, it is in the village of Yawa that Dee Renjie and his companions find themselves. It turns out that Dee Renjie and Li Yuanfang had split their forces. Li Yuanfang proceeded to Chongzhou, while he ventured out in disguise. The events that Li Yin experienced earlier were largely mirrored by Dee Renjie, albeit with a different sequence in Donglialan town. First, Dee Renjie rescued a man named Wu Dahuan in Donglialan town. Following this, the enigmatic figures clad in purple from the Shelling sect arrived, seeking Wu Dahuan. This man, in fact, is Zhao Wenhui, the governor of Yingzhou, whose military rank is second only to that of Wang Xiaojie. Moreover, he possesses knowledge of a crucial traitor's secret, making it imperative for the Shelling members to eliminate him. The chaotic soldiers, on the other hand, are driven by a desire to kill Zhao Wenhui, either to claim merit for slaying innocents or to extinguish him. Thus, wherever they go, they leave no survivors, sparing neither the young nor the old. Ultimately, it was Li Yin who arrived last at Donglialan town, which led to his fateful encounter with the purple-clad figures. Li Lang, are you certain it is those chaotic soldiers? How many have arrived? Dee Renjie inquired. It is too dark to discern if they are traitors, but it is evident that there are not many of them. And each is a master of martial arts. Furthermore what? They are not inferior to General Li. Li Lang remarked, Oh, is there such a matter? Could it be the serpent spirit's serpent head? Li Lang, let us investigate, Dee Renjie replied. Indeed, I shall obey your command, esteemed mentor. However, if these individuals truly possess the prowess of the serpent spirit, might we not be walking into a trap? Perhaps it would be wise for you to withdraw while I lead a contingent to confront them. Xingtai, if these individuals are indeed members of the Serpent Spirit's opposition, how could they possibly come as mere handfuls? I believe these few may actually be our allies. Renjie recalled the message Wang Su had sent him. Before long, Li Lang had reunited with Renjie and Zhang Huan. Observing the silhouettes of the three figures in the darkness, Renjie nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he could never mistake their presence. Your servant, Renjie, pays homage to your majesty. Long live our sovereign. Long live, long live. Renjie proclaimed as he knelt. Behind him, Zhang Huan, Li Lang, and the other 8 military leaders were instantly taken aback, hastily dropping to their knees in reverence, exclaiming, Long live our sovereign, long live. Long live. Such a commotion, of course, could not escape the notice of Li Yin and his companions. Li Yin and Yu Huadian also recognized the voice of Renjie. Thus they were not surprised. However, Ru Yin cast a startled glance at Li Yin before stepping back slightly. Even before Renjie knelt, Li Yin had begun to observe Ru Yin. Noticing that Ru Yin was indeed struggling to accept the situation, he perceived her desire to distance herself from him. Li Yin did not hesitate. He firmly grasped Ru Yin's delicate hand and bestowed upon her a resolute gaze. As her hand was captured by Li Yin, Ru Yin attempted to break free, yet his grip was unyielding, rendering her efforts futile. She was compelled to follow him, akin to a marionette controlled by strings. How could this be? He was, after all, the emperor. Li Yin, Yin Li, how foolish I have been. I should have realized this sooner. What should I do now? Should I assist my elder sister or lend my support to him? My elder sister raised me, and I cannot be ungrateful. Yet, what of Li Yin? Can I bear to see him harmed? As I pondered these tumultuous thoughts, Li Yin had already brought him before Renjie. Please, no need for formalities, he said. Thank you, your majesty. Renjie and the others expressed their gratitude as they rose. Qing, what brings you here? Li Yin inquired, your majesty. I have learned that tomorrow a band of rogue soldiers will come to this village to commit atrocities under the guise of valor. I have come here specifically to lie in wait for them. Haha, truly worthy of the esteemed Elder Dee. It seems we have both had the same thought. Elder, do you know who this is? Li Yin grasped Ru Yin's hand and inquired, is this truly my niece, Ru Yin? Renjie, already aware of the tumultuous connection between Li Yin and Ru Yin, found it easy to deduce this revelation. Upon recognizing her uncle, Ru Yin hurriedly performed a respectful bow. Good child. No need for formalities, Renjie joyfully responded. Casting a glance at Yu Huatian, a glimmer of concern flickered in Renjie's eyes. What is happening? Why are their relations becoming increasingly amicable? Should this Ru Yin possess a heart as venomous as a serpent? What shall we do? Noticing the unease in Renjie's gaze, Yu Huadian shook his head in resignation. Do you think I wish to meddle? Alas, how can we, as subordinates, govern our masters? Seeing Yu Huatian's dismay, Renjie cursed him silently, realizing that he must rely on his own faculties. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he addressed Ru Yin. Ru Yin, the last time I saw you, you were but a child. I cannot believe how much you have grown. Is all well at home? Uncle, rest assured, all is well at home, Ru Yin replied. Her mind somewhat adrift, still reeling from the revelation that Li Yin was the emperor. That is good to hear, very good indeed. Renjie and Ru Yin engaged in a light conversation. Through their exchange, Renjie sensed that Ru Yin was relatively innocent. Though he pondered how much of her demeanor was pretense and resolved to probe deeper in the future. That evening, Renjie arranged accommodations for Li Yin and his companions. Although the hour was late, Ru Yin felt no fatigue. Resting her chin on her hands, her eyes glazed over, lost in thought. Chapter 37, Expressing Intentions. The intrusion of Fo Di Chun knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock at the door jolted Ru Yin from her reverie. Who is it? She called out. Ru Yin. It is I. Li Yin stood at the door and spoke. What brings you here? I am already asleep. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Ru Yin declined. Her heart in turmoil, reluctant to confront Li Yin. Her anger did not stem from the deception he had wrought, but rather from her uncertainty on how to face him. If he were to discover her identity as a serpent spirit, would he still treat her with such kindness? Moreover, had Li Yin been merely an ordinary official, she might have entertained the thought of involving him in the serpent spirit community or escaping with him to a distant place. Yet, all of this seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. Ru Yin, please open the door for a moment. No, come back tomorrow. If you do not open it, I shall not leave tonight, Li Yin stubbornly declared. Faced with his somewhat childish behavior, Ru Yin found it somewhat amusing. You must have calculated that I wouldn't let you wait outside all night, hadn't you? However, you were indeed correct. I truly couldn't bear to do so. You rogue. Di Ruyin remarked as she opened the door. Before her stood Li Yin, holding a large bowl of noodles, presumably brought to her as a meal. Ru Yin felt a surge of warmth in her heart, yet she was at a loss on how to navigate her relationship with Li Yin. Thus, she said, "If you have something to say, please be quick. I still need to sleep." "Oh, it's quite late now, and I was worried you might be hungry. So I brought you a bowl of noodles." Li Yin spoke, while Di Ruyin deliberately maintained a stern expression and replied, "Just leave it there. You may go." Faced with Di Ruyin's sudden indifference, Li Yin felt a pang of discomfort. "Are you still upset with me?" Observing Li Yin's cautious demeanor, Ruyin felt a surge of delight within her. "Oh, look at you. Are you actually afraid?" She teased. "I wouldn't dare. You are the emperor. Who would dare to incur your wrath?" "Ruyin," he continued, "after our first encounter, I regretted using a false name. I feared that once you discovered my true identity, you would resent me for deceiving you and choose to distance yourself from me. That is why I have hesitated. Ruyin, I truly care for you. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? I assure you, I will never deceive you again." Li Yin gazed at Di Ruyin with profound affection and spoke softly. Under the penetrating gaze of Li Yin, Di Ruyin averted her eyes. If she were truly the niece of Di Renjie or merely an ordinary woman, she would undoubtedly acquiesce to Li Yin's sentiments. However, she found herself unable to do so. Should she agree to Li Yin, what would happen when her elder sister sought to harm him? Noticing Di Ruyin's silence, Li Yin grew anxious and inquired, "Are you still upset with me?" Seeing the anticipation and tension in Li Yin's eyes, Di Ruyin swallowed her initial words of refusal. She could not bear to be cruel to him. "No, truly not. I have never been angry with you. I merely found it difficult to accept your identity for a moment. Could you wait? Once the matters in Chongzhou are resolved, I shall provide you with my answer." Li Yin was elated by her lack of rejection and immediately embraced Di Ruyin. "This is wonderful, Ruyin. I am willing to wait for you." Di Ruyin acquiesced, gently nodding as she remained in Li Yin's embrace. Their tender scene was unwittingly observed by the disguised Di Chun in the opposite room, who remained unaware that genuine feelings had blossomed. "Truly remarkable, Di Chun. While I have yet to uncover anything of value on Di Renjie's side, you have successfully ensnared the emperor," he remarked to himself, before discreetly reporting the incident to Xiao Qifang. "Ruyin, please finish your noodles quickly. Someone will come to collect the bowl tomorrow," he added. After I finish, I shall retire early. Do not ponder too much," she replied. "Rest assured, I understand. You should return and rest as well," Di Ruyin said, gently pushing Li Yin out the door. Noticing that the person outside had departed, Di Ruyin retrieved the heart knot she had hidden in her bosom. She murmured to herself, "I wonder if encountering you is my fortune or misfortune." After savoring a hearty bowl of noodles, Di Ruyin finally drifted into a warm slumber, occasionally breaking into a silly smile in her dreams. Fortunately, Li Yin was not present, for it would have been difficult to resist the charm of the adorable Di Ruyin. Chapter 38. The Capture of Zhu Feng. Li Kai's suspicions intensify the following day. At noon, the chaotic army indeed launched an attack, with the vanguard riding on horseback. The chaotic forces, composed of the Chongzhou Right Weiwei troops, were not entirely inept. They quickly discerned that something was amiss in the village of Zioa. "It's unusually quiet, I assenti it. It's lunchtime, yet there is not a single wisp of smoke rising," remarked Zhu Feng, the commander of the chaotic army. The vice-captain concurred. "Indeed, it is rather peculiar." "Captain, we should remain vigilant." Zhu Feng inquired, "How far are the infantry from us?" "Approximately 2 miles, the deputy captain replied. The captain nodded and added, "You take a few men and scout ahead. Signal with a flare if anything arises." The deputy captain led a contingent of around 10 men, all mounted on sturdy steeds. However, they circled the village and encountered not a single soul. "This is quite peculiar. How can there be no signs of life in this village?" the deputy captain remarked. Perplexed, "Perhaps they fled upon hearing the news?" suggested a disheveled soldier. The deputy captain immediately retorted, "Nonsense. How would these peasants know we were coming?" Just then, from behind a nearby earthen wall, 4 or 5 individuals suddenly emerged, frantically retreating. At last, they had spotted living beings, prompting the chaotic soldiers to exclaim, "Brothers! There they are. Pursue them." The 10 horsemen charged after the villagers. It seemed they had underestimated these peasants, failing to recognize such a simple trap. Sure enough, after a brief chase, The soldiers fell into a pit 3 or 4 meters deep. Many were seriously injured or killed, while the remainder were swiftly dispatched by the villagers wielding shovels and hoes. The sounds of the skirmish reached Zhu Feng's ears. Moreover, the deputy captain had not signaled with a flare, causing Zhu Feng to sense that something was amiss. Just then, the main infantry force arrived from the rear, instilling Zhu Feng with renewed courage. "Brothers, let's storm the village," Zhu Feng declared, leading the charge. Upon entering, they were confronted by dozens of villagers blocking their path. How dare these wretched peasants, armed with mere sticks, oppose us? They must be tired of living. "Brothers, let us slay them," Zhu Feng commanded, spurring his horse forward, aiming to utilize the cavalry's might to overwhelm the villagers. However, as he drew near, a tripwire ensnared him, sending both horse and rider tumbling. The villagers seized the opportunity and began to pummel the fallen. Although the villagers' weaponry and strength were inferior, they were bolstered by formidable leaders like the 8 great generals, Jichuan and Yuan. Soon, the chaotic soldiers were decimated, with only a few remaining, all of whom were captured, including their leader, Zhu Feng. He was apprehended by Renjie, one of the 8 great generals, who escorted him to meet Li Yin and Di Renjie. "Gentlemen, this man is the captain of the chaotic soldiers, and he has been captured," Renjie announced. "Good," Di Renjie replied, rising to speak. "Listen carefully. I will ask only once. Should your answers be unsatisfactory, you will be taken out and executed." Zhu Feng, gripped by fear, stammered, "Why, yes, yes. What is your name?" "I am called Zhu Feng." "Who is your leader?" Di Renjie inquired further. "General Li Kaigu of the right camp in Chongzhou," Zhu Feng replied without hesitation. This was all rehearsed to prevent incidents like today from occurring. Who would have thought it would actually come in handy? "What does Li Kaigu look like?" Di Renjie pressed. "He has a dark complexion, a rectangular face, a beard, stands tall, and possesses a pair of particularly intimidating eyes," Zhu Feng elaborated. As soon as Zhu Feng spoke, Di Renjie immediately deduced the truth of his words, indicating that Zhu Feng had indeed encountered Li Kaigu before. Di Renjie then asked, "You were responsible for the bloodbath at Donglialan town, were you not?" This question had not been rehearsed, but Zhu Feng understood how to respond. "No, this is our first time coming down the mountain. You were sent to kill," Di Renjie stated decisively. Upon hearing this, Renjie prepared to take action. Zhu Feng was instantly terrified, exclaiming, I am telling the truth. The bloodbath at Donglialan was indeed our doing, but it was General Li who instructed us." Before Zhu Feng could complete his sentence, the enemy interjected. "You claim it was Li Kaigu who ordered you to carry out the bloodbath at Donglialan. Do you have any evidence?" "No evidence," Zhu Feng shook his head in response. "Then why would he instruct you to commit such acts at Donglialan town?" "We suffered defeat and feared retribution from the court, so we sought to collect more heads as military merit. In the event of inquiry, we could defend ourselves," Zhu Feng explained. "Very well. Hold him and have him sign a confession." "Understood," Renjie replied, taking Zhu Feng away. "Master, could it be that the traitor is Li Kaigu?" Xingtai asked. "It is difficult to say. However, Li Kaigu was originally a surrendered general of the Khitan, having achieved merit by slaying many Khitan people. The Khitan despised him deeply. Why would he abandon the Tang and defect to the Khitan?" Di Renjie pondered. "Is it possible they are framing Li Kaigu?" Xingtai questioned further. "That is quite possible. Yet we lack evidence," Di Renjie replied. Meanwhile, Li Yin was striving to recall the storyline in his mind, but struggled to remember such intricate details. Furthermore, due to his arrival, the plot had already altered significantly. For instance, Yu Yin did not accompany Li Yuanfang. Additionally, Qiao Jing had not been apprehended due to suspicions of collusion. Li Kaigo had not rebelled due to the hijacking of the prisoner transport or the killing of the Qian Niuwei. They were still legitimate officials. However, if Li Kaigo was not a rebel, why were they still attributing the blame to him? And did Yuan Chun, as the general of the Right Way Guard in Chongzhou, truly know nothing of the actions of his soldiers? Subsequently, under the guidance of Zhu Feng, Di Renjie and Li Yin apprehended Zhu Feng's superior, Song Wuji. The testimonies of Song Wuji and Zhu Feng were strikingly similar, both asserting that they acted under the orders of Li Kaigu to eliminate Liang Maoang. It appears that Li Kaigu's culpability is increasingly pronounced. Chapter 39, Xiao Qingfang's intent to assassinate Li Yin and the revelation of Xian'er's heritage. Li Kaigu's identity remains questionable, and Wang Xiaojie is not particularly trustworthy either. Li Yin and Di Renjie resolved to return to Chongzhou, first stripping Wang Xiaojie and Li Kaigu of their military authority to prevent any schemes from these two. On this day, the disguised Di Chun, seizing a moment of inattention, stealthily approached Ru Yin. The transformation spirit lived up to its name, captivating even the Emperor's heart. Upon hearing that chilling yet familiar voice, Ru Yin trembled slightly. Dong Ling, why have you come to find me instead of remaining undercover? Humph. My sister's latest directive is that she is aware you have won the Emperor's affection and is pleased. She instructs you to abandon your undercover mission against Renjie and to poison Li Yin, the disguised Di Chun, also known as Dong Ling, replied. Once the Emperor is dead, the court will be left without an heir, and chaos will inevitably ensue. At that moment, our serpent spirits will find our opportunity. My sister has also emphasized that your mission holds the utmost priority, even surpassing matters concerning Chongzhou. You must complete this task. As she spoke, she produced a pouch of poison and handed it to Di Ru Yin, who numbly accepted it. Her fears had materialized, leaving her in turmoil. What was she to do? On one side stood the person who had nurtured her, and on the other, the sole warmth she had known throughout her life. How could she choose? As memories of her days with Li Yin flooded her mind, tears streamed down her face. She could not bear the thought of losing him. Nor could she tolerate the idea of his death. The mere contemplation of a world without Li Yin twisted her heart in agony. No, she could not allow harm to befall him. Thus, dear sister, I must apologize. Once Li Yin is safe, I shall personally seek you out to repay the debts of gratitude. After much contemplation, Di Ru Yin made her decision. She would confess everything to Li Yin. Even if he were to despise her or cast her aside upon learning her true identity, she would accept it without hesitation. Resolute in her thoughts, she immediately made her way to Li Yan's chamber. Meanwhile, Yu Huatian had uncovered significant revelations regarding Su Xian'er's true identity. Armed with intelligence from the Western Depot, he hurried to Li Yan's room. Your Majesty. Yu Huatian? No need for formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have discovered that Miss Ru Yin's identity is shrouded in further intricacies, and I am here to report my findings to you. That won't be necessary, Yu Huatian. I have long been aware that Ru Yin is one of the serpent spirits, and I also know her code name is Transformation Spirit. Li Yin smiled gently and spoke. Ah! Yu Huatian exclaimed in surprise. He had been waiting to clarify Miss Ru Yin's background before reporting to Li Yin. But he did not expect that Li Yin was already aware. Yu Huatian felt a twinge of astonishment. Was it possible that the Emperor had intelligence networks beyond the Western Depot? A sense of urgency surged within him. Then why does Your Majesty hold Miss Ru Yin in such high regard? Yu Huatian inquired, puzzled. It is because I know that Ru Yin is pure and kind-hearted. Unlike other serpentine spirits, Your Majesty indeed possesses a discerning eye. Now, there is no need for flattery. Is there anything else? Your Majesty, do you know about Miss Ru Yin's background? Background? Indeed. I do not know. Please, elaborate. Li Yin expressed great interest in matters concerning Ru Yin, stating, Miss Ru Yin, known by the codename Yin Ling within the serpent spirit, is named Su Xian'er and was raised by Xiao Qingfang, who holds a dual role as both mentor and mother to her. Thus, are you implying that it would be exceedingly difficult for Ru Yin to betray the serpent spirit? Li Yin inquired. It was originally like this. Originally? Yu Huatian remarked. Do not speak while gasping for breath. Express your thoughts clearly in one go. The servant complied, stating that according to the investigation conducted by the West Factory, Miss Su Xian'er was originally the offspring of a wealthy family in Suzhou. However, due to her refusal to support the serpent spirit, her family was annihilated, leaving behind a female infant of less than 3 months. Subsequently, Xiao Qifang took this infant back to the serpent spirit. As the child grew, she gradually exhibited an astonishing talent for disguise. It was then that Xiao Qingfang decided to personally nurture the girl, naming her Su Xian'er. Li Yin interjected, Indeed, Your Majesty. Your insight is remarkable. Furthermore, according to my investigations, individuals akin to Miss Ru Yin are not uncommon within the serpent spirit. It is detestable that Xiao Qingfang is the very one responsible for the demise of Ru Yan's entire family. And she even repugnantly compelled Ru Yin to recognize a thief as her mother and serve her. Such wickedness is utterly despicable. Hearing of Ru Yan's tragic background, Li Yin felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl. However, the pressing matter at hand was to convey this information to Ru Yin, lest she continue to serve her enemies. Li Yin was just about to venture out in search of Ru Yin when a guard at the door announced, Miss Ru Yin requests an audience with Your Majesty. Li Yin was taken aback. He had just intended to seek her out, yet she had arrived of her own accord. Please, do come in. Li Yin spoke. As you command. Chapter 40. The Candid Confession of Yin. Li Yin noticed Ru Yin approaching in a hurry and promptly took her hand, saying, Ru Yin, come quickly. I happen to have something to discuss with you. At the same moment, Ru Yin interjected, Li Yin, I have something to tell you. The two spoke simultaneously. Perhaps you should go first. They both suggested in unison once more. All right, Ru Yin, you begin. I always enjoy listening to you, he encouraged. Oh, you flatter me. Ru Yin murmured softly. What are you mumbling about, Ru Yin? Li Yin inquired. Nothing, nothing, she hastily retorted, caught off guard by his attentiveness. Li Yin, I came to find you today because I have something very important to discuss. Could you ask everyone else to leave? Of course, he replied. Li Yin affectionately stroked Ru Yin's hair and said, Yuhua Tian, please go outside and keep watch. Li Yin issued a direct command. Your Majesty, this. Yuhua Tian glanced at Di Ruyan, hesitating to speak. After all, Di Ruyan was still under the influence of the serpent spirit, and the potential for danger could not be entirely dismissed, despite the Emperor's formidable martial prowess. History is replete with tales of heroes who have succumbed to the allure of beautiful women. Yuhua Tian felt uneasy about the prospect of Li Yin being alone with Di Ruyan. Li Yin understood that Yuhua Tian had good intentions and reassured him, saying, Do not worry, all will be well. However, seeing that Yuhua Tian remained silent, Li Yin's irritation grew, and he commanded, Yuhua Tian, heed my decree. Your servant listens. Yuhua Tian replied, You shall stand guard outside the door. No one is permitted entry without my express command. As you wish, Yuhua Tian said reluctantly, casting a meaningful glance at Di Ruyan before departing. He hoped she would refrain from any foolish actions, otherwise he would be compelled to take her life himself. Even with His Majesty's intervention, in the worst-case scenario, he would kill her first and then take his own life as an offering of apology to the sovereign. After Yuhua Tian left, Li Yin took Di Ruyan's delicate hand, as soft as gossamer, and seated himself beside her, inquiring, Ruyan, what troubles you? Speak freely. As he spoke, he did not release his hold on her hand. Though Di Ruyan was an assassin of the serpent spirit, her hands bore no calluses from sword practice. They were smooth and soft, akin to fine silk. Li Yin, I am not Di Ruyan. My name is Su Xianer. I am an assassin of the serpent spirit. A shapeshifter, one of the 6 serpent leaders. I was sent by the organization to infiltrate Lord Dee's side. The true niece of Lord Dee was murdered by me, and the incident at Hellenshan Post was also orchestrated by me. Xianer divulged everything to Li Yin. Observing that he displayed no signs of anger and continued to smile at her astonished her. Li Yin, are you not angry? She asked. Why should I be angry? Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be my beloved Ruyan. That will never change. Li Yin's sweet words were as soothing as a gentle breeze, easing the burdens that weighed upon his heart. With a curious tone, he asked, Are you not the least bit surprised? To which Li Yin replied, I have promised not to deceive you any longer. In truth, I have long been aware of your true identity. Li Yin spoke directly. Li Yin's words left Ru Yin utterly astonished. She stammered, What? When? Observing Ru Yin's shocked expression, Li Yin felt a twinge of reluctance to shatter her illusions. In truth, the esteemed Di Gulao never possessed a niece. He fabricated a fictitious niece, using the guise of Di Chun, solely to ensnare you. What? Ru Yin could hardly fathom that the situation unfolded in such a manner. Did this mean her identity had been discerned from the very beginning? Yet, with a quivering voice and reddened eyes, she questioned, But why have you treated me so well? My kindness towards you stems from my affection, Li Yin replied. Whether you are Di Ru Yin or Su Xianer, whether or not you are a being of the serpent spirit, does that truly matter? Is it necessary to ponder so deeply when it comes to love? All I know is that I cherish you, and I simply wish to treat you well. It is as uncomplicated as that. Li Yan's words deeply moved Ru Yin. She wrinkled her small nose and replied, Humph. You only know how to use sweet words to amuse me. Just as Li Yin was about to assert the sincerity of his feelings, he heard Ru Yin softly confess, Actually, I like you too. That is why, when my elder sister ordered me to kill you, I chose to abandon that task and be honest with you. After this confession, no matter how you treat me, I shall have no regrets. Xiao Qifeng sent you to kill me? Yes, with this poison, which was given to me by the false Di Chun. By the way, the false Di Chun is actually Dong Ling, Ru Yin added, as she handed the poison to him. At that moment, a sense of dejection and guilt lingered in her heart, stemming from her feelings towards Xiao Qifeng. Li Yin felt a pang of sympathy for Ru Yin, who had unwittingly served her enemies for over a decade. The revelation of the truth might prove overwhelming for her. However, enduring prolonged pain was less favorable than confronting the short-lived agony of truth. Thus, Li Yin resolved to disclose Ru Yan's origins. In Chapter 41, titled Ru Yan's Rebellion, Li Yin ascends to the throne. Ru Yin, appearing flustered, inquired, Li Yin, what were you about to tell me? Ru Yin, Li Yin began. You have betrayed the serpent spirit and chosen to assist me. Do you not feel a sense of guilt or discomfort regarding this choice? Ru Yin nodded honestly in acknowledgement. I was raised by my elder sister, and she hesitated, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. Observing her discomfort, Li Yin decided to forego any suspense and directly address the matter. Ru Yin, are you aware of your true lineage? My lineage? Ru Yin inquired, recalling her elder sister's words that she was an orphan, found abandoned by the roadside. She harbored no doubts about Xiao Qingfang's account. For who would suspect that the one who raised them could be their enemy? I have conducted an investigation into your origins. Would you like to know? Li Yin asked. Yes, I would, Ru Yin replied eagerly, having often fantasized about her biological parents and family. You were originally the daughter of a wealthy merchant family in Suzhou. However, when the serpent spirit demanded protection fees and your family refused to comply, they were annihilated as a warning to others, leaving only a mere infant behind. This child was subsequently taken back to the serpent spirit's headquarters, where Xiao Qifang, recognizing her exceptional talent for disguise, decided to adopt her for personal training and covert indoctrination. Li Yin had not finished speaking when Ru Yin was already in tears. So, this girl is me, isn't she? Ru Yin gazed at Li Yin, seeking confirmation from his lips. Yes, this girl is you. Thus, Xiao Qifang is indeed your true enemy. She nurtured you, but it was also a means of exploiting you. Li Yin remarked. Li Yan's words, like a gentle breeze, left no room for doubt in Ru Yan's heart. For he had sworn to her that he would never deceive her again. Moreover, in her years within the serpent spirit, she had encountered similar tragedies, entire families annihilated, innocent children sent away to be nurtured by the organization. Yet, their fates diverged from hers, as most of them possessed only mediocre talents and thus failed to catch the attention of the elder sister. Little did she expect that she too would find herself in such a predicament, having unwittingly recognized a thief as her mother and served her enemies for over a decade. The mere thought intensified Ru Yan's hatred towards Xiao Qifang. Xiao Qifang, from this day forth, I shall stand against you. Watching Ru Yin weep, Li Yin tenderly enveloped her in his embrace. Do not worry, you still have me. I will avenge your parents. At that moment, Ru Yin had no inclination to correct Li Yan's misnomer regarding her parents. She had endured too much that day. First, the elder sister had compelled her to poison Li Yin, but she had chosen to confess and betray the serpent spirit instead. Initially, after her betrayal, a twinge of guilt had lingered in her heart. However, upon learning from Li Yin that Xiao Qifang was her sworn enemy, her animosity towards her deepened profoundly. The emotional turmoil was exhausting for Ru Yin. She longed for rest, relishing the warmth and comfort of being held by Li Yin. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted their moment. It was Yu Huatian, concerned for Li Yan's safety, who, hesitant to knock on the door himself, sought the help of the esteemed Di Renjie. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Li Yin spoke, as Yu Huatian and Di Renjie entered. They beheld Ru Yin weeping in Li Yan's embrace. Before they could ponder the situation, Li Yin declared, from this moment forth, Ru Yin shall be my empress. She has forsaken the shadows and embraced the light. Should anyone dare to cast doubt upon her, they shall face execution. Di Renjie, Yu Huatian, responded, as you decree. He then bowed, proclaiming, Long live your majesty. Long live the empress. Ru Yin, momentarily bewildered, thought to herself, Am I truly an empress now? She shot a glance at Li Yin, who met her gaze with equal intensity. What now? You've stolen my heart, and you think you can escape? Noticing that Di Renjie and Yu Huatian remained on their knees, Ru Yin understood that Li Yin intended to assert her authority and compel her to acquiesce. Nevertheless, she realized her heart had long been claimed by this man, so she resigned herself to the situation. Please, no need for such formalities, she said, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Thank you, your majesty, Di Renjie replied, rising. He then glanced at Ru Yin and continued, Your majesty, I have a proposal. If I may be so bold. Speak, the emperor commanded. Your majesty, the old minister finds the empress quite agreeable and wishes to adopt her as a niece. What say you? Di Renjie suggested. As soon as he spoke, Li Yin comprehended his intent. He was bestowing an identity upon Ru Yin, providing her with support to ascend to the throne without hindrance. For, even if her connection to the serpent spirit faction remained undisclosed, how could a woman of unknown origins bear the weight of the nation as matriarch? Such circumstances would undoubtedly invite skepticism from the officials and the populace. It was, without doubt, a move advantageous in every regard. Yet, Li Yin did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he turned to Ru Yin and inquired, "What is your opinion? Regardless of your choice, you shall always be my empress, and none can prevent it." Ru Yin, perceptive and astute, grasped Renjie's implications and responded without hesitation. "Ru Yin is indeed willing. I pay my respects to my uncle." Renjie laughed heartily. "Excellent. Who would have thought that at my age I would gain such a remarkable niece? From this day forth, Su Xianer shall no longer exist. Only Ru Yin shall remain." Ru Yin echoed, eager to shed all ties to the serpent spirit. Meanwhile, all that transpired within the chamber was covertly observed by the false Di Chun. Li Yin and Yu Huatian remained oblivious to the presence of the false Di Chun. "Humph, you ungrateful spirit, having squandered the elder sister's nurturing, how dare you betray us?" The false Di Chun, also known as Dong Ling, regarded Ru Yin with a fierce gaze and spoke. He wished to convey this news to the elder sister immediately. But as he turned around, he unexpectedly encountered Li Yuanfang. Startled, Dong Ling momentarily faltered, yet recalling his current guise as Renjie's steward, Di Chun, he regained his composure. "Generally, when did you arrive here?" the false Di Chun inquired. "Oh, I have been here all along." Li Yuanfang smiled faintly and spoke. "Oh, generally. Please go ahead. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Then, Jia Dichuan prepared to depart. "Wait a moment," Li Yuanfang exclaimed. Seizing the wrist of the false Di Chun, the impostor trembled momentarily, but then resolutely composed himself and inquired, "Generally, what is the meaning of this?" Di Chun, as the steward to the esteemed lord, you surely understand that certain conversations are not meant to be eavesdropped upon, do you not? Li Yuanfang spoke coldly. "Generally. I assure you, my curiosity was momentary and devoid of any ill intentions. I implore you, please do not disclose this matter to the authorities or His Majesty." The faux Di Chun hastily interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfang feigned hesitation for a moment before letting out a sigh and saying, "Alas, considering our long-standing friendship, I shall overlook this instance. However, let it be known that there shall be no second chances. Should I catch you eavesdropping again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Yes, I am deeply grateful for your leniency, Generally, the false Ji Chunqing hastily replied, turning to hasten away from this troublesome place. Yet, just as he believed he had escaped peril, a chain blade swiftly whizzed past him, severing an arm in its wake. The false Ji Chunqing collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. He was merely the last of the 6 serpent heads of the serpent spirit, his prowess not even matching that of a first-rate expert like Ru Yin. Faced with the sudden ambush from the top-tier master, Li Yuanfang, how could he possibly defend himself, unaware that his identity had already been revealed? He gritted his teeth against the pain and exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Generally, I shall report your actions to the Lord." Li Yuanfang chuckled softly and said, "How fortuitous. I too am on my way to meet the esteemed official. Let us go together." The faux Dichun, taken aback, hastily replied, "Never mind. I shall not pursue you. You have severed my arm, and you have forgotten my eavesdropping. Let us consider this matter resolved, shall we?" In response to Dichun's plea, Li Yuanfang offered only 2 words. "Hee. Generally, you lack integrity." Dichun, overhearing the conversation between His Majesty and the esteemed official, is a matter that requires their judgment. What purpose does my forgiveness serve? Li Yuanfang presented the counterfeit Dichun to Li Yin and Renjie. "What is the meaning of this, Yuanfang?" inquired Renjie. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty and esteemed officials. This impostor Dichun was eavesdropping on your conversation outside and was apprehended by me. I have severed his arm and brought him forth for your Majesty and the esteemed officials to deal with," replied Yuanfang. "Haha, well done, Yuanfang." Renjie commended with a smile. "It is my duty to serve the court loyally." At that moment, Dongling also took note of the counterfeit Dichun. "Ah, so you have known all along that I am an impostor, have you? Was it Su Xianer who informed you?" "Su Xianer, you wretch." Dongling's words trailed off as Yu Huatian charged forward, delivering a heavy blow. "You dare to insult Her Majesty the Empress? Are you seeking death?" Dongling's mouth was struck askew, and several teeth were knocked out, a testament to the force behind Yu Huatian's strike. Though unable to articulate clearly, Dongling's eyes widened in fury as he glared intensely at Ruyan, mumbling incomprehensible curses. It was evident he was venting his wrath upon Ruyan. Li Yin furrowed his brow, expressing his reluctance to scold Ru Yin. "How dare you?" Yu Huatian, alarmed, remarked, You have frightened my beloved concubine. Take him away. Sensing Li Yan's anger, Yu Huatian quickly added, yes, I shall drag him away and execute him at once. Wait, who said anything about killing him? Li Yan interjected. Yu Huatian, I have heard that the punishments in your western depot are quite severe. I wonder if this is an exaggeration. The servant replied, Your Majesty. I would not dare to presume. Anyone who enters the western depot is bound to suffer greatly. Very well, I anticipate your performance, Li Yan declared. I shall obey your command, Yu Huatian responded, casting a pitiful glance at Dongling. Why must you insult anyone at all, let alone the Empress? Do you not realize this may provoke the Emperor's wrath? You are merely inviting your own misfortune. Very well. Let us make you the inaugural guest of my Western Depot's instruments of torture, lest His Majesty truly believes our punishments are mere childish play. Amidst Dongling's muffled cries, he was ruthlessly dragged away by Yu Huatian. Renjie watched Dongling being taken away, letting out a soft sigh. I wonder how Di Chun is faring now? Do not worry, Di Qing. I have already dispatched Yu Huatian to search for him. I trust we will have news soon. Chapter 43. The truth of the Chongzhou case. The traitor emerges, Your Majesty. May I trouble you to enlighten this old minister about the snake spirit? Renjie inquired. Uncle, you need not be so formal. You may simply call me Ru Yin. Came the reply. Very well, Renjie continued. Ru Yin, how much do you know about the snake spirit? Compared to sword spirit and Hu Jinghui, my knowledge is rather limited. The snake spirit has 6 heads and 22 factions, comprising tens of thousands of members. They could be lurking in any corner. But only Shao Qi Fang possesses the complete list of names. Where is your headquarters? Renjie pressed further. Uncle, I only know of one headquarters, located in the Turkic Shirgua. I have come from there, Ru Yin responded. So it is in the Turkic lands. No wonder I could not locate their lair, Yu Huatian realized. Uncle, while I may not be able to assist you much regarding the snake spirit, I possess considerable knowledge about the Chongzhou situation. Oh, do share, Renjie urged. Shao Qingfang's plan is to incite the Khitan to attack the Tang dynasty, provoking General Wang Xiaojie of the Chongzhou Right Weiwei to rise in resistance. When Wang Xiaojie and the Tang forces are at a standoff, the Turkic army will seize the opportunity to invade, colluding with the traitor to decisively annihilate the Tang's Right Weiwei army. Without the Right Weiwei army, the snake spirit will find it effortless to capture Chongzhou. However, I am unaware of Shao Qingfang's subsequent plans after seizing Chongzhou. Upon hearing Ru Yin's words, Renjie grew somewhat restless and asked, Has the Turkic also joined in? Indeed, Shao Qifang has devoted herself to the Turkic Prince Imochua, and the two have reached an agreement that involves 3 leopard legions and 5 eagle legions joining the fray. This constitutes approximately 50,000 troops. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that Wang Xiaojie faced defeat, remarked Renjie. This necessitates a discussion on the military situation of the Turkic state. The forces of the Turks can be categorized into 3 divisions, 3 Tiger Legions, 16 Leopard Legions, and 32 Eagle Legions. The 3 Tiger Legions, directly commanded by the Turkic Khagan, consist of the elite offspring of the Bao Shibi tribe, with each legion comprising around 20,000 soldiers, totaling approximately 60,000. They are well-equipped, rigorously trained, and possess superior combat prowess compared to both the Eagle and Leopard legions, typically stationed near the Khagan's main tent. Their primary duty is to guard the central territory, only providing support during significant battles. The 16 Leopard legions are composed of the youth from various tribes, each legion numbering about 10,000, amassing a total of 160,000. However, their equipment varies greatly, resulting in differing levels of combat effectiveness. Their main role is to maintain order throughout the Turkic lands. The 32 Eagle legions serve primarily as the personal guards of tribal leaders, with each legion consisting of between 3,000 and 7,000 soldiers, equipped with average gear and possessing moderate combat capability, overall inferior to the Leopard legions. Who is the traitor in Chongzhou? Renjie inquired further. Despite his adeptness in unraveling mysteries, one must ponder who would prefer to exert their mental faculties if they could simply pose a direct question. The traitors in Chongzhou can be identified as 3 individuals. The first is Su Honghu, the deputy commander by Wang Xiaojie's side, who has consistently interfered with Wang Xiaojie's efforts and obstructed the Right Wei Guard's reports to Luoyang. His actions significantly contributed to the failure of the Tang forces. The second is Qiao Jing, the governor of Chongzhou, who clandestinely redirected all supplies originally intended for Wang Xiaojie to the Khitan and the Turks, leaving Wang Xiaojie's troops underfed and inadequately clothed. which ultimately led to a severe decline in morale. It is utterly despicable that our Tang resources were utilized to sustain the enemy, resulting in the obliteration of over 100,000 of our soldiers. Such treachery is truly unforgivable. Li Yin exclaimed in anger. As for Yin, who is the last traitor? The final one is General Wang Xiaojie of the Right Way Guard. Di Ruyan replied. Hearing this, Di Renjie was somewhat perplexed. If Wang Xiaojie were indeed a traitor, what then was the value of Su Hongkou? Di Renjie remarked in confusion. Wang Xiaojie? Indeed, uncle, it is General Wang Xiaojie, he affirmed. Initially, General Wang Xiaojie was not a spy, however, at the onset of the war. He underestimated the emperor's authority and wished to prevent the court from intervening in military affairs. Consequently, he failed to promptly report the battle conditions to the court. Driven by ambition and recklessness, ultimately falling into the ambush laid by the Khitan and Turkic forces, resulting in significant losses. Aware of his impending doom, Wang Xiaojie found an opportunity to ally with Su Hongkou, thereby joining the Serpent Spirit. Subsequently, several major defeats of the Tang dynasty bore his influence. Were it not for the resolute opposition of General Zhao Wenhui, the commander of Yanzhou, and General Li Kaiyu of the Right Way Guard, who defied Wang Xiaojie's commands, the Right Way army would not have successfully retreated to Chongzhou. However, upon their return to Chongzhou, Zhao Wenhui mysteriously vanished, leaving speculation as to whether he was slain by Wang Xiaojie or had fled. It is no wonder that those chaotic soldiers, guilty of murder and misattributing achievements, sought to frame Li Kaiyu. Di Renjie suddenly realized, saying, now it all makes sense. He then recalled what Li Yin had mentioned about a group of individuals in black garb in Donglialan town, seemingly searching for something. Connecting this to their discovery of Wu Dehan in Donglialan town, Di Renjie's thoughts crystallized. A smile graced his face as he gently nodded, saying, so that is the case. What has the esteemed gentleman deduced? Li Yuanfang inquired, yet Di Renjie did not respond directly. Instead, he instructed, Yuanfang, please summon Wu Dahuan. Yes, my lord, came the swift reply, and soon enough, Li Yuanfang returned with Wu Dahuan in tow. Upon entering the room, Wu Dahuan beamed with excitement, exclaiming, so many people. This is delightful. Are you all here to play with me? Wonderful. And there's a beautiful sister too. The surrounding individuals broke into a cold sweat. Apprehensive about yet another instance of flirtation, they exchanged glances at Li Yin, fearful of his potential wrath. However, Li Yin recognized that Zhao Wenhui bore no malicious intent, and his transgressions did not warrant a death sentence. Indeed, we are all here to play with you. However, can you speak the truth to us? Di Renjie addressed Zhao Wenhui, who was taken aback by the lack of anger in Li Yan's demeanor. Di Renjie's words sent a wave of anxiety through Wu Dahuan, as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. Wu Dahuan simply chuckled foolishly at Di Renjie, offering no response. Zhao Wenhui, listen closely. I am Di Renjie, a specially appointed envoy by the emperor, tasked with matters concerning Chongzhou. This esteemed individual beside me represents His Majesty. I will pose my question only once. Should you utter a falsehood? Do you understand the gravity of deceiving the emperor? Di Renjie's declaration left Zhao Wenhui astounded. Had the emperor truly come to Chongzhou? He gazed at Li Yin, disbelief etched across his features. What? Is there anyone audacious enough to impersonate me? Do you wish to inspect my imperial seal? Li Yin remarked. What is with that dubious look in your eyes? Were it not for Ru Yan's recent assertion that you had achieved merit, I would have already kicked you. Zhao Wenhui steeled himself, for his identity had been exposed. If they truly belonged to Wang Xiaojie's faction, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape today. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. I dare not, Your Majesty. I, Zhao Wenhui, the governor of Yanzhou, pay my respects to Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Zhao Wenhui knelt and bowed. Zhao Wenhui, this is Her Majesty, the newly appointed empress, Di Renjie introduced. Ah! Zhao Wenhui exclaimed in astonishment, striking himself across the face. He hastily said, Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. I was unaware of your esteemed identity, and my earlier words were most offensive. Please grant me your clemency. Enough. Zhao Wenhui, I commend you for your resistance against Wang Xiaojie and hereby pardon you of all charges. However, merits and demerits must be weighed. After the situation in Chongzhou is resolved, I shall consider your rewards accordingly. As you decree, Your Majesty, Zhao Wenhui replied. Now, Zhao Wenhui, share with us the details of the events that transpired. Certainly. The Khitan invaded, and General Wang Xiaojie led us to confront them. Aside from the delayed supplies from the prefect of Chongzhou, Jiujing, everything was proceeding smoothly. Moreover, the resources from Chongzhou were minimal. We were confident we could eradicate the chitin within a month without needing the supplies from the prefect. However, unexpectedly, one night, we were besieged by both the chitin and the Turks, resulting in severe losses for the right-way guard, which had nearly 200,000 men at the time. The following day, General Wang Xiaojie seemed to transform into a different person, despite the absence of provisions such as food and blankets. He obstinately insisted on engaging the Turks and chitin in open battle, asserting that we had the advantage in numbers. I, along with General Li Kaigu of the right-way guard, resolutely opposed this course of action, yet the army ultimately adhered to the general's orders. We had no choice but to fight valiantly, but with insufficient supplies and lacking warm clothing, our forces grew weary, hungry, and cold, suffering significant casualties. Afterward, we lost tens of thousands more. We felt that if we continued in this manner, the Turks would surely send a large army, and Chongzhou would be in peril. General Li Kaigu and I conferred and decided to instigate a mutiny to compel Wang Xiaojie to retreat to Chongzhou. Discontent against Wang Xiaojie was widespread among the troops. Thus, the mutiny was executed with relative ease, and over 100,000 from the right-way guard returned to Chongzhou, securing it for the time being. Subsequently, I anticipated that Wang Xiaojie would use the mutiny to accuse me and General Li Kaigu before the court. However, that did not occur. At this point, Renjie interjected. He was merely a thief with a guilty conscience, afraid to let the court learn of the situation in Chongzhou. Then, Wang Xiaojie sent someone to invite me to dine in his tent, claiming he wished to thank me for saving the main forces of the right-way guard. I assumed that the general's earlier impulsiveness was driven by a desire for vengeance for his brothers, and never suspected that Wang Xiaojie was a traitor. Thus, I gladly accepted the invitation. However, after a few rounds of drinks, Wang Xiaojie had the audacity to ambush me with assassins at the banquet, intending to take my life. Fortunately, among the assailants were several acquaintances of mine, who aided my escape amidst the chaos. After fleeing, I endured a series of assaults until I finally reached Donglialan town, where you rescued me. You are all aware of what transpired thereafter. Renjie, suddenly enlightened, nodded and remarked, so this is the truth behind Chongzhou. Had Wang Xiaojie not been so greedy and reckless, and reported to the court during the chitin rebellion, today's calamity could have been avoided. Zhao Wenhui, is your distrust of us rooted in the fact that my steward, Di Chun, once attempted to assassinate you? Renjie inquired further. Zhao Wenhui hesitated for a moment before responding. Indeed. That Di Chun was an impostor. He has already met his end. General Zhao Wenhui, it is you and Li Kaigu who have saved over 100,000 troops of the right-way guard, preserving Chongzhou. You deserve the gratitude of the state. Allow this old man to pay his respects. Zhao Wenhui was taken aback, and only then did he truly believe in the identities of the individuals before him. Your Excellency, you flatter us. This is merely my duty, he replied modestly. Chapter 44, The Assassination of Wang Xiaojie and Qiao Jing. Having unraveled all matters, it was time to confront Wang Xiaojie and Qiao Jing in Chongzhou. On imperial orders, the esteemed commissioner, Grand Marshal of Hebei, Lord Dee, has arrived in Chongzhou. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie and Qiao Jing remained oblivious to the exposure of their identities, too fearful to confront Renjie openly. The humble right-way guard general, Chongzhou Governor Qiao Jing, alongside Chongzhou officials knelt and intoned, "We humbly seek your majesty's well-being. Long live the emperor." As Li Yin had not disclosed his identity, Renjie spoke on his behalf. Everyone, please rise. Thank you, esteemed commissioner. General Xiaojie stands solitary in defense of Chongzhou. His contributions are commendable. His Majesty wishes to commend the troops, and I, Dee, convey his regards. Thank you for your efforts, General Wang. Wang Xiaojie, with humility, replied, I am ashamed to admit defeat and dare not claim hardship. I am grateful for the Emperor's grace and your kindness, esteemed commissioner. Very well, General Wang. Let our personal matters be set aside for now. Official matters must take precedence. His Majesty has decreed that I oversee all military and administrative powers in Chongzhou. I kindly ask General Wang and Governor Qiao to surrender the imperial seal. Once I have thoroughly investigated the affairs of Chongzhou, I shall return the seal to you both. How does that sound? The two exchanged glances, somewhat troubled. But what difficulties could there be? With a cold smile, Renjie spoke. Observing Renjie's skeptical gaze, along with the formidable 200,000 troops of the Beihai army led by Yu Fei, Wang Xiaojie and Qiao Jing had no choice but to concede. Openly defying the imperial envoy was tantamount to treason. and few among them were willing to follow such a path of rebellion. Reluctantly, they handed over the Grand Seal. After meticulously inspecting the seal to ensure it had not been tampered with, Renjie continued, "From this day forth, the position of Right Guard General held by Wang Xiaojie is hereby revoked, unless ordered directly by this court. The army shall not act without the Grand Seal and the Imperial Edict. Any disobedience shall be met with severe punishment. Do you understand? We comply with your orders." The soldiers responded with fervor. Many of their comrades had perished due to Wang Xiaojie's obstinacy, rendering him unpopular among the troops. Subsequently, Renjie also dismissed Qiao Jing from the position of governor of Chongzhou. As the two men exchanged anxious glances, Renjie commanded, "Bring these two into custody. No one shall visit them except for this court." "Lord Di, what is the meaning of this?" Wang Xiaojie and Qiao Jing demanded in indignation. What do you think? Are you truly unaware of your own misdeeds?" Renjie replied with a smirk. "Surely, Lord Di requires evidence to detain us," Qiao Jing argued. "You remain unrepentant. Do you believe your actions could escape notice? Do you think that your treasonous dealings have gone undetected? Today, I shall ensure you understand your fate," Renjie declared, summoning Zhao Wenhu and Rian. "It is you?" Wang Xiaojie exclaimed at the sight of Zhao Wenhu, while Qiao Jing stared in shock at Rian. "Why have you betrayed us?" Qiao Jing questioned Rian. "That is of no concern to you. Take them away," was the curt response. Wang Xiaojie, Qiao Jing, and Wang Xiaojie's deputy Su Honghu were all taken into custody. The affairs of Chongzhou were officially placed under Renjie's jurisdiction. The following day, in accordance with Li Yin's request, the crimes of Wang Xiaojie, Su Honghu, and Qiao Jing were publicly proclaimed, culminating in their execution by decapitation in the training grounds. The Right Guard army was temporarily placed under the command of Yu Fei. Li Yin gathered an army of approximately 350,000 in Chongzhou, preparing to confront the Khitan and the Turks. On this day, Di Chun miraculously returned, bearing letters from the Turkic Khan Jili. In the correspondence, the Khan revealed that he had disowned the treachery of Mo Chua, dispatched his Tiger Legion to eliminate him, and dismantled the headquarters of the Serpent Spirit in the Stone Kingdom. He also rescued Di Chun, expressing gratitude for Renjie's assistance the previous year, and wished for continued peaceful coexistence between the Tang and the Turks. Upon reading this, Li Yin naturally could not acquiesce, for the Turks' interference had cost the Tang over 100,000 soldiers. Now they sought to speak of peaceful coexistence? Unless the Khan was willing to surrender the 3 Leopard Legions and 5 Eagle Legions that had participated in the conflict. Only then could he hope to quell the anger harbored by Li Yin and the Tang. Yet, the Khan made no mention of those legions and their assault on the Tang, merely stating that he had removed the principal villain Mo Chua and destroyed a Serpent Spirit headquarters. Such proclamations were of little consequence to Li Yin. He demanded blood for blood. Seeing Li Yin's resolve, Renjie ceased his counsel, recognizing that it was indeed the Turks who had initiated hostilities, and could not blame Li Yin for his bellicosity. However, had Wu Zetian been in power at that moment, a mere apology from the Turks might have sufficed to avert accountability, preserving the facade of peace between the two nations. Chapter 45. The onset of war. After a 3-day pause for the army to regroup, under Li Yan's orders, the entire Chongzhou sprang into action. Supplies from family, transported from Luoyang, had arrived. With the groundbreaking products provided by Li Yin, the Ministry of Revenue had recently been flourishing. Were it not for Li Yin's decision to wage war, he would likely have been compelled to stockpile wealth and provisions. Fortunately, the impending conflict granted him the opportunity to utilize his funds. Therefore, Fanli, undeterred by cost, dispatched vast quantities of materials. Furthermore, each soldier participating in the campaign was awarded 3 months' worth of military pay. With the news that the internal traitor had been eliminated and the emperor himself was leading the charge, morale in Chongzhou soared to unprecedented heights, even surpassing its peak. Additionally, MOD clandestinely provided a formidable weapon of war, and Li Yin gazed upon this colossal object with anticipation, eager to witness its performance on the battlefield. The following day, Li Yin dispatched Renjie, leading the troops of the Yongzhou commander Zhao Wenhui, Li Kaigu, Li Yuanfang, and others, to confront the Khitan General Li Jinchong with an army of 100,000 from the right-way guard of Chongzhou. Li Yin and Yu Fei commanded an army of 200,000 elite troops stationed in Chongzhou, prepared to guard against incursions from the Turks. It would undoubtedly be most advantageous to eradicate the Khitan before engaging in warfare with the Turks. However, should that not be feasible, Li Yin remains undeterred even in the face of a dual-front conflict. The Khitan, a tribe loyal to Li Jincheng, posed a significant threat. This is not good, Khan. The Tang dynasty has dispatched forces. What is there to panic about? How many troops have they sent? Li Jinzong inquired. Approximately 100,000 troops. All from the right-way guard of Chongzhou, brandished the banner emblazoned with the character D. The vanguard was led by Li Kaigu. It appears that the useless Wang Xiaojie has been replaced. Upon hearing this, Li Jinzong lamented with a hint of regret. If only the treacherous commander Wang Xiaojie were present this time. He would have the confidence to annihilate the right-way army in one decisive blow and march straight into Chongzhou. At this moment, the Khitan forces numbered a mere 80,000, the remainder having perished in prior battles. In comparison to the Turks and the Great Tang dynasty, the Khitan were left with only this meager foundation. Li Jinzong would never be foolish enough to confront the Tang dynasty head-on. However, their nomadic tribes lack the imposing city walls characteristic of the Tang. How then shall they defend against their foes? You ride swiftly to the Turks and seek their assistance. Previously, their offensive against the Tang also had the Turks' involvement. Should my Khitan be vanquished, the Tang's next target would undoubtedly be the Turks. There are no traitors among us. The Khitan are acutely aware that they cannot prevail against Renjie and his forces, thus they can only continue to flee. In the vast steppes, locating the main force of the Khitan is no simple task. Nonetheless, Renjie has not returned empty-handed. He has amassed tens of thousands of cattle and sheep. One by one, the smaller Khitan tribes have been annihilated by Renjie. With Li Yan's special instructions in mind, Renjie has shown no excessive mercy. Those who are not of our kind must harbor ill intentions, and war leaves no room for compassion. He has taken in a few women and children. Yet all other able-bodied men have been executed, leaving no spark of life for the Khitan to rekindle. If this continues for another month, Renjie guarantees the extinction of the Khitan. After all, if the Khitan are left bereft of their people, what use are the remaining tens of thousands of men? 10 days have passed, and Li Jinzong's eyes are bloodshot, as he can no longer contain himself. He has received a response from the Turks, agreeing to join forces to assault the Tang in 3 days. It turns out that the peace overture from Khagan Jili to the Tang had gone unanswered. Realizing that war is now inevitable, Khagan Jili has readily acquiesced to the Khitan's plea for aid. By heavens, if a battle is to be fought, why delay for another 3 days? Li Jinzong exclaimed in frustration. He pondered how many of his subjects Renjie would eliminate within these 3 days. Nevertheless, he decided to endure for another 3 days. Once the main forces of the Turks arrived, it would signal the end for them. Meanwhile, Li Yan received reports from the Western Depot, indicating that the Turks were indeed mobilizing for war. Khan Jili had assembled 2 Tiger divisions, 10 Leopard divisions, and 20 Eagle divisions, totaling an impressive force of 250,000 men. It was evident that this formidable gathering was directed against the Tang dynasty. To take the initiative, Li Yan commanded Yu Fei to launch an immediate offensive against the Turks. Caught off guard, the Turks, who prided themselves on their ceremonial ways, were unprepared for a surprise assault from the Tang, leading to the annihilation of 2 Eagle divisions and the destruction of 2 nearby tribes in Chongzhou. With over 10,000 enemies slain and hundreds of thousands captured, they amassed countless cattle, sheep, and treasures. Upon hearing of the Tang's offensive, Khan Jili could not afford to wait for the 3-day truce and promptly took command of his troops, heading to the front lines. Concurrently, Khan Jili dispatched a letter to Li Jinzong, urging him to launch an immediate attack on the Tang. The following day, Khan Jili and his massive army set up camp a mere 100 miles from Chongzhou. Li Yan and Yu Fei found themselves present in this moment. With the 2 armies converging merely 10 miles apart, the cavalry, swift as the wind, could reach the opposing encampment in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Consumed by fury, Li Jincheng finally received a missive from Khagan Jili and immediately commanded a decisive battle against the Tang forces. Report, Master. A scout has just informed me that Li Jincheng is advancing towards us, a mere 30 miles away, said Zheng Tai. They can no longer restrain themselves. Convey orders to Zhao Wenwei and Li Kaigu to prepare for battle, came the reply. Yes, Master, Zheng Tai responded as he departed to relay the orders. Nearby, Li Yuanfang inquired, My lord, just days ago, the Khitan forces were evading us. What compels them to launch an offensive today? Yuanfang. The Khitan army numbers only a few tens of thousands, and their equipment pales in comparison to our esteemed right guard. Do you believe they can triumph over us? Certainly not, which is why I find it perplexing that they would choose to attack. Li Yuanfang expressed his confusion. Upon hearing this, Renjie laughed heartily and said, Yuanfang, Li Jincheng is certainly no fool. If he is waging war against us, he must have some form of assurance. Li Yuanfang spoke, yet hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing that a misstep might jeopardize the relations between the two nations. Yuanfang, your intuition is indeed correct. It is the Turks. I suspect the battlefield there must be ablaze once more, remarked Renjie. Closing his eyes, Renjie fell into a deep reverie. Peace always seems so elusive. After only a brief respite, war once again rears its head. How many lives shall be lost this time? With this thought, Renjie let out a weary sigh. Alas! Why do you sigh, my lord? Li Yuanfang inquired. Master, this war will undoubtedly bring untold suffering to countless lives. After hearing Renjie's words, Li Yuanfang fell silent for a moment before replying. My lord, this is an unavoidable circumstance. They were the ones who first oppressed our Tang dynasty. I support His Majesty in retaliating. Otherwise, they will continue to believe that our Tang dynasty is easy prey. How can His Majesty not respond to the tragic fate of the over 100,000 right guard soldiers and their families? Renjie nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Yuanfang. You speak wisely. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. Some wars are simply inescapable. Chapter 46, A Desperate Fight Against the Khitan. With limited stamina before long, Li Jinzhong of the Khitan encountered Renjie and his forces. When enemies meet, the atmosphere is charged with animosity. Both sides issued simultaneous commands to engage in battle. The Khitan, having suffered greatly at the hands of the Tang army in recent days, was filled with a fervent desire for vengeance, and their morale soared. There was no need for Li Jinzhong to oversee the combat. Every warrior was driven by a fierce determination to fight to the death. The Tang army felt similarly, as many of their comrades had perished at the hands of the Khitan. Furthermore, His Majesty had recently granted them substantial military pay and announced numerous compensatory measures. Those who fled the battlefield would be branded as cowards, while those who died would be honored as martyrs, with their families, young and old, provided for by the court. Even their children would be allowed free admission to schools. With such a benevolent emperor, how could they not fight to the death? Moreover, Chongzhou lay just behind them, filled with their loved ones, and thus retreat was not an option. Both sides comprised elite troops, with morale reaching its zenith. In a narrow confrontation, only the brave would prevail. It would be a matter of either their lives or the enemy's. The Khitan had the advantage of fighting on familiar terrain, while Renjie's soldiers were better equipped and boasted a greater number of martial experts. Not to mention Li Yuanfang, even the 8 military leaders, who were typically second-tier masters, had few equals on the battlefield. Li Kaigu and Zhao Wenhui are both second-tier experts, formidable in the realm of Khitan, with few rivals to contend with. Only if Li Jinzhong personally intervenes could he engage them on equal footing. At the moment the battle commenced, Li Yan received a notification from the system. Ding. The Right Guard Army under the host's command is currently engaged in battle with the Khitan. Would you like to view? View. Li Yan spoke. Ding. The current weather is clear, having minimal impact on the soldiers' combat effectiveness. Ding. Under the command of the host, the Right Way Guard. Quantity, 100. 000. Attack power, 20. Defense power, 8. Speed, 3. Ding. Analyzing the commander, Renjie, possesses exceptional intelligence and is a first-rate leader. Li Yuanfang, with outstanding martial prowess. The commander receives no attribute bonuses. Ding. Analyzing the Khitan army. Khitan army, quantity, 80. 000. Attack power, 15. Defense power, 4. Speed, 5. Ding. Analyzing the commander's attributes. Commander Li Jinzhong, a second-rate leader, second-rate in martial strength, and second-rate in intelligence. Ding. Both sides are locked in a desperate battle. A desperate battle signifies there will be no retreat, a fight to the death. If no other factors intervene, the Right Way Guard is destined for victory. It is unexpected that this system can assess the dynamics of war and the strengths of the armies. This is Li Yan's first time utilizing such a feature. Previously, when Zhuge Liang employed the Bagua formation skill, the details were not so extensive. After reviewing the system's analysis, Li Yan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Given that there are no external influences, Renjie is assured of victory. Thus Li Yan's task is to shield them from any potential disruptions. Observing the formidable Turkic army in the distance, the resolute determination in Li Yan's eyes was unmistakable. Li Yan, have faith. I believe in you. You will surely triumph, said Ruo Yin, embracing him from behind. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted into Li Yan's nostrils. For you, I too shall not falter. Li Yan gently caressed the soft and smooth back of Ru Yan's hand and spoke. After a moment of silence, Ru Yin replied, "On the battlefield, blades are blind. I wish to accompany you. Should anything happen to you, I would not desire to live alone." Her words rendered Li Yin speechless. He did not wish for Ru Yin to enter the fray, for as she articulated, blades are indeed blind, even though Ru Yin possessed formidable martial prowess. What if misfortune were to befall her? Yet, Li Yin did not refuse her, much like his own concerns for her. Had Ru Yin not been harboring worries for him as well? After pondering for a while, Li Yin finally acquiesced. "Very well, we are husband and wife. We shall face this together." Upon hearing this, Ru Yin nodded with a smile. "Ru Yin, do you truly consider us to be husband and wife now?" Li Yin suddenly inquired. "Well, should it not count? We have yet to hold a wedding, perform any ceremonies, or consummate our union. Surely it does not count." Ru Yin, her cheeks flushed, responded, "I believe we do count as a true couple, as long as we love each other. The rest is inconsequential. Besides, have I not already proclaimed you my emperor and made you my queen? How can it not count?" With the impending war weighing heavily on her heart, Ru Yin felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she did not wish to dampen Li Yan's spirits. Thus, she acquiesced, "If you say it counts, then it shall. Then might you call me husband?" He pressed. Ru Yin was taken aback, unprepared for such a request. Sensing her hesitation, Li Yin resorted to a ploy on the battlefield. Swords are merciless, should anything happen. Before Li Yin could finish his words, his mouth was promptly covered by Ru Yan's delicate fingers. "How can you be so inept with your words? Just call me, but refrain from uttering any more ominous phrases," Ru Yin said. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, she finally uttered, "Husband, my beloved." Ah, how melodious Ru Yan's call sounded. Li Yin was as joyful as a child. "Oh, you are all talk. Crouch down a bit. I have something to say to you," said Ru Yin. "What is it?" Li Yin recalled the last time Ru Yin had asked him to squat, which was merely to deliver a sharp blow to his head. Consequently, he cast a wary glance at her. "Humph, are you going to squat, or not? If not, I shall take my leave," Ru Yin pouted, her small mouth forming an adorable sulk. Internally, she berated Li Yin, feeling exasperated. How annoying! After much contemplation, she had finally mustered the courage to approach him. Yet he remained unappreciative of her efforts. All right. I shan't tease you any longer. What is it that you wish to discuss? Pray, do tell." Li Yin crouched down and spoke. In the midst of his astonished gaze, Ru Yin gradually leaned towards his ear and, seizing a fleeting moment of his distraction, swiftly planted a kiss upon his cheek. The warmth radiating from the gentle touch ignited a crimson hue upon Li Yin's face. A man who had known solitude for 2 lifetimes. He yearned for another chance. As Ru Yin attempted to flee, Li Yin, quick-witted and agile, drew her into his embrace. In the midst of her surprised yet hopeful expression, their lips met, intertwining in an intimate dance. Ru Yin lightly struck Li Yan's chest, yet he remained unfazed. It was only when she felt on the brink of breathlessness that she summoned enough strength to push him away, gasping for air, her face aflame. With a huff, she cast a disdainful glance at Li Yin before sprinting away. How terrifying! Li Yin was genuinely formidable. He had even dared to extend his tongue. Did he wish to consume her? Moreover, her heart had raced as if it might leap from her chest. And the sensations had been bewilderingly peculiar. After Ru Yan's departure, she touched her rapidly beating heart, her mind replaying the recent events. Gradually, she sensed her body becoming increasingly peculiar and vigorously shook her head, compelling herself to halt the fanciful thoughts. Likewise, Li Yin reflected on the moment. It had been his first kiss in 2 lifetimes, and he found it rather delightful. This girl was undeniably sweet, and he couldn't help but lick his lips, savoring the memory. He noted that her lung capacity seemed lacking and silently resolved that she ought to engage in more exercise henceforth. Chapter 47. Negotiation Failure. War declared by the Turks. Li Jinzong's Khitan army and Di Renjie's right guard were engaged in an intense battle. The overall strength of the Khitan forces was inferior to that of the right guard, which not only boasted formidable generals, but also enjoyed a numerical advantage. It was not long before Li Jinzong realized that his Khitan troops were dwindling rapidly. Bloodied and desperate, he seized a Khitan soldier and demanded loudly, "Have you seen the Turks? Where have they gone?" The soldier replied, "Khan, we have just received word that the Turks have been intercepted by another army of the Tang, and they are unable to come for the time being." "What?" Li Jinzong, filled with fury, forcefully shoved the soldier aside. He urgently instructed to report to Genghis Khan, warning that if he did not arrive soon, he should be prepared to collect my remains. Upon concluding his words, Li Jinzong rejoined the tumultuous fray of battle. Meanwhile, The soldiers gradually distanced themselves from the battlefield, racing towards the encampment of the Turks. Yuan Fang, did you catch sight of the man adorned with the tiger skin hat? That is Li Jinzong. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king, and we must endeavor to apprehend him. Renjie observed the preceding events in their entirety, thereby revealing Li Jinzong's location. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall return swiftly." Meanwhile, the Turkic leader, Jili Khan, received the message from Li Jinzong and became aware of his perilous situation. Consequently, he did not linger any longer and led his forces towards the Tang army. Li Yin, accompanied by Yu Fei, advanced to the battlefield. Upon encountering His Majesty Li Yin, Jili remarked, "Last year, when we met in Yuzhou, you were still the crown prince, but now you have ascended to the throne. My heartfelt congratulations, Your Majesty." Jili, while I consider you a friend, in the face of war between our nations, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Is it truly to be this way? If you spare the Khitan Li Jinchong and withdraw your troops back to Chongzhou, I assure you that I will refrain from engaging in battle, Jili proposed. Humph, Jili. If you surrender to me the 3 leopard divisions and 5 eagle divisions that have attacked our great Tang, I shall immediately withdraw my forces. What say you? Li Yin also remarked, "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of this? Is there not a saying in the Central Plains that goes, 'When will grievances be resolved?' I have already executed the principal instigator, Mo Chua, and eradicated the serpent spirit of the Stone Kingdom. The other soldiers were merely following orders. Why can we not spare their lives?" Spare their lives? Would that not render the blood of over 100,000 soldiers of the Great Tang shed in vain? When will grievances be resolved? Jili, there is another saying in the Central Plains. I wonder if you have heard it? Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Life for a life, debts must be repaid. Upon hearing this, Jili fell silent for a moment before finally replying, "Your Majesty, you truly are unwilling to withdraw your troops. There is no need for further discussion. Let us engage in battle. Let us fight," Jili echoed. Negotiations having reached an impasse, both armies heeded the commands of their leaders and clashed in combat. System. Assess the current battlefield situation. Analyzing. Host party. Beiwei Army troop strength, 200, 000 attack power, 25 defense power, 10 speed, 5 detecting key generals, Li Yin. Unparalleled martial prowess, exceptional leadership. Yu Fei, extraordinary commander, top-tier combat capabilities. Detected that the Beiwei Army is Yu Fei's exclusive force. All attributes of the Beiwei Army are increased by 1. Truly, Commander Yu is remarkable. The Beiwei Army is formidable. Faced with such impressive attributes, Li Yin could only express his admiration. Analyzing. Turkic forces, Tiger Division troop strength, 40. 000 attack power, 22 defense power, 6 speed. 5 Leopard Division troop strength, 100, 000 attack power, 17 defense power, 5 speed. For Eagle Division troop strength, approximately 110, 000 attack power, 14 defense power, 3 speed. For Querying Key Generals, Jili, top-tier martial value, exceptional leadership, and strategic acumen. General Yulji, outstanding combat capabilities. No special attributes for the army. Should no other factors intervene, in a direct confrontation, the host probability of a minor victory stands at 65, a major victory at 20. A draw at 10, and a 5 chance of defeat. With a 5 probability of failure, Li Yin felt a burgeoning confidence in his assured victory in this war. On the battlefield, circumstances shift rapidly. Who can truly claim absolute victory? To Li Yin, the 5 chance of failure seemed negligible. Li Yin gazed upon the splendid royal tin of Jili, brandishing his lance while mounted upon his steed, as he meticulously selected 8,000 valiant warriors to serve as his death squad. He made a swift advance toward Jili's royal encampment. Upon noticing that Li Yin had galloped forth, Ru Yin joined the fray. As a first-rate master, she found few adversaries on the battlefield. Additionally, Yu Fei had dispatched over 100 Beiwei troops to safeguard Ru Yin, ensuring she would not be encircled and assailed by the enemy forces. Li Yin wielded a long spear, the art of the Bawang spear technique having long since melded with his very essence. His exquisite mastery of this martial skill allowed him to navigate the chaos of battle unimpeded, vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. Jili, taken aback by Li Yin's formidable prowess, remarked in astonishment, "I did not anticipate that your majesty possessed such martial might." He turned to Yulji and inquired, "How do you compare to him?" Yulji gazed upon the godlike figure of Li Yin, feeling a twinge of insecurity, yet he stubbornly replied, "In the midst of the army, I am inferior to him. However, In one-on-one combat, the outcome is not certain. Jili nodded thoughtfully before issuing a command for the entire army to advance against Li Yin and his death squad. Yet, amidst the tumult of battle, Jili's orders bore little fruit, for Yu Fei would not allow his adversary to succeed. Yu Fei's unparalleled strategic acumen on the battlefield was akin to the extension of a limb. He had already orchestrated the scattering of the Turkic forces across various corners of the field. At this juncture, rallying troops to confront Li Yin proved exceedingly challenging. Moreover, he possessed a potent asset. As Li Yin drew ever closer to the royal tent, Jili dispatched his remaining forces to intercept him. This contingent of 10,000 tiger warriors was the last remnant under Jili's command. Yulji, relay my orders to Harala. Instruct him to deploy the tiger warriors to block this army, commanded Jili. Yes, your majesty. Soon, Li Yan's contingent of 8,000 Beiwei troops found themselves ensnared by Harala's 10,000 tiger warriors. However, this proved futile, as in a mere exchange. Harala was slain by Li Yan's spear. The remaining tiger warriors faced inevitable annihilation. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, Li Yin had no intention of granting Jili any respite. With 1,000 Beiwei soldiers, he extricated himself from the tiger warriors' grasp and swiftly advanced towards the Turkic royal tent. Chapter 48. The Turkic Defeat, Conclusion of the Khitan War. Li Yin, accompanied by 1,000 Beiwei troops, charged directly towards the royal tent of Khagan Jili. Almost devoid of soldiers to impede Li Yan's advance, Khagan Jili was compelled to withdraw men from the battlefield, yet the impact was minimal. Insufficient to halt Li Yin and his 1,000 Beiwei warriors. My lord, we must retreat, urged Yulez, observing the rapidly approaching Li Yin. However, Khagan Jili was loath to concede defeat. Despite his verbal proclamations of the Turks' aversion to warfare and his desire for peace, the blood of nomadic ancestors coursed through his veins. Igniting an innate warrior spirit, it was the formidable strength of the Tang dynasty that instilled fear within him. He yearned for victory and was unwilling to flee without a fight. Let us wait a while longer, as long as my Turkic soldiers can arrive in time. We will encircle the Tang emperor. If we eliminate the emperor, this war will be deemed a triumph for us. Khagan Jili resolved to take a gamble, wagering his own life and that of Li Yin. If the Tiger Division could arrive in time, Li Yin and his 1,000 Beiwei troops would face dire consequences. Conversely, Khagan Jili would find himself in peril. Li Yin swiftly comprehended the intentions of Genghis Khan. Unexpectedly, this Genghis Khan exhibited a degree of audacity. Yu Fei also discerned the unfolding situation on the battlefield. Although he held absolute confidence that Genghis Khan's forces would not return to aid, he prudently unleashed his trump card for precautionary measures. This formidable weapon was the mechanized white tiger, meticulously crafted by Mozi himself. Standing at a height of 5 meters and extending over 10 meters in length, its exterior was remarkably robust, with blades that were indestructible. The mechanized white tiger emerged directly behind the Turkic army, a clear indication that Yu Fei had laid an ambush well in advance. With a thunderous stride, the mechanized white tiger stomped forward, its tail sweeping menacingly, further exacerbating the already precarious position of the Turkic forces, leading to their utter rout. What is this? Genghis Khan exclaimed, his countenance paling in shock. Urgently, Yuraz implored, Your Majesty, we cannot afford to linger any longer. We must retreat at once. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the mere 100 paces separating them from Li Yin and the ominous black-armored army, his heart quaking with trepidation. Genghis Khan quickly regained his composure. Retreat. We must withdraw at once, he commanded. No sooner had Genghis Khan uttered these words than a sentry produced a horn from his belt and blew it with all his might. Upon hearing the sound of the horn, the Turkic army collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, they fled desperately. The Turkic steeds were tall, and the nomadic warriors were adept at running. Thus, their overall speed slightly surpassed that of the Tang troops. However, in their frantic escape, they left their backs exposed to the enemy, resulting in significant losses. Meanwhile, Li Yin noted Genghis Khan's attempt to flee. A cold smile crept onto his face. He had just offered an opportunity for escape, which had been spurned, and now it was too late. Li Yin issued a command. The soldiers of the Beiwei army promptly dismounted, brandishing their long spears. After a brief moment of preparation, they hurled the spears with remarkable force. Propelled by the might of their steeds, in the blink of an eye, the projectiles covered dozens of meters. Observing the deluge of spears raining down, Yulez instinctively shielded Jili Khan in his embrace and made a swift escape. However, amidst the torrential onslaught, escape proved futile. The piercing sound of spears echoed as several penetrated Yulez, some even injuring the very Jili Khan he sought to protect. Witnessing Ulez, bloodied and gasping, Jili Khan cried out in anguish. Yet Ulez dared not falter to respond, suppressing his pain with every ounce of strength he possessed. He hoisted the wounded Jili Khan onto the horse's back. Only after accomplishing this did Ulez collapse to the ground with a resounding thud. Jili Khan turned to gaze at the fallen Ulez, his eyes brimming with tears. As the warhorse galloped away, he reluctantly averted his gaze, succumbing to unconsciousness atop the steed. The injury inflicted by the spears had also harmed his abdomen. Excessive blood loss, compounded by his fury, led him to faint. The Turkic army was in disarray, and this was the opportune moment to strike hard against a beleaguered foe. Yufei commanded his troops to relentlessly pursue the Turks. The mechanical white tiger forged ahead, under whose iron hooves countless Turkic warriors met their demise. System, can we examine the attributes of the mechanical white tiger? A notification chimed. Mechanical white tiger. A creation of Mosey. Attack, 33. Defense, 60. Speed, 8. Indeed, the renowned Mosey lived up to his reputation. Observing the fearsome mechanical white tiger before him, Li Yin remarked, had it not been for this formidable creation, the battle against the Turks would not have unfolded so effortlessly, nor would the victory have been so resounding. Li Yin and Yu Fei relentlessly pursued the Turks, venturing deep into the grasslands until they reached the very heart of the Turkic territory. Meanwhile, on another front, Renjie found himself amidst the battlefield against the Khitan. Upon discovering the whereabouts of Li Jinchong, Li Yuanfang traversed the path, vanquishing foes along the way, until he finally approached Li Jinchong. Are you Li Jinchong? Li Yuanfang brandished his blade and inquired, Humph, little brat, it is indeed your grandfather. Prepare to meet your demise. Li Jinzong, consumed by bloodlust, charged directly at Li Yuanfang. Humph. Li Yuanfang let out a cold snort and engaged in combat with Li Jinchong. Li Yuanfang is an exceptional master, while Li Jinchong possesses merely second-rate martial prowess. Indeed, Li Yuanfang, with overwhelming superiority, dispatched Li Jinchong with a single move, claiming his head. Subsequently, Li Yuanfang swiftly returned to Lord Renjie, presenting the severed head of Li Jinchong. My lord, this is the head of Li Jinchong. Li Yuanfang proclaimed, well done. Yuanfang, you have achieved a significant victory. Renjie commanded Li Yuanfang to hold high the severed head of Li Jinchong, standing atop the grand platform, and bellowed. The leader of the bandits, Li Jinchong, has been vanquished. Soldiers of the Khitan, cast down your weapons at once. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. The message quickly spread among the troops, with messengers racing across the battlefield, shouting, Li Jinchong has been defeated. Cast down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. The Khitan warriors beheld the head of Li Jinchong. However, many remained reluctant to surrender. With their homes lost, what purpose did capitulation serve? They resolved to fight to the last. Renjie, unwavering, resorted to the most severe measures against these defiant souls, executing them without mercy. Those who hesitated and did not lay down their arms met the same fate, devoid of compassion. A small fraction chose to surrender or fled, temporarily escaping death. After the battlefield was secured, Renjie returned, bearing Li Jinchong's head and the surrendered Khitan forces to report back. Thus, the war between the Tang army and the Khitan came to an end. Chapter 49. The burning of the prairie. Li Yan's retreat. The Khitan had been vanquished. Yet the conflict with the Turks remained unresolved. The Turkic forces were in disarray, fleeing in terror, while Li Yan and his troops relentlessly pursued them. Capture meant certain death, either crushed beneath the machinations of the White Tiger or slain by the Tang army. Amidst the despair of the fleeing Turks, Jili Khan regained consciousness. Where am I? He murmured, still dazed, feeling the surrounding sway. Your Khan, you have finally awakened. You are now in a carriage, replied a Turkic soldier. Indeed. Jili Khan nodded, fully alert now. What is the state of the battle? Your Majesty, our forces have dwindled to merely 50,000. The rest have either perished at the hands of the Tang or have gone missing, came the response. Is the Tang army still in pursuit? Yes. Their monstrous warriors are formidable and swift. We stand no chance of escape. Where are we now? Only 60 miles remain to Shirgua, the soldier replied, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. In his view, Shirgua was the most prosperous region of the Turks, blessed by the wolf god. The Tang army would surely not dare to pursue them there. However, Jili Khan was not so naive as to believe that Li Yin would be deterred by such considerations. If they truly reached Shirgua, it would likely fall to the Tang forces as well. Send word to summon the leaders of the various tribes for council. Yes, Your Majesty. Before long, the tribal leaders convened within Gilly Khan's carriage. Your Majesty, they addressed him. Indeed, the pressing matter at hand. Do you have any strategies to repel the enemy? The tribal leaders shook their heads in dismay, expressing their helplessness. Unlike ordinary soldiers, they did not believe that upon reaching the Stone Kingdom, the Tang army would truly cease their pursuit. That was merely a fabrication to bolster morale. Each leader was consumed with anxiety. Was this truly the end for the Turks? I have a solution to ensure the survival of the Turks, declared Gilly Khan. All the tribal leaders turned their attention to him. If you have a plan, please share it quickly. The Tang army approaches. One leader urged anxiously. Alas, this method has been employed by our ancestors, setting fire to the grasslands. Setting fire? The implication was to ignite the prairie to create a barrier against the pursuing soldiers. Precisely, Gilly Khan affirmed. Upon hearing his words, the tribal leaders were momentarily taken aback. While igniting the prairie could indeed temporarily hinder the pursuers, if they could stall them for 3 days, they believed they would confidently locate a new sanctuary. As the Tang army would be incapable of tracing them. As nomads, they had no fixed abode. Wherever grass flourished, there they would dwell. However, it was precisely their dependence on the grasslands that made them reluctant to ignite such a fire. Once ignited, during this dry and withered season, the flames would inevitably spiral out of control. Although the seeds lay dormant beneath the soil, it would take at least a year before they could savor fresh pastures again. Moreover, the prairie was home to numerous small creatures, which would take over a decade to recover. It was uncertain how many lives and horses would perish as a result. Thus, it could be said that the losses incurred from setting ablaze the land would far exceed those inflicted by the Tang army. Yet, was there any alternative? If they refrained from igniting the fire, the Turks might indeed face extinction. Observing the silence among the tribal leaders, Gilly urged, "Our time is running short. Let us vote." "I agree to set the fire." Gilly was the first to raise his hand. "I concur. Our survival as Turks is paramount. Far beyond the prairie," stated one leader. "I too agree." "I concur." "I dissent. The prairie is more valuable than my life." "I oppose this." In the span of 10 minutes of debate, the majority chose to support Gilly Khan's decision. The few dissenters were drowned out by the majority. Immediately, Gilly Khan issued the command. Order all tribal leaders to gather provisions and be ready to ignite the fire at a moment's notice. After half an hour, Li Yin and his companions finally noticed the alarming signs. Thick smoke billowed across the prairie, the temperature rising steadily, and distant flames flickered ominously. "Your Majesty, this is dire. Gilly Khan has set the fire. We must flee." "Understood. Retreat the entire army." Li Yin issued the command. He was acutely aware that the dry grass on the prairie was highly combustible, and should the flames spread, the consequences would be dire. Even if Li Yin had given the order, by the time the army returned to Chongzhou, the grim aftermath would be all too evident. At least 5,000 soldiers of the Beiwai army would be left behind, consumed by the raging fire on the grasslands. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" As Li Yin returned to Chongzhou, Di Renjie and Di Ruyan emerged to greet him. Observing the condition of Li Yin and the army, both were filled with perplexity. Was it not said that the Tang forces had achieved a resounding victory? How could this be the case? Particularly, Ruyan, disregarding the gazes of the soldiers around her, hurried to Li Yin's side, curiously examining him as though to ascertain if any parts were missing. However, when her hand inadvertently brushed against a rigid object, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly retreated from Li Yan's presence. "Do not worry, Ruyan. I am quite all right," he reassured her. Li Yan spoke. Subsequently, the army took a respite in Chongzhou, and Li Yin recounted to Di Renjie the incident of Gilly Khan setting fire to the grasslands. It was then that Di Renjie grasped the situation. After this battle, the foundation of the Turks had been severely damaged. It seemed unlikely that they would be able to compete with our Tang dynasty for several decades. Di Renjie remarked, "Humph, that scoundrel Gilly, daring to set fire to Li Yin. If I ever cross paths with him, I shall ensure he faces the flames himself," Ruyan said, glaring at the traces of burns on Li Yan's face with indignation. "Well then, I shall await Ruyan's vengeance on my behalf," Li Yan replied. Li Yan smiled as he spoke. Chapter 50. The Aftermath of Battle and Arrangements. Chongzhou. Di Renjie was reporting the battle situation to Li Yan. "Your Majesty, in the campaign against the Khitan, I have slain over 50,000 enemies and captured more than 20,000 soldiers. Our right guard suffered over 15,000 fatalities, with 30,000 wounded, who are currently receiving medical care. We have also acquired countless cattle, sheep, and horses." After Di Renjie finished his report, Yufei followed suit, stating, "Your Majesty, In the conflict with the Turks, our forces engaged over 80,000 Turkish soldiers, capturing approximately 100,000, with around 20,000 slain. There are no serious injuries, but 40,000 sustained light wounds, and we have seized an abundance of weapons, provisions, and livestock. Excellent. In this battle, we have annihilated the Khitan and severely weakened the Turks. Asserting the grandeur of our Tang dynasty, issue a decree that, according to the previously established compensation policy, those who fell in battle shall be honored as martyrs, receiving a lump sum equivalent to 15 years of military pay. Local magistrates shall provide appropriate care for the widows of the martyrs, and this duty will be included in the evaluations of officials by the Ministry of Personnel. For the severely wounded, the court will arrange employment and grant 2 years military pay as compensation. The lightly wounded shall remain in service, receiving 1 year's military pay as compensation. Additionally, all participating soldiers will receive an extra month's pay as a reward. Di Qing, you shall draft a proclamation to instruct the Ministry of Revenue to release the funds. Your servant, Di Renjie, obeys your command. I extend my gratitude on behalf of those soldiers to your majesty, Di Renjie said, kneeling in reverence. Li Yin waved his hand, signaling Di Renjie to refrain from formalities. Enough, my soldiers have shed blood for our great Tang. What do these riches matter? He continued, Di Qing. Now that the Turks are in disarray and the Khitan have been eradicated, I propose we establish 2 cities on the grasslands to solidify our military achievements. What are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Di Renjie replied, Your Majesty, this plan is indeed commendable, but even if the court finances the endeavor, it is likely that Chongzhou lacks sufficient manpower. You need not worry about manpower. Did we not just acquire over 100,000 laborers? Li Yin remarked. You mean those captives? Di Renjie's eyes brightened. Precisely, I cannot afford to sustain them, so they shall serve as laborers, Li Yin affirmed. I concur, Your Majesty. This course of action is exceedingly prudent. Excellent. Then let Moti from the Ministry of Works oversee this matter. With the grasslands secured, our Tang dynasty shall no longer fret over warhorses, and we can also monitor the movements of the Turks, seizing the opportunity to annihilate them. That night, Li Yin hosted a banquet for the entire army to celebrate their victory. Except for those on duty, everyone indulged to the point of inebriation. Even Ru Yin persistently sought out Li Yin for drinks, her determination to intoxicate him seemingly unwavering. However, Li Yin's capacity for alcohol far surpassed that of Ru Yin. Indeed, the young lady was now sprawled across Li Yin's lap, utterly unconscious. Li Yin, concerned for her well-being, took his leave from the gathering. Observing the rosy hue of Ru Yin's cheeks, he could not help but remark, Why engage with so many if you cannot indulge in drink? To his surprise, Ru Yin heard him. Whether she was tipsy or not remained unclear, yet she responded, Haven't you always sought to lay your hands on me? If I am not intoxicated, where lies your opportunity? Li Yin. So it turns out this girl had such intentions. Li Yin chuckled softly, saying, however, I prefer the lively and spirited Yu Yin, rather than one who is as inebriated as a lifeless swine. You are the lifeless swine. All right. You are indeed the lifeless swine. You are the lifeless swine, Li Yin remarked, in a state of inebriation, as if in a dream. He believed that Li Yin had yielded, and with a hazy hum, he exuded a charm reminiscent of a contented little piglet. Truly, it was delightful. Li Yin could not resist the urge to gently touch Ru Yin's nose, continuing until she scrunched it in displeasure, prompting him to finally cease his playful antics. Li Yin gently removed Ru Yin's skirt, revealing only her delicate undergarments. During the previous reign, he had glimpsed her figure and noted her commendable development. Now, upon another glance, he was struck by a renewed sensation. How exquisite she appeared, so fair that he longed to be enveloped within her embrace, even at the cost of breath. Yet, he curbed his desires, not out of pretension, but because he truly found Ru Yin, now resembling a lifeless form, unappealing. He tucked her into the blanket, leaving only her lovely head exposed. As he contemplated departing, he found his hand firmly grasped by Ru Yin. To forcefully extricate himself would certainly cause her discomfort. Thus, he remained, seated at the edge of her bed, watching as this young lady gradually succumbed to slumber. Ru Yin seemed to retain a fragment of awareness, mumbling, It's too cold at night. Come up and sleep with me. In her childlike manner, she tossed the covers about, creating delightful disarray. Li Yin, feeling helpless, could only cover her with the blanket once more. However, barely a moment had passed before it was once again disturbed. Li Yin found himself increasingly doubtful that Ru Yin was merely pretending to be intoxicated. Ru Yin remained unresponsive to his calls. It's time to rise and indulge in delicious food, he urged, yet she continued to exhibit no reaction. Observing Ru Yin, who was still tangled in the blankets, Li Yin sighed deeply and nestled beside her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The quilt covered them both, revealing only their heads. A slight smile graced Ru Yin's lips as she gradually succumbed to the gentle rhythm of sleep. Meanwhile, Li Yin felt the warmth of the bed enveloping him, growing softer and more fragrant with each passing moment. Alas, what a misfortune! I shall surely find no rest tonight, he lamented, feeling the stirrings of desire within him. Ultimately, unable to resist the temptation, he allowed his hands to linger upon Ru Yin's form until the first light of dawn broke the horizon, at which point fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Li Yin dreamed this evening of attempting to pop a balloon, yet despite his efforts, he could not succeed. The onlookers mocked him, ridiculing the fact that a grown man could not burst a mere balloon. Frustration welled within him, yet all he could discern were the taunting shouts of the crowd. Regardless of the strength he exerted, the balloon remained unscathed, resulting in Li Yin leaving empty-handed, thoroughly exasperated. However, he found it curious that the voices of the bystanders bore an uncanny resemblance to Ru Yin's. Chapter 51. The return of the army and the official enfeoffment of Ru Yin as empress the following day, before Li Yin had fully awakened. Ru Yin was roused by discomfort, angrily swatting away Li Yin's hand that rested upon her chest, stealing a glance beneath her garments. She was taken aback to find 5 distinct fingerprints clearly marked upon her skin. Infuriated, she cast a fierce glare at the slumbering Li Yin and muttered softly, "You oaf! What need have you for such force?" Seeing that Li Yin remained in his dreamland, she chose not to disturb his peaceful slumber any further. As she exited her chamber, she encountered Yu Huatian, who was stationed outside. "Your Majesty, I humbly bow before you," Yu Huatian said with utmost respect. Ru Yin sensed an underlying significance in his words, causing her cheeks to flush slightly before she departed. Upon arriving in the great hall, she found Dee Renjie, Li Yuanfeng, and others gathered there. "Ru Yin, did you rest well last night?" Dee Renjie inquired with a smile reminiscent of a doting relative. "Thank you for your concern, uncle. I slept very well," Ru Yin replied. "Oh, that is splendid news. And what of His Majesty?" Dee Renjie inquired further, still reclining and sleeping soundly. Ru Yin, feeling a pang of pain in her chest, muttered softly in indignation. Noticing her delicate fury, Dee Renjie became increasingly convinced that something had indeed transpired between the emperor and the empress the previous night. 3 days later, MOT arrived in Chongzhou, commencing the construction of fortifications on the territories of the former Turks and Khitans, specifically designing mechanized cities that would render any number of Turkic forces utterly futile. These 2 fortresses were named the City of the Extinguished Turks and the City of the Extinguished Khitans. Meanwhile, Li Yin, Dee Renjie, and Yu Fei were also preparing to return to court on this day. The right-way guard of Chongzhou was entrusted to Zhao Wenhui and Li Kaigu, with the magistrate selected from the ranks of the former Chongzhou officials. Now, the threat from the Turks and Khitans had dissipated. Thus, Li Yin resolved to divide the 100,000 right-way guards of Chongzhou into 3 segments. Once the construction of the 2 cities was completed, each would be fortified with 30,000 troops drawn from the ranks of the right-way guards. The army proceeded slowly and, after 10 days, finally returned to Luoyang. With the capabilities of Wang Su and Zhuge Liang, governing the Tang dynasty posed no issue, let alone managing the modest city of Luoyang. Wang Su and Zhuge Liang, accompanied by civil and military officials, came forth to welcome the imperial presence. Only at this moment did the officials realize that the emperor had not been afflicted with a cold, but had instead embarked on a private visit to Chongzhou. Upon returning to court, Li Yin promptly issued commands for Wang Su and Fan Li to prepare compensation for the Chongzhou campaign. The second decree was to confer upon Ru Yin the title of empress. Upon learning that Ru Yin was Dee Renjie's niece, the ministers, despite harboring some private thoughts, dared not voice any objections. It was evident that the emperor and Miss Ru Yin were deeply enamored, and given her connection to Dee Renjie, who would dare oppose such an alliance? The elevation of an empress was no trifling matter. As Wang Su noted, it typically required at least a year of preparation. Ultimately, after fervent protests from Li Yin, this period was begrudgingly reduced to 3 months. However, during these 3 months, Ru Yin was to reside in Dee Renjie's estate, with Li Yin forbidding any casual visits unless under pressing circumstances, as dictated by ancestral customs. Wang Su, which ancestor established this custom? Is this not a hardship imposed upon me? The mere thought of not seeing Ru Yin for 3 months left Li Yin feeling as if he had lost something profound, leaving him in a state of emptiness. Your Majesty, there is one more matter I must consult you about, Wang Su interjected. Previously, I had begun preparations for the selection of talented maidens for Your Majesty. Now that you have conferred the title of Empress, it is essential for Her Majesty to become involved in this matter. Should I seek Her Majesty's approval for this? Wang Su inquired. Upon hearing Wang Su's words, Li Yin suddenly recalled that he had indeed asked Wang Su to prepare for the selection of talents. At that time, Ru Yin had not yet graced his side, leaving him to endure the solitude of the night alone. However, after encountering Ru Yin, Li Yin found himself disinterested in the superficial and ordinary. Wang Su, please convey the message that the selection has been cancelled. Li Yin remarked. Your Majesty, there is nothing to be concerned about. It is hereby dismissed. Li Yin spoke resolutely, affirming, yes, I shall obey your command. Wang Su responded, expressing his weariness. Having already proclaimed to the world his intent to select maidens for the emperor, he now faced the prospect of cancellation. Some of those maidens had already arrived in Luoyang. Wang Su, wary of implying that the emperor had changed his mind, could only take the blame upon himself, claiming that he had mistakenly interpreted the imperial will, leading to this misunderstanding. As a result of this matter, Wang Su was jointly reprimanded by the ministers. Li Yin understood the situation and imposed a rather mild punishment on Wang Su. Today marked the first day without Ru Yin. Having completed his governmental duties, Li Yin found himself in the Shangyang Palace, lost in thoughts of Ru Yin. His political acumen had significantly improved, enabling him to process memorials with greater efficiency, alleviating the fatigue he once felt. Moreover, he received assistance from the likes of Di Renjie, Wang Su, and Zhuge Liang, allowing him a degree of leisure. Alas, this young lady, I wonder how she is faring and whether she thinks of me. Li Yin murmured to himself, as images of Ru Yin's graceful expressions and smiles continually surfaced in his mind. Particularly vivid was the memory of that day when Ru Yin had indulged in drink. It felt as if he longed to relive that moment. After some contemplation, Li Yin summoned Yu Huatian. Yu Huatian, we are to embark on an outing, he instructed. But Your Majesty, what purpose does this excursion serve? She inquired, hesitatingly. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Simply follow me, he commanded. Yes, your humble servant obeys. As they traversed the streets of Luoyang, observing Li Yin's determined stride, Yu Huatian soon realized their destination, the residence of the Dee family. Your Majesty, according to protocol, you are presently not permitted to meet the Empress, Yu Huatian gently reminded him. Yu Huatian, you are being overly intrusive. Li Yin replied. Moreover, who said I intended to visit Ru Yin? I am merely going to engage in serious discussions with Elder Dee. Li Yin retorted. Indeed. It was my impertinence. I deserve to be punished. Chapter 52. The arrival of Xiaomei, Ru Yin's friend in the Dee residence. Di Renjie was arranging accommodations for Ru Yin. Ru Yin, for these few months, you must endure a bit of discomfort and stay in the west wing of the mansion. Upon observing the estate before her, Ru Yin promptly replied, Uncle, this place is quite pleasant. There is no discomfort at all. That's good to hear. Di Renjie nodded approvingly and continued, addressing Di Chun. Di Chun, you must ensure that all of Ru Yin's requests are met. Rest assured, my lord, I understand. Miss Ru Yin is now the Empress. How could I dare to disobey? Hearing this, Ru Yin felt a surge of delight and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Di Renjie chuckled. My dear fellow, you have even learned the art of flattery. At that moment, a servant approached with a report, my lord. His Majesty has arrived and wishes to see you regarding an important matter. Di Renjie was momentarily taken aback, pondering an important matter? Typically, Li Yin sends for me to the Yang Palace. Why has he come here in person? His curiosity piqued, but upon noticing Ru Yin's averted gaze, he quickly understood. With a teasing tone, he remarked, I truly am getting old. I couldn't even deduce such a simple imperial intention. Ru Yin, come with me to meet His Majesty. Ru Yin's heart leapt with joy at this suggestion, but recalling the many eyes within the Dee residence, she hesitated, concerned about potential gossip. Thus, she declined, Uncle, I cannot go. The Ministry of Rights has advised that we are not to meet for the next few months. It matters not. With His Majesty present, who would dare to speak ill? Moreover, as the Minister of Internal Affairs and concurrently the Grand Tutor, when His Majesty seeks me for counsel, even the officials cannot interfere. Uncle, is it truly acceptable? Ru Yin inquired, her bright, sparkling eyes brimming with hope. Di Renjie, witnessing her excitement, felt a swell of happiness. He had genuinely begun to regard Ru Yin as his own niece, and seeing her joyful, he was immensely gratified. Furthermore, he was pleased that His Majesty had found someone so dear to him. Though Ru Yin harbored a simple mind, she was astute and inherently good-natured. With regarding the inner palace, it was unlikely she would cause Li Yin any trouble. Of course you may go, Di Renjie replied with a smile. In fact, His Majesty has come specifically for you. If you do not attend, how could I possibly fulfill my duty? Before long, Di Renjie arrived in the study, where he immediately spotted Li Yin and Yu Huatian. The old minister greets your majesty. The humble maiden, Ru Yin, pays her respects to your majesty. Please, rise. Li Yin hurriedly supported Ru Yin and spoke. Li Yin gently grasped Ru Yan's hand and said, Why are you being so formal with me? With a playful huff. She replied, Isn't it what those people in the palace told me? They said that upon entering the palace, I must fulfill my duties as a queen. Assist you in managing the harem, refrain from acting like a petty girl, exhibit proper etiquette, embrace humility, and project authority. Ru Yin rattled off a list of expectations, leaving Li Yin somewhat embarrassed. Ru Yin, pay no heed to them. I adore your true nature. If you are overly courteous with me, I would find it quite unsettling. Li Yin spoke lightly. Upon hearing his words, Ru Yin finally revealed a triumphant smile. You said it yourself. If I am rude in the future, you cannot punish me for that. Rest assured, I absolutely will not. I guarantee this in front of Lord Dee. Li Yin spoke, and then prepared to seek out Di Renjie to serve as a witness. Li Yin? Where is Di Renjie? Di Renjie, still kneeling on the ground. Have you finally remembered me? Upon noticing that Di Renjie remains on his knees, Li Yin feels a twinge of guilt and a hint of embarrassment. Di Qing, please rise at once. Li Yin finally assisted Di Renjie to his feet. Subsequently, Li Yin shifted the blame, saying, Di Qing, did I not inform you? You may see me without prostrating. Why must you subject yourself to such unnecessary hardship? Di Renjie responded, Am I to be blamed for this? At that moment, Ru Yin could no longer bear to watch. Throughout these days, Di Renjie had treated her with genuine sincerity, and she had come to regard him as her own uncle. In a fit of anger, Ru Yin exclaimed, Humph. It is clearly you who forgot to allow uncle to rise, yet you now cast blame upon others, utterly shameless. Li Yin pondered, should he have truly linked Ru Yin with Di Renjie? At this moment, these two individuals have surprisingly united to confront him. Li Yin spent an entire afternoon at the Dee residence. In the evening, Di Renjie invited both Li Yin and Yu Huatian to dine at his home. At the dining table, Li Yin occupied the seat of honor, with Su Yin seated beside him, followed by Di Renjie in the next position, and finally, there was Li Yuanfang, who had been residing in Di Renjie's household for an extended period. As for Yu Huatian, he steadfastly refused to share a table with Li Yin, preferring instead to serve diligently behind him. Li Yin did not impose any demands regarding this matter. Di Qing, the Serpent Spirit organization has yet to be eradicated. Given your previous encounters with the Serpent Spirit, the task of annihilating them will be entrusted to you and Yuanfang. Li Yin spoke, Your Majesty. I shall comply with your command. I, a humble servant, shall undoubtedly brave the flames and assist the esteemed one in vanquishing the Serpent Spirit. With your presence, I feel reassured. Li Yin nodded and expressed his high hopes for the partnership between Di Renjie and Li Yuanfang. Uncle, I have recalled some matters that may prove useful to you, said Ru Yin. Speak freely, Ru Yin, he encouraged. Indeed. I have a friend within the Serpent Spirit named Xiao Mei. We share a unique secret signal. If you require it, I can provide it to you. The moment Xiao Mei sees the mark, she will recognize it as my signal and will certainly assist you. Haha, such a crucial lead is undoubtedly valuable. If the Serpent Spirit is breached, Ru Yin, you shall be celebrated for your contribution. You flatter me, uncle. I shall draw it for you right away. Ru Yin sketched an emblem of two serpents entwined, representing her clandestine connection with Xiao Mei. Yuanfang, keep this safe. Our path to infiltrating the Serpent Spirit lies within this. Yes, my lord. After dinner, Di Renjie, Li Yuanfang, and Yu Huatian discreetly withdrew, leaving only Li Yin and Ru Yin. Once they were alone, Li Yin took Ru Yan's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Noticing the absence of others, Ru Yin feigned a slight struggle before settling comfortably in Li Yan's arms. Li Yin rested his chin upon Ru Yan's head and inquired, Ru Yin, have you missed me? Feeling the warmth of Li Yin's breath caressing her ear, Ru Yin blushed slightly and replied, Not at all. It's only been a day since we last met. What is there to miss? Li Yin, pretending to be angry, exclaimed, That simply won't do. You must think of me. Why, you ask? Simply because I have thought of you today. If you do not reciprocate my feelings, then I would be at a great loss. Li Yin spoke with unwavering confidence. Humph. I never compelled you to think of me. That is your own doing. Ru Yin replied with a cheerful laugh. Ru Yin, you have forced my hand in this. I shall ask you once more. Do you think of me? In the face of Li Yan's threat, Ru Yin remained unperturbed, holding her head high and declaring, I have stated that I do not think of you, and your threats are of no consequence. Very well, do not say I did not warn you. Li Yin spoke, gradually lowering his hand. Su Yin, thinking that Li Yin intended to commit some misdeed, hurriedly closed her eyes. It remained uncertain whether this was a silent act of defiance or a submission to his whims. Li Yan's hand rested gently upon the delicate flesh of Ru Yan's abdomen. As soon as Li Yan made contact, before he was even prepared to take action, Yin felt an unbearable itch, rolling around in Li Yan's embrace, exclaiming, I was wrong. I beg for mercy, I miss you, truly, please remove your hand swiftly. Li Yan, what? I haven't even made a move yet, and you are already surrendering? I still prefer that indomitable Ru Yan. Chapter 53, Li Yan and Ru Yan's wedding. Upon receiving the clues provided by Ru Yan, Renjie promptly dispatched Li Yuanfang to investigate. 3 months passed in a blink, and today marked the wedding day of Li Yan and Ru Yan. The emperor's marriage was a cause for universal celebration, and the entire city of Luoyang genuinely offered their blessings to Li Yan. Ever since he ascended the throne, the lives of the common folk have notably improved. Taxes have been reduced, wages have risen, and their households are more prosperous than ever. Furthermore, the court has dispatched individuals to guide them in farming, and the recently invented curved plow has proven to be exceptionally effective. Most importantly, these agricultural tools are sold to the farmers at remarkably low prices. Consequently, their lives have become increasingly vibrant, filled with delectable hot pot, engaging card games, and mahjong. His Majesty truly is the finest emperor in the world, and the people sincerely rejoice for Li Yan. In the dead of night, the palace attendants arrived at the Dee residence to adorn Ru Yan. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air, with red carpets laid out and lanterns illuminating the sky, creating an atmosphere of festivity. A multitude of rituals awaited Ru Yan, and it was not until noon that she finally ascended the grand sedan chair, making her way to the imperial palace. Have you heard? The empress is said to be a formidable heroine. She has won the emperor's favor by saving his life. That can't be right. I have a cousin whose neighbor's son serves in the Qian Yo Guard, and I've heard that the emperor is fond of the empress purely because of her extraordinary beauty. It goes without saying that the empress is beautiful. Otherwise, how could she capture the emperor's heart? Yet, I believe the crux lies in this heroine saving the hero, thus winning the emperor's affection. If you're not well-read, please refrain from misusing idioms. Is that how you use the hero saving the beauty? Oh, you are correct. It should be the beauty saving the hero. Inside the sedan chair, Ru Yan, upon overhearing the chatter of the Luoyang citizens, couldn't help but chuckle. The 8-bearer sedan chair of Ru Yan meandered through the streets of Luoyang for quite some time, only arriving at the imperial palace by evening. The process of the emperor's marriage was exceptionally intricate, with every requisite step meticulously followed. Finally, they reached the familiar scene for Li Yan, the ceremonial bow to heaven and earth. Gazing at Ru Yan, who was veiled in red, Li Yan yearned to lift the cover and behold his beloved Ru Yan. They bowed to heaven and earth. Li Yan and Ru Yan simultaneously bowed to the heavens and the earth, followed by a respectful salute to the ancestral hall. Li Yan does not possess a lofty hall, while Yan's esteemed hall belongs to Renjie. Consequently, the two prepared to pay their respects to Renjie. However, Renjie, citing the hierarchy of heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher, placed the sovereign even before kin. Li Yan need not bow to him. The Minister of Rites, Wang Su, also remarked, indeed, it is so. Thus, they proceeded to the third step, the couple's mutual bowing. Li Yan and Ru Yan faced each other, bowing once more. After being ushered into the bridal chamber, Ru Yan, guided by the palace maid, entered her Kuan Ning palace. Upon entering, she promptly removed her veil, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face adorned with a golden phoenix crown. Unlike her usual sprightly and charming demeanor, Ru Yan now exuded an air of grandeur and elegance. The palace maid, taken aback, hurriedly attempted to cover her veil again. Your Majesty, according to protocol, you cannot remove your veil yourself, the maid said anxiously. Oh, there's no need to fuss. I can simply cover it again when Li Yan arrives, Ru Yan replied. Observing the maid's continued distress, she added, rest assured, this is entirely my decision. Should Li Yan take issue, I shall bear the responsibility. The maid seemed to relax slightly, only to panic anew, exclaiming, How can your Majesty so casually speak His Majesty's name? Ru Yan stuck out her tongue, confessing that she had grown accustomed to it. However, The thought of having to address that fellow as husband in the future made her blush. All right, I will be mindful, she assured the maid. Watching the maid's cautious demeanor, Yin felt somewhat exasperated. Is there anything to eat? I haven't had a morsel since midnight yesterday, and I'm about to starve. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall retrieve something at once, the maid responded promptly. She soon returned with a selection of dried fruits and pastries, which Yin devoured eagerly. After finishing, she regarded the young maid, who appeared to be in her teens and even younger than herself. What is your name? In response to Your Majesty. I am called Xiao Xue, the maid replied. From this day forth, you shall be my personal maid, Yin declared. Xiao Xue seemed momentarily stunned then. After a brief pause, exclaimed with delight, I am most grateful, Your Majesty. I shall certainly heed your words. Currently, Yin was the sole consort in the harem, and as the empress, she held a significant position. Xiao Xue, as her personal maid, might well be considered the second in command. Xiao Xue, tell me, how many masters are there in the harem? Yin inquired, having not posed this question before. She assumed that the emperor must have many consorts. Yet, her heart was wholly occupied by Yin, and regardless of how many concubines he might have, she would willingly marry him. Nonetheless, a lingering concern gnawed at her. Just how many women had Yin taken? Until today, Yin finally posed the question she had been contemplating. Xiao Xue cast a curious glance at Yin before responding, Your Majesty, in the harem, you are the sole mistress. Upon hearing this, Yin expressed her astonishment. Is it truly just me? That cannot be. It is indeed the case. His Majesty has declined the minister's suggestions for a selection of candidates in deference to the empress. Xiao Xue elaborated, continuously praising Yin, as if he were the most remarkable man in the world. Yin's face illuminated with joy. How wonderful it was that she and Yin were each other's one and only. Observing Yin immersed in her bliss, Xiao Xue hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, although His Majesty is only one empress, you must not become complacent in your favored position. Otherwise, there will inevitably be those unscrupulous women vying for His Majesty's attention, and he may lose patience with you. Rest assured, you little girl, are you now teaching me? Yin replied with a smile, confident in her bond with Yin. Your Majesty, do not underestimate Xiao Xue's youth. She possesses a profound understanding of the palace's protocols. For instance, when conversing with others, you must refrain from saying I. Yin, puzzled, inquired, then what should I say? You must refer to yourself as this one, Xiao Xue instructed, imparting numerous palace rules and etiquette to Yin, who seemed to absorb little of it. She would rather engage in murder than concern herself with such trivialities. Xiao Xue sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness towards the uncooperative empress. She resolved that, since the empress struggled to learn, she would need to assist her even more, especially since Yin had treated her with such kindness. The emperor's wedding was distinctly different from that of ordinary families. At least Yin was not burdened with the presence of numerous guests. Hosting duties fell to the Ministry of Rites, while receiving gifts was the responsibility of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yin had no need to worry. Furthermore, no one was there to ply Yin with wine, rendering his preparations futile. Gazing at the jar filled with plain water, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He had been eager to showcase his drinking prowess that evening, yet the ministers had afforded him no opportunity, lacking even a modicum of perceptiveness. After relieving himself, Yin eagerly made his way towards Yin, exhilarated by the prospect of finally embracing this young lady after such a long time. Yin could not help but quicken his pace, soon arriving at Kunning Palace. Chapter 54, The Revenge of Xiao Qifang. When Yin arrived at Kunning Palace, he came alone, thus the palace maids did not anticipate his presence. It was only when he approached that Xiao Xue noticed him and swiftly called out, Your Majesty has arrived. She hoped that the empress would hasten to properly arrange her veil upon hearing her words. Otherwise, inciting the emperor's ire would be a regrettable consequence. However, as she beheld the empress seated motionless at the edge of the bed, her heart sank considerably. This incompetent ally was beyond her capability to manage. She could only hope that the emperor would not direct his displeasure toward her. To her surprise, upon entering, Yin exhibited no indication of discontent. Nor did he display any anger. Instead, he sat beside Yin, grasped Yin's hand, and inquired with genuine concern, Yin, have you eaten? I just had a meal, she replied. Oh, you are already full? Then shall we proceed with the important matters at hand? Yin smiled wickedly and spoke. Upon seeing Yin's demeanor, Yin suddenly recalled the biological knowledge imparted to her by the old matron in the palace a few days prior. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Your Majesty, there are others present, Yin said, her voice laced with shyness. It was then that Li Yin noticed the palace maid beside them. You may leave now, he instructed. Yes, I take my leave, Xiao Hua replied, exiting the room and thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Once Xiao Hua departed, she exhaled a long breath, patting her modest bosom and murmuring to herself, that truly frightened me just now. However, His Majesty dotes on the Empress. It seems I must closely follow her from now on. Perhaps I might also have the chance to serve His Majesty someday. With her face still flushed, Xiao Hua quickly returned to her quarters. Now that she was the Empress's personal maid, she would be accompanying the Empress to Kunning Palace the following day. No longer having to crowd in the maid's dormitory, how delightful. Of course, Li Yin was unaware of Xiao Hua's thoughts. He was currently preoccupied with breaching Ru Yan's defenses. The first barrier was her attire, which a fervent Li Yin struggled to tear apart for quite some time without success. Damn it, he muttered. Li Yin scolded in anger. Why do those fellows bother to make the clothing of such high quality? They possess no sense of aesthetics whatsoever. Observing Li Yan's frustrated expression, Ru Yin burst into joyous laughter, then thoughtfully removed her sturdy outer garment, revealing her ivory-white undergarment. Although Li Yin is a virgin, he has watched numerous educational films on biology, thus he can be regarded as quite experienced in such matters. Gazing at the enchanting Ru Yin, Li Yin provocatively remarked, Little girl, just wait and see how I shall teach you tonight. Ru Yin, equally defiant, retorted, Humph, we shall see who teaches whom. I have heard from the old matron in the palace that in such affairs, it is usually we women who hold the advantage, while you men tend to falter. Li Yin, who is that meddlesome old woman teaching Ru Yin all this? I shall have her executed. Just as Li Yin sank into despondency, Ru Yin chuckled softly, saying, Hiki, they also mentioned that in the event His Majesty is unable to perform, Ru Yin should not mock His Majesty, but rather grant him the dignity he deserves. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not mock you. Li Yin, when a man's dignity is besmirched, it is only natural for Li Yin to demonstrate his resolve through tangible actions. In the end, Ru Yin came to realize that a woman's first experience is indeed quite fragile, and Li Yin fortuitously emerged victorious in this round. The following day, the room was in disarray. They had both exhausted themselves the previous night and lay asleep in bed. Xiao Hua entered, carrying a basin, and upon witnessing the chaotic scene, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Your Majesty, Your Highness, it is time to rise. Today marks the first audience between His Majesty and the Queen with the court officials. We cannot afford to be late. It was only then that Ru Yin awakened, recalling the words of the old matron. There was indeed one final ceremony to fulfill. This was her first occasion to meet the ministers and the people in her capacity as the mother of the nation. As Ru Yin gazed at the slumbering Li Yin, she reflected on how she had pleaded for mercy the previous night, only to have this fellow continue to torment her. Anger surged within her, and she swiftly kicked Li Yin, startling Xiao Hua in the process. Goodness, the queen is truly formidable. Li Yin groggily opened his eyes and inquired, Ru Yin, what is the matter? Humph, you still need to visit the imperial city today to meet with the court officials and the common people. Surely, you haven't forgotten? Ru Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Li Yin immediately felt a headache. Is it possible not to go? However, Ru Yin firmly rejected. It's not an option. Get up quickly. After uttering these words, she picked up the wash basin, preparing for her morning routine. While Li Yin could simply rise and depart, she required at least half an hour to adorn herself. The thought of enduring such hardship made Li Yin feel as though she was tormenting herself. Yet now she could still indulge in the luxury of lingering in bed, which left Ru Yin feeling somewhat unbalanced. Were it not for the time constraint, Ru Yin would undoubtedly have dragged Li Yin from her slumber. At that moment, Ru Yin noticed an inscription at the bottom of the wash basin. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the words, Su Xiener, I will always watch over you, watching you perish. Recognizing it as a message from Xiao Qifeng, Ru Yin immediately understood its significance. Simultaneously, Xiao Hua also caught on to this revelation and hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, please spare me. I truly know nothing. Ru Yin, not wishing to impose hardship on the young girl, replied, You may rise. It is not your concern. Where did this wash basin come from? This was collected by a servant from the Ministry of Internal Affairs this morning. It is undoubtedly new, Xiao Hua promptly responded. At this juncture, Li Yin sensed that something was amiss and quickly rose, inquiring, Ru Yin, what has happened? Your Majesty. Ru Yin sobbed in Li Yin's embrace. Recounting the events that had transpired moments ago, Li Yin was filled with fury. How dare Xiao Qifeng extend the reach of the serpent spirit into his palace? Subsequently, He commanded Yu Huatian and Zhuge Liang to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. The inquiry reverberated throughout the entire palace, causing chaos and upheaval. Yet no evidence could be uncovered. It became evident that the agents of the serpent spirit had concealed themselves exceptionally well. Indeed, the mere fact that Xiao Qifeng had the audacity to take the initiative suggested she possessed the confidence that Li Yin would be unable to trace her. Chapter 55, The Assault on Hanguang Temple and the Rescue of Yuan Tiangang in the Upper Sun Palace. Li Yin summoned Di Renjie. Li Yin, somewhat irate, inquired, Di Qing, how is it that the serpent spirit's treasonous faction has infiltrated my inner circle? What progress has been made regarding the serpent spirit case? Your Majesty, Di Renjie replied, since the Chongzhou incident, the serpent spirit faction has remained in hiding. Organizations like the serpent spirit are exceedingly difficult to uncover once they choose to conceal themselves. I am awaiting an opportunity for the serpent spirit to act. An opportunity? How long must we wait? Before Di Renjie could respond, Li Yin continued, what of Li Yuanfang? Have you managed to reach out to Xiao Mei? Your Majesty, communication has been established. Xiao Mei has arranged to meet Li Yuanfang at a dilapidated temple on Daong Mountain. However, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Mei's betrayal had been detected by the serpent spirit. By the time Li Yuanfang arrived at the temple for their rendezvous, Xiao Mei was already on the brink of death, and Yuanfang could do nothing to save her. Is Xiao Mei dead? Li Yin inquired. Yes, I acknowledge my fault. However, the death of Xiao Mei was not without significance. According to her final words, the serpent spirit summoned 22 hall masters for a meeting at the headquarters. And it was during that time that she managed to escape. From this, we can deduce two crucial points. First, the serpent spirit's headquarters must be located near Daong Mountain. For how far could a wounded woman run? Second, the serpent spirit must be planning significant actions lately. Otherwise, there would be no need to summon such a large assembly of hall masters. Di Qing, you must invest more effort into investigating the serpent spirit, Li Yin instructed. I shall obey your command, replied Di Renjie. After Di Renjie departed, Li Yin fell into deep contemplation. He endeavored to recall the narrative of Di Renjie from his previous life. However, for one who had only witnessed the story of the detective once, predicting the serpent spirit's maneuvers proved to be quite the challenge. Initially, he believed that the opportunity Di Renjie spoke of would take a long time to materialize. Yet the very next day, that opportunity presented itself. On the following day, Di Renjie reported, last night, the serpent spirit's faction launched an assault on the Cold Light Temple, resulting in the slaughter of all the monks within, and they have rescued an individual secretly detained there. According to Di Renjie's deductions, this person had been imprisoned since the reign of Wu Zetian, and now that she had passed, uncovering the identity of the detainee would require further investigation. Considering the significance of the imprisoned individual during Wu Zetian's reign, it was certain that such matters would have been handled by the imperial guards. Thus, Li Yin commanded Yu Huatian to conduct an inquiry. Soon, Yu Huatian obtained the identity of the individual from a former imperial guard. It was revealed that this person had been imprisoned by Wu Zetian a decade prior and was skilled in numerology and astrology. Upon receiving this information, Li Yin immediately realized the implications. Was this not the former master of the serpent spirit, Yuan Tiangang? Therefore, did this incident not pertain to the extraordinary case in Luoyang? Li Yin recalled that the extraordinary event in Luoyang involved the solar eclipse, during which the Luo River would unleash tremendous surges. With the aid of various mechanisms, the waters of the Luo River would be diverted to inundate the imperial court, leading to the demise of the emperor and his officials. Subsequently, the serpent spirit would employ its shape-shifting abilities to assume the identities of the emperor and the officials, thereby seizing control of the court and plotting a rebellion in secrecy. Furthermore, Li Yin finally remembered why the name Xiao Mei sounded so familiar. She was not only a close friend of Ru Yin, but also stood alongside her sister Xiao Feng as one of the serpent spirit's blood spirits, remaining loyal to their master, Yuan Tiangang. Additionally, others like the Flash Spirit were also devoted to Yuan Tiangang. The supernatural phenomena of the Luo River represented a conflict between Yuan Tiangang and Xiao Qifeng. Li Yin could only recall these details. As for the more intricate specifics of the solar eclipse, the precise maneuvers of the serpent spirit, and the exact location of the serpent spirit's headquarters, he found himself at a loss. Aware of Di Renjie's superior deductive skills, Li Yin promptly addressed him, saying, "This individual is Yuan Tiangang. He has meticulously orchestrated the Luaha divine plan." Upon hearing this, Di Renjie was instantly taken aback, for he had already learned from Li Yin that Yuan Tiangang was indeed the former master of the serpent spirit. His capture had paved the way for Xiao Qingfang to rise to power. Yet, why would Xiao Qingfang seek to rescue Yuan Tiangang? It is known that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. With Yuan Tiangang's return, what place would Xiao Qingfang occupy? Thus, her motivations for saving Yuan Tiangang must be intricately linked to the recently mentioned Luoha Divine Plan. What exactly is the Luoha Divine Plan? Renjie inquired. The Luoha Divine Plan involves harnessing the hidden currents within the Luo River during the solar eclipse, redirecting them towards the imperial court. Li Yin spoke and then elaborated to Renjie about the peculiarities of the Luo River deity. Only then did Renjie nod in understanding and remark, "Ah, I see now. What a nefarious scheme indeed. Now that we have uncovered the secret of the Luo River deity, dealing with it should be rather straightforward. As long as there are no morning audiences or perhaps a change of venue for them, the court will remain secure." However, neither Renjie nor Li Yin was prepared to act on this information just yet. The serpent spirit had only just made its move, and neither of them wished to cause alarm. Having received ample information from Li Yin, Renjie intended to return and organize his thoughts. But he was interrupted by Li Yin's call. "Di Qing, I have a plan. Would you care to hear it?" "Ah, I am eager to learn more," replied Li Yin. The serpent spirit was originally established by Yuan Tiangang, but had flourished under the stewardship of Xiao Qingfang. Both were ambitious individuals, likely unwilling to relinquish their grip on power. Yet, after a decade of meticulous cultivation by Xiao Qingfang, her influence within the serpent spirit had grown immensely. Di Qing pondered how Yuan Tiangang could possibly wrest power from her grasp. Li Yin inquired. Upon hearing this, Renjie instantly comprehended the situation, inhaling sharply. "Hiss," he remarked. "Within the realm of our Tang dynasty, the only force capable of eliminating Xiao Qingfang is none other than our court. This implies that Yuan Tiangang will dispatch individuals to guide us in vanquishing Xiao Qingfang, subsequently executing the Luoha Divine Anomaly plan to seize the fruits of victory." Indeed. Li Yin nodded slightly. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and a plan began to take shape in their minds. The following day, Renjie, under imperial orders, led an army of 50,000 from the Qiankawai to the vicinity of Daong Mountain. After informing Ru Yin of Xiao Mei's demise, Ru Yin wept inconsolably. Observing her sorrowful state, Li Yin, filled with compassion, remarked, "Ru Yin, you may have been deceived." Ru Yin replied, "Deceived in what way?" "It is possible that Xiao Mei is the blood spirit, loyal to the serpent spirit, and she is not truly dead." "What a fraud!" Ru Yin exclaimed in anger. Without a hint of doubt regarding Li Yan's words, "I too shall make Xiao Mei aware of the bitterness of betrayal." Chapter 56. The astute Zhuge Liang and Liuzhou. The next day, Li Yin summoned Zhuge Liang and Wang Su, entrusting them with the affairs of the court. "Your Majesty, are you planning to sneak away again?" Zhuge Liang inquired. "How can you say I am sneaking away? I am merely going out to investigate a case, not for leisure." Li Yin spoke with righteous indignation, asserting that he was merely suggesting His Majesty had secretly slipped away to investigate the case, never once contemplating that the emperor might have ventured forth for mere amusement. Was he? Li Yin, how cunning is Zhuge Liang? He even manipulated him into revealing information. It is also his own fault for being too naive and lacking in vigilance. Humph. Li Yin, with a composed demeanor and unwavering heart, solemnly declared, "In any case, after my departure, all matters of the court shall be handled by the two of you. Should there be any dissenting opinions, you may seek my counsel." "We shall obey your command," both ministers replied in unison. At this moment, Zhuge Liang added, "Your Majesty has just departed. It would be best for you to return within a month." Li Yin gazed at Zhuge Liang in bewilderment and inquired, "Why?" "A few days prior, I observed the celestial phenomena and discerned that a solar eclipse was imminent. After 3 months of meticulous calculations, I concluded that this eclipse would occur around the hour of Qin on July 12th. Historical records indicate that each solar or lunar eclipse has invariably led to the flooding of the Luo River, precipitating disastrous deluges. I implore your Majesty to regard this matter with utmost seriousness. I propose that the Ministry of Works excavate additional canals to store water and arrange for the evacuation of the populace on both banks in advance, as this would mitigate potential losses to the greatest extent." Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's words, Li Yin was astonished. He had been troubled by the uncertainty surrounding the precise timing of the eclipse, and here Zhuge Liang had provided him with a delightful revelation. At that moment, Li Yin recalled Zhuge Liang's celestial insight, realizing that in matters of astronomy, Zhuge Liang was no less adept than Yuan Tiangang. However, Li Yin chose not to adopt Zhuge Liang's suggestion, deeming it unwise to alarm potential adversaries prematurely. Instead, he commanded Zhuge Liang and Wang Su to inform MOD to organize personnel for flood prevention preparations in advance. Once the treacherous snake spirits were subdued, they would promptly initiate the construction of flood defenses. 3 days later, Li Yin, Yu Huadian, and Ru Yin found themselves in Liuzhou. It turned out that upon learning that Xiao Mei was one of the blood spirits, Ru Yan's heart was filled with unquenchable rage, and she plotted to deceive Xiao Mei in return. Thus, the trio arrived at the Qingyang Inn in Liuzhou, which served as a communication hub for Ru Yin and Xiao Mei. If Xiao Mei truly intended to leverage the imperial court to eliminate Xiao Qingfang, Ru Yin believed that she would not relinquish this lead under any circumstances. "My lord, this is the inn where Xiao Mei and I frequently communicated," Ru Yin remarked, gazing at the sign of the Qingyang Inn. Subsequently, the three entered the establishment. The inn was rather desolate, with only Li Yan's party present, as no other guests dared to stay since 2 individuals had perished there the previous night. The innkeeper, a rotund middle-aged man with a cherubic face, stood up, his belly resting comfortably upon the counter, a figure only slightly less portly than Renjie. He was currently dozing against the counter. "Knock, knock, knock." Yu Huatian rapped on the table, startling the innkeeper from his slumber. "What can I do for you?" the innkeeper asked, his eyes still heavy with sleep and a hint of impatience in his voice. "We wish to stay," Yu Huatian replied, furrowing his brow. "Stay?" The innkeeper seemed taken aback before exclaiming with delight, "That's splendid. How many rooms would you like, esteemed guests?" 3. Just as Ru Yin was about to speak, Li Yin interjected, "2 rooms will suffice." Ru Yin flushed slightly and shot a glare at Li Yin. Li Yin, undaunted and unflinching, remarked, "We are husband and wife. It is only natural that we should reside in the same quarters." Upon hearing this, Ru Yin chose not to engage in a dispute with Li Yin, merely emitting a delicate hum before falling silent. "Very well, 2 rooms will cost 2 taels of silver," the innkeeper declared, extending his hand to receive the coins that Yu Huatian had produced. At that moment, a woman with a face marred by scars approached them. She gazed at Ru Yin and Li Yin, an inscrutable expression flickering in her eyes. The innkeeper promptly introduced her, saying, "This is Xiao Feng, the mute servant of our establishment. She will escort you to your rooms." As they traversed the corridor, Li Yin attempted to converse with Xiao Feng, but being a mute, she could only gesture incomprehensibly, leaving Li Yin perplexed. However, Ru Yin observed Xiao Feng with a degree of wariness. Soon, Xiao Feng settled the 3 of them into their accommodations, and, after performing an unknown gesture, withdrew. "Husband, something feels amiss," Ru Yin whispered into Li Yan's ear as soon as they entered the room. "What seems to be the matter?" he inquired. Li Yin inquired. "In the past, when I visited, this mute girl, Xiao Feng, did not exist at all, and I can assert that Xiao Feng has undergone disguise," Ru Yin resolutely stated. "Her martial prowess may not rival that of Shanling or Xueling, yet when it comes to the art of disguise, they are mere novices." Ru Yin could discern Xiao Feng's masquerade at a glance. "Ru Yin is truly remarkable. Could she possibly be Xiao Mei?" Li Yin inquired. "Uncertain. She had kept her head down and remained silent throughout the day, leaving me unsure if it was indeed Xiao Mei." Ru Yin shook her head and replied, "Haha. Rest assured, if she truly is Xiao Mei, she will undoubtedly reach out to us. This evening, we shall simply exercise a bit more caution." Ru Yin pursed her lips and nodded seriously. Li Yin gazed at Ru Yin and discerned yet another distinctive feature of hers. Her neck was somewhat elongated and remarkably fair. Now that Li Yin and Ru Yin were legally together, he no longer had to suppress his desires. He gently kissed her neck and playfully nibbled, leaving a figurative mark akin to a large strawberry upon her skin. "Oh dear, what are you doing?" Ru Yin protested, pushing Li Yin away, her voice tinged with mild reproach. After being pushed away, Li Yin did not persist, primarily because he was unaccustomed to engaging in such matters on another's territory. Chapter 57. Governor of Liuzhou, Wen Kai, Wu Xiang captured as dusk descended. Li Yin and Ru Yin had just finished their dinner when a contingent of officials and soldiers arrived. Their presence was not directed at Li Yin and Ru Yin. They were the entourage of Governor Wen Kai of Liuzhou. Due to the lack of progress regarding the recent murder case, they were tasked with re-examining the crime scene. Wen Kai regarded the 3 guests with a frown. It was only recently that a death had occurred in the inn, and while others were quick to evade, these 3 remained. This puzzled Wen Kai. However, he merely harbored suspicions in his mind. Conducting an investigation necessitates evidence, and without it, he could not take action against the trio. "My husband, shall we also take a look? I have only witnessed my uncle adjudicate cases. I have yet to see how others conduct their investigations, Ru Yin remarked with keen interest. Li Yin affectionately stroked Ru Yan's head, acquiescing to her request. As the evening unfolded, they had no particular entertainment planned, so a visit seemed harmless. When Kai observed the three individuals who had accompanied him, his suspicions deepening. After an extensive search of the room where the incident had occurred, when Kai and his companions had found nothing of significance, Ru Yin, watching the proceedings, expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "This is so dull, it lacks the thrill of my uncle's investigations." Upon hearing this, Li Yin softly remarked, "Do you think everyone possesses the prowess of Lord Dee?" At that moment, the governor of Liuzhou, when Kai, happened to observe Li Yin and Ru Yin whispering together, deepening his suspicions. Coincidentally, no new clues had emerged from the crime scene, providing an opportunity to interrogate the trio. Thus, when Kai approached them and inquired, "May I ask why the three of you have come to Liuzhou and chosen to stay at the Xingyang Inn? Are you not aware that a death recently occurred here?" "Oh, we are residents of Luoyang," the couple explained. "This individual is our attendant. We have come here in search of someone, and, unaware of the previous incident, we inadvertently found ourselves in this inn." Li Yin replied, "Oh, was it truly a mere coincidence?" When Kai, skeptical, questioned further, Li Yin, of course, could not be intimidated. He responded calmly, "Certainly, otherwise, what would the governor think?" Noticing that Li Yan's expression remained unaltered, when Kai, undeterred, attempted to intimidate him further, exclaiming, "Umph. It is undoubtedly the murder case at the Xingyang Inn. Speak, do you have any involvement in this matter? Confess honestly, or else under severe punishment. Your delicate skin will not withstand it." Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian's eyes glinted with menace as he retorted, boldly spoken, "As a court official, on what grounds do you accuse us of murder without evidence? Do you dare to trifle with human life?" Yu Huatian's grip tightened around the hilt of his blade. Should when Kai threaten him again, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and behead this governor before the crowd, feeling the weight of Yu Huatian's gaze. When Kai immediately sensed a chill creeping up his spine, penetrating to his very core. "Enough, Yu Huatian, temper your fury." Li Yin first urged Yu Huatian not to act so impulsively, then turned to Wen Kai and stated, "I did not commit the murder. Yet I am indeed aware of the identity of the murderer. Do you wish to hear my analysis?" Wen Kai inquired. "According to the innkeeper and the mute girl, Xiao Feng, no one else sought lodging the night before last, save for the deceased, correct?" "Indeed," Wen Kai replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of pressure in Li Yan's presence, which compelled him to answer obediently to any question posed. "The doors and windows at the crime scene remain intact, and the windows are tightly shut, showing no signs of having been opened. Am I correct?" "Precisely. The room only has two entrances, the door and the windows. Is that not so?" "Yes." Now the question arises, if the door was not forced open and the windows remained shut, how did the murderer gain entry into the room? At this, Wen Kai found himself at a loss. Under the weight of Li Yan's scrutiny, he even refrained from addressing him as official and instead used his own name. "Allow me to enlighten you. The murderer must have called out to open the door, and under a complete lack of preparedness, killed both victims. Otherwise, there would have been some sign of resistance from the two." "Your reasoning is sound," Wen Kai nodded in agreement. "However, both the innkeeper and the servant have stated that no one else sought lodging that night," Wen Kai countered. "Ah. Does that not suggest that the murderer is indeed one of the inn's own?" As soon as Li Yin finished speaking, Wen Kai suddenly realized and hurriedly pointed at the innkeeper, saying, "Wu Xiang, the murderer is you? My lord, how can you say such a thing? You cannot trust this person's one-sided claims that I am the killer." Wu Xiang replied, visibly anxious. Still attempting to deny it? Just 2 nights ago, you yourself stated that no one else was staying at the inn. Who else could have opened the door and seized the opportunity to murder these two?" When Kai rebuked fiercely, "My lord, one must have a motive to commit murder, does one not? Pray tell, why would I wish to kill these two?" Wu Xiang retorted. At this inquiry, Wen Kai found himself at a loss. According to his investigation, both deceased were newcomers to Liuzhou. How could they have had a feud with Wu Xiang? The innkeeper? At that moment, Li Yin approached Wu Xiang and softly stated, "You are associated with Xiao Mei, while they came to investigate her betrayal of the serpent spirit. Hence, you eliminated them. How do you know this?" Wu Xiang gasped in shock, then drew a dagger from his sleeve, preparing for a desperate struggle. However, he was merely a third-rate fighter, and the well-prepared Yu Huatian swiftly kicked Wu Xiang to the ground. Once Wu Xiang was down, Wen Kai ordered the local constables of Liuzhou to bind him and take him to prison. "My lord, you are truly remarkable. In just the span of a single tea break, you have deduced the identity of the murderer," Wen Kai said, feeling a sense of shame. Haha. It is merely a stroke of luck, Li Yin replied. Li Yin humbly spoke. However, there is one more matter that requires the cooperation of Governor Wen. What is it? Li Yin whispered in Wen Kai's ear for a while, leaving Wen Kai in a state of dilemma. He wished to decline Li Yin's request, as it contradicted the court's regulations. However, since Li Yin had recently aided him in apprehending the murderer, he found it difficult to voice his refusal. Sensing Wen Kai's discomfort, Li Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Huatian, who immediately grasped the situation. Are you familiar with this, Inspector Wen? Yu Huatian produced a token from Li Yin, a golden medallion. The bearer of this medallion was either the emperor himself or an imperial envoy dispatched to undertake significant missions. In either case, it was a matter far beyond his capacity to contend with. Wen Kai promptly knelt, exclaiming, I, Wen Kai, humbly pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Inspector Wen, please rise, Li Yin interjected. Thank you, your majesty. I apologize for any offense my words may have caused. And I humbly beseech your majesty for forgiveness. Ignorance does not warrant punishment, Li Yin responded. Wen Kai, as I mentioned earlier, proceed with the arrangements. Li Yin issued a command. I shall obey your orders. Chapter 58. Reuniting with Xiao Mei, Wei Wenjung's betrayal of Xiling. That evening, within the confines of the Liuzhou prison, Wen Kai and Yu Huatian were poised, waiting for the unexpected. Wen Kai stood stiffly beside Yu Huatian, now acutely aware that the man before him was none other than the favored official of His Majesty, the feared governor of the Xichang, Yu Huatian. Governor Yu, do you truly believe someone will attempt a prison break? Wen Kai inquired. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian's displeasure became evident. Are you doubting His Majesty? I would never dare. Wen Kai hastily apologized, realizing he had misspoken. As Wen Kai and Yu Huatian swatted mosquitoes in the prison cell. At that very moment, Li Yin was nestled in slumber, embracing the fragrant Ru Yin. Li Yin and Ru Yin slumbered in their garments, with Ru Yin having removed the adornments from her head, nestled within the embrace of Li Yin, her small hand playfully grasping his larger one. In this unfamiliar setting, they dared not succumb to a deep sleep and instead opted for a light repose, their eyes gently closed in a state of rest. The matters concerning the prison were entrusted to Yu Huatian, leaving Li Yin at ease. Li Yin had instructed Yu Huatian and the others to await the arrival of Xiao Mei in prison. With her absence, Li Yin found himself compelled to collaborate with her in yet another performance. Although he surmised that Blood Spirit possessed formidable strength, his conjecture was predicated on the existence of two individuals. Moreover, Xiao Mei was merely Ru Yan's confidant at present, not Blood Spirit, and thus could not exhibit significant martial prowess. Therefore, Yu Huatian sufficed. As anticipated by Li Yin, in the dead of night, a figure clad in dark attire and wearing a black mask approached Liuzhou prison. The moment the cloaked figure drew near, they fell into an ambush set by Yu Huatian and the local officials. Realizing they had been ensnared, the masked individual injured several officials before hastily retreating. Yu Huatian, unwilling to let this escape transpire, charged forward to intercept. Without the masked figure daring to unleash their full power, Yu Huatian successfully captured them. Now, let me unveil your true identity, Yu Huatian declared, yanking off the black mask. Indeed, it is you. He stared at the person before him, showing no surprise. Was this not the mute girl Xiaofeng from Qingyangin? Wen Kai expressed some astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the audacity of a mute girl attempting a prison break. Speak, what is your purpose? He demanded. I wish to see Li Yin and Xian Er, the mute girl replied. Ah, so you are not truly mute. Wen Kai exclaimed in surprise. Meeting the emperor is not as simple as you think. Guards, hang her, Yu Huatian ordered. Yes, the officials responded, proceeding to suspend the mute girl, who was indeed Xiaofeng. Observing Xiaofeng hanging there, Yu Huatian felt a sense of satisfaction as he departed. This could be seen as avenging the empress and fulfilling the emperor's and empress's wishes. Ru Yin understood that Xiaofeng was likely a disguise of Xiao Mei, and upon learning of her scheme to raid the prison that night, instructed Yu Huatian to teach her a lesson. Yu Huatian, not daring to defy her, thus facilitated Xiaofeng's current predicament. Having hung for an entire night, Xiaofeng was sore all over, particularly at her wrists, which felt as though the ropes would sever them. By midday, Li Yin and Ru Yin finally approached Xiaofeng. After their introductions, Xiao Mei officially joined Li Yin's ranks. Later, Li Yin inquired, Xiao Mei, having escaped from the headquarters of the Snake Spirit, do you know its location? Indeed. The Snake Spirit headquarters is situated in the Tua Luo Di of Deyang Mountain. The entire town of Tua Luo Di constitutes the domain of the Snake Spirit, with the headquarters located beneath it, riddled with traps. Under normal circumstances, even a million-strong army would find it exceedingly challenging to breach, Xiao Mei replied earnestly. After hearing this, Li Yin feigned excitement and exclaimed, "At last, we have discerned the location of that group of serpents. Ru Yin, let us deploy our troops immediately." Xiao Mei, should we succeed in vanquishing the serpent spirit, the credit shall rightfully be yours. No need for that, Xiao Mei replied earnestly, gazing at Ru Yin. She is my dearest friend, and assisting you is my obligation. Ru Yin, aware of Xiao Mei's intentions to manipulate them, furrowed her brow at Xiao Mei's words but soon responded, "Indeed, we shall always be friends." Subsequently, Li Yin commanded the governor of Liuzhou, Wen Kai, to mobilize 10,000 soldiers to accompany him to Dayong Mountain for a rendezvous with Di Renjie. Meanwhile, at the Serpent Spirit's headquarters, a fierce argument ensued between Xiao Qingfang and Huan Ling Huaiwenzhou, having been raised by the former master of the Serpent Spirit, Yuan Tiangang. Huaiwenzhou possessed exceptional martial skills but was constantly met with Xiao Qingfang's suspicion. Her wariness was not without justification, for Huaiwenzhou was indeed loyal to Yuan Tiangang. Upon receiving orders from Yuan Tiangang, he learned that the plan had commenced and prepared to take action. "Huaiwenzhou, I shall ask you once more, will you go and assassinate Di Renjie?" Xiao Qingfang demanded coldly. "I will not. Lord Di is an honorable official. I cannot take his life," Huaiwenzhou declared with righteous fervor. "Humph. So you intend to betray the serpent spirit, forsaking your oath and the master who raised you?" Xiao Qingfang admonished. "I have betrayed no one," Huaiwenzhou retorted. Xiao Qingfang scoffed. "If you refuse to kill Di Renjie, how dare you claim loyalty to the serpent spirit?" Huaiwenzhou replied, "I conduct my affairs with clarity regarding loyalty and enmity. My actions are justified." "Oh, I would be intrigued to hear your reasoning," Xiao Qingfang said. 10 years ago, when the old master established the altar, he led us all in pledging an oath upon it, to punish the wicked, uphold righteousness, and eliminate harm for the people. Do you not recall? Of course I remember, Xiao Qingfang scoffed. But what does that have to do with your refusal to obey orders and assassinate Di Renjie? Yet, in my eyes, the serpent spirit has not embodied those ideals in recent years. Rather, it has become a bloodstained executioner. Moreover, do not forget, I am a descendant of the Li clan, and Di Renjie serves my family. Xiao Qingfang, upon hearing this, laughed in fury. "Ah, a true descendant of the Li clan? Huaiwenzhou, are you contemplating betraying the serpent spirit merely because the current emperor bears the surname Li and seeking to align yourself with the court?" Huaiwenzhou did not respond, as if Xiao Qingfang had struck a chord deep within him. "Ha. In that case, Huaiwenzhou, do not blame me for my lack of compassion," Xiao Qingfang declared menacingly. "Ha. Xiao Qingfang, among the serpent spirits, none can rival Huaiwenzhou," he retorted with a hearty laugh, dismissing her threat with ease. "Demon spirit, go forth and eliminate him," Xiao Qingfang commanded. The demon spirit, accompanied by dozens of purple-clad assassins, encircled Huaiwenzhou. The disparity in skill between the demon spirit and him was vast. Under normal circumstances, he could have dispatched them effortlessly. However, Huaiwenzhou now found himself increasingly disoriented in battle. "Despicable, when did you poison me?" He spat, blood oozing from his mouth. "Ha, Huaiwenzhou, are you truly that foolish? The entire serpent spirit realm is under my control. How could you possibly evade sustenance?" He scoffed. "Wretched scoundrel," Huaiwenzhou cursed, summoning the last of his strength to make a hasty escape. "Pursue him. No need to capture him alive. Kill without mercy." "Yes, sister," the demon spirit replied, then gave chase. Chapter 59. The cunningly Yuanfang plays tricks on Huaiwenzhou. Di Renjie and his army were encamped near Dayong Mountain. That night, Di Renjie was engrossed in military texts within his tent, contemplating the strategy devised by Li Yin. If his predictions held true, it would not be long before members of the Serpent Spirit faction arrived to guide them. Just then, Li Yuanfang entered the tent. "My lord." Di Renjie set down his book and remarked, "Ah, it is Yuanfang. What brings you here?" "My lord, did you not instruct me to be vigilant for any injured individuals along the way?" Upon hearing this, Di Renjie felt a surge of delight and inquired, "What is it? Have you discovered something?" Li Yuanfang nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, arrangements have been made in the adjacent tent. It appears he has sustained injuries and has been poisoned. His Majesty's strategy is truly remarkable." Li Yuanfang continued, "Yuanfang, the emperor is not present. Your flattery goes unheard." Di Renjie glanced at Li Yuanfang and replied with a smile. Li Yuanfang was suddenly alarmed and hurriedly explained, "My lord, these are my heartfelt words. He chuckled lightly, just a jest. Come, let us inspect that small snake. Yes, my lord. Renjie entered the adjacent tent, where a figure clad in white, with a purple collar reclined on a soft couch. This individual had a dark complexion, marred by several crimson knife wounds. Renjie lifted the garment from his back, revealing indeed the mark of the snake spirit. A brief search nearby unearthed a jade pendant, adorned on one side with images of small serpents, and inscribed on the reverse with the characters Wenzhong. This immediately reminded Renjie of what Li Yan had told him about the cunning figure, Huizhong. A peculiar smile crept across Renjie's face as he pondered that it appeared the snake's spirit had dispatched a remarkable person to his vicinity. While feeling the pulse, he inquired of Li Yuanfang, Yuanfang, where did you discover this individual? My lord, it was approximately 3 miles from here. This is the lair of the snake spirit. It is unlikely for an ordinary person to appear here, especially one poisoned so severely. I have an inkling that this person is of great significance to us, Renjie remarked. Reclining on the couch and feigning unconsciousness, Huizhong felt a surge of joy. His ploy of self-inflicted suffering had not been in vain. Observing a slight twitch at the corner of Huizhong's mouth, Renjie chose not to expose him. Feeling somewhat weary, Renjie mused that these treasonous individuals could at least put some effort into their schemes. As an adept in the healing arts, he noted that although Huizhong's complexion suggested poisoning, his pulse was steady and robust, entirely contrary to what one would expect from a poisoned individual. Furthermore, none of the wounds had struck vital areas, indicating that Huizhong's abilities remained fully intact and unrestrained. Contemplating Li Yan's plan, Renjie continued to feign ignorance, saying, Yuanfang, fetch my silver needles. I shall administer an antidote. Yes, my lord. Li Yuanfang responded and then produced a box of silver needles. Renjie, knowing that Huizhong was not poisoned, felt at liberty to proceed with the acupuncture. In Renjie's method, he would insert needles precisely where the pain was most intense. After a series of swift punctures, even a top assassin like Huizhong could not suppress a gasp of cold air. Ah no, this won't expose my ruse of feigning unconsciousness, will it? Huizhong thought anxiously. Sensing his concern, Renjie smiled reassuringly and remarked, Yuanfang, there is still a response, which indicates there is hope for salvation. Huizhong felt relieved, thankful that his charade remained intact. However, Renjie's subsequent words sent a chill down his spine. Only 7 more sets of 7 needles, and the poison will surely be expelled. Li Yuanfang, unable to laugh despite the urge, prodded beside him. My lord, please proceed with the acupuncture. In his heart, Huizhong cursed both Renjie and Li Yuanfang mercilessly. Though his eyes were closed, he sensed the silver needles drawing near. In that moment, he wished for nothing more than to be unconscious. Enduring the agony, after the 49 needles were administered, Huizhong's garments were drenched in sweat. Renjie and Li Yuanfang exchanged a knowing glance, and Li Yuanfang inquired, My lord, how is he? Has the poison been purged? Renjie sighed and replied, It shouldn't be this way. Logically, he ought to have expelled the toxic blood. Why is it not happening? My lord, shall we proceed with another course of treatment? Li Yuanfang suggested. Alas, it seems we have no other choice, Renjie lamented. Huizhong thought to himself, if you wanted me to expel blood, why not say so instead of pricking me with so many needles? Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. My lord, he has expelled blood. Yet, why is it red? Does this mean the poison has not been expelled? Both Renjie and Huizhong were momentarily taken aback. Renjie had not anticipated this cunning side of Li Yuanfang, while Huizhong mentally dismembered him in frustration. I cannot say for certain, but it is true he has expelled blood. We shall observe further by tomorrow. If he does not awaken by then, I shall administer more needles without delay. Li Yuanfang expressed his regrets, saying, What you say is true. Huizhong replied, Now that you all have said so, do you think I would dare to remain oblivious tomorrow? Chapter 60. The infighting of the serpent spirit. The following morning, when Renjie and Li Yuanfang came to check, they found that Huizhong had indeed awakened. Seeing Huizhong alert and conscious, Renjie, with a beaming smile, remarked, You have finally regained consciousness. I was beginning to doubt my medical skills. Was it you who saved me? Huizhong inquired, warily. Of course, Renjie responded, but I have not come to reminisce. You are affiliated with the serpent spirit, and your name is Huizhong, am I correct? How do you know that? Huizhong feigned surprise. Renjie produced Huizhong's identity jade token and stated, This revealed it to me. Now, can you divulge the matters concerning the serpent spirit, and why you were pursued by its members? Who are you? Feigning utmost astonishment, Huo Wenjing asked. I am Di Renjie? Is it truly you, the esteemed Di Golao? Huo Wenjing responded. Di Renjie queried. It appears you have heard of me? Indeed, Huo Wenjing affirmed, and then recounted the events within the serpent spirit. He concluded passionately. Lord Di, you are a virtuous official of our great Tang. As a descendant of the Li family, how could I ever harm you and jeopardize the foundation of our Tang dynasty? Di Renjie scrutinized Huo Wenjing and replied, I currently find no flaws in your statement. Yet I cannot readily place my trust in you. Huo Wenjing bore no ill will toward Di Renjie, saying, It is prudent for you, Lord Di, to act with caution. This is only proper. Wenjing expressed his willingness to assist Lord Di in breaching the serpent spirit's headquarters to prove his loyalty. Huo Wenjing then looked expectantly at Di Renjie. After what seemed an eternity of hesitation, Di Renjie finally said, In light of your connection to the Li family, I shall place my trust in you this time. Upon hearing this, Huo Wenjing was overjoyed, thinking to himself, I never expected that the cunning old fox Di Renjie could be so easily deceived. Thank you for your trust. Lord Di, Huo Wenjing exclaimed joyfully. Lord Di, I know the location of the entrance to the serpent spirit's headquarters, but the mechanisms within are numerous. Should an army charge recklessly, it would suffer heavy losses and risk alarming the serpent spirit, Huo Wenjing cautioned. Di Renjie nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed. This is a concern of mine as well. However, this issue can be easily resolved. The traps within the serpent spirit's headquarters were designed by Lu Qing, with his assistance. The army can quietly eliminate the serpent spirit without triggering any mechanisms. Lu Qing. Indeed, it is Lu Qing who resides in the heart of Daong Mountain. As the architect of the serpent spirit's central mechanism, he must surely be a figure of considerable stature within the serpent spirit hierarchy. Why then would he extend his assistance to us? Di Renjie inquired. Upon hearing this, Huo Wenjing recognized Di Renjie's perceptive nature. Such a splendid opportunity lay before him. And yet he remained remarkably composed. Fortunately, they had prepared a response to Di Renjie's inquiry in advance. My lord, Lu Qing is a subordinate of Yuan Tiangang, the former master of the serpent spirit. A few days ago, Yuan Tiangang was slain by Xiao Qifang. Once Lu Qing learns of this news, he will undoubtedly come to our aid. I see. Di Renjie nodded, seemingly swayed by Huo Wenjing's words. Very well, Wenjing, how is your health? Do you require me to administer a few more acupuncture treatments to ensure your complete recovery? Huo Wenjing quickly waved his hand and replied, No need. I am quite well now. That is good to hear. Today, you shall rest, and we shall ascend the mountain to seek out Lu Qing on the morrow. Yes, my lord. The two departed the tent, and to prevent Huo Wenjing from taking any independent action, Di Renjie instructed Di Chun to remain closely by his side. Huo Wenjing was left with no opportunity for solitary maneuvering. My lord, did Huo Wenjing just mention that Yuan Tiangang has perished? Li Yuanfang inquired with confusion. That is utterly impossible. Everything we are currently experiencing is being manipulated by Yuan Tiangang. He could not have died so easily. Once we locate Lu Qing tomorrow, the demise of the serpent spirit will surely follow, Di Renjie asserted. Indeed, my lord. I too find it astonishing that such a vast organization as the serpent spirit harbors such significant vulnerabilities. The elimination of the serpent spirit does not arise from our efforts, but rather from their internal strife, he continued. Precisely, my lord. Were it not for the division of the serpent spirit into two factions, breaching their defenses would have proven exceedingly difficult, Di Renjie reflected while gazing at the swirling peaks of Daong Mountain. I wonder if His Majesty has found Xiaomei by now. He ought to join us soon. My lord, I assure you that His Majesty is safe. Perhaps he shall arrive tomorrow. Chapter 61. The Duet of Lu Qing and Huo Wenjing, reaching the serpent spirit's headquarters the following day. Under the guidance of Huo Wenjing, Di Renjie and his entourage finally reached Lu Qing's residence. He resided on the mountainside of Daong Mountain. Lu Qing, I speak the truth. The old master has indeed been slain by the serpent spirit, Huo Wenjing implored earnestly. Nonsense, Huo Wenjing, you traitor. The old master is perfectly fine. I saw him just a few days ago. After raising you since childhood, is this how you repay him? Lu Qing retorted defiantly. Di Renjie observed the earnest pleas of Huo Wenjing and the obstinate Lu Qing with a smile, pondering that there was no need for such theatrics, for he had long been aware of their ruse. While Di Renjie was deep in thought, Huo Wenjing approached him, saying, Lord Di, Lu Qing refuses to believe that Yuan Tiangang has been killed, and I am at a loss. Huo Wenjing, are you certain that Yuan Tiangang was indeed slain by Xiao Qifang? Certainly. I witnessed the old master's corpse with my own eyes. Xiao Qifang claims he died of illness. Yet who would believe such a tale? He must have been murdered by Xiao Qingfang. Indeed, Renjie nodded, subsequently ordering the troops to lay in ambush. As dusk fell, a dozen figures clad in purple emerged from the coffin at Lu Qing's residence, brandishing gleaming long knives, their fierce countenances betraying their formidable nature. "What brings you here?" Lu Qing gazed at the serpentine figures before him, perplexed, and inquired, "Humph. Under the orders of the elder sister, you are to be eliminated without a trace." A wave of shock surged through Lu Qing. Could it be that the former master had truly been slain by that scoundrel, Xiao Qingfang? How dare he insult the elder sister? "Kill him," commanded the figure clad in purple, charging towards Lu Cheng. With eyes shut, Lu Cheng braced himself for death. Meanwhile, Wei Wenjong observed that Renjie had yet to issue a command to save Lu Cheng. He feared that Lu Qing might actually meet his demise, for these individuals were indeed loyal to Xiao Qingfang. Thus, Wei Wenjong could not restrain himself and took matters into his own hands. In a swift motion, he positioned himself before Lu Qing and dispatched the purple-clad assailants with remarkable efficiency. "Well done, Wenjong," Renjie applauded. "I now have faith that you are genuinely aligned with us." It became evident to him that Renjie had refrained from ordering immediate action, anticipating that he would demonstrate his allegiance. "Thank you, Lord Di, for your trust. Wenjong is willing to pledge his loyalty to you," he declared. At that moment, Lu Qing, tears streaming down his face, continued to curse Xiao Qingfang, declaring him inhuman. "Enough, Lu Cheng. Our immediate priority is to breach the main stronghold and eliminate Xiao Qingfang to avenge our former master," Wei Wenjong urged. "Agreed," Lu Cheng responded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I shall assist you." Observing the synergy between Wei Wenjong and Lu Cheng, Renjie merely smiled, saying nothing. For the first time, he felt that solving the case was remarkably effortless, as the enemy had inadvertently resolved their own issues. As the day waned, Renjie ordered a respite at Lu Qing's residence, planning to advance upon the Serpentine stronghold the following day. That evening, Li Yin and Ru Yin, among others, arrived at Dang Mountain. Upon reaching their destination, they encountered Li Yuanfang, who had been dispatched by Renjie to escort Li Yin. "I pay my respects, Your Majesty." "Please. No need for formalities." After Li Yuanfang rose to his feet, he gazed at Xiao Mei in astonishment and exclaimed, "Xiao Mei, it turns out you are not dead." "Indeed. That night I must have merely been in a state of weakened breath, leading you to believe I had perished. Subsequently, I managed to escape on my own." Xiao Mei replied, "Yuanfang, what is the situation with Di Qing?" "Your Majesty, everything is progressing smoothly on the Lord's end. We await your arrival to launch an assault on the Serpent Spirit stronghold together tomorrow." Li Yuanfang inquired, "What about the mechanism of the Serpent Spirit?" "Your Majesty, the esteemed official has already located the designer of the mechanism, Lu Cheng." Li Yuanfang recounted the events of the past few days. Of course, with the presence of the undercover agent, Xiao Mei, he refrained from divulging any sensitive information. Upon listening, Xiao Mei felt a surge of delight. Realizing that Renjie had indeed fallen into the trap, the old master was, as always, a step ahead. By the way, Yuanfang is to accompany the governor of Liuzhou, Wen Kai, along with his 10,000 troops, to pay respects to Lord Di. All actions shall follow Lord Di's command. Understood, Your Majesty. Li Yuanfang replied and then took Wen Kai to meet Renjie. Due to their limited acquaintance, Li Yuanfang harbored doubts about Wen Kai's true allegiance, resulting in minimal conversation during their journey. After Renjie provided Wen Kai with a brief outline of his tasks, he dismissed him. The following day, under the leadership of Wei Wenjong, an army of 20,000 entered the Serpent Spirit headquarters, while the remaining 40,000 troops encircled Tuoludi, ensuring no escape routes for any Serpent Spirit members. The Serpent Spirit headquarters lay directly beneath Tuoludi, akin to an elevator ride that took a mere minute or two to reach. Subsequently, the army entered the headquarters in waves. Here, they held an undeniable advantage, allowing them to operate freely once the traps were neutralized. The soldiers engaged mercilessly, leaving no survivors. After a brief interval, Xia Qingfang, who was delivering a brainwashing speech to the Serpent Spirit at the altar, learned from the demon spirit of the court's army's incursion into the headquarters. Damn it. How did they breach the headquarters without any forewarning? The demon spirit exclaimed urgently. "Sister, there is no time for explanations. We must retreat immediately." "Very well. Send the order to all members. Gather your belongings at once and evacuate. We are heading to Woyang," Xia Qingfang commanded decisively. Chapter 62. Xia Qingfang's demise and the preparation for the celebration feast shortly after Xia Qingfang's order. Li Yin and Di Renjie's forces breached the altar and dismantled the mechanisms within. From that moment on, the traps of the Serpent Spirit headquarters lay utterly defunct, allowing the army to fully mobilize. Most of the Serpent Spirit's forces had yet to evacuate, forcing them into a desperate battle. Even those who managed to flee were swiftly overwhelmed by the encircling troops. Huai Wenzheng actively participated in the fighting, this time with genuine intent rather than mere pretense. His mission was to locate Xia Qingfang and eliminate her amidst the chaos. After all, she possessed knowledge of the secrets of the Luo River, and their master could not afford to let her live. Thus, Huai Wenzheng searched diligently, praying that Xia Qingfang had not escaped the Serpent Spirit's grasp, lest she fall into the hands of the soldiers outside. Meanwhile, Li Yuanfang encountered the top assassin of the Serpent Spirit, the Demon Spirit, who was the last of Xia Qingfang's elite. The 6 leaders of the Serpent Spirit, Shanling and Shuling, both subordinates of Yuan Tian Gang, lay in ambush near Li Yin and Di Renjie. Jianling, Hu Jingwei, had long since pledged allegiance to Li Yin. Bianling, now known as Ruyan, had already devoted her heart to Li Yin. Dongling was masquerading as a false Di Chun, enduring punishment in the West Factory for insulting Ruyan. It is said that he is afflicted in every conceivable way, and now, even the thought of death eludes him. Truly, a most unfortunate man. Ultimately, only the demon spirit remains, and it is presumed that his life shall soon come to an end, for he has encountered the formidable Li Yuanfang. The weapon of the demon spirit is a long sword, yet his true lethal technique lies concealed within the sleeve's tiger-headed claw chains. Should one be unfamiliar with his weaponry, there exists a significant risk of being ambushed, resulting in injuries at best, or death at worst. Indeed, during the brief exchange with Li Yuanfang, the demon spirit found himself swiftly exhausted, and in a desperate bid, he retreated from Li Yuanfang. Upon seeing Li Yuanfang pursue him, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. The tiger-headed claw chains surged forth from his sleeve, hurtling directly towards Li Yuanfang. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuanfang promptly raised his chain dagger to defend himself. The flying claw ensnared Li Yuanfang's weapon, and with a forceful tug, the demon spirit pulled it away. Haha, everyone speaks of how formidable Li Yuanfang is, but in my view, he is rather insignificant, the demon spirit declared arrogantly, noticing Li Yuanfang's loss of arms. Oh, is that so? Take a closer look. You have merely seized my blade, while the hilt remains firmly in my grasp, Li Yuanfang retorted. Li Yuanfang remarked, isn't that so? The demon spirit observed. The blade in Li Yuanfang's hand was a chain knife, and what the demon spirit had seized was merely the blade itself. At that moment, Li Yuanfang pressed the switch on the handle, and the blade, accompanied by the flying claws, surged towards him. The demon spirit, unwilling to relinquish its claws, struggled fiercely, engaging Li Yuanfang in a tug-of-war. Li Yuanfang's lips curled into a cold smile as he exerted a sudden force, sending the flying claw, along with its master, hurtling through the air. With a sharp thrust, he plunged his blade into the belly of the demon spirit. Then, with a powerful motion, he cleaved the creature in two, blood cascading like rain, marking the demon's definitive demise. As Li Yuanfang dispatched the demon spirit, diligent efforts bore fruit. Wei Wenzhong had finally located Xiao Qifang. Haha, sister. You seem to be doing well, Wei Wenzhong remarked with a mocking grin directed at Xiao Qifang. Humph, you treacherous serpent spirit. There will come a day when you meet a most untimely end, Xiao Qifang cursed back. Ah, no need for my sister to worry. Prepare to meet your fate. Wei Wenzhong retorted, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to her throat. Though Xiao Qifang was the leader of the serpent spirits, her combat prowess was lacking, rendering her unable to evade Wei Wenzhong's full-force strike. Subsequently, he severed her head and proceeded to present it to Li Yin and Di Renjie as a testament to his success. The battle raged on for over an hour, ultimately culminating in the annihilation of the once mighty serpent spirit insurgents. Ha, Wenzhong, you have done splendidly. This victory belongs to you, Di Renjie praised, gazing at Xiao Qifang's severed head. Thank you, my lord. It is but my duty, Wei Wenzhong humbly replied. Indeed, merit must be rewarded. His Majesty has decreed a banquet tomorrow evening to honor us, the deserving victors. You must all attend, Di Renjie announced. With the Emperor's command, Wei Wenzhong dared not refuse. He vowed to be present. Excellent. Little Mei, Lu Qing, you two have contributed. Remember to join us. Rest assured, Lord D, we shall certainly attend. Good. Chapter 63. The The death of Yuan Tiangang and the fall of the serpent spirits the following evening, the celebratory banquet commenced in earnest. Li Yan, Di Renjie, Li Yuanfang, Yu Huatian, Lu Qing, Wei Wenzhong, and Xiao Mei were the only ones present. The remaining soldiers were dining outside, leaving just these few individuals inside. Standing guard at the door was a lieutenant from the Qianqiawei named Huan Bin. Observing the others unguarded, consuming the meal specially prepared by Li Yan, he exchanged a knowing smile with Di Renjie. Soon, after the third round of drinks, the oldest and most vulnerable among them, Lu Qing, was besieged by a sudden wave of intense dizziness. Realization dawned upon him. The food was poisoned. In shock, Lu Qing exclaimed, "What is this?" "Calm yourself, Mr. Lu. It is not poison, merely a mild sedative to aid relaxation and ensure you all get a good rest," Di Renjie responded with a smile. At that moment, Wei Wenzhong and Xiao Mei also recognized something was amiss, as they found themselves utterly devoid of strength. Struggling against the encroaching haze, Wei Wenzhong questioned, "Why? We aided you in vanquishing the serpent spirit. Why treat us thus?" "Ah, Wei Wenzhong, do you truly not comprehend? When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hounds are cooked. Would you care to hear a tale?" Di Renjie replied, continuing without waiting for their response. On that fateful day, the Han Guang temple was attacked, and a significant prisoner held by a former emperor was liberated. Through our investigations, we discovered that this individual was none other than Yuan Tiangang. From this, we gleaned secrets concerning the anomalies of the Luo River. As Di Renjie concluded, Lu Qing interjected, You are aware of the Luo River's mysteries? Indeed, the world holds more knowledge than merely what Yuan Tiangang possesses regarding celestial patterns, Di Renjie retorted mockingly. We recognize Yuan Tiangang as treacherous ambitions. He would never allow Xiao Qifang to don the bridal gown. Hence, he will undoubtedly seek to reclaim power. At that time, Xiao Qifang's influence over the serpent spirit was immensely strong, making it impossible for him to achieve this alone. Thus, he turned to us, intending to use the court to eliminate Xiao Qifang, after which he would exploit the Luo River's secrets to drown the emperor and numerous ministers, subsequently assuming their identities to seize control of the court and orchestrate a rebellion from the shadows. Changing his tone, Di Renjie continued, with their assistance, we successfully eradicated a substantial number of the serpent spirit insurgents. Is there any need for me to elaborate further on what transpired next? No, this cannot be. We have genuinely turned away from darkness. We have sincerely pledged our loyalty to the court. Xiao Mei cried out, I am a close friend of Ru Yan. My allegiance to the court is genuine. However, neither Di Renjie nor Li Yin appeared to believe her. Yuan Tiangang, what say you? Will you continue to feign innocence? Di Renjie spoke, then suddenly lunged forward, tearing off Lu Qing's human skin mask. Beneath the mask, indeed, lay a new face. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Yuan Tiangang decided to abandon his pretense. Yes, I am Yuan Tiangang, but do you think victory is assured? He said with a profound tone, and then abruptly exclaimed, If we do not act now, when shall we? As soon as Yuan Tiangang's words echoed, the Qianyo guard outside swiftly drew their swords, encircling the room. Leading them were Lang Jiang Huan Bin and a petite woman whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Mei. Well, how do you feel, Your Majesty, Lord Di? The taste of failure is bitter, isn't it? Yuan Tiangang taunted. Even if you have uncovered our plan, what of it? The ultimate victory still belongs to us. Heaven is on our side, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh. I have never believed in fate. I only trust in human determination to triumph over heaven. Li Yan spoke calmly. Observing Li Yan's composed demeanor, Yuan Tiangang felt a surge of irritation and remarked, Humph, if you must place blame, let it be on your unfortunate luck for having chosen Huan Bin as your gatekeeper. Huan Bin has been our undercover agent within the Qianyo Guard for over a decade. Li Yin, Di Renjie, Li Yuanfang, and Yu Huatian displayed no signs of panic on their faces. In truth, I had long been aware of Huan Bin's role as an undercover agent for the serpent spirit. His identity had already been uncovered by the Shichang. Li Yin remarked, Haha, do not boast so brazenly. Before Yuan Tiangang could finish his statement, Li Yin, with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, continued, Do you ponder why, among so many Qianyo generals, I specifically chose Huan Bin to guard the gate? Yuan Tiangang's expression shifted to one of alarm as he loudly retorted, Impossible. You are merely bluffing to buy time. Huan Bin, Xiao Feng, act swiftly. Li Yuanfang brandished his blade protectively in front of Di Renjie, while Yu Huatian stood guard before Li Yin with a weapon of his own. Huan Bin, Xiao Feng, and several hundred Qian guards approached Li Yin and Di Renjie. Swords drawn. At that moment, two muffled thuds echoed. Both Huan Bin and Xiao Feng were impaled by sharp instruments. Xiao Feng bore a willow leaf saber in her chest, while Huan Bin was pierced by a Yulan sword. Behind them, Yu Yin and Hu Jingwei simultaneously removed their human masks. Does it feel good to be deceived? Yu Yin questioned. Yet, Xiao Feng lacked the strength to respond. Her heart had been pierced, and she collapsed onto the ground, blood pooling beneath her. Hu Jingwei added, Huan Bin, do you think I was unaware of your deeds within the Qian guards? Were it not for the Emperor's desire to keep you alive, do you believe you would have survived to this day? Meanwhile, upon witnessing the demise of their leaders, the disguised serpent spirits among the Qian guards sought vengeance. However, they were swiftly silenced by the true Qian guards, who had been awaiting this moment. The rebel serpents faced total annihilation. So this was all part of your scheme. Yuan Tiangang resignedly remarked upon witnessing the scene. Well, having entertained you for an entire night, it is time to bid you farewell. Li Yin declared, No. You cannot take my life. Do you not wish to know the time of the Luo River's divine anomalies? Yuan Tiangang bellowed in response. Yuan Tiangang, you are exceedingly arrogant. Let me reiterate, do you truly believe that you are the only one privy to the celestial algorithms? Li Yin remarked, observing Yuan Tiangang's incredulous expression. Out of sympathy for the elder, he continued, July 12th, at the hour of the dragon, am I correct? Upon hearing this, Yuan Tiangang's pupils constricted, absorbing the answer that Li Yin had provided. With a chilling crack, a head rolled to the ground, eyes still wide open in shock. Yuan Tiangang had met his demise. And next in line were Xiaomei and Hui Wenjing, devoid of strength, that could not withstand the approach of death. Xiaomei was slain by Ru Yin, while Hui Wenjing was beheaded by Yu Huatian. Thus, the entire serpent spirit army was annihilated. Subsequently, Li Yin ordered MOT to implement flood prevention measures. On July 12th, the anticipated solar eclipse arrived, and Li Yin, accompanied by the civil and military officials, reveled in this grand spectacle. Although the waters of the Luo River surged, due to the prior evacuation and flood control preparations, the losses were minimal. Within a mere 3 days, disaster relief efforts were completed, and the populace resumed their former lives. Chapter 64. The development of the Western Depot over 3 years, surprises brought by Ru Yin. Since the extermination of the serpent spirit, 3 years had elapsed. During this time, Li Yin and Ru Yin indulged in a carefree existence, yet curiously, there had been no sign of pregnancy from Ru Yin. Li Yin had exhausted every conceivable approach, yet not a flicker of movement occurred. Were all traversers destined to be barren? Moreover, during these 3 years, under Li Yin's auspices, the power of the Western Depot had surged immensely, with a membership numbering in the thousands. It boasted not only the unparalleled master Yu Huatian, but also 16 other elite experts, whom Yu Huatian designated as Dark 1 through Dark 16. Each possessed extraordinary skills and mastery in the art of assassination, yet most notably, they exhibited unwavering loyalty to Li Yin. The influence of the Western Depot spread across the realm, assimilating or obliterating numerous factions within the martial world. Among these, the Black Robe Society of Lianzhou left a particularly profound impression on Li Yin. Upon hearing Yu Huatian's report, he offered a moment of silence for the Black Robe Society. The formidable Black Robe King had been vanquished by Yu Huatian without even a chance to make an appearance, and to add to the irony, the Black Robe King was a woman. Truly, Yu Huatian lacked an appreciation for the delicate. Currently, the most significant remaining faction in the martial world was the Iron Hand Society in the Yangzhou region of Jiang'an. Over the past year, the conflicts between the Western Depot and the Iron Hand Society had seen the former emerge victorious only sporadically. This was largely due to the Iron Hand Society's considerable influence in Yangzhou, where officials, including the governor and high-ranking officers, maintained close ties with the society. Consequently, the Western Depot, while contending with the Iron Hand Society, was also compiling a list of corrupt officials in Yangzhou. It was precisely for this reason that the Western Depot had not fully committed to the annihilation of the Iron Hand Society. Once the list of corrupt officials was completed, the demise of the Iron Hand Society would follow. Established during the reign of Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty, the Iron Hand Society had flourished for over a century. Deeply rooted in Jiangnan, with a membership exceeding 10,000, the society was led by 12 hall masters: Long Feng, Hu Yun, Bao Chong, Xiong Sha, Pai Xiao, Yin Gu, Swan and I, Lang Quan, Chai Zhe, Xiazhu, Meng Tai, and Gui Jie. Among them, Long Feng, Hu Yun, Bao Chong, and Yun Gu were first-rate masters, while the rest were of second-rate caliber. The identity of the Iron Hand Society's leader remained shrouded in mystery, reputed to be an exceptional expert. The reason Yu Huatian was so well informed about the Iron Hand Society was due to an informant within their ranks who held a significant position, Yun Gu, who had joined the Western Depot a year prior to relay intelligence to Yu Huatian. However, since Yun Gu was a recent acquisition and had not yet ingratiated herself sufficiently to gain Yu Huatian's full trust, her access to the innermost workings of the Western Depot remained limited. Nevertheless, Li Yin, the Traverser, had discerned the identity of the Iron Hand Society's leader, which, if his memory served him right, was Prince Yuanqi. Ultimately, over these 3 years, the court had stabilized, and the populace enjoyed peace and prosperity, with their lives gradually improving. Every household had surplus grain, and they could indulge in lamb dishes every now and then. Yet, with the advent of better days, there were always those who, having feasted to their fill, sought to stir trouble. Unbeknownst to Li Yin, a rebellion against the court was unfolding at the Grand Canal's Han-Guer section, posing a grave threat to the state. Within the waters of the canal, a large boat, measuring over 10 meters in length, navigated the surface, tethered at the rear by iron chains to a fleet of cargo vessels. This constituted the Imperial Salt Transport Convoy. Since time immemorial, the sale of salt and iron has been under the auspices of the court, primarily for 2 reasons. Firstly, both industries are exceedingly lucrative, yielding substantial tax revenues. Secondly, should control of these sectors fall into the hands of others, it could lead to dire consequences for the nation in times of hardship, whether through price inflation or hoarding of goods, thus defying imperial edicts. Given that salt transport vessels had capsized here on several occasions, this particular convoy proceeded with utmost caution. Nevertheless, it could not evade the efforts of skilled aquatic saboteurs who pierced the hulls of the ships. A deluge of river water surged into the vessels, resulting in the drowning of most of the salt guards, while vast quantities of salt sank to the riverbed. Meanwhile, in the palace of Luoyang, Yu Huatian entered the Shanyang Palace. "Your Majesty, the Empress requests your presence." Li Yin lifted his head, set aside the memorial, and twisted his slightly sore neck, pondering aloud. "Let us proceed to the Kuan-Ning Palace and take a look." As soon as he stepped out, he saw his personal maid, Xiao Hua, resembling a swallow in grace. Surely, it was Ru Yin who had sent her to summon him. "Long live your Majesty." "Please, no formalities, Xiao Hua. Do you know why Ru Yin has called for me?" The Empress does not permit me to speak," Xiao Hua replied, her expression one of discomfort. "Oh, this young girl seems to be rather enigmatic," he mused. Li Yin furrowed his brow and spoke. Noticing his frown, Xiao Hua felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Yet she dared not defy the Empress's command. With a hesitant tone, she added, "Your Majesty, the Empress has summoned you. It must surely be for a favorable matter. You shall understand upon your arrival. Now, let us proceed." Li Yin remarked that Ru Yin had successfully piqued his interest. Upon entering Kuan-Ning Palace, Li Yin observed Ru Yin with her hands propping up her head, completely oblivious to his entrance and lost in her thoughts. Compared to 3 years ago, Ru Yan's appearance had remained largely unchanged, and the same could be said for Li Yin. Time had left no marks upon their faces. At that moment, Ru Yin was adorned in a striking red dress, looking exceptionally beautiful. Li Yin softly instructed Yu Huatian and Xiao Hua to wait outside, while he stealthily approached Ru Yin. Noticing that she remained oblivious to his presence as he drew near, a smile graced Li Yan's lips. He then gently embraced her from behind. Ru Yan's body quivered slightly, startled by his unexpected touch. "When did you arrive?" she inquired softly. "Was it not you who summoned me?" "I have been here for some time, rather." "What were you contemplating?" I was pondering our child," Ru Yin replied, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Li Yin initially thought someone was gossiping about Ru Yin again, so he remarked, "It doesn't matter if we have no children. Those ministers merely possess loose tongues. I shall punish them severely tomorrow and see if they dare to speak ill of my Ru Yin again." "No, it is not like that," Ru Yin replied, her face flushed and somewhat bashful. They had been married for over 3 years, and aside from the initial few months, it was rare to witness such an expression on her face. Even when Li Yin unveiled more audacious postures, Ru Yin had never displayed such feelings. What could possibly be troubling this little girl today? Li Yin was lost in thought when Yin said, "The imperial physician just came to check my pulse and informed me that I am a month pregnant." Upon hearing this, Li Yin was instantly overwhelmed with joy, causing his mind to go blank as he stood there in a daze. "My dear husband, do you not like children?" Yin cautiously inquired, observing Li Yan's lack of response. "Of course not. How could I possibly dislike our child? Li Yin held Ru Yan's hand and said, "Thank you, Ru Yan." "Thank me for what?" She replied, "This is a success born from the efforts of both of us. You have exerted considerable effort as well." As she spoke the latter part, her teeth clenched slightly. This fellow always claimed he would refrain, yet he persisted with the stubbornness of an ox, exerting such tremendous effort. She no longer believed the words of the old matron from when she first entered the palace, for in matters like these, it was evident that men held the advantage. "Ha ha." Li Yin laughed heartily and then, with a sense of pride, remarked, "Indeed, I have exerted myself as well." The two embraced for a moment, and it was only then that Ru Yin nestled out of Li Yan's arms, saying, "Husband, I wish to visit my uncle and share this news with him." "Certainly. Let us go together," he replied. Li Yin spoke. Chapter 65, The Stingy Renjie and the Naive Li Yuanfang. Li Yin held Ru Yan's hand, and the two appeared as an ordinary couple strolling down the bustling streets of Luoyang. Behind them, Yu Huatian carried gifts, as Renjie was, after all, a relative of Ru Yan's family, and it was only fitting for Li Yin to bring something along. Trailing discreetly behind the trio were dozens of guards from the Western Depot, ensuring their safety. However, before Li Yin and Ru Yin could reach the Dee residence, they unexpectedly encountered Renjie, Li Yuanfang, and Zheng Tai, who were indulging in crispy spring rolls. Li Yuanfang lamented, "Had I known it was the esteemed gentleman treating, I would have indulged in the finest delicacies. To dine with such a distinguished figure is indeed a rare privilege." Hearing this, Renjie burst into hearty laughter and replied, "I knew it. You wish to take advantage of me, but it shall not be so easily done." Once the three had taken their seats, Renjie continued, "Waiter, please bring 3 spring rolls." "Certainly, just a moment. They will be ready shortly," the proprietor responded. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfang exclaimed in astonishment, "3? One person consumes one." Renjie nodded earnestly and replied, "Indeed." Li Yuanfang immediately objected. This mere spring roll was hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between his teeth. Li Yuanfang expressed his discontent. At that moment, Zheng Tai remarked, "Well, one should at least give it a try. What if it turns out to be unpalatable?" "Ah, Zheng Tai is indeed prudent. Such wisdom ensures he will not suffer loss. Truly a testament to my pupil." Observing the comedic banter between Renjie and Zheng Tai, Li Yuanfang remained resolute. "I beg your pardon, gentlemen, but I shall indulge in 2. Renjie and Zheng Tai erupted in laughter, having not experienced such levity in quite some time. In these years of national prosperity and peace, how delightful it is. Renjie then added with a smile, "Waiter, please prepare 2 fried delicacies for this glutton." "Certainly." The shopkeeper responded. "What an unsophisticated general he is," Renjie teased. Just then, another voice chimed in, "Waiter, please bring us each 2 more spring rolls." Li Yin called out, then took Ru Yin by the hand and seated her on a long bench opposite Renjie. Yu Huatian stood guard outside. Upon seeing Li Yin and Ru Yin approach, the 3 of them promptly prepared to pay their respects. Li Yin promptly intervened to halt their actions. "Now, no longer within the palace, we are merely fortuitous acquaintances. There is no need for formalities. Simply address me as young Master Li." "Very well, then, I shall graciously comply," replied Renjie. Subsequently, Zheng Tai and Li Yuanfang followed Renjie's lead and refrained from bowing. "Uncle, I heard from afar that you are hosting a banquet. Surely there will be a place for me." "Ha ha. Indeed, there will be. All are welcome," Renjie responded with hearty laughter. Li Yuanfang remarked at last, "It seems our esteemed master has shed some blood, akin to a paixio." Zheng Tai chimed in, "Master. While Miss Yin and young Master Li indulge in 2 spring rolls each, I find myself rather discontent with merely 1. Under the watchful gaze of Renjie, who exuded an air of authority, Zheng Tai called out, "Waiter, bring me 2 spring rolls as well." "Very well, this venerable gentleman shall have 1 spring roll, while the others will each receive 2, correct?" The proprietor glanced at Renjie for confirmation from the assembly. "Indeed," Li Yuanfang responded, "Ha ha. You all just enjoy taking advantage of this old man." Renjie chuckled. At that moment, the spring rolls were brought to the table. Just as they were about to indulge, a commotion erupted within the establishment. It turned out that a group of ragged beggars was pleading with the proprietor for alms. The leader of the group cradled a small girl in his arms, who was clad in a red garment, appearing around 4 or 5 years of age. Her hair in disarray. It was evident that these individuals were not from Luoyang or its vicinity, for the region had long since achieved comprehensive poverty alleviation, rendering the existence of beggars implausible. What, then, was the purpose of their journey to the capital? The shopkeeper remarked, You claim this is your first time here, and I would be remiss not to assist you. However, do enlighten me. How many times has this occurred? You come here daily, and as a small business. I simply cannot bear such a burden. The beggars appeared somewhat abashed, and the sturdy man holding the child said, Xiao Lanner, do not be afraid. I shall take you elsewhere to seek help. The little girl gazed longingly at the spring rolls on Li Yan's table, and a pang of sympathy welled up within Li Yan's heart. Li Yan stepped forward, gently stroking the little girl's tousled hair, and kindly said, Little one here, I have 2 spring rolls for you to enjoy. The little girl accepted the spring rolls, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, Thank you, big brother. Oh, there's no need to thank me. It is this kind old gentleman who is treating you. Li Yan pointed at Renjie and said, Thank you, my dear grandfather. Are the spring rolls delicious? Renjie inquired. Yes, they are, the little girl replied. As long as they are tasty, Renjie remarked. Subsequently, Renjie, along with Li Yuanfang and Xingtai, offered the spring rolls in their hands to the group of homeless individuals. Although Yan was eager to step forward, she was restrained by Li Yan. You should eat first. If they are insufficient, we can have the shop prepare more. Li Yan spoke. Under the unyielding gaze of Li Yan, Ru Yin cautiously took small bites of the fried spring rolls. At that moment, Renjie added, Innkeeper, serve them as many fried spring rolls as they desire. Today, it is my treat. The vagabonds, upon hearing this, rejoiced and exclaimed, Thank you, benefactor. In chapter 66, the petition of the river dwellers, the truth of Yangzhou, Li Yan's wrath was evident. The vagabonds soon satiated their hunger, and amidst the gleeful gaze of Li Yuanfang, Renjie reluctantly extracted a silver ingot from his pocket. Today, it appears we have truly indulged the gentleman. Li Yuanfang was filled with immense joy as he spoke. Observing his triumphant demeanor, Renjie remarked, This time, the invitation is on me. Next time, it shall be your turn to host. Although the homeless had satiated their hunger, they lingered, forming a line as if awaiting someone of significance. At that moment, a series of rhythmic gong sounds echoed from a distance, accompanied by the sight of a square sign proclaiming, Deputy of the Dali Temple. A man placed a young girl into the hands of a companion before extracting a paper filled with writing from his bosom. He rushed to the official's sedan chair and cried out, Commoner is wronged. Commoner is wronged. Please, great sir, grant justice to this humble one. Who dares obstruct the procession? Came the voice from within the sedan. Sir, there is someone seeking to escalate their grievance, replied the accompanying officer. Present the petition, instructed the voice from within. Yes, sir. The officer received the petition from the homeless man's hands and delivered it to the deputy of the Dali Temple inside the sedan. In less than half a minute, the petition was unceremoniously cast out from the sedan. Instruct him to file his complaint at the governor's office in Yangzhou, the officer declared. The officer approached the homeless man, returning the petition with the admonition. The esteemed sir requires you to take this back to Yangzhou and file your complaint at the governor's office. Upon hearing this, the homeless man hastily replied, No, this humble one dares not return to Yangzhou to lodge a complaint. The officer, exasperated, reprimanded, What nonsense is this? You fear returning to Yangzhou to complain, yet dare to escalate your grievance here in the capital? Do you not know that those who bypass the proper channels face 40 lashes? Despite the threat, the homeless man remained undeterred, pleading earnestly, Sir, I implore you, accept our petition. The people of Yangzhou are unable to survive. The deputy has issued a directive to reject this case. You are to leave at once. The officer barked. Seeing the homeless man persist in his pleas, the officer commanded his subordinates to pull him aside. With no other recourse, the homeless man could only watch helplessly as the high-ranking official receded from view. Disheartened, he rose from the ground, dusted himself off, and took back his daughter from the hands of a nearby companion. These individuals must indeed have grievances. Di Qing, you should take their case. Li Yin commanded. Indeed. Renjie replied. He then approached the group of vagrants and inquired, Dear sir, might you share your grievances with us? We may be able to assist you. Grateful for the elder who had just treated them to a meal, the vagrants responded, If the old gentleman wishes to listen, we have no objections. Due to the confined space of the establishment, Renjie only brought the complainant and his daughter, Lanner, inside. He seated the father and daughter beside him. What is your name? Renjie asked. My surname is Fang, and as I am the 9th in my family, they call me Fangjiu. This is my daughter. Xiaolan, Fangjiu replied, glancing at the other vagrants accompanying them, and added, They are all from my hometown. Where do you hail from? Renjie further inquired. We are from Yangzhou, Fangjiu responded. And what brings you such a long distance to the capital to lodge a complaint? Surely, your grievances must run deep. Renjie continued. Indeed, Elder, you speak the truth. If one could survive without hardship, who would willingly venture into unfamiliar territory to seek justice? Feng Xiao replied. Whom do you intend to accuse? The inquisitive Yin asked. We seek to complain against the transport office of Yangzhou. The transport office? Renjie echoed, somewhat astonished. The rarity of common folk bringing forth complaints against officials had not escaped his notice. Indeed, Elder, we are all transport laborers from both banks of the Yangzhou Canal. And there exists a section of the canal, known as the Hango Canal, which stretches between the Yangtze River and the Huai River. Renjie nodded and probed further. You have lived along the canal for generations, performing labor for the transport office, specifically tasked with repairing the damaged sections of the canal and clearing the waterways. You possess remarkable knowledge, old sir. Given this, you must also be aware that our livelihoods depend on the protective transport allowances issued by the court. These allowances are allocated annually by the court to the transport office, which then distributes them to us. You may not know that the transport office in Yangzhou is notorious for its avarice. The funds designated for canal maintenance are consumed by those in power, leaving us with barely a few coins for the actual upkeep of the canals. Consequently, the Hango Canal has long fallen into disrepair, with silt and hidden reefs rendering navigation perilous. Renjie, perplexed, inquired, Does the court remain oblivious to this? Who knows? Was the resigned response. Each time the appointed river inspectors arrive, they indulge in lavish feasts with corrupt officials, never once attending to their duties of river inspection. It is said that a single meal can stretch over 3 days and nights without the table being cleared. A mere bowl of stewed pork requires them to demand 40 or 50 live pigs. These officials, content to feast on nothing but pig tongues, not only embezzle the funds allocated for canal protection but also deprive us, the grain transporters, of our rightful compensation. They dictate that for every 10 copper coins, 3 must be withheld as a so-called labor tax. Should one refuse to comply, they will strike your name from the list of transporters, leaving you with nothing at all. Feng Xiao exclaimed in anger, What a travesty of a labor tax! Li Yin was consumed by rage, having never before heard of such a tax. These corrupt officials truly possess an uncanny ability to concoct schemes beyond one's imagination. It is fortunate that Yangzhou remains within the sphere of influence of the Iron Hand Society, while the power of the Western Depot is relatively weak. Otherwise, Li Yin would have been well acquainted with such matters long ago. Feng Xiao continued, That aside, we, the grain transporters, endure hunger intermittently and manage to survive. However, these unscrupulous officials are determined to leave us with nothing and even seek to imprison us. But why is this so? Renjie inquired. Are you aware of the recent incident involving the capsizing of the salt transport vessels at Hango over the past 2 years? Feng Xiao asked. Renjie nodded in acknowledgement, while Li Yin remained oblivious to this case. When the imperial salt vessels destined for Huaibei reached Hango, they capsized. They claim it is due to us grain transporters taking the money without fulfilling our duties, thus causing the frequent capsizing of the state-S salt vessels. Moreover, after the vessels capsized, tens of thousands of pickles of salt mysteriously vanished. When the officials eventually attempted to salvage the vessels, they found no trace of the salt sacks. These corrupt officials then accused the grain transporters from both banks of stealing the salt, leading to the intent to apprehend us. As soon as Feng Xiao finished speaking, Renjie gasped in disbelief. According to the response from the Yangzhou governor to the court, it was stated that although the salt vessels had capsized, the salt had been successfully recovered, and the citizens of Yangzhou continued to live in peace and prosperity. Subsequently, the Ministry of Works dispatched personnel for multiple investigations, confirming the veracity of the situation. If the salt had not been salvaged over the past 2 years, Renjie could hardly imagine the dire circumstances in Shui, Huaibei. What force could possibly have concealed this information from the court for nearly 2 years? This was also the reason why Li Yin was unaware of the incident. Since the salt had already been recovered, the matter was merely a case of a long-neglected grain channel leading to the unfortunate capsizing of a salt vessel, hardly warranting an audience with the emperor. The situation had turned out to be quite different than expected. Feng Xiao, where is your petition? Right here, Feng Xiao replied. Producing the document, Li Yin directly seized the lawsuit from Feng Xiao's hands. Upon reading it, he was immediately filled with indignation. Such a significant matter had transpired without his knowledge. His countenance darkened considerably. This case shall be processed by me, Di Qing. You and your companions shall return to the palace with me for a council. You Huatian, Ensure that the grain transporters are arranged properly. Let the Minister of Works, MOT, and the Deputy Minister, Feng Qian, come to the palace to meet with me. With that, Li Yin took hold of Ru Yin and returned to the palace, while Renjie and the others exchanged glances before hastily following suit. He recalled that the last time His Majesty had been this furious was when the army suffered a significant loss in Chongzhou, amounting to over 100,000 troops. Yuan arranged for these grain transporters to be accommodated at the largest chain in the region, the Yuan, and provided protection from the Xichang banners. Chapter 67, The Fury of Li Yin. Li Han, Di Qing, what on earth transpired here? The imperial salt ships in the Han Canal have capsized entirely, resulting in the disappearance of 1 million pickles of salt. How could it be that the court only learned of the details 2 years later? Did the cabinet not receive any official documents from the governor of Yangzhou or the grain transport commissioner? Li Yin inquired, Your Majesty, I have received reports, however. According to the accounts of Cui Liang, the governor of Yangzhou, all the official salt has been salvaged and delivered to the merchants for sale. The populace is not lacking in salt, and the Ministry of Works has dispatched personnel multiple times to investigate, confirming the situation to be largely accurate. There is no need for further discussion, Di Qing. It is undoubtedly the case that the governor of Yangzhou has concealed the truth, and officials from the Ministry of Works have accepted bribes, resulting in a mutual protection among officials. I am filled with a desire to see these individuals subjected to 1,000 tortures. Li Yin, in a fit of anger, declared, Your Majesty, please quell your wrath. The officials of the Ministry of Works who have accepted bribes can indeed be punished immediately. However, the situation in Yangzhou is intricate and far-reaching. We should follow the leads cautiously to avoid alarming the snakes. Moreover, the influence in Yangzhou is exceedingly vast, with officials protecting one another. If we act recklessly, the enemy may resort to desperate measures or flee prematurely. I beseech Your Majesty to appoint me as the envoy to Jiang'an. I shall ensure that these treacherous scoundrels meet their demise. Renjie replied, Very well, Di Qing. Once again, I must trouble you. I hereby appoint you as the envoy to Jiang'an, overseeing all military and political matters in Yangzhou. Please proceed judiciously and ensure the capture of these corrupt officials. Your servant. Renjie humbly accepts the decree, he acknowledged. Zhang Tai, Li Yuanfang, Li Yin continued, You two shall accompany Di Qing and assist him in his duties. Your servants will comply, they responded. Afterward, Li Yin inquired, Yuan, I established the Western Depot to serve as my eyes and ears. It has been 2 years since the incident at Hangzhou, yet you have reported nothing. Are you aware of your transgressions? Terrified, Yuan fell to his knees. Pleading for mercy, I am aware of my wrongdoing. In truth, he had informed Li Yin that the governor and chief historian of Yangzhou were corrupt officials, but had advised him to refrain from immediate action, suggesting a long-term strategy to catch the bigger fish, to which Li Yin had acquiesced. However, faced with Li Yin's furious demeanor, Yuan dared not voice any objections or justifications. Humph, since you acknowledge your guilt, I shall consider your years of loyalty and impose a punishment of 40 lashes. Li Yin decreed. Yes, I humbly thank Your Majesty for your leniency, Yuan replied. At that moment, Renjie interceded, Your Majesty. Yangzhou is indeed the stronghold of the Iron Hand Society. The Western Depot is relatively weak, and it is understandable that there may be oversights. I implore Your Majesty to temper the punishment. Very well, Yuan, Li Yin conceded. The punishment shall be noted for now. I hope that you can redeem yourself through meritorious service, otherwise you shall face double the penalty. Li Yin remarked that he had no genuine intention of punishing Yuan. Rather, he merely sought to maintain order among the people. Coincidentally, with Renjie interceding, Li Yin took the opportunity to absolve Yuan of any punishment. This servant expresses profound gratitude to Your Majesty, Yuan humbly stated. Yet, a thought lingered in his mind. The significant upheaval in Yangzhou could only be attributed to the Iron Hand Society. However, why had there been no clues relayed back from Yungu? Your Majesty, the Minister of Works and the Deputy Minister of Works have arrived, announced the attendant. The Minister of Works, Xian, and Deputy Minister, Chen Mo, approached to pay their respects. We, Feng Qian, bow before Your Majesty, wishing you long life and prosperity. Humph. The capsizing of the Han River boat and the disappearance of 1 million pickles of salt have left the court in deception for 2 long years. Are you aware of this matter? Li Yin did not allow them to rise and reproach them. Your Majesty, I have only just learned, Feng Qian responded. In the Ministry of Works, Moti was primarily responsible for research and development, while the affairs of the ministry were generally managed by Feng Qian. Humph. I entrusted the Ministry of Works to you, and this is how you repay me? Li Yin questioned. I deserve punishment. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Feng Qian pleaded. This matter cannot be entirely attributed to the Ministry of Works. Even our department did not anticipate that the governor of Yangzhou, Cui Liang, would exhibit such audacity as to falsify military reports. How could the Ministry of Works have known? Renjie promptly interceded, saying, Your Majesty, our department bears some responsibility as well. I implore you to administer punishment collectively. Sighing, the emperor replied, Very well, Feng Qian. This time you shall accompany Di Qing to Yangzhou to investigate the case. Should you resolve the matter satisfactorily, your merits and demerits will balance. However, if the outcome is unsatisfactory, do not blame me for being unfeeling. Yes, Feng Qian is most grateful to Your Majesty. Feng Qian then inquired, Have your people from the Ministry of Works previously conducted investigations in Yangzhou? Li Yin inquired once more. There are a total of 14 individuals. Upon learning of this matter, I have already detained them, awaiting Your Majesty's command, Feng Qian replied. You Huadian, investigate thoroughly how much silver these individuals have embezzled. For every tale of silver misappropriated, I shall demand a corresponding punishment. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, there is another matter, Feng Qian continued. What is it? Your Majesty, a fortnight ago, I dispatched Li Han, the provincial minister of the water department, to Yangzhou for an investigation. A few days ago, Li Han sent a letter indicating that there were some developments. However, today I received a report from the Yangzhou prefect stating that Li Han had hanged himself in the Shanong Inn, within a hidden compartment. 2 flight tickets worth 100,000 taels from the Hongtong Guild were discovered. It is said that after the capsizing of the ship in the Han Canal, Li Han accepted bribes and, fearing retribution from the court, took his own life. I believe there is more to this matter and have come to report to Your Majesty. The Yangzhou prefect claims Li Han was corrupt. Thus, it is highly probable that he was an honest official. Surely, he uncovered something significant, which led to his silencing. Indeed, it is utterly outrageous that a capable minister from your department has met such a tragic fate at the hands of vile individuals, Li Yin sarcastically remarked, with a touch of irony directed at the Ministry of Works, as well as towards himself. It is utterly absurd that a central official, dispatched to the provinces to investigate a case, could meet with such a tragic fate. Your Majesty, I have discovered that Li Han sent a family letter back. I wonder if it contains anything significant, as Feng Qian suggested. Well then, let us hasten to Li Han's residence to retrieve the letter without further delay. Yes, yes. I shall go at once. Now, you may all withdraw. I am fatigued. Yes, we take our leave. Outside the palace, Feng Qian and Yu Huatian expressed their gratitude to Renjie. Thank you, Elder Dee, for advocating on our behalf. Alas, we have all committed grave oversights. Yet His Majesty has refrained from imposing severe penalties upon us. We must ensure this case is thoroughly investigated. Indeed, Elder, they concurred. Let us proceed, Lord Feng, to Li Han's home to examine that family letter. Certainly, Lord Dee, and you as well, Supervisor Yu. By the way, Elder Dee, these are gifts from His Majesty and Her Majesty for you. We intended to visit your residence today, but fate had us encounter you on the street instead. Oh, I am deeply grateful for Their Majesty's generosity. Has something occurred, Master Yu? Indeed, Lord Dee, you are astute. It is as you have surmised. Her Majesty is with child. Haha, what joyous news. A truly momentous occasion. Chapter 68. 3 visitors. Renjie arrives a step late. At Li Han's residence, a series of firm knocks echoed through the air. The butler swung open the grand entrance, revealing a gentleman clad in white silk adorned with intricate Sioux embroidery, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. Whom do you seek? He inquired. The steward of the Li residence inquired. May I ask if this is the manor of Lord Li Han, the Minister of Water Affairs? The man responded affirmatively. Indeed, it is. The man continued. We have come from Yangzhou bearing a letter from Lord Li for his wife. Upon hearing this, the steward promptly invited the guests inside. Mrs. Ning, the wife of Li Han, hurriedly arrived upon hearing of a letter from her husband. After greeting her, the man bowed and said, The journey has been arduous. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I have heard that your husband has entrusted a letter to me. Mrs. Ning inquired. Indeed? The man confirmed, handing the letter to her. Upon opening it, Mrs. Ning discovered that it bore news of Li Han's grave illness, and she was instantly engulfed in anxiety, failing to verify the authenticity of the letter. Had she scrutinized it closely, she would have noticed that the handwriting did not match Li Han's own. He is gravely ill? Mrs. Ning asked, her voice laced with worry. Indeed, madam. We implore you to accompany us to Yangzhou at once. The carriage awaits you outside, the man replied. In her turmoil, Mrs. Ning did not question his veracity. Very well. I shall prepare and depart with you immediately. Thus, before Renjie and his companions arrived, Mrs. Ning had already been taken away by unknown individuals. Barely half an hour had passed since her departure when the door of the Li residence was knocked upon once more. The steward opened the door again, revealing 3 women, the foremost of whom donned a small round hat reminiscent of a Taoist priestess. This was Yun Gu, dispatched by the leader of the Iron Hand sect to retrieve Mrs. Ning and confiscate a secret letter. Whom do you seek? The steward inquired. Is this the residence of the esteemed Dr. Li Han of the Water Department? Yun Gu replied. Indeed, we are friends of Dr. Li, here to deliver some items to his wife in person, she continued. Are you in league with the official who just left? The steward asked, his brow furrowed. What official? Yun Gu responded, perplexed. A magistrate arrived from Yangzhou and took the lady away. What? She was taken? When did this occur? Yun Gu exclaimed in astonishment, not having anticipated that someone would act more swiftly than them. Unbeknownst to Mrs. Ning, this was also orchestrated by the leader of the Iron Hand sect. Once Mrs. Ning vanished, the authorities would inevitably investigate. Yun Gu was merely a diversion, designed to attract the attention of the officials and facilitate the abduction of Mrs. Ning by the earlier group. About half an hour ago, the steward answered. Did they ride or travel by carriage? By carriage, a green canopied one, Yun Gu noted, her heart sinking as she quickly ordered a pursuit after Mrs. Ning. After all, she was unaware that she was merely a decoy. Should she fail to accomplish the task assigned by the leader, the consequences would be dire. After a considerable time had elapsed, there came yet another urgent knock at the door. The steward, clearly growing impatient, grumbled from within. Who could it be now? A series of unexpected events unfolded today, leaving one to ponder the significance of the day. Upon the butler's opening of the door, the previously imposing demeanor dissipated entirely. For standing at the entrance was none other than the esteemed superior of Lord Li Han, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, Feng Qian, accompanied by several unfamiliar dignitaries, presumably of high rank. Ah, deputy minister, it is an honor to meet you, the butler exclaimed. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise, Feng Qian replied graciously. Is your mistress at home? He inquired. Do you wish to see our mistress as well? The butler asked in surprise. Indeed. Who else would seek an audience with her? Feng Qian responded. An hour ago, a magistrate from Yangzhou arrived, bearing news that our lord, Li Han, is gravely ill and has requested the mistress's presence for a visit. What? Upon hearing the news, Li Han was greatly astonished and promptly sought counsel from Renjie. After listening attentively, Renjie beckoned to the steward, who promptly approached him with discernment. Has your lady departed? Renjie inquired. Indeed, she left quite some time ago. The steward replied. A hint of frustration crossed Renjie's face as he remarked, It seems we have arrived too late. The steward continued, approximately half an hour ago. Another group sought an audience with the lady, led by a young girl who claimed that our master had brought something back. Oh, there is yet another group wishing to see your lady? Renjie asked, bewildered. Precisely, including your esteemed company. This marks the third wave, the steward responded. At this juncture, Li Yuanfang interjected. Did the lady depart on horseback or by carriage? Ah, even the inquiries are identical. In answer to your question, the lady left by carriage. Specifically a green canopy carriage, the steward replied. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfang turned to Renjie for guidance, saying, My lord, they have only departed for an hour and are traveling by carriage. They cannot have gone far. We must pursue them. Their heightened interest in the Ning family suggests that the Nings possess something of great significance, and Li Han's letter must be exceedingly important. Consequently, Renjie acquiesced to Li Yuanfang's request. Indeed, Renjie nodded and remarked, We must follow the clues carefully and avoid alarming the enemy. Rest assured, my lord. Li Yuanfang replied. Li Yuanfang replied and was about to take his leave. Generally, please wait a moment. At that moment, Yu Huadian called out to him. Generally, this operation is likely orchestrated by the Iron Hand Society. Their assassins are numerous. Although your martial prowess is remarkable, one man's strength cannot contend with many. I will assign 2 operatives from the Western Bureau to accompany you. Our organization has numerous secret strongholds, and with their assistance, generally, whether in combat, gathering intelligence, or taking a respite, you will find the task significantly more manageable, Yu Huadian stated. Li Yuanfang remained silent, merely casting a glance at Renjie. Renjie smiled and said, Yuanfang, the Rain Department supervisor has only the best intentions. You must not decline. Yes, I shall obey your command, replied the humble servant. Li Yuanfang replied. Subsequently, Yu Huatian dispatched Dark 15 and Dark 16 from the Western Depot to accompany Li Yuanfang. You too must remember. This mission is to follow General Li's orders completely. Rest assured, we will certainly obey General Li's commands. Dark 15 and Dark 16 responded in unison. Thus, Li Yuanfang set off with these two exceptional experts. Before their departure, Yu Huatian assigned them a task pertaining to the Western Depot to investigate whether Yungu had betrayed the organization. Chapter 69. The Yamen Enforcers Silence Witnesses. Renjie resolves the case at the Jingyao Prefecture. Just as Dark 15 and Dark 16 left with Li Yuanfang, another messenger arrived, reporting that they had been ordered to protect the grain transporters but had encountered several officials who were there to eliminate witnesses. The situation had escalated, and the individuals involved were now under control, requesting Yu Huatian's decision. Yu Huatian suspected this incident was connected to the case in Yangzhou, so he informed Renjie. Renjie was incensed, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and decided to interrogate the individuals at the Jingyao Prefecture. Renjie, Yu Huatian, and the prefect of Jingyao jointly presided over the case. Bring forth the ringleader, Renjie commanded. Soon, an official clad in formal attire was brought forward, two guards holding a blade to his neck as he knelt on the ground. Raise your head. What is your name? From where do you hail? Renjie inquired. I am Yu Zhong, a native of Yangzhou, the man replied. Do you know where you are? The Jingyao Prefecture. Renjie understood that these officials were adept at evasion, so he threatened, let me remind you. The Jingyao Prefecture has the authority to pass a death sentence on the spot. I ask you, were you the one who infiltrated the inn today, attempting to murder the grain transporters? No, my lord, we did not intend to harm those transporters. It was a case of mistaken identity, Yu Zhong responded. Oh, a case of mistaken identity? Who were you originally intending to kill? Renjie pressed. That, Yu Zhong faltered, unable to formulate a response. His cunning arguments no match for Renjie's scrutiny. You wretched scoundrels, in broad daylight, under the heavens, beneath the Emperor's domain in the sacred capital of Luoyang. To act so brazenly, wielding steel blades to enter an inn with the intent to kill and silence witnesses. Captured on the spot, and yet you show no remorse. Attempting to speak in deceitful tones. Do you think this is the court of the grain transport office in Yangzhou? Renjie declared. Let me be frank. Based on your capture, I could sentence you to death right here. Indeed, the heavens exhibit benevolence towards the living, and recognizing that you are not the principal culprit, have chosen to grant you a chance. It is hoped that you will reveal the mastermind behind these deeds, perhaps allowing for some measure of absolution. Yet, to our dismay, you, a cunning and obstinate rogue, were captured on the spot and audaciously sought to deflect blame. How utterly laughable. It appears you remain oblivious to the true nature of the Jingyao Prefecture. Come forth, let the severe punishment commence. As soon as Renjie concluded his statement, a towering instrument of torture over 3 meters high was wheeled in, its rusted iron surface still stained with glaring remnants of blood. Yu Zhong was utterly petrified. Coupled with Renjie's authoritative presence, the defenses of Yu Zhong's heart crumbled completely. Wait, I confess, I will reveal all. Upon hearing Yu Zhong's capitulation, Renjie gestured to withdraw the apparatus of torment. Meanwhile, Yu Huatian, witnessing this turn of events, shook his head in disappointment. The device he had specially transported from the Xichang had gone to waste, a lamentable oversight indeed. My lord, it is true that I led men to slay those grain transporters. But why? Why commit such heinous acts? Yu Zhong replied, I had no choice. I was merely executing the orders of my superior. And who is your superior? Renjie inquired further. I serve under 6 men of the Yangzhou Grain Transport Office, with my superior being the grain protector, Wang Zhou. Wang Zhou? Indeed. Why did he order the deaths of these migrants? My lord, Yu Zhong explained, 2 months prior. News reached the capital that certain Yangzhou grain transporters had lodged complaints against the Yangzhou office. Upon hearing this, Lord Wang commanded us to travel overnight to the capital to bring these transporters back to Yangzhou for punishment. After arriving in Luoyang, we searched the inns throughout the city but could not locate them. Only today, upon discovering their public complaint, did we learn their whereabouts. Renjie pressed on. Then why did you change your mind and resort to murder in the capital? Yu Zhong, now fully prepared to divulge the truth, replied. It was because we saw that the officials were addressing the complaints of those transporters today, prompting us to take desperate measures. The grain transporters, lacking funds, could hardly afford lodging in the capital. They likely never anticipated that their public grievance would nearly lead them to a bloody fate today. Where is the grain protector Wang Zhou now? He is at the Tongang post where we are currently staying. Upon hearing Yu Zhong's response, Renjie commanded the prefect of Jingzhou assertion. At your service, he replied promptly. Immediately order your subordinates to apprehend Wang Zhou and bring him to the court. Yes, my lord. In less than 15 minutes, the constables of Jingzhou Prefecture escorted Wang Zhou into the hall. Your Excellency, the offender Wang Zhou has been brought forth. Wang Zhou entered the court of Jingzhou Prefecture, standing upright with a defiant posture, refusing to kneel, seemingly dismissive of both the court and the presence of Renjie. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to wielding power in his own small domain. Are you Wang Zhou? Renjie inquired. Do you truly understand the reason for your presence here? Wang Zhou, upon hearing this question, was consumed by a surge of indignation and retorted, Humph, how could I possibly know? As the protector of the Granary Affairs Office in Yangzhou, holding a respectable position of the 9th rank, your Jingzhou Prefecture, regardless of its stature, lacks both an official document from the Ministry of Personnel and any endorsement from the 3 departments. To detain a court official without evidence is utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, the Granary Affairs fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works, and your arbitrary arrest of officials from that ministry, without due notice to the provincial authorities, constitutes a clear violation of established regulations. If you possess evidence, so be it. Otherwise, do not blame me if I take my grievances to Lin Tai the moment I step through this door. Wang Zhou's words were resolute, embodying the bearing of a high-ranking official despite his 9th rank. Renjie could not help but applaud Wang Zhou, acknowledging the prowess of their Tang dynasty officials who were well-versed in the law. Moreover, with such eloquence, one might mistake him for a 3rd-rank dignitary without raising an eyebrow. Just then, several individuals emerged from behind. You may not recognize these gentlemen, Renjie began, introducing them one by one to Wang Zhou. First, we have Xing Tai, my trusted aide, who has also been granted an official position by Li Yan. This is Lord Jiang, the inspector of Jianghuai. This is Lord Shun, the prefect of Jingzhou. And this is Lord Yu, the head of the Xichang. As for this gentleman, I believe no introduction is necessary. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhou's legs trembled in fear. He certainly recognized the last individual whom Renjie had not formally introduced. He was a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Works, whom Wang Zhou had encountered on several occasions. Lord Feng, he stammered. Renjie continued. Humph, do you see how audacious this fellow is? If he displays such insolence towards his superiors, one can only imagine how he treats the common folk under his governance. Wang Zhou, do you know the identity of this esteemed lord? Feng Qian interjected. I do not know, Wang Zhou replied, lowering his head, completely stripped of the arrogance he had initially displayed upon entering. This is the Chancellor of the realm, Lord Renjie, the loyal and filial duke bestowed by His Majesty. Charged with the sacred decree, he serves as the special envoy for Jiangnan, overseeing all military and political matters in the region, with the authority to act as he sees fit, as if the emperor himself were present, Feng Qian elaborated. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhou's legs buckled, and he hurriedly knelt. I pay my respects to you, my lord. Lord Feng has said much. I trust you now comprehend the gravity of the situation, Renjie concluded. Do not presume that merely apprehending you, a mere 9th-rank official, is sufficient. Even your death would be a trivial consequence. My lord, this humble official, Wang Zhou, terrified, hastily attempted to speak of higher authorities. Yet Renjie did not afford him the opportunity. You treacherous official, insidious and malevolent, cruel and corrupt, as a 9th-rank official of the court. You feast upon the king's bounty, yet fail to repay your sovereign's grace. You collude with others, embezzling and perverting justice, wreaking havoc upon the populace. What is worse, you dare to instruct your subordinates to act as assassins, callously disregarding human life, intending to silence the unfortunate grain merchants who dare to report your misdeeds. Truly, your crimes are beyond redemption. Wang Zhou hastily protested. My lord, this is a grave injustice. What you allege, I have never committed. I am unaware of any evidence to support such claims. Humph, bring forth Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao, I pay my respects to my lord. Renjie pointed at Wang Zhou and inquired, do you recognize this individual? Feng Jiao replied, he is the grain protector, Lord Wang Zhou. It was he who came to our village and informed us that our grain protection payments would no longer be issued, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Wang Zhou retorted angrily, who are you? How do you know these things? Feng Jiao responded, I am Feng Jiao, a grain merchant from Yangzhou. Wang Zhou, Although you may not recognize him, he is indeed the target of your assassination plot, is he not? Feigning ignorance, Wang Zhou responded, "What is your lordship implying? I do not understand." Renjie smiled and said, "Is that so? So, you claim to be utterly unaware of the murder that transpired within the Yuan Inn, do you?" Wang Zhou asserted, "Of course, how could I possibly know?" Upon Wang Zhou's declaration, Renjie commanded that Yu Zhong be brought forth. "Wang Zhou, do you recognize this individual?" Renjie queried. Upon seeing Yu Zhong, Wang Zhou felt a surge of panic but maintained a facade of calmness, stating, "Who is he? I do not know him." Seeing Wang Zhou's denial, Yu Zhong grew anxious. "Lord Wang, I am Yu Zhong." "What Yu Zhong? I have not heard of you." "My lord, why do you deny your involvement? Was it not you who ordered us to eliminate Feng Jiao and those grain merchants?" "Silence, Lord Di. You must not heed his nonsensical ramblings," Wang Zhou hastily interjected. Observing Wang Zhou's steadfast denial, Renjie merely chuckled softly. Such trivial tactics were mere child's play to him. With a smile, Renjie addressed Yu Zhong, saying, "It appears your master has disowned you, which complicates matters. You alone must bear the weight of all grave offenses." Yu Zhong, taken aback, responded with indignation, "Wang, since you show no mercy, do not expect any righteousness from me. If you claim not to recognize me, I implore you, my lord, to inquire at the Yangzhou Grain Transport Office for the roster and ascertain whether we six are indeed under Wang Zhou's command. Let's set aside distant matters for now. Allow me to recount a few recent personal affairs of yours, which the officials may verify here and now. If I speak falsely, I, Yu Zhong, shall bear all blame." "Very well, proceed. I shall advocate for you," Renjie encouraged. Without hesitation, Yu Zhong declared, since arriving in Luoyang, Wang Zhou has frequented a brothel and met a woman named Ying. Wang Zhou erupted in a frantic roar. "Cease your words, you fool. What benefit do you gain from this? Do you truly believe they will spare you?" Yu Zhong was taken aback, and Renjie, noticing the signs that the person he had painstakingly convinced might be swayed back by Wang Zhou, ordered for Yu Zhong to be escorted away. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Wang Zhou could no longer feign innocence. "My lord, I participated in the misappropriation of the transport officials' funds and ordered the silencing of witnesses," he confessed. "How shameless you are, consuming the blood and sweat of the transporters while plotting their demise. What face do you have to don this official garb? Even the skin you wear does not deserve to cloak you." "My lord, please temper your anger. I have further information to report," Wang Zhou quickly added. Aware of Renjie's intent to uncover the truth, "You had best share what I wish to hear. Otherwise, you are surely aware of our methods." Yes. Thereafter, Wang Zhou divulged everything concerning Yangzhou. He claimed that since the arrival of the Transport Commissioner Yang Jiuqing, the substantial funds earmarked for the maintenance of the canals had ceased to be utilized for their intended purpose. Instead, they had been siphoned off under various guises such as bribes and facilitation fees, allowing local officials to pocket vast sums annually. Even a lowly ninth-rank official like Wang Zhou could receive as much as 2,000 taels of silver, despite the increased salaries instituted by Emperor Li Yin. This sum was still 5 times the annual salary of a provincial governor. Following Wang Zhou's signature and seal, Renjie commanded for him to be taken away. With matters in the capital resolved, it was time to head to Yangzhou. Chapter 70. Renjie goes to Yangzhou. The achievements of Mozi. Several opulent vessels traversed the canal, adorned with the imperial flag and the banner of the commissioner, representing Renjie and his entourage. However, the expressions of Renjie, Zheng Tai, and Feng Qian were far from pleasant. Just moments ago, their crucial witness, Wang Zhou, had been assassinated. A pair of chopsticks had been driven through Wang Zhou's nostrils, penetrating his brain and resulting in his demise. Reflecting on the misdeeds committed by Wang Zhou and witnessing his grim fate, one might say he met a just end, receiving his comeuppance. Yet, Renjie had not anticipated that his witness would be slain right beneath his very nose, a profound humiliation indeed. Thus, the desire for vengeance burned even more fiercely within him. "Zheng Tai, expedite our journey and notify the governor of Yangzhou that we shall arrive in 3 days," he commanded. "Yes, esteemed mentor." Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, the incident was a disgrace for the Xichong, marking a significant failure in their confrontation with the Iron Hand Society. Yu Huadian was keenly eager to regain lost honor. Anxiously, he approached Li Yin and inquired, "Your Majesty, it has been several days since Lord Di and his party departed. When shall we set forth?" Li Yin suddenly understood Yu Huadian's thoughts and said, "Given Di Qing's remarkable prowess in solving cases, I presume this matter may no longer require our assistance. Upon hearing this, Yu Huayan's expression turned grim. Li Yin found the situation rather amusing, as he seldom encountered an expression like that on Yu Huayan's face. Your Majesty, the Minister of Works, Moti, requests an audience, announced the attendant. Admit Minister Mot. The Emperor commanded. Long live your Majesty. Mot exclaimed, bowing deeply. Your servant pays his respects. May your Majesty reign for 1,000 years. Rise, my dear Minister. Has the matter been accomplished? The Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, it has indeed been completed, and the project has been launched. I have conducted experiments over the past 3 days and ensured that everything is flawless, Mot replied confidently. Yu Huatian felt somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the conversation between the two. Originally, Li Yin had planned a trip to Yangzhou a few days prior, but with Moti's visit, he hoped Li Yin would postpone his departure for a few days, as he intended to present him with a grand surprise. And indeed, the surprise had arrived. Li Yin joyfully remarked, Yu Huatian, summon the Empress, and let us embark on a journey to behold this marvel. Yes, your servant obeys, she replied. The Grand Canal, a remarkable creation of the former Sui Emperor Yang, serves as a vital artery centered around Luoyang. At this moment, a fleet of 30 colossal vessels lay anchored upon its waters. Each ship measures approximately 75 meters in length and exceeds 20 meters in width, rising more than 10 meters above the surface, equipped with 32 oars. These are the largest warships that the Tang dynasty is currently capable of constructing. The foremost vessel stands out in its opulence, unmistakably crafted by Mozi himself. Your Majesty, this ship has taken me an entire year to forge, he proclaimed. It is furnished with the finest amenities, and its interior is replete with intricate mechanisms. Should an enemy approach, if your Majesty takes refuge in the control room, the adversaries, unfamiliar with the mechanisms, would find themselves utterly thwarted, even against a multitude of soldiers. This is my humble gift to you. Moreover, the control room is impervious to flames. No fire can reach it. Additionally, a swift vessel is provided, capable of accommodating 5 individuals. Even if the control room were to be breached, the enemy would never be able to catch up with your Majesty, Mozi continued. As for the subsequent ships, they are relatively modest, retaining only the most basic living necessities and rudimentary defensive measures, surpassing our current warships by just a fraction. Each vessel can carry 800 souls. Yu Huatian gazed at the grand ships with a hint of confusion and inquired, Lord Mo, while these ships are impressive, they do not seem significantly superior to our current warships, do they? Ah, Yu Huatian, therein lies your error. This is truly a groundbreaking creation. Mozi responded with a hearty laugh. Li Yin spoke, urging Yu Huatian to draw closer for a better inspection. Indeed, Yu Huatian discerned the clues. Your Majesty, could it be that all these vessels are made of iron? Indeed, the supervisor replied. I have been studying these iron ships for quite some time. Initially, I required several more months to refine them. However, the recent events in Yangzhou caused me considerable embarrassment. Thus, I requested your Majesty to allow a few days for completion. For the past few days, I have worked tirelessly alongside the artisans, and today we have finally succeeded. I am eager to see how those aquatic phantoms shall attempt to breach the hull of my ship. I shall witness whether it is the submerged rocks or the mud that proves resilient, or if it is my vessel that stands firm. Emoji said with palpable resentment. Come, let us board and inspect. These robust iron ships, when compared to modern creations, merely lack the issue of kinetic energy. Absent steam engines and motors, their propulsion still relied on human effort. The ship's fittings were indeed exquisite, even surpassing the opulence of Li Yan's palace. There was a grand bed, seemingly intended to prevent Emoji from falling during the night. Measuring 5 meters in length and width, it appeared capable of accommodating any activity without risk of a tumble. It was unclear what Emoji had accomplished aboard, but the ponderous iron vessel moved with a swiftness far exceeding that of ordinary wooden ships. As Yin spread his arms wide, he reveled in the canal's humid breeze brushing against his face. Li Yin embraced Ru Yin from behind, his hand resting gently on her still flat abdomen, as if he could sense the pulse of life within. Husband, are you going to Yangzhou tomorrow? Yes, he replied. May I accompany you? But Li Yin harbored a sense of concern for Ru Yan's well-being. Observing Li Yan's hesitation, Ru Yin deployed the unique charm that women possess. She turned around and nestled closely into Li Yan's embrace, her large, glistening eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful expression as she implored, My dear husband, it has been such a long time since we ventured out together, and I have yet to visit Yangzhou. Who knows if I shall ever have the opportunity again? Can you truly bear to let me go through life without a single visit to Yangzhou? Feeling the softness and warmth of the delicate figure in his arms, coupled with her tender words and beseeching gaze, Li Yan's resolve weakened. Just as Li Yan understood Ru Yan so well, she too comprehended every facet of him, including the depths of his heart. Ru Yan continued, "Rest assured, my husband, I will take good care of myself. I am aware of my pregnancy, and I promise I will not engage in the reckless behavior of the past. I merely wish to be by your side." As Ru Yan gazed at Li Yan, there was a palpable sense that if he were to deny her, she would weep in response. Alas, Li Yan let out a deep sigh. His vulnerabilities were truly grasped by her. He was unafraid of peril or challenges, yet he found himself defenseless against the delicate charm of Yan. With her playful antics and tears, after enduring such a relentless onslaught, even Li Yan could no longer withstand it. "Very well, but you must obey. You cannot act on your own," he conceded. "No, it is forbidden for you to stray more than 10 paces away from me. Rest assured, once we reach Yangzhou, I shall cling to you incessantly, even sleeping in your embrace at night," Yan declared, inwardly giving herself a victorious gesture. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's expression turned pained, and he let out a deep sigh. While embracing Ru Yan during sleep was indeed delightful and warm, the agony of merely gazing without partaking was quite unbearable. One could only await the vengeance that Li Yan would unleash after 10 months. Chapter 71. The Escape of the Ning Clan. Li Yuanfang arrives at the battlefield on the following day. Li Yan issued a decree to proclaim to the world the mobilization of 10,000 troops and the transport of 100,000 dan of salt. Heading straight for Shui in the northern regions of Huai. Leading the troops was Qi Jiguang along with his soldiers, as the world of Renjie was nearing its conclusion. The time had come to allow Qi Jiguang to take action, lest the dashing readers soon forget this remarkable figure. Furthermore, the soldiers under Qi Jiguang were renowned for their superior aquatic skills. Along the canal, 30 warships were lined up in formation, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Gradually, the warships began their voyage. Li Yan's fleet was safeguarded at the center, with each ship manned by 300 soldiers and carrying over 3,000 loads of salt. In the event of an attack on any vessel, mutual support could be rendered swiftly. A mere ladder placed between two ships would suffice, allowing for assistance within a mere 10 minutes. This news soon spread throughout the land, reaching the officials of Yangzhou by the third day. Thus began Li Yan's declaration of war against the officials and the Iron Hand Corps of Yangzhou. The turmoil in Yangzhou primarily stemmed from salt. They illicitly acquired the official salt of the court and sold it at exorbitant prices to the salt-deprived populace. However, once the court's official salt reached Huai Bay, their lucrative scheme would evaporate instantly. Moreover, the quantity this time was an astounding 100,000 loads of salt. Therefore, it was certain that Yangzhou would take action, while Li Yan merely needed to guard his ships and await the enemy. Li Yan's conjecture proved accurate. Upon receiving the news, Cui Liang, the governor of Yangzhou, promptly reported it to the leader of the Iron Hand Society, Prince Yuanqi. Upon learning of the matter, Yuanqi took it with utmost seriousness, immediately notifying Lin Yang to bring the water spirits from the northern granary to break through. He also specifically mentioned that the quantity of salt to be transported was substantial, urging him to bring additional water spirits. An impending battle between the water spirits and the emissaries was about to unfold. However, Yuanqi found himself unable to contact Lin Yang at the northern granary, as Lin Yang had encountered complications while escorting the Ning family, leaving him trapped with Li Yuanfang. Ning Shi was no ordinary woman. She possessed remarkable intelligence. As she sat in the carriage, a sense of unease gradually dawned upon her. She began comparing the letter she had received from a man with the family correspondence sent a few days prior by Li Han. The differences in handwriting were indeed conspicuous. Utilizing the excuse of fatigue from travel, she requested to disembark from the carriage. "My husband has fallen gravely ill in Yangzhou and cannot rise?" Ning Shi inquired calmly. "Indeed. Madam, we should hasten our departure to avoid any delay," came the prompt reply. "There's no need to rush," she responded, then inquired further. "He has been bedridden. Is his beard in disarray?" "Yes, madam, we must set out quickly," the man urged again. After hearing his response, Ning Shi discerned that these individuals were deceivers. Her husband, Li Han, had never kept a beard. Unfazed, she subtly picked up a branch from the ground. "Come here for a moment. I have something to entrust to you," she whispered slyly. "What is it?" The man approached without a hint of caution, likely underestimating her as a mere woman. As he drew near, Ning Shi swiftly jabbed the stick into his throat, striking precisely at the Adam's apple, causing him excruciating pain. Though she was a clever woman, her physical strength was insufficient. Otherwise, this blow would have certainly been fatal. At that moment, the man clutched his throat in agony, his eyes rolling back, unable to utter a word. "Come quickly and see what has happened to him," Ningxue called out to another accomplice. "What's wrong?" the companion asked, noticing the man in distress. Concern etched on his face. Little did he know that Ningxue had lifted a large stone behind them. With determination, she hurled a stone at each of their heads. Both men collapsed, oblivious to their fate. Ningxue regarded them with a cold stare and snorted, "Humph, how dare you deceive me?" Then Ning departed gracefully. After a short while, the two of them revived, startling those around them. This was due to Ning's gentle strength. Otherwise, in a world where the esteemed Detective Dee Renjie faced a mortality rate second only to Conan, survival would have been impossible. Once they regained consciousness, they hurried to report the situation to Lin Yang. Upon learning the circumstances, Lin Yang scolded them vehemently before preparing to take matters into his own hands. The matter of the list was of utmost importance and must be secured at any cost. Meanwhile, Yungu finally caught up with the carriage, but only one remained. Ning had already vanished without a trace. Reluctantly, Yungu continued her search. Just as she departed, Li Yuanfang and his companions arrived at the same location. Like Yungu, they found no sign of Ning and could only search for her themselves. However, locating people was the forte of the Xichang, and soon they obtained information regarding Ning's direction of movement. Following this lead would lead them to a Yuan, the largest chain in all of tomatoes, the origins of which remained a mystery. Chapter 72. The deceptively loyal Lu Jiaying. Ning learns of Li Han's demise at Yuan, a branch located in a desolate area. Li Yuanfang, along with an 15 and an 16, has finally arrived at this place. Li Yuanfang cast a sweeping glance around and soon spotted Ning's figure. The trio had scrutinized Ning's portrait several times, so they could not possibly mistake her. Following the earlier kidnapping, Ning had become wary, and at this moment, she was disguised as a man. Had it not been for Li Yuanfang and his companions memorizing her likeness, she would have been quite challenging to recognize. "Little waiter, we wish to rest for a while." "Certainly, esteemed guests, please come inside." Li Yuanfang and his companions approached Ning and inquired, "Esteemed friend, the main hall is already filled to capacity. May we share your table?" Ning, still preoccupied with the events of the day and pondering the well-being of her husband, Li Han, in Yangzhou, was abruptly roused by their voice. As she stood and surveyed the room, it became evident that every table was occupied save for her own. "There is no need for courtesy. Please take a seat." Ning replied graciously. No sooner had they settled than Li Yuanfang began to foster a connection. "I observe that you possess a countenance as refined as jade. Your eyes as radiant as the stars, and your demeanor is imbued with elegance and grace. You must surely be a scholar well-versed in poetry and literature?" "You flatter me excessively," Ning replied modestly. "In this remote and desolate place, wandering from one locale to another, how could I dare to claim such scholarly accomplishments?" "You are overly humble," Li Yuanfang countered. "Who says that within the confines of a humble land there cannot dwell great and illustrious scholars?" "A truly great scholar would not be akin to one such as myself," Ning remarked. "Li Yuanfang, it is rather cumbersome for us to address each other with such formalities. Referring to you as brother without revealing our names and ages. Why not share such details for a more in-depth conversation?" "Ningxue, you speak truly, esteemed brother. I am Ning Wushuang, and I have reached the age of 22 this year." "Li Yuanfang, then I must address you as my esteemed brother. I am Li Yuanfang, 10 years your senior." "Ning Wushuang, brotherly, I offer my respects to you." "Li Yuanfang, my foolish brother feels ashamed to receive such kindness. Where is my esteemed younger sibling headed on this journey?" "Ning Wushuang, to Yangzhou." "Li Yuanfang, ha ha, what a coincidence. My foolish brother is also on his way to Yangzhou." "Ning Wushuang, oh, is my elder brother also heading to Yangzhou?" "Li Yuanfang, indeed. There are matters to attend to in Yangzhou. Dear brother, shall we not journey together? It would be beneficial to have mutual support along the way." "Ning Wushuang, that sounds good. I shall trouble you, brother." Afterward, Ning Wushuang cast a glance at Renjie and Shirlu. He found these two individuals rather peculiar. Upon entering, they had not uttered a single word and seemed to regard Li Yuanfang as their leader, yet there was an absence of respect emanating from them towards him. "Who are these two?" Ning Wushuang inquired. "Oh, these are my two colleagues, not particularly loquacious. I hope you will not take offense, dear brother," Li Yuanfang replied, displaying concern. Just as their conversation grew lively, Lin Yang approached. Esteemed guests, the hall is already filled to capacity. Might you consider sharing a table? Lin Yang asked. Upon seeing Lin Yang's arrival, Li Yuanfang became immediately alert. Was not their own table already full? Why would this individual approach them directly? Surely, it must pertain to the Ning family, though he remained curious about the secrets surrounding them that had drawn so much attention. My good fellow, our table is indeed full. I kindly request that you seek another. Li Yuanfang declined, stating, I have come from elsewhere, and there are no available seats. Lin Yang paused momentarily before responding, I apologize. But I must ask you to wait, Li Yuanfang remarked. Lin Yang, having failed in one scheme, conceived another. I am Lu Jiaying, the magistrate of Shanyang County. Due to urgent official business, I must hasten back to Shanyang and have not had a moment's proper rest for several days. I kindly ask for your assistance in sharing a table. Lu Jiaying continued, expressing his belief that once he revealed his identity, the Ning family would undoubtedly take an interest in him. Indeed, as soon as Lu Jiaying's words fell, Ning inquired with a sense of urgency, Are you the magistrate of Shanyang County? Precisely, Lu Jiaying replied. Since you are in haste with official matters, please take a seat. Ning offered. Li Yuanfang timely remarked, it is the esteemed county magistrate. Please, have a seat. Li Yuanfang spoke as he pulled Lu Jiaying to sit beside him, ensuring that this person would not pose a threat to Ning. As soon as Lu Jiaying settled down, Ning inquired. I have recently heard that the salt transport ships of the court have been capsizing in this section of the Han River. I wonder if you are aware of this matter? Of course, I am aware, as my Shanyang County is also situated along the Han River, Lu Jiaying responded. Could you share more about this with us? Ning pressed. Li was equally intrigued, while in 15 and in 16 also fixed their gaze upon Lu Jiaying. However, this matter is quite intricate, Lu Jiaying replied, somewhat apprehensively. Li Yuanfang remarked, we have ample time. Please, do share your tale at your own pace. Ning Wuxuan concurred, saying, Indeed, take your time, we do not mind your verbosity. Realizing there was no escaping the conversation, Lu Jiaying added, since you both exhibit such curiosity regarding this matter, allow me to elaborate. As you are aware, the Han Canal is situated between Yangzhou and Shanyang, serving as a crucial artery for the northern transport of goods by the court. Each year, the Jianghuai Salt and Iron Transportation Commissioner dispatches sea salt produced in regions such as Jiangnan, Wezhou, and Lianshui, packed into burlap sacks destined for the capital, Luoyang, from where it is further transported to the salt-efficient northern strongholds. You have heard correctly, in the past 2 years, every salt transport vessel dispatched by the court has met with disaster at this juncture, resulting in significant loss of life and countless sacks of salt. Strangely, when the court sends personnel to recover the wreckage, not a single burlap sack can be found. Tens of thousands of pounds of salt have simply vanished without a trace. So, Brother Lu implies that only the court's salt transport vessels encounter such misfortune, while others sail unhindered. Is that correct? Indeed, Brother Li. You have hit the nail on the head. But how do they account for this to the court? Does the court remain indifferent? Of course, the court takes notice. The Ministry of Works has dispatched several teams to investigate, yet they merely indulge in feasting and revelry with the corrupt officials of Yangzhou, accepting silver from them while dining on exquisite delicacies. The memorials they submit are nothing but reflections of the reports dictated by those in Yangzhou, Lu Jiaying replied. Humph. A pack of corrupt officials, Li Yuanfang angrily rebuked. Subsequently, Lu Jiaying remarked, last year, the court dispatched a high-ranking official, Minister of Water Li Han. Unfortunately, upon hearing Li Han's name, Ning was anxious and inquired, unfortunately what? What happened to Li Han? Lu Jiaying sighed deeply and replied, regrettably, this esteemed gentleman took his own life merely 3 months after assuming office. Ning's eyes brimmed with tears. He is dead? She asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Indeed, Minister Li was a commendable official. He resided at the Shanyang Inn, and we had many pleasant conversations. I considered him a dear friend. Before his untimely demise, he entrusted me with his cherished jade pendant, Lu Jiaying continued, producing the pendant for Ning to see. Observing Ning's incessant tears, Lu Jiaying inquired, You are a relative of Minister Li, are you not? Why this profound sorrow? Upon seeing the pendant and recalling their prior exchanges, Ning momentarily accepted their words and responded, Li Han was indeed my husband. Ah, so you are the esteemed wife of Minister Li Han, Lu Jiaying exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 73, The Double Agent Yungu. At this moment, Yungu and her companions arrived at the Yuan. Yungu had done her groundwork well and immediately recognized Ning, who was disguised as a man. "Dear brother, it is already late. Why not rest at the inn for the night and continue our journey tomorrow?" Li Yuanfang remarked. "I am eager to heed my elder brother's instructions," Ning Wushuang responded in kind. The two turned their gazes toward Lu Jiaying, who stated, to speak candidly, "I have already taken residence here." "Very well," came the reply. "Innkeeper, please prepare 2 guest rooms for us." Li Yuanfang called out, "Very well, esteemed guest, please come in." The waiter greeted warmly. However, as soon as he turned around, he was confronted by 2 fierce-looking women wielding swords, their menacing presence instilling fear within him. "What orders do you have, esteemed guests?" the waiter inquired cautiously. We are not here to stay," the 2 women replied. "Oh, well?" The waiter glanced nervously between the 2 women and Li Yuanfang's group, realizing that neither side was particularly accommodating, leaving him in a dilemma. Noticing the waiter's distress, the 2 women made a choice for him. The woman on the left unsheathed her sword and pressed it against the waiter's neck. "Leave." "Why, yes, I will leave at once." The waiter hurriedly fled. "Now that the irrelevant parties have departed, I shall take her with us," one of the women declared, her gaze fixed dominantly on Ning. What do you want from us?" Ning stammered, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. You will find out if you come with us." "Surely, you do not wish for us to harm the innocent?" Ning hesitated, glancing between Li Yuanfang and Lu Jiaying, before finally agreeing. "Very well, I will go with you. But you must not harm anyone innocent." "Rest assured, we seek only you," the 2 women asserted, escorting Ning as they prepared to depart. Li Yuanfang would certainly not acquiesce. It had been many years since anyone dared to disregard him so brazenly. With a subtle kick, Li Yuanfang sent a bench hurtling towards the 2 women. Instantly, they were knocked to the ground. Li Yuanfang seized the opportunity to pull Ning behind him. Yungu also turned her gaze towards Li Yuanfang, surprised to discover a formidable opponent in his presence. With a smile, she remarked, little did she know the extent of Li Yuanfang's extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, she would not have been able to chuckle so freely. Wu and Lu also took note of Yungu, recognizing her as part of the mission assigned to them by their superior. They whispered briefly in Li Yuanfang's ear, to which he nodded in understanding. Yungu wielded a long sword, while Li Yuanfang had picked up the swords of the 2 women from the ground. After an intense clash akin to a battle between dragons and tigers, Li Yuanfang emerged victorious by severing the plume from Yungu's hat. Had it not been for the intervention of the brothers from the Xichong, who insisted on sparing her, he could have easily cleaved her in 2. Aware that she was no match for Li Yuanfang, Yungu called out briefly before making her escape. Li Yuanfang did not pursue. "Well, dear brother, Lu Xiong, no one is intervening with us now. We can settle down in peace." Lu Jiaying sincerely remarked, "I never expected Brother Li to be such a valiant hero." Meanwhile, the fleeing Yungu felt a lingering dread as she patted her chest. She soon noticed something unusual on her person. Startled, she instructed her subordinates to rest and stealthily unfolded a note to examine its contents. It detailed a mission from the Western Factory to lure out the assassins of the Iron Hand Society and capture them all. Failure to accomplish this task would label her a traitor to the Western Factory, leading to a relentless pursuit. This was also a test imposed upon Yungu. Should she fail, her life would be forfeit. Yungu's expression soured. She had joined the Western Factory 2 years prior and had continuously relayed intelligence regarding the Iron Hand Society. However, her affiliation with the Western Factory was known to the leader of the Iron Hand Society. The information she provided to the Western Factory was merely what her leader wished to disclose, including the leader's true identity and the incident of the capsized vessel at Hangzhou, which she had not reported. Furthermore, she had been sharing intelligence from the Western Factory with her leader, who believed her to be loyal to the Iron Hand Society. Alas, being a double agent is indeed a challenging endeavor. Logically, the Western Factory wielded greater power, and she ought to remain steadfast. Yet, within the confines of Yangzhou, the Iron Hand Society retained significant influence. Moreover, her family was involved in the incident at Hangzhou, reaping substantial profits. A single misstep could lead to their ruin. This was the very reason she refrained from reporting the capsizing. As for betraying the Western Factory, Yungu found it inconceivable. In her eyes, the Iron Hand Society would inevitably fall to the Western Factory. Thus, any treachery against them would be tantamount to sealing her own doom. After much internal conflict, Yungu reached a decision. If the Iron Hand Society was destined for annihilation at the hands of the Western Factory, why not expedite that fate? She had heard that the Emperor placed great importance on this matter and had dispatched a high-ranking official such as Renjie which caused her leader to tread cautiously. With a figure like Renjie and the might of the Western Factory, eliminating the Iron Hand Society seemed a trivial task. Little did she know that Li Yin had already taken command personally. Otherwise, her hesitation would have been unnecessary. Although she resolved to side with the Western Factory, she deemed it wise to find someone to take the fall, and an idea for a scapegoat suddenly sprang to mind. Chapter 74. Lin Yang's Reluctance. Long Feng's deception within the Yulian, Lu Jiaying, also known as Lin Yang, received a letter from the leader of the Iron Hand Society. The letter instructed him to entrust the matters concerning the Ning family and the confidential correspondence to Yungu and Long Feng. The court dispatched an additional 100,000 loads of salt to Huabei, prompting the sovereign to order Lin Yang to swiftly return to the North Ditch Granary to intercept the shipment. Upon reading the correspondence, Lin Yang immediately incinerated the letter. Meanwhile, Yungu sought out the eldest brother of the Iron Hand Society, Long Feng. "Brother, how fares the matter with the Ning clan?" she inquired. "Have you encountered a formidable opponent?" "I came specifically to request your assistance," Yungu replied. "Oh, is there someone more formidable than my sister? Let us go and confront them and reclaim the confidential message," he responded. "Thank you for your support, brother," she expressed gratefully. The following day, Li Yuanfang, Lu Jiaying, Ning Shi, and Shiwu, and Shilu departed together. Shortly after their departure, the five were intercepted by Long Feng and Yungu. Li Yuanfang surveyed the crowd of dozens, undeterred, and remarked, "Did you come seeking reinforcements after our encounter yesterday? Senior brother, it is indeed them. I implore you to avenge your junior sister." Yungu feigned an expression of victimhood. Even Long Feng, who was not one to be easily swayed by feminine charms, felt a stir of intrigue. "Fear not, junior sister. Leave this to your senior brother. It is you, wretch, who has bullied my junior sister. What is your name?" Long Feng inquired, directing his gaze at Li Yuanfang. "Huh. Not everyone is worthy of knowing my name. And you, precisely, are among the unworthy," Li Yuanfang retorted coldly. "Humph. I hope you can maintain that bravado in the moments to come," Long Feng responded, exasperated. "Attack," he commanded. Long Feng charged at Li Yuanfang, while Yungu engaged with Shiwu, and Shilu dealt with the throng of minions. Only those who had clashed with Li Yuanfang could truly comprehend his formidable strength. It was not to say that Li Yuanfang was invincible. Rather, those capable of matching him were invariably affiliated with Li Yin, and Long Feng was not among them. Within just 3 exchanges, Long Feng felt a searing pain as his palms split open. He could scarcely attend to anything else amidst Li Yuanfang's relentless assault. On the other side, Yungu found her battle with Shiwu to be evenly matched. During their skirmish, she discreetly slipped a letter into Shiwu's pocket. Having recognized the insignia of the West Factory on his waist token, signifying he was one of its leaders, she was certain of it. Initially, she had intended to deliver the letter to a clandestine stronghold of the West Factory, but now, fortune favored her with an opportunity to simplify her task. The easiest opponent was Shilu, who faced a multitude of adversaries, yet they were all third-rate or lesser-skilled fighters, posing no threat to him whatsoever. After exchanging several blows with Li Yuanfang, Long Feng bore a fresh wound on his neck, blood streaming profusely. Should this injury penetrate deeper by a mere half a centimeter, his life would be at grave risk. In fear of Li Yuanfang's prowess, Long Feng hastily commanded, "Retreat." Yungu similarly pretended to clash with Shiwu briefly before making her own strategic withdrawal. As for the remaining minions, what concern was there for them? Their sole purpose was to serve as fodder. Subsequently, Lu Jiaying, witnessing the conclusion of the skirmish, realized that with these 3 formidable individuals present, capturing Ning's clan was beyond his reach. Thus, he resolved to hasten back to fulfill the task assigned by his sect leader. "Brother Ning, I have pressing matters to attend to in Shanyang and must depart swiftly," Lu Jiaying stated. "That is unwise," Li Yuanfang retorted. Although he currently lacked evidence to label Lu Jiaying as a villain, his years of experience shadowing Renjie had instilled in him a profound understanding that Lu Jiaying was no ordinary individual. While his intentions remained shrouded in mystery, it was prudent to oppose him. "Brother Lu, having offended this band of assassins, it is likely they shall not spare you. It is wise for you to accompany us," he urged. "Indeed, Brother Lu, if life is lost, what use is even the most urgent of matters?" Lu Jiaying could not refuse and was compelled to seek another opportunity to depart. Meanwhile, after Long Feng and Yungu had taken their leave, Long Feng exhaled deeply and pondered aloud, "Who exactly is this person? Such formidable prowess." "I know not, senior brother," now that the Ning clan is in their grasp. What shall we do? Yin Gu inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Long Feng replied, Humph, no matter how formidable he is but a single individual. Once I summon reinforcements from the sect leader, I shall reduce him to dust. Your words ring true, senior brother. This person must perish, Yin Gu echoed vehemently. Though a flicker of mirth in her eyes went unnoticed by anyone, the leader of the Iron Hand Society soon received Long Feng's letter, expressing astonishment at the notion of encountering such a formidable adversary that necessitated the deployment of all their elite assassins. Considering the gravity of the correspondence, the leader, Yuan Chi, ultimately acquiesced to Long Feng's request. 3 days later, on a bustling passenger ship, Li Yuanfang and 15 and 16 found themselves aboard. As for Lu Jiaying and the Ning clan, they had already been escorted to a stronghold of the Xichang for protection by 15. This night, they intended to settle matters with the assassins of the Iron Hand Society. The ship was filled with over 100 individuals, bustling with activity and lively chatter. As midnight approached, Li Yuanfang and 15 and 16 stood resolutely on the deck, poised for action. Since they have arrived, why do they not reveal themselves? Li Yuanfang shouted. Humph! Long Feng scoffed coldly and leaped down from the sail of the ship. What? Do you dare to come here alone to seek death? Li Yuanfang inquired. Ha! I have finally discerned your true identity. You are General Li Yuanfang of the Qiao Wei. I am aware of your formidable prowess, and I humbly concede that I cannot defeat you. But can you contend with all of us? Brothers, come forth. As Long Feng's words echoed, the sails of the ship turned. Upon them lay a multitude of individuals, resembling caterpillars resting upon leaves. I am Long Feng, and this is Yin Gu. These esteemed individuals are Hu Yun, Bao Chong, Xiong Sha, Pai Xiao, Swan and I, Lang Quan, Chai Zhe, Xia Zhu, Mang Tai, and Gue Jie. They are the most elite assassins of my Iron Hand Guild. Li Yuanfang, have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? Li Yuanfang scoffed derisively. Many have sought to take my life, yet none have succeeded. Do you truly believe you can prevail? Master brother, why waste words with them? Let us engage directly and reduce him to mincemeat. Hu Yun interjected, his tone reminiscent of Empress Wu Zetian's formidable presence. Huh, you fools. Do you think I stand alone? He retorted. Humph, what does it matter if you have 2 silent companions by your side? We number 12 here, Long Feng mocked. There are over 100 souls aboard this vessel. Where are they now? Are you not the least bit curious? Li Yuanfang inquired. What? Dragon Feng was immediately taken aback. They had just contemplated eliminating everyone aboard the ship, yet it appeared as though they had vanished into thin air. Coincidentally, Li Yuanfang had just made his appearance, which diverted Dragon Feng's thoughts from this peculiar matter. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed exceedingly bizarre. Could it be? Could it be? Hiki, you were quite astute. Brothers of the Xichang, reveal yourselves. Instantly, a multitude of shadows emerged, over 100 figures encircling the 12 individuals with an impenetrable barrier. Dragon Feng exclaimed. He snorted. We are all top-tier assassins. What use is your sheer number of worthless individuals? Despite his bravado, he still clung to a sliver of hope. Xichang. Dark 1, Dark 2, Dark 14. At that moment, the 2 silent figures beside Li Yuanfang chimed in. Dark 15, Dark 16. Upon hearing these names, Dragon Feng and his fellow assassins trembled with trepidation. Many among them had previously interacted with the Xichang and were well aware of the formidable reputations of Dark 1 through Dark 16. They never anticipated crossing paths with them today, and moreover, they were accompanied by over 100 Xichang banners. This was nothing short of intimidation. Clearly, their strength surpassed that of the assassins, yet they felt the need to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. It was utterly excessive. If Li Yuanfang were privy to their thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, were you not also planning to overpower me with numbers? We are merely repaying you in kind. Attack, Dark One commanded. They were often reminded by their leader that villains perish from excessive chatter. Although they were not villains, it was prudent to refrain from unnecessary words. With over 100 Xichang banners and a dozen elite experts, alongside the fearsome Li Yuanfang, who could possibly stand against them. Soon, the assassins of the Iron Hand Guild were scattered. They felt as though enemies surrounded them from all directions, each one forced to confront a mob of 10, with some possessing greater strength than their own. It was truly a heartbreaking situation. Before long, the battle concluded, with the West Factory and Li Yuanfang unscathed. While the 12 elite members of the Iron Hand Guild suffered devastating losses, Long Feng emerged without a scratch, not even a trace of blood on his attire. However, Hu Yun had his right arm severed by Li Yuanfang, and Yungu was struck in the left shoulder by a poisoned dart from an E, leaving her staggering and barely able to stand. The remaining assassins lay lifeless in pools of blood, under the cover provided by the West Factory. The three plunged into the frigid waters of the lake. The casualties were severe, and it was likely that the sect leader would lay the blame upon them. Yet, fearing pursuit from the West Factory, they dared not linger. As soon as Yungu reached the shore, she fainted, compelling Long Feng to seek a horse-drawn carriage to take her back to the Iron Hand Guild. When the sect leader Yuan Chi learned of Hu Yun's mutilation and Yungu's poisoning, he was furious, especially since only Long Feng emerged unscathed. The fact that this battle had been orchestrated under Long Feng's command only deepened Yuan Chi's suspicions. With so many skilled individuals from the West Factory, how could Long Feng have escaped injury? However, without evidence to support his doubts, an enraged Yuan Chi resorted to severing Long Feng's right arm in a fit of wrath. After 3 days of recovery, Yungu finally regained consciousness, her life no longer in jeopardy. Yungu, why were you not aware of the West Factory's movements beforehand? Yuan Chi questioned, his tone laced with discontent. Sect leader, after the incident at the Han River, I may have lost their trust, Yungu replied, having anticipated this inquiry. After all, it has been 2 years since I last reported to them, and they must suspect my betrayal. Having prepared her justification, she spoke with conviction. Yuan Chi nodded, acknowledging the validity of her reasoning. Furthermore, Yungu's father, Gu Tianba, was his ally. It seemed implausible that she would betray her own family. Thus, Yuan Chi's suspicions of Yungu significantly diminished. Sensing that Yuan Chi believed her, Yungu silently exhaled in relief, despite the fact that she had risked her life to execute this ruse. Chapter 76. Yungu reports again on the Iron Hand Guild's plans. The misfortune of Hu Yun. 3 days later, Lu Jiaying, Li Yuanfang, and in 15 and 16, along with Ning, arrived at Shenyang County. Throughout the journey, Ning had remained close to Li Yuanfang and his entourage, while Lu Jiaying realized that the Iron Hand Guild's mission had not been accomplished. The secret letter remained in Ning's possession, an essential piece of information that must be obtained at all costs. Although he was the magistrate of Shenyang County, could a mere county official contend with Li Yuanfang and his 2 companions? It was utterly impossible. Thus, Lin Yang discreetly conveyed the circumstances to the sect leader, Yuan Chi, hoping that he would dispatch assistance to apprehend the Ning family. Upon receiving the intelligence, Yuan Chi was elated to learn that both the Ning family and their adversary, Li Yuanfang, were located in Shenyang County. He delightedly contemplated the prospect of settling both new and old scores. Yuan Chi summoned the only assassin from the Iron Hand sect still in reasonable health, Yungu, along with 2 incapacitated members, Long Feng and Hu Yun. Having just received intelligence that the Ning family and Li Yuanfang are in Shenyang County, I shall take matters into my own hands. Mobilize 2,000 of our Iron Hand sect members to cooperate with the local officials. Let us see where they can flee this time. Yuan Chi commanded. Yes, my lord. Your orders shall be obeyed. Thank you for this opportunity. I, Long Feng, shall ensure that our fallen brothers are avenged. Long Feng vowed loudly. Yet, his only response was a disdainful snort from Yuan Chi. At that moment, Yungu was plagued by doubts. Cooperate with the local officials? It seems there may be spies from the Iron Hand sect within Shenyang County, a fact I was previously unaware of. Since she had already resolved to align herself with the Western Factory, she needed to find a way to disseminate this information. Fortunately, the Western Factory had provided her with 2 carrier pigeons, and it was her first time utilizing them. She wondered if they would find their way back. After composing the message, Yungu noted that the sect leader was about to lead a large contingent to Shenyang County to capture the Ning family and Li Yuanfang. Moreover, there were Iron Hand sect spies in Shenyang County who could command the officials, possibly even the county magistrate. In the dead of night, one of the pigeons took flight from the courtyard, unnoticed by anyone. The bird ascended higher and higher, gradually distancing itself from the influence of the Iron Hand sect. Upon receiving Yungu's intelligence, the personnel of the Western Factory promptly reported the matter to the clandestine operatives, Dark 15 and Dark 16. They obtained the information even before Lin Yang did. Meanwhile, Lin Yang received a reply from sect leader Yuan Chi, realizing that Yuan Chi was personally coming with reinforcements. And he was overjoyed. However, he remained entirely oblivious to the fact that Li Yuanfang and his companions had already made preparations. Given the large number of personnel Yuan Chi brought and the urgency of the situation, the Western Factory could not provide support in time and had to retreat. Otherwise, Capturing the sect leader of the Iron Hand sect right there would have been a decisive victory. On the journey, Long Feng's stomach grumbled incessantly, and he clutched his abdomen in agony. Ft, ft, ft. The sounds erupted in succession. Yuan Chi pinched his nose and covered his mouth, disdainfully remarking, Long Feng, what have you consumed? Zone, the sect leader, I am feeling unwell and request a brief respite, Dragon Feng implored. Humph, resolve it yourself. Catch up with us later, replied the sect leader. Yes, sect leader, Dragon Feng hurriedly responded. He was currently afflicted by severe abdominal pain, his mind a blank canvas. He was utterly oblivious to the repercussions of straying from the sect leader's sight during the mission. Moreover, Yuan Chi had already harbored some doubts regarding Dragon Feng. Observing Dragon Feng's hasty figure, Yuan Chi turned to Yungue and said, Yungue, please keep an eye on him. Yungue hesitated, reluctant to comply, since she had already leaked information. Remaining under the sect leader's watchful gaze seemed the least suspicious course of action. Thus, Yungue devised an impeccable excuse. Sect leader, though Dragon Feng and I are sworn siblings. Propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. After all, I am yet unmarried, she articulated. Her reasoning was sound, and Yuan Chi nodded in agreement. Yuan Chi then glanced at the one-armed Huyun. Huyun, you go. Huyun. Huyun was equally disinclined to go. What was there to witness about one relieving themselves? And especially with an older man. Moreover, given Dragon Feng's severe stomach ailment, one could only imagine the state of his excretion, utterly repulsive. Huyun wished to refuse. But the sect leader's gaze was intimidating, leaving him no choice. Very well, survival is paramount. Huyun acquiesced, saying, As you command, sect leader. With that, Huyun set off in pursuit of Dragon Feng. However, he was not foolish enough to actually watch Dragon Feng. Instead, he positioned himself at a distance, barely able to discern Dragon Feng's silhouette. Goodness, has Dragon Feng consumed something foul? What is that horrid stench? Huyun grumbled. Yet, no one could have anticipated that this entire scheme was orchestrated by Yungue, whose intention was to find a scapegoat. Strangely enough, ever since she became a double agent, she felt her intellect had significantly heightened. After about half an hour, Yuan Chi's unease deepened. Was it truly necessary for Dragon Feng to take so long for such a trivial matter? At that moment, Dragon Feng's legs had gone numb from squatting. Is Huyun there? Dragon Feng shouted. Huyun, pinching his nose in discomfort, replied, Yes, senior brother, what is it? Can you come over? I am unable to stand up. Huyun, I have a thought that I am unsure whether to express. However, Huyun complied and walked over. 1 pile, 2 piles, 3 piles, there were an overwhelming number, which was utterly revolting. Huyun felt that Long Feng's weight must have diminished by at least 10 pounds due to this ordeal. He gently helped Long Feng to his feet, and together they hastened after Yuan Chi. Nevertheless, Long Feng felt utterly drained and could not walk swiftly. By the time they caught up with Yuan Chi, they had already reached Shan'an County. Yuan Chi shot Long Feng an irritated glance but refrained from voicing his displeasure. Given the pressing threat at hand, it was best to return later. Chapter 77. The Iron Hand Brigade eliminates traitors. Li Yuanfang escapes in Shiwu, and in Shilu received intelligence and promptly relayed the information to Li Yuanfang. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfang suddenly realized and remarked, Humph. My suspicions were indeed correct, that Magistrate Lu is far from virtuous. Although there is no definitive proof that Lu Jiaying is a traitor, his actions over the past few days have led me to nearly confirm my suspicions. Generally, what shall we do now? Humph. Their grand mobilization to apprehend Ning indicates that she must possess something of great significance. The more they covet it, the less inclined I am to relinquish it. Brothers from the Western Depot, you must escort Ning away first while I bring up the rear. Li Yuanfang spoke. Generally, this is not feasible. How about letting 16 take the Ning family away while I stay to assist you? Dark 15 interjected. No, if I have chosen to remain, it signifies my unwavering confidence in my ability to escape. Your presence here would serve no purpose. Your priority should be to ensure the safety of the Ning family. Li Yuanfang spoke. However, there is no need for any buts. Before your departure, your commander instructed that both of you must heed my orders and execute them without question. Indeed. Take care, generally. Upon hearing Li Yuanfang mention Yuhuatian, and 15 and 16 felt a shiver of trepidation and ceased their objections. Subsequently, Li Yuanfang invited Miss Ning to his quarters, where he elucidated the current perilous situation and urged her to accompany in 15 and 16 to safety. Among Lu Jiaying, in 15 and 16, and himself, Miss Ning held Li Yuanfang in the highest esteem. Thus, upon hearing his words, she harbored no doubts. Though her heart was laden with concern for his safety, Li Yuanfang could only say, "I am confident in my ability to escape. It is you who would hinder me here." Upon hearing this, Ning ceased to insist on advancing or retreating alongside Li Yuanfang. Li Yuanfang spoke wisely. He realized that he could not be a burden to others. Consequently, Ning followed in 15 and in 16 as they departed from Shanyang County. The trio had been gone for approximately an hour when Lu Jiaying and the Iron Hand troop surrounded Li Yuanfang's chamber. "Heh, Brother Lu, what does this signify?" Li Yuanfang calmly inquired. "Oh, Brother Li, are you truly unaware? Do not blame me for leaving you no escape. If you surrender the Ning clan, I shall beseech the sect leader to grant you a chance at survival. What say you?" "Ha, so you were with the Iron Hand gang. And what of it?" At this moment, sect leader Yuan Qi interjected. "Lin Yang, cease this idle chatter. He is merely stalling for time. Eliminate him, and we shall pursue the Ning clan." Lin Yang was taken aback. Indeed, ever since the onset of this confrontation, the Ning clan and those two from the Western Depot had vanished. Attack! Over 2,000 armed men surged towards Li Yuanfang. Yet, he wielded a blade in one hand and a sword seized from an opponent in the other, demonstrating remarkable prowess in combat. Yuan Qi, witnessing this, let out a cold snort. "It is said that you, Li Yuanfang, possess the unparalleled martial arts in the world. Today, this sect leader shall have the honor of challenging you." "Haha, what is this talk of being the greatest in the world? It is merely a reflection of the ignorance of the masses." Li Yuanfang spoke, reflecting on the martial prowess of His Majesty Li Yin and Wang Su. He sincerely remarked. Yuan Qi, under the impression that Li Yuanfang was intimidated by him, replied, "Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness. If you lay down your weapons and join our Iron Hand clan now, I shall spare your life. What say you?" That is utterly impossible. Prepare to meet your demise." Li Yuanfang suddenly launched an attack against Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi, also a formidable master, possessed martial prowess comparable to that of Li Yuanfang. However, while Li Yuanfang wielded his blade without concern for injury, Yuan Qi exhibited a degree of hesitation before striking. He would retreat defensively at the slightest hint of danger. Consequently, it appeared that Li Yuanfang was dominating the confrontation. "Li Yuanfang, do not be so arrogant," Yungu cried out, joining the fray. Seizing the opportunity presented by Yungu's entrance in a battle, Li Yuanfang feigned a delayed reaction, allowing Yungu's sword to graze his arm. Li Yuanfang leaped forward with agility. "This time, I shall spare you," he declared arrogantly. Enraged by Li Yuanfang's insolence, Yuan Qi seethed with fury. "Li Yuanfang, I demand you let me pass. I must pursue." However, it was evident that Li Yuanfang had merely sustained a minor scrape on his shoulder, which in no way impeded his combat prowess. How could these individuals possibly catch up with him? Ultimately, they could only return empty-handed. In Shanyang County, Yuan Qi fumed. "How infuriating. Our Iron Hand Guild dispatched over 2,000 men, yet we could not capture a single Li Yuanfang. We did not even apprehend Ning. This is a profound disgrace." Yuan Qi bellowed. "Who can explain this? How did Li Yuanfang know of our approach? How did he manage to conceal Ning in advance?" He interrogated. "Master, it is my humble opinion that there must be a traitor among us," Lin Yang suggested. "Well said. Lin Yang, can you identify this traitor?" Yuan Qi inquired. "Master, I have been in amicable discourse with Li Yuanfang and Ning throughout our journey, without revealing my intentions. Otherwise, they would not have followed me to Shanyang. If I were to betray you, I would not have written to you. Thus I assure you, I am no traitor," Lin Yang asserted first. "Indeed." Yuan Qi concurred with Lin Yang's assertion. Lin Yang was his trusted confidant, and until today, only Yuan Qi knew of his true identity. "Lin Yang, you have performed admirably. Were you a spy, we would not have survived this day. Our challenges are far greater than just Li Yuanfang," Lin Yang respectfully replied. "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled." Yuan Qi continued. "Lin Yang, now that you have been exposed, do not linger in Shanyang County. You shall reside permanently at Beigo-Datsang. The shipment of official salt from the court is imminent, and your presence is essential there." "Yes, master," he replied. Afterwards, Yuan Qi surveyed Yungu, Long Feng, and Hu Yun. Upon hearing Lin Yang's explanation, Yungu regretted not being the first to clarify her position. She could not afford to let anyone else seize the opportunity. "Master, I am utterly loyal to you. Please see through to my sincerity," she implored. "Indeed," Yuan Qi nodded, his gaze sweeping past Yungu. "I trust you. Were it not for you, I might have fallen to Li Yuanfang just now." He then turned to Hu Yun and Long Feng. "You too. Why were you absent for an hour today? What were you up to? Yuan questioned. Hu Yin felt deeply aggrieved. Master, you instructed me to monitor the elder brother. He defended. So, you chose to disappear for an hour? Yuan retorted. I was waiting because the elder brother kept calling for me, Hu Yin explained. Enough. Longfeng, what about you? Why did you choose this moment to fall ill? Could it be that you took the opportunity to leave something behind for the Xichong? Yuan demanded. Upon hearing this, Longfeng promptly knelt and exclaimed, Master, you are mistaken. I truly have an upset stomach. Did you not instruct Hu Yun to monitor my movements? He can attest that I have not betrayed the Iron Hand clan. Yuan Qi, with a cold smirk, replied, Oh. Really? Hu Yun, have you been watching him closely at all times? Hu Yun hesitated. Well, what's this, Do you have something to conceal? Yuan Qi retorted. His displeasure evident. At this moment, Hu Yun's mind cleared. Survival took precedence over any notions of brotherhood. Master, my elder brother's odor was unbearable. I kept a distance of at least 110 meters from him, Hu Yin stated. Master, I did not strictly adhere to your command. I beg for your punishment, he pleaded. Humph. We shall address your shortcomings upon our return. Longfeng, do you have anything to say? Fear gripped Longfeng as he gazed at the steel blade in the master's hand. He wished to speak, but what could he possibly say? How had the traitor suddenly become him? Longfeng opened his mouth, but uttered nothing. Seeing Longfeng's silence, Yuan Qi took it as a confession. With a swift motion, a gust of blade wind swept through, and a head rolled to the ground, coming to rest at Yun Gu's feet. She looked down at Longfeng's lifeless eyes and silently offered her apologies. Elder brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It was your own folly. Well, today we have eliminated the traitor of the Iron Hand clan. Our future endeavors shall not be marred as today has been, Yuan Qi declared. Long live the Iron Hand clan. Long live the master. Lin Yang shouted loudly, followed by Yun Gu and the others echoing, Long live the Iron Hand clan. Long live the master. Chapter 78. Di Renjie approaches the northern granary. Meanwhile, Li Yuanfang swiftly caught up with Ning Shi in the dark 15 and 16. Generally, where are we headed now? We will flow against the current to Yangzhou to meet with the esteemed lord, he replied. Li Yuanfang spoke, and at that moment, Ning inquired. Generally? Brotherly, who exactly are you? Li Yuanfang responded, I am Li Yuanfang, the appointed general of the Qianqiu Guard. These two are my brothers from the Western Depot. We have been entrusted by His Majesty to investigate the case of the sunken ship at Hongou and the murder of Lord Li Han. Li Yuanfang remarked. It appears that you are indeed individuals of the imperial court. Ning was suddenly enlightened and replied, Then you must certainly be aware of my identity. Am I not correct? Ning continued, That is indeed the case. You are the esteemed wife of Lord Li Han. However, I remain perplexed as to why they are so insistent on locating you. Li Yuanfang inquired, I believe they must be after this, correct? Ning remarked as she produced the confidential letter. Li Yuanfang took the document and noticed it was densely filled with names and amounts of bribes. The governor of Yangzhou, Cui Liang, received 500,000 taels. The long history of Yangzhou, Wu Wending, 450,000 taels, and the commissioner of Yangzhou's transport, Yang Jiuqing, 450,000 taels. The document meticulously recorded the names of over 100 officials, both high and low, in Yangzhou. It was unclear how Li Han had obtained this information. No wonder the people of Yangzhou sought to silence him and capture Ning. All of this revolved around this confidential letter. How splendid! With this letter in hand, the case would surely become significantly simpler. Li Yuanfang exclaimed with great joy. Indeed, for it, my humble husband perished, and I myself nearly met the same fate. Lady Ning replied tearfully, Madam, some individuals, despite their demise, hold a weight greater than Mount Tai, while others, upon passing, are as light as a feather. I firmly believe that even if Lord Li Han were aware of his fate, it would not waver the conviction within his heart. Li Yuanfang asserted with unwavering conviction. Moreover, His Majesty today is a rare and benevolent sovereign, and I firmly believe he shall not allow the lady to endure suffering. Li Yuanfang remarked, Indeed, my humble husband has displayed his loyalty, and I am genuinely pleased for him. Ning replied. Subsequently, the three embarked on a vessel bound for Yangzhou. The side story of Li Yuanfang nearly concludes here. Meanwhile, upon his arrival in Yangzhou, Di Renjie, as was his custom, embarked on a discreet investigation while leaving Feng Qian to guard the imperial vessel. When Cui Liang and other officials sought an audience, Feng Qian dismissed them with the pretext that the esteemed envoy had caught a chill. Naturally, Cui Liang and his associates were skeptical. And after numerous inquiries and incurring significant costs, Feng Qian finally revealed to them that Renjie was indeed undercover. Upon hearing this, Cui Liang promptly reported the information to his superior, Feng Yuanqi. After receiving the news, Yuanqi urgently summoned many members of the Iron Hand Corps who were still on leave. This, however, was precisely the ploy devised by Renjie. He intended to provoke his adversaries into action. Shango Village, located beside Hongou, is the home of the salt merchants. Fangjiu. At this moment, the village is inhabited only by a few elderly individuals and children. Local residents recount that, due to their dire circumstances, a young man named Pang Si led the village's youth to engage in the illicit salt trade. Although Renjie disapproved of smuggling, recognizing its illegality, he understood that the villagers were driven to such desperation and thus could be forgiven. Subsequently, Renjie learned that the villagers were subsisting on meager rations, with some on the brink of starvation. He immediately instructed Zheng Tai and Di Chun to procure some steamed buns from a nearby town, ensuring that the salt merchants had a hearty meal. When Renjie inquired about the overturned vessel in Hongou, the daughter-in-law of Xing provided vital intelligence. She recounted that one night while washing clothes, she observed several swift boats passing by. One should not question why she was washing clothes at such an hour. A few days later, during another laundry session, she noticed the same boats returning, but this time they moved slowly, heavily laden and dragging something beneath the water, with ropes hanging around them. Renjie immediately surmised that someone was retrieving the lost salt from Hongou. After discerning the direction in which these individuals were headed, he, along with Di Chun, Zheng Tai, Zhang Huan, and Li Lang, set out to investigate. After an extensive search, they finally discovered a suspicious site where Renjie could see individuals carrying burlap sacks, busily transferring items inside. After observing for a while, he remarked, "Surely, the lost salt from Hongou has found its way here." Without revealing any change in demeanor, Renjie ordered the boats to return, knowing that with their limited numbers, they could not afford to confront the situation recklessly. He then instructed Zheng Tai to present his imperial order to Feng Qian and summon reinforcements. Chapter 79. The water ghosts were astounded. These vessels seemed impervious. After a fortnight of navigation, Li Yan's fleet finally reached this section of the Han Canal. On the shore, 500 water ghosts gazed at the grand ships before them, their eyes gleaming with a sinister green light. For 2 years, they had never suffered defeat, which had long since eroded any semblance of reverence they held for the imperial vessels. In fact, they harbored a sense of disdain. Despite the impressive size of the imperial ships, they were ultimately ineffectual, sinking with alarming swiftness. The larger the vessel they managed to submerge, the more pronounced their sense of superiority became. As the night deepened, the water ghosts stealthily approached Li Yan's ship in small boats. When they were merely a few dozen meters away, they plunged into the water. Armed with daggers, they thrust forcefully at the hull. Unlike the familiar sensation of piercing wood they had experienced before, this time their daggers met an unexpected resistance. The water ghosts were bewildered. Undeterred, they persisted, stabbing at the large ship once more. Underwater, visibility was poor, and sounds were muffled. They remained oblivious to the fact that these vessels were constructed from solid planks, meticulously prepared by Mosey for their use. Just as the water ghosts continued their futile assault, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them from above. While most missed their mark, even a single arrow finding its target was deemed a worthwhile gain. With ample funds and a surplus of arrows, they acted with reckless abandon. For a full half hour, the relentless hail of arrows persisted. Although the water ghosts were exceptional swimmers, they were still human and could not remain submerged indefinitely like fish. The moment they surfaced, their small heads were adorned with no fewer than a dozen arrows, presenting an exceedingly terrifying sight. Li Yan wished to shield Yan's eyes, not wanting her to witness such a grisly scene. To his surprise, the young lady pushed his hand aside, eagerly offering her commentary. Had it not been for Li Yan's restraint, she would have undoubtedly taken matters into her own hands. It seems that even after these years, the identity of the Empress cannot conceal her inherent nature as a killer. Observing the keen interest of the Empress and His Majesty in their archery, the soldiers suddenly felt invigorated, as if they had been infused with the essence of vitality. Li Yan clearly saw a soldier with 10 arrows knocked on his bow. "You need not concern yourself with my accuracy, simply note the quantity of my shots." Thus concluded a one-sided massacre. Whether any water ghosts managed to escape is unknown to Li Yan. However, he was aware that he had relished the slaughter. The grand vessel continued its voyage, and indeed, One water ghost had managed to flee against the odds. Yet, he was gravely wounded and succumbed shortly after relaying the news to Lin Yang. Lin Yang was taken aback and promptly reported the incident to the sect leader, Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi felt a sense of foreboding. It appeared the court was determined to take serious action this time, though a flicker of concern stirred within him. The prospect of relinquishing the salt market he had cultivated for years was utterly out of the question. Such immense profit warranted risks. However, at present, his Iron Hand Guild was left with only a single female assassin and a one-armed cripple who would hardly stand a chance against the Cordes forces. If I cannot breach them in the water, I refuse to believe they remain unafraid of fire. Upon learning that Li Yin and his party were headed to Huai Bay, with their first stop in Shui, Yuan Qi resolved to incinerate the salt and the peculiar vessels there. However, this mission was fraught with peril due to the disparity in strength. He needed someone exceptionally capable and utterly loyal to undertake it. Currently, the guild's top talents were limited to Yun Gu and Hu Yun. With Hu Yun now incapacitated, only Yun Gu remained. Yun Gu, I have a task for you, Yuan Qi declared. Please, sect leader, I am willing to do anything for the Iron Hand Guild, Yun Gu replied, kneeling respectfully. Excellent, your loyalty is commendable. Rest assured. Should you execute this task well, the position of vice sect leader will be yours, Yuan Qi proclaimed, painting a grand vision for her. Yun Gu internally scoffed. After 7 or 8 years in the Iron Hand Guild, she had never known of such a position. Though she was dismissive in her heart, she feigned excitement and said, Thank you, sect leader. I will certainly complete the mission. Seeing that Yun Gu was captivated by his enticing promise, Yuan Qi felt a surge of joy. He leaned closer to her ear. Though Yun Gu was dismayed by Yuan Qi's proximity, she had to maintain an appearance of honor for the sake of her life. You are to rush to Shui and take the opportunity to destroy the salt being transported there by the court. Yun Gu's gaze flickered uncertainly as she replied, Understood. It became evident that the sect leader had no intention of ensuring her safe return. No wonder he painted such a grand picture. It was likely that even if she did return safely, he would not grant her the position of vice sect leader. Who did he think she was? A foolish woman easily deceived? Master, this mission is exceptionally arduous, but I, Yun Gu, assure you that I shall exert every effort, she pledged. It is not merely about trying. It is imperative that we succeed. This mission concerns the very existence of our Iron Hand clan, Yuan Qi corrected her. Very well. As long as Yun Gu is involved, this mission shall not fail, she followed. Then, Yun Gu added, Master, given the formidable nature of this task, might it be possible to allocate additional personnel? Choose freely from the Iron Hand clan, Yuan Qi responded. Although he spoke with such ease, he understood that this mission was a certain death sentence, and he was reluctant to send too many into peril. Yun Gu hoped the master would dispatch 300 individuals to assist her. Furthermore, she desired the aid of brother Hu Yun. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Qi acquiesced. 300 men and a mere crippled individual was a cost he could afford. Little did he know, however, that Yun Gu had no intention of returning after her journey to Shui. The reason for her request for these individuals was merely to serve as offerings to the court and the Western factory. Chapter 80. The unexpected encounter of Li Yuanfang and Di Renjie's breakthrough at the North Ditch Granary. Li Yuanfang and Ning, along with in 15 and in 16, were making their way back to Yangzhou. However, as they passed through Shangou village, they were unexpectedly spotted by Di Chun. General Li, Di Chun called out loudly. Di Chun, surprised to see a familiar face, Li Yuanfang quickly steered the boat to the shore. What brings you here? Where's the master? The master is in the village. How could General Li appear here? Di Chun inquired. This matter is rather lengthy. Allow me to meet with the master first, and then I shall explain, Li Yuanfang replied. Come, General Li, I shall guide you. Master, look who I have brought to you, Di Chun exclaimed. You've been by my side for many years, yet you remain so reckless, Di Renjie admonished him lightly. Oh, master, you will surely be pleased to see this person, Di Chun insisted. Just then, Li Yuanfang and the others entered. Yuanfang, it's you. How wonderful. Was your journey uneventful? Di Renjie immediately shifted his demeanor, inquiring with concern. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am quite well, and I owe thanks to these two brothers from the Xichang for their assistance along the way. Li Yuanfang replied as Di Renjie took his hand and sat down. Good, that is a relief. By the way, my lord, do you know who this is? Li Yuanfang pointed towards Ning, who was dressed in male attire. Di Renjie scrutinized Ning for a moment before confidently stating, This must be Ning, the wife of Li Hanji. Is it not? Truly, the esteemed gentleman is never mistaken. Subsequently, Li Yuanfang handed over Ning's secret letter to Di Renjie and recounted their harrowing experiences along the way. It is indeed a remarkable feat for Lord Li Hanji to have obtained this list amidst the collusion of officials in Yangzhou. Di Renjie gazed at the shocking list and could not help but exclaim, "Master Di, I have heard of your reputation as a righteous official. I implore you to seek justice for my late husband," Ning pleaded, kneeling and weeping. Di Renjie gently assisted Ning to her feet, reassuring her, "Madam, rest assured. Li Hanji is a benefactor of our great Tang dynasty, and we shall not forget him. Di Chun, Yuan Fang, and the others have traveled a long way. Ensure they are well fed and given a proper place to rest for the night. Rest assured, my lord, I have already made the necessary arrangements." Di Chun replied with a smile. "Haha, you rascal. After all these years of service, you seem to understand my thoughts completely." Di Chun chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. The next day, Zhang Tai returned with troops, and Di Renjie immediately ordered an assault on the North Ditch Granary that very night. Li Yuanfang could not help but chuckle. "It seems my lot is to toil endlessly. Just yesterday, I encountered the esteemed sir, and today I must labor once more. Haha, Yuanfang, the capable are often burdened with more work. Look at that scoundrel, Di Chun. I might not even summon him when there's a task at hand." Di Renjie replied with a smile. Di Chun interjected, "Why are you dragging me into your conversation?" Soon, nightfall enveloped the surroundings, and dozens of small boats stealthily approached Beigo Datsong under the cover of darkness. Unlike the bustling scene Di Renjie had witnessed 3 days prior, the current atmosphere at Beigo Datsong seemed markedly desolate, with only a few scattered souls idling about the dock. Could it be that they received news in advance and fled? That seemed implausible, for no new faces had joined him this time. There could not be a traitor to leak information. As for Ning, it was unlikely. She was the wife of Li Han and had only arrived yesterday. Even Yuan Fang had received word today. She had no time to act. The 2 spies from the West Factory? That too was improbable. Di Renjie was well aware of the West Factory's methods, and those favored by Yu Huaidian would not be traitors. Little did Di Renjie suspect that they were on the verge of launching a surprise attack against Li Yan, only to face utter annihilation. Regardless of his suspicions, now that they had arrived, they could not abandon the mission. Embracing the cloak of night, they drew nearer to the dock. It was at this moment that Di Renjie commanded his forces to prepare for an ambush. Li Yuanfang executed a swift leap, propelling himself directly from the vessel to the dock. There stood 5 men, yet they were no match for the formidable Li Yuanfang. Without even drawing his weapon, he dispatched them with ease. The entire army successfully disembarked, leaving only around 100 personnel remaining at Beigo Granary. Faced with a vastly superior force, they were utterly powerless to resist. Lin Yang was also present at Beigo Granary. Upon hearing the chaotic sounds of battle outside, he sensed imminent danger. Anxiously, Lin Yang devised a plan. He removed his false beard, reverting to his true appearance as the magistrate of Shanong County. He had donned a beard during his visits to Beigo Granary to conceal his identity, and no one there had ever seen his true face. He hoped to deceive those around him. Lin Yang summoned his trusted aide, instructing him to tie him to a pillar. He then commanded his aide to engage in the skirmish outside, hoping that this loyal companion would either not survive or refrain from betraying him. After 3 or 4 minutes, the sounds of battle subsided, and the door to Lin Yang's chamber was pushed open. It was none other than Di Renjie who entered. Observing Di Renjie, Lin Yang feigned fear and inquired, "Who are you? Have you come to kill me?" "Ah, that question should be posed to you. Who are you?" Di Renjie replied. "Are you not allied with these water bandits?" "Not at all. This is your last chance. Tell me who you are and why you are imprisoned here," Di Renjie pressed. "I am Lu Jiaying, the magistrate of Shanyang County," Lu Jiaying declared, oblivious to the subtle shift in Di Renjie's expression. "Is this the very person who wishes to harm Li Yuanfang? It seems fortune has favored me effortlessly," Di Renjie whispered to a guard, who then exited to find Li Yuanfang. "Since I am a friend of Lord Li Han, they captured me, demanding information about a secret letter that I know nothing of." Lu Jiaying lamented, continuing to voice his grievances. Very well, Di Renjie chuckled, even applauding Lu Jiaying. "The magistrate truly possesses remarkable talent," he praised. "May I inquire your esteemed name, my lord?" "Oh, you must have heard of me. I am Di Renjie." "Ah, so you are the esteemed Di Renjie. I have finally awaited your arrival," Lu Jiaying said, his heart trembling with fear, yet he continued his feigned lament. His only plan now was to deceive Di Renjie and, while Li Yuanfang had yet to meet him, seize the opportunity to escape. "The magistrate truly excels at theatrics," Di Renjie remarked. "My lord, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Lu Jiaying replied. What I assert is entirely truthful. I am not playing a part, Lu Jiaying solemnly declared. Were he an ordinary individual, it is plausible that he could have been deceived. However, he stood before Di Renjie, and moreover, the Di Renjie who had encountered Li Yuanfang. I shall ensure you comprehend your fate, Di Renjie proclaimed, and then turned to inquire of the guard. Has General Li arrived? My lord, I am here. Just in time, Li Yuanfang has arrived. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Jiaying felt a wave of despair wash over him. Well then, do you not wish to say anything? Since you have seen through my ruse, I have no words left. Do as you please, whether to kill or to punish. I am at your mercy. Lin Yang, realizing the situation had been unveiled, donned a demeanor of indifference, as if a dead pig were unperturbed by boiling water. You are Lin Yang, are you not? Di Renjie certainly would not let him off so easily, he inquired. And if I am? Given that you hold the title of a 7th-rank county magistrate, you must have heard of the Xichang. Tell me, what do you suppose would happen if I were to hand you over to them? Do not attempt to intimidate me. I shall remain silent. Lin Yang's resolve was unyielding, prompting Di Renjie to order Lin Yang's confinement until further measures could be taken. Chapter 81. The scholar who carried a severed head with unyielding determination subsequently, after inquiring with other water ghosts from the North Ditch Granary, Di Renjie discovered that whenever they retrieved salt from the Han Ditch, a large ship would arrive days later to load the cargo. However, the source of this ship remained shrouded in mystery, known only to Lin Yang, who stubbornly refused to speak. My lord, allow us to take a turn. Although we lack tools here, the methods employed by our Western Depot are not something ordinary individuals can endure, Dark 15 and Dark 16 proposed. Very well. Proceed with your attempt, Di Renjie acquiesced. Faced with such a rogue, he could hardly afford to show mercy. That night, the North Ditch Granary echoed with cries of anguish. Lin Yang's body bore no unscathed flesh, not even in his most private areas. It must be said, the eunuch's methods of torment were unlike those of ordinary men. Lin Yang's tongue had been severed beforehand, yet thanks to timely medical intervention, he remained alive despite his mutilation. Now, he could not even resort to biting his tongue in self-destruction, for his tongue could not reach his teeth. His screams were a cacophony of physical agony and spiritual regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred to end his life on the spot rather than endure such suffering. 3 days elapsed, and still Lin Yang refused to cooperate. Fearing the delay might hinder Di Renjie's significant endeavors, Dark 15 and Dark 16 reported back. My lord, Lin Yang remains unyielding. Understood. Di Renjie nodded, already anticipating this outcome. During these 3 days, he had restored the North Ditch Granary to its original state, as if the attack had never transpired. Yet, the large ship mentioned by the water ghosts had yet to arrive. Di Renjie speculated that a form of communication must exist among them, with undisclosed steps in between. Recently, Yuan Chun had learned of Di Renjie's presence in Yangzhou and instructed his subordinates to proceed with caution. Without Lin Yang's handwritten note, the vessels from Wahu Zhuang would not approach the North Ditch Granary. After waiting 3 days, Di Renjie concluded that the so-called large ship would not be making an appearance, though the whereabouts of the salt remained unknown. Its ultimate destination was evidently the salt-deprived regions of Huaibei and beyond. Thus, Di Renjie, accompanied by Li Yuanfang, Xing Tai, Di Chun, Zhang Huan, and Li Lang, continued their journey toward Shui and Huaibei. As for Ning, Di Renjie arranged for him to rest aboard the vessel of the Chuji envoy. Dark 15 and Dark 16 no longer accompanied Di Renjie. They needed to escort Lin Yang back to the Western Depot. This is a matter of our dignity. I refuse to believe that our many iron tools cannot pry open your lips. Dark 15 and Dark 16 remained steadfast in their determination. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yan's vessel was nearing Shui. On this day, as the grand ship passed through Eco Town, Li Yan, having spent over half a month aboard, decided to disembark for a stroll. No matter how lavish the ship's decor, nothing compared to the grounding sensation of solid earth beneath his feet. Li Yan and Ru Yan interlocked their fingers, followed closely by a cautious Yu Huatian. After wandering for quite some time, they decided to return to their boat as night fell. However, an unexpected scene soon captured their attention. A frail scholar-like figure appeared, clutching an enigmatic object swathed in lotus leaves. At first glance, one might assume it to be a pig's head. Yet an unsettling sight revealed that it was oozing a considerable amount of blood, staining the scholar's long robe crimson. This was undoubtedly abnormal. As fate would have it, the scholar encountered the neighborhood chief, who immediately sensed something was amiss and inquired, "Gongxing, what is it that you carry?" "It is a pig's head that I borrowed from Butcher Feng for my mother's memorial tomorrow," replied the scholar, Gongsheng. "A pig's head? But freshly killed?" The chief probed further. "It should not be. It was prepared in advance by Butcher Feng," Gongsheng answered truthfully. "Ah, then that is indeed peculiar. Show me what lies beneath the lotus leaves," the chief commanded. "Yes," Gongxing complied. As he lifted the leaves, to his horror, he uncovered a human head. Panic engulfed him. His mind went blank, and he felt as though all strength had drained from his body. The round head rolled away, and Gongsheng, in a daze, collapsed to the ground. "Gongsheng, how dare you commit murder? Come, we must take you to see the county magistrate," the chief declared, intent on bringing Gongxing before the authorities. "No, it was not me. I did not kill anyone," Gongxing exclaimed in a frenzy. Yet, the chief was not inclined to believe his protests and ordered his men to seize Gongxing. Had Li Yin not witnessed the incident? It might have been a different story, but having seen it, he could not turn a blind eye. Who would so brazenly flaunt a severed head in the streets after committing such a crime? Thus, it seemed highly plausible that Gongxing was being wrongfully accused. "Stop!" Li Yin shouted. "Who are you?" The village chief inquired. "We are merely tourists, intrigued by the art of investigation. We find this case rather peculiar and have come to meddle in matters that do not concern us." "Begone, you young couple," the village chief retorted dismissively. "Go play elsewhere. This is a serious murder case. Do not invite suspicion upon yourselves." Li Yin was certainly not angered by the village chief's words. It was understandable, as the chief was unaware of their true identities. Wasn't it the village chief who claimed that the heads belonged to the Butcher Feng on credit? Why not investigate the Butcher Feng? Li Yin inquired. There is some truth to that." The village head nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Gongxing, please recount the events in detail once more. Should there be any concealment, I shall immediately take you to see the county magistrate." "Very well," Gongxing replied promptly. And he proceeded to narrate the series of events again. Subsequently, Li Yin proposed visiting the Butcher Feng's residence to investigate, to which the village head consented. Observing that Li Yin and his wife showed no hesitation regarding the matter of murder, the village head mused, "I wonder which young master this is. Utterly oblivious to the treachery of human nature. If this were to entangle them in a murder case, regret would come too late." However, the village head did not dismiss Li Yin and his wife. He had already cautioned them, and if something truly went awry, it would not be laid at his feet. In the butcher shop, Feng was leisurely propping his leg while savoring some tea. Suddenly, he noticed Gongsheng returning with a pig's head in his arms. Curiously, Feng asked, "Gongsheng, why have you returned?" "Feng, the pig's head you extended to me as issues," Gongsheng replied. "What issues?" "That was just slaughtered this morning. It cannot be spoiled." Feng assumed Gongsheng was attempting to create trouble for monetary gain, thus adopting a firmer stance. "That is not even a pig's head," Gongsheng asserted. If it is not a pig's head, then what could it possibly be? A human head, perhaps?" Feng scoffed derisively. The village head, concealed in the shadows, was suddenly elated, exclaiming, "Ha, Feng, it is indeed you. You have inadvertently let the cat out of the bag." "Village head? What brings you here?" Feng inquired in astonishment. "What brings me here? Do you not know yourself? When Gongsheng first spoke to me, I was quite skeptical. Tell me, did you not give a human head to Gongsheng?" The village head seized Feng by the collar, demanding answers. "What human head?" Feng was still bewildered by the unfolding situation. At that moment, Gongsheng hurled the pig's head onto the ground. Feng's eyes widened in horror as he recognized it as a human head. "Gongsheng, you must not ruin me. When I gave it to you, it was clearly a pig's head," Feng accused. He had only extended credit for a pig's head out of pity for Gongsheng's filial intentions and could not fathom that he would be framed in such a manner. Truly a heartless betrayal. "You clearly gave me a human head," Gongsheng retorted, refusing to yield in their dispute. Li Yin was currently surveying the Butcher Feng's meat shop. Li Yin had already examined the scene. The victim's head bore numerous knife wounds, the incisions uneven and jagged. From this, it was evident that this was certainly not the work of a professional assassin. A skilled killer aims for a swift and decisive strike, never resorting to hacking away at a victim's head with a multitude of blows to achieve their lethal intent. Li Yin scrutinized the entrance of the Butcher Feng's shop, noting the absence of any bloodstains, which indicated that the severed head had not originated from his establishment. Furthermore, Feng's cleaver was remarkably sharp, capable of decapitating a pig with ease. Thus, it was implausible that a human head would pose a challenge. Consequently, Li Yin concluded that the deceased was not slain by Feng the Butcher. As for Gong Sheng, it seemed equally improbable. Was there any incident that transpired on his return journey? Li Yin inquired. Upon hearing Li Yan's question, Gong Sheng recalled an incident. On his way back, he had collided with someone, and both of them fell to the ground, causing a pig's head to tumble down as well. Did that individual also have something in their arms? Li Yin inquired. Indeed, he too was clutching an object, similarly enveloped in lotus leaves. After colliding with me, he fled in a flurry, and at that moment, I paid little heed, merely picking up the pig's head that lay on the ground. It is only now that I comprehend. That was a human head, undoubtedly the work of that individual. Gong Sheng remarked, Humph. How can we ascertain the veracity of your claims? The village chief, with a note of skepticism, responded, If that is the case, let us proceed to the site of their collision, and we shall uncover the truth. Li Yin spoke. Subsequently, a group of individuals, guided by Gong Sheng, arrived at the site of their collision. Indeed, there lay a considerable pool of blood on the ground. This serves as evidence that Gong Sheng was not lying. Village chief, do you recognize this deceased individual? Li Yin inquired. I do not recognize him, the village chief replied. Could he possibly be a local resident? Impossible. I am familiar with everyone in this town. He is certainly not one of us. Since he is not from the town, he must have come from elsewhere. Hiku is merely a small town. Those who arrive from afar either seek refuge with relatives or are merely passing through. In the case of the latter, they would inevitably seek accommodation at an inn. Tell me, village chief, how many inns are there in Hiku? Li Yin inquired. There is only one inn. The village head replied. Very well, have someone keep an eye on this inn, and, in the meantime, inquire if there have been any reports of missing persons in the town. Li Yin spoke, yet the village chief remained silent. The situation was too cumbersome, and he was uncertain of its efficacy, thus he was reluctant to engage. Sensing the chief's unwillingness to cooperate, Li Yin clapped his hands, and Yu Huatian promptly emerged from the shadows. Come here, he instructed, pulling the village chief aside. What are you doing? The chief protested weakly, but found himself utterly unable to resist Yu Huatian's grip. Look at this. Yu Huatian briefly displayed his official credentials to the village chief. Supervisor of the Western Bureau. Third rank. The village chief was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Western Bureau's functions, but he recognized the significance of the third rank. Their county magistrate was merely of 7th rank. My lord. The chief immediately felt compelled to kneel. No need for that. Simply cooperate fully with the young master. Yu Huatian replied. The chief, clearly intimidated, quickly affirmed, Yes, I shall certainly comply. Noticing the chief's perceptiveness, Yu Huatian did not press him further, instead continuing to conceal himself in the shadows, ensuring Li Yan's safety. When the village chief encountered Li Yan once more, his heart raced with anxiety. To command a figure of such high rank must indicate immense authority. My lord, the chief spoke cautiously. Enough with the formalities. Proceed as I instructed, Li Yan replied. Yes, the chief responded, then called out to his attendants. Did you not hear the Lord's words? Why are you not hastening to act? Though the attendants were of humble status, they discerned from the chief's demeanor that Li Yan and his companions were undoubtedly formidable. Daring not to question further, they dispersed to carry out Li Yan's orders. At that moment, a melodious laugh echoed from behind Li Yan. Shuyan, what are you laughing at? He inquired. Oh, I am merely amused that you are increasingly resembling your uncle, Shuyan replied with a smile. Li Yan, what is there to find amusing? If it weren't for the fact that Ru Yan's physique is unfit, I would have surely given her a good scratch to provoke a laugh from you. However, within half an hour, the village chief came to report. My lord, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Is there a conclusion? Indeed. I had my men lie in wait around the inn, and they indeed saw the innkeeper's assistant emerge with a sack on his back. Judging by his build, it was undoubtedly a person. I intercepted him, and the sack contained a headless corpse. I have already matched the head, and it is an exact match. The village chief reported. What of the innkeeper? He has already been apprehended and is prepared to be delivered to the authorities tomorrow. Bring him forth. Yes, my lord. Soon. A small, sharp-eared fellow was brought in. His face was ashen, devoid of any hint of a smile. Understandably so. One who has committed murder and was caught red-handed would be hard-pressed to maintain a jovial demeanor. Zhangshan, answer the Lord's questions honestly, or you shall face dire consequences. The village chief warned as he brought him in. Who was the deceased? Why did you kill him? Li Yin inquired. Was the deceased a patron of your establishment? Zhangshan replied candidly, Indeed, he was. What prompted you to take his life? The guest brought with him a precious item, which ignited my greed. What was the item? A load of salt. Salt? Precisely, it was salt. I have heard that regions such as Huaibei and Shui are in dire need of salt. Thus, this load of salt is akin to a load of gold, Zhang Shen responded. Upon hearing this, Li Yin could not help but feel an even greater concern for Huaibei. The fact that someone would resort to murder over salt underscores the dire scarcity of this essential commodity. Subsequently, Li Yin ordered for Zhang Shen to be taken away, while he and Ru Yin hastened their journey to Shui. Chapter 83. Li Yan's seizure of the Shui salt market and the intriguing Hiwuching of Yuhua Tian since the infamous Hongwu shipwreck incident 2 years ago. Shui has experienced an unprecedented salt shortage. The price, which once stood at 21 per do, has steadily escalated to an alarming 501 per do. The cost of salt has become akin to that of gold. Wealthy families manage to alternate between salted and unsalted provisions, while the impoverished endure a year of bland sustenance. However, on this day, a salt merchant by the name of Li Family Salt House emerged, offering salt at the astonishingly low price of 21 per do. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens, stirring the entire county of Shui into a frenzy. The queue for the Li Family Salt House extended far beyond that of the He Family Salt House, stretching several hundred meters. Some individuals carried jars, others brought basins. And Li Yin distinctly observed a matron who had come with 2 buckets to procure salt. If the citizens of Shui continued to scramble for salt in such a manner, even 100,000 dan of salt would scarcely suffice for the town, let alone for the even more salt-deprived regions of Huaibei. Thus, Li Yin decreed a purchase limit of 1 do per person. Although the populace grumbled, they had no choice but to comply with Li Yan's authority. Prior to Li Yan's arrival, the most prominent salt merchant in Shui was the He Family Salt House, led by He Wuching. During these 2 years of salt scarcity, he had amassed considerable wealth, provoking envy among many. Li Yin has disrupted his source of income, and naturally, he would not let this matter rest. This is precisely Li Yan's intention. He seeks to investigate and discern the origins of the salt trade managed by He Wuchi. In the He residence, He Wuchi paced restlessly in his chamber. Well, have you gathered any information? What is the background of that individual? He Wuchi inquired. In response to Master He, the individual bears the surname Li, but we have not ascertained his origins, the servant replied. Surname Li? It matters not what his name is. To dare obstruct my financial ventures is to court disaster. You immediately arrange for a contingent of dozens to accompany me in demolishing his stall. He Wuchi commanded angrily. Yes, I shall attend to it at once, the servant responded. At the Li family salt shop, 2 soldiers clad in ordinary attire were methodically selling salt. Suddenly, He Wuchi appeared with a throng of dozens. Who are you to dare sell salt in Shui? Do you not know that engaging in the illicit trade of salt is a capital offense? He Wuchi interrogated, aiming to intimidate the personnel of the Li family salt shop. However, these soldiers were elite troops under the command of Qi Jiguang, and the likes of He Wuchi were far from capable of instilling fear in them. At that moment, Li Yin, who had long been awaiting this confrontation, stepped forward. To my knowledge, among the 4 official merchants in Shui, none bear the surname He. If you, He Wuchi, are permitted to sell, then why should I not? He continued. So you are aware of my identity. I offer you an opportunity. Transfer all your salt to me and depart from Shui at once, or I shall ensure you leave in a most unfavorable condition. He Wuchi declared. I have no intention of leaving Shui, and as for your methods, I am quite eager to test them, came the retort. Li Yin spoke with disdain. He Wuchi, filled with rage, had dominated Shui for 2 years. Who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Even County Magistrate Zhao Wenqing had to bow and scrape before him. Consequently, He Wuchi immediately ordered the overturning of Li Yan's salt stall. What boldness! Upon witnessing He Wuchi's aggression, Yu Huatian, standing behind Li Yin, shouted with excitement. In the past 2 years, no one had provided him with such amusement as He Wuchi had, and in gratitude, Yu Huatian resolved to treat him well. As soon as He Wuchi's men moved, dozens of individuals burst forth from the Li family salt shop. Clad in casual attire, each one was a formidable warrior, far surpassing the cowardice of He Wuchi. Indeed, Li Yin achieved a resounding victory with a score of 86-0. He Wuchi, I now present you with 2 conditions. Would you care to hear them? Yes, I am willing to listen. Please, Mr. Li, go ahead. He Wuchi, ever the bully of the weak and a coward before the strong, was now as meek as a lamb. First, you shall immediately transfer all the salt from the He family salt shop to me. Second, by the hour of the rat today, you must leave Shui and ensure I never lay eyes upon you again. Otherwise, I assure you, you would prefer not to witness my methods. He Wuqi hesitated. Is there a problem? Li Yin spoke with a tone laced with menace. Yes, yes. Wuqi will certainly comply, acknowledged He Wuqi, his voice tinged with reluctance. Subsequently, Li Yin instructed Yu Huatian to retrieve all the salt from the He family's salt shop, over 2,000 loads in total. He Wuqi felt a profound pang of sorrow, yet he dared not utter another word. Before departing, he kindly implored Yu Huatian, esteemed sir, please convey my plea to young Master Li. I assure you, Wuqi will leave Shui. I hope young Master Li will honor his word and spare my family. Rest assured, my master's promises are as solid as gold. Yu Huatian replied, then left without a backward glance. He Wuqi, I truly hope you can depart from Shui tonight. It has been quite some time since I have encountered someone as endearing as you in our Western factory. At that moment, Yu Huatian remained unaware that the Western factory had already welcomed a Lin Yang. Had he known, his excitement would have been even greater. Li Yin had long since devised a plan. Should He Wukai indeed choose to retreat from Shui, he would find himself ensnared by the clutches of the Xichang. Such a villain could hardly be allowed to escape. Li Yin would not permit it. If He Wukai possessed sufficient cunning, he would surely seek out Li Yin shortly thereafter. Upon returning home, He Wukai immediately commanded his servants to hastily pack their belongings in preparation for flight. He had a wife, Li Zijuan, whom he had coerced into marriage, and their relationship had never been particularly harmonious. Upon hearing of He Wukai's misfortune, she could not help but smile in delight. Yet, the thought of leaving Shui alongside him stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Over the past 2 years, as He Wukai accrued power and influence in Shui, he had taken numerous mistresses, a fact she was well aware of. She paid it no mind, for she too had a childhood companion outside their marriage, ensuring her own interests were safeguarded. Nevertheless, she found herself reluctant to depart from Shui and to leave her childhood sweetheart behind. She instructed someone to recount the events in detail. Indeed, the astute Li Zijuan discerned the underlying issue. If that individual wielded such formidable power, why not simply eliminate He Wukai or confine him to a state of house arrest? Why release him instead, without concern for potential retribution? Li Zijuan immediately grasped the crux of the issue. It was evident that this individual was unaware of the procurement channels for salt. If He Wuqi truly dared to leave tonight, the Li family's salt business would undoubtedly take action. With this realization, Li Zijuan summoned He Wuqi. My lady, why have you yet to gather your belongings? He Wuqi said, a tremor of fear in his voice. The man warned me that if I remain in Shui by midnight, he will annihilate my entire family. Li Zijuan cast a disdainful glance at He Wukai. Until now, she had regarded He Wukai as a quintessential villain. Yet upon meeting him today, she realized the truth. He Wukai was merely a cowardly scoundrel, inferior even to a true villain. I summoned you here to discuss a matter of great importance. Li Zijuan spoke and recounted the sequence of events. After listening, He Wukai pondered for a moment. And then a spark of realization illuminated his expression. Madam, are you suggesting that their motive was to secure access to the salt trade? Precisely, otherwise, what reason would they have to spare you? Li Zijuan retorted. Moreover, if we truly depart from Shui tonight, those individuals will undoubtedly take action to capture us. And what awaits us then would be severe torture. He Wui shivered at the thought. So, my lady, what do you propose we do? Naturally, we should proactively apologize and seek collaboration. Indeed, your reasoning is sound, my lady. I shall attend to it at once, He Wui replied, hastily departing. Chapter 84. He Wui seeks an audience with the Salt Lord. Pang Si. Upon He Wui's arrival, Yu Huatian discerned that His Majesty's scheme had succeeded. Yet, Yu Huatian could not summon joy within himself. How he wished for He Wui to make a successful escape. Then, he could engage in a warm and amicable exchange with him. The more obstinate He Wui became, the more exhilarated Yu Huatian felt, relishing the thought of it. Excuse me. May I inquire if young Master Li is available? He asked. My master is occupied. You should hurry and prepare your belongings instead of seeking our master, Yu Huatian replied, still harboring hopes that He Wui might reconsider. Would you kindly relay that He Wui has urgent matters to discuss with young Master Li? Just wait. Yu Huatian said with displeasure. My lord, after you have frightened He Wui so thoroughly today, do you think he will still come? Lu Yin inquired with confusion. Haha. If he possesses even a modicum of wit, he will certainly come. Besides, if he chooses not to, Yu Huatian will undoubtedly be quite pleased. As soon as Li Yin's voice faded, Yu Huatian knocked on the door. Come in, your majesty. He Wuqing has arrived. This He Wuqing is not foolish, is he? Go and meet him. He Wuqing pays his respects to young Master Li. Wuqing, Why are you here instead of preparing to return home? Young master, Wu Qing has come to discuss a collaboration with you. I have no need for collaboration. You may leave. If you were still in Shui by the hour of the rat tonight, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing was taken aback and quickly replied, Wu Qing would never dare to defy young master, but I simply wish to offer my assistance. Assist me? What aid can you possibly provide? Li Yin retorted, questioning the methods of salt procurement. Although the young master currently possesses some salt, he will inevitably exhaust his supply if he continues to sell it in this manner. Five Wonders could potentially collaborate with the young master through the salt procurement channel. Are you attempting to coerce me using the salt procurement channel? The young master is overthinking. How could Five Wonders dare to do so? Your subordinates hold my very life in their hands. Five Wonders merely wishes to survive and does not desire to leave Shui. Where I have spent the better part of my life, Woki humbly remarked. If that is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity. However, during your next salt procurement, my men must accompany you. Upon hearing that Li Yin would spare him, Woki felt a surge of joy. But his heart sank again upon hearing the latter part of the statement. He feared that once Li Yin became aware of the salt procurement channel, he might discard him without a second thought. Yet, the circumstances were beyond his control, and Woki could no longer afford to hesitate. Yes, Five Wonders will comply with all of young Master Li's commands. Very well, if you behave, I shall not treat you poorly. Yes, indeed, Five Wonders will certainly be obedient. Despite harboring 1,000 grievances, Woki recognized that he was no match for the formidable figures associated with the Li family. Thus, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. On this day, aside from Woki, another individual sought an audience with Li Yin. This person was none other than the notorious salt trafficker, Pang Si. Initially, Li Yin was reluctant to meet him. However, curiosity compelled him to observe the nature of this salt trafficker. According to the law, the trafficking of illicit salt is a capital offense. Although the situation is compounded by the court's involvement, these individuals have nonetheless engaged in unlawful activities. Li Yin wished to meet this individual, had he not been utterly irredeemable. Li Yin might have considered granting clemency. Young Master Li, Pang Si has come to beseech you to spare our salt smugglers a chance at survival, Pang Si stated plainly. We sell salt, and you salt smugglers also sell salt. Have we obstructed your path? Li Yin retorted, My lord, the salt that we, the salt smugglers, possess has all been obtained through bloodshed. You sell it here for merely 21 a dough. How are we to sell our salt at such a price? So you intend to keep the salt prices high, allowing the people of Shui to continue suffering in dire straits? Li Yin questioned. At that moment, Pang Si was at a loss for words. He had thought that the Li family salt business was merely a new exploitative venture. Selling salt at a fair price was simply a strategy to undermine Wu Qing, yet he had unexpectedly invoked the plight of the people of Shui. There was a time when he himself had been a destitute citizen, but in this harsh world, those in power offered no respite, which had compelled him to take risks alongside his fellow villagers. Young Master Li, do you mean to say that you will continue to sell salt at this price in the future? Indeed, this is the official price set by the court, and no one is permitted to alter it. Young Master Li, you must be an official, correct? Pang Si asked with certainty. What do you think? I presume that you are. Pang Si, do you understand that privately selling salt is a capital offense? I am aware, yet if I do not sell salt illegally, we would have perished from starvation long ago, Pang Si replied. Li Yin, witnessing Pang Si's genuine emotions, resolved to grant him an opportunity. Very well. I shall afford you a chance. Divulge to me all that you know. Once the matters here are concluded, I shall take it upon myself to absolve you from the death penalty. Li Yin spoke, and Pang Si still did not comprehend the gravity of his words. He believed Li Yin to be a high official under the emperor. What is it, my lord? What would you like to know? How much do you know about the capsizing of the salt transport ships in the Han River? Pang Si shook his head and replied, I only know that the ships carrying salt for the court are destined to capsize when they pass through the Han River, but I am unaware of the reasons behind it. Well, do you know where the salt held by Hiwuchi and the other salt merchants originates? Yes. It comes from Wohu village, from Gu Tianba, Pang Si said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Huatian whispered in Li Yan's ear, Your Majesty, Gu Tianba is indeed the father of Yun Gu. No wonder she has not brought news regarding the Han River incident. And where does the salt from Wohu village come from? I do not know, Pang Si responded. Are you aware of the route to Wohu village? I do. Very well. If you can lead us to extinguish Wohu village, I shall spare your life from the salt smugglers. The commoner is most grateful, my lord. Now that they had discovered Hiwuchi's salt supply channel, Was Wuqi no longer of any use? Yu Huatian began to contemplate various possibilities. Your Majesty, what about Wuqi? Is he to be dealt with as you see fit? Li Yin cast a glance at Yu Huatian and spoke. Indeed, thank you for your assistance. My lord. Chapter 85. Yu Huatian's loyalty bore fruit. With the allegiance of Pang Si, the influence of Wuqi diminished significantly. Having secured Li Yan's approval, late at night, Yu Huatian, accompanied by his men, set out for the He residence with the intent to apprehend someone. However, perhaps Yu Huatian underestimated Wuqi. Or perhaps he aimed to surprise him. Regardless, when Yu Huatian arrived at the He residence, he found it devoid of its target. After some investigation, he discovered that Wuqi was clandestinely rendezvousing with his lover at the Inn. Without delay, Yu Huatian proceeded to the inn. In room Tianjie, the couple lay entwined, their bare collarbones peeking out from beneath the covers, leaving little to the imagination regarding their state of undress. A pair of illicit lovers. Yu Huatian scoffed. Suddenly, in the depths of slumber, Wuqi felt a chilling sensation on his neck. Assuming it was the cold hand of Yin Xiaoyu, he instinctively desired to pull her closer for warmth. Yet, upon contact, terror gripped him. Wuqi bolted awake, only to find himself surrounded by a dozen figures clad in black, the foremost being none other than a subordinate of Li Yin. What do you want? Wuqi stammered, trembling. At that moment, his mistress also awoke, letting out a scream. Fortunately, Yu Huatian had ensured that there were no other patrons around, or the scene would have been quite alarming. Wuqi, come with me, Yu Huatian commanded. But I made an arrangement with your lord, who promised to spare me. Wuqi protested, shaking. Fear not, I harbor no intention of killing you. Now, let us go, Yu Huatian replied, pulling Wuqi from under the covers, revealing his bare and unsightly form. Truly repulsive, Yu Huatian remarked disdainfully, before a swift motion severed a long appendage from Wuqi's body, sending blood splattering in a gruesome display. The sudden onslaught of pain elicited a scream from Wuqi. This is merely the beginning. There is much more to come, Yu Huatian coldly stated as he dragged Wuqi away, neglecting his mistress, who, paralyzed with fear, remained cocooned in the sheets, watching as Wuqi was taken. Once Wuqi had been led away, Yin Xiaoyu hastily donned her blood-stained garments and fled. Upon returning home, she encountered Sun Shiwang, who had just returned from business, coincidentally running into the panic-stricken Yin Xiaoyu as she emerged from the inn. Immediately, he realized that this wretched woman had once again adorned him with a vivid green hat of infidelity. Fueled by rage, he charged forth. Upon returning home, Sun Xiangwang could scarcely contain the fury within him and unleashed a brutal beating upon Yin Xiaoyu. Terrified and bereft of her former support, Yin Xiaoyu could no longer confront Sun Xiangwang as she once did. She could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, Wuqi was forcibly taken away under dire circumstances, and this incident swiftly spread throughout Shui, sparking numerous speculations among the populace, who conjectured that it was the hand of the Li family salt house at play. Prior to their arrival, Wuqi had remained unscathed, and tensions had recently flared between him and the Li family salt house. However, the common folk were indifferent to these intricacies. They were merely grateful for the affordable salt provided by the Li family, wishing it could consistently be priced at 21 per do. After the incident involving Wuqi, his wife, Li Zijuan, hastily reached out to his childhood companion, the county magistrate Zhao Wenqing. Upon learning of Wuqi's demise, Zhao Wenqing was elated. All he needed to do now was seize control of the salt market in Shui, and then wed Zijuan, thereby inheriting all that belonged to Wuqi. Moreover, he had previously struck an agreement with Gutianba of Wu Zhuang. Should he succeed in dismantling Wuqi, Gutianba would acknowledge him as the master of the Shui salt market. Little did he know, as Li Zijuan sought to contact him, that agents from the Western Depot were already tracking his movements. At the break of dawn, Zhao Wenqing, accompanied by a throng of officials, besieged the Li family salt house. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? Yu Huatian inquired with a chilling smile. Though he smiled, there was an unsettling quality to it that sent shivers down one's spine. I suspect that the disappearance of Wuqi is connected to you. I hope you will cooperate with the investigation, Zhao Wenqing asserted, exuding an air of authority. Oh, does the magistrate have any evidence for such claims? Yu Huatian retorted. I possess no evidence, yet it is reasonable to suspect that you harbor enmity towards Wuqi, Zhao Wenqing responded with an air of conviction. Such a statement seems rather biased. Ask around. Is there anyone in Shui who does not despise Wuqi? Do you hate Wuqi? Yu Huatian boldly queried. Indeed, I would relish the opportunity to rid the world of him, came the chorus of voices from the salt buyers. Angered and humiliated, the magistrate snapped. Nonsense. Besides you, who in Shui could possibly have abducted Huaqi? There are many who could, including yourself, magistrate, Yu Huaidian countered. What a clever tongue you possess. Are you implying that I intentionally desire your downfall? What benefit would I gain from such actions? Huh. I presume the county magistrate is motivated by the delicate wife of Huoqi and the salt market under his control, Yu Huaidian remarked with a note of sarcasm. Oh. You, audacious one, how dare you slander this official? Come, seize them. With a huff, he exclaimed, let us see who dares. No sooner had Yu Huaidian spoken than dozens of individuals surged forth from the side. These were not clad in casual attire but donned armor, exuding an imposing presence. Soon, Zhao Wenqing and the others were apprehended and taken to an undisclosed secret chamber. Who are you? Zhao Wenqing asked, trembling with fear. Is it not evident? I represent the salt enterprise of the Li family, Yu Huaidian replied. Li? Zhao Wenqing murmured, his heart sinking into despair. Since the ascension of the current emperor, apart from Princess Yang, who enjoys the sovereign's favor, no other descendants of the Li clan had been granted significant roles. Thus, how many individuals named Li could command troops? Zhao County Magistrate, have you pondered how to account for your actions? Yu Huaidian inquired. Who are you? My name should be familiar to you. I am Yu Huaidian. You are the supervisor of the Western Depot? Zhao Wenqing realized, incredulity washing over him. Since you are aware of my identity, you should also comprehend the methods employed by our Western Depot. Will you confess the truth willingly, or shall you endure torture before divulging your tale? Yesterday, I had just left a man severely incapacitated. Does Lord Zhao wish to try his hand as well? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenqing's face paled, overwhelmed by fear. After years of service, he was well aware of the ruthless methods employed by the Western Depot. The individual he referenced, the one left maimed, must surely be He Wuqing. The Western Depot embodies the Emperor's will, and he could not possibly resist it. Before Yu Huaidian had even resorted to torture, he divulged every detail of the matter. His envy for He Wuqing, who reigned tyrannically in Shui with immense wealth, consumed him. His jealousy intensified upon learning that his childhood companion, Zijuan, was coerced into marrying He Wuqing. He had been utilizing Zijuan to gather intelligence on He Wuqing and had recently uncovered the source of his salt supply. Yet, just as he had begun to make connections with Gutianba and had gained his approval, he was captured by Yu Huaidian. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Chapter 86. The tragic demise of Hu Yungu returned to the tiger's lair under the cover of night. The address provided by Zhao Wenqing matched that given by Pang Si, confirming that neither had lied. Consequently, Li Yin resolved to mobilize troops to the tiger's lair. However, just as one crisis seemed to abate, another arose. Tonight, a full moon hung serenely in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the boat. Yungu, Hu Yun, and over 100 assassins from the Iron Hand Society gathered at this location. On board, only a few soldiers could be vaguely seen on guard. Moreover, due to the salt transport, the latter had yet to be removed. Was this not an opportune moment? Yungu, let us proceed, Hu Yun suggested. Although he was Yungu's senior, since losing his arm, his standing had diminished significantly, rendering him barely superior to an ordinary assassin, in stark contrast to Yungu, who held the trust of their leader. Yungu, with a grave expression, replied, I sense something amiss. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. What are we waiting for? Yungu, this is indeed a rare opportunity, Hu Yun urged, while Yungu wore an expression of hesitation. After contemplating for what seemed like the duration of a tea session, she finally spoke. Very well, let us take action. Yungu commanded. This battle is not for the purpose of slaying foes, but rather to incinerate the vessels. The assassins ignited their torches and charged forward one by one. Observing this, Yungu merely revealed a cryptic smile from behind. As expected, before they could approach the ships, numerous individuals surged forth from aboard. The continuous stream suggested that there must be at least thousands. This is bad. There is an ambush. Hu Yun exclaimed in shock. Humph. How could they possibly know we would come? There must be a traitor among us, Yungu replied. Indeed, Hu Yun nodded, preparing to speak, when suddenly, Yungu thrust a sword through his heart. Hu Yun stared at Yungu in disbelief, blood spilling from his lips as he murmured, You. Yet, Yungu remained unfazed, stating, Humph, I just mentioned something was amiss, and you insisted on urging me to act. You must be the traitor. Upon hearing her words, Hu Yun's eyes widened in despair. Brothers, we have now been exposed. Only by burning the official ships do we stand a chance. Charge. The assassins, convinced by Yungu's declaration that Hu Yun was indeed the traitor, followed her orders without doubt and foolishly rushed forward. The inevitable outcome was their complete annihilation at the hands of the well-prepared Qi Jiguang. After the battle concluded, Yu Huatian approached Yungu. "Yungu, you have performed admirably," he said. "Thank you, Supervisor Xie," Yungu replied respectfully. "The incident with the sinking boats at Hongou has persisted for 2 years. Why have you not reported it?" Yu Huatian inquired again, his subordinate in a state of confusion, pleading for the Lord's mercy. Yungu spoke. "Very well. You have committed transgressions, yet you also possess merits. His Majesty wishes to see you. Please accompany me." Upon hearing this, Yungu felt a pang of anxiety, for the prospect of facing the emperor was daunting. Her heart raced with trepidation. Upon entering the presence of His Majesty, she proclaimed, "Long live the emperor." "You may dispense with the formalities," the emperor replied. "Yungu, you initially failed to report the truth, resulting in a 2-year scarcity of salt in Huaibei. This is indeed a grave fault. However, you have recognized your errors and returned to the right path. Thus your merits outweigh your misdeeds. I shall choose not to punish you, and may even bestow a reward." Yungu hastily expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yet, the emperor continued, "Nonetheless, your residence, Wu Zhuang, has been a den of iniquity for many years. Particularly your father, Gutianba. I cannot abstain from executing him. Please, Your Majesty, spare my father. I am willing to sacrifice my life in his stead," Yungu implored. Kneeling in desperation, "Your Majesty, my father is not the mastermind behind the tragedy at Hongou. That blame rests with Prince Yuan Chun. My father acted under duress. I beseech you to consider that he is not the true villain and grant him clemency." Yungu continued to plead fervently, bowing deeply. "Very well," the emperor conceded. "In light of your repeated contributions to the Western factory, I shall grant you a chance. Tomorrow, I shall mobilize a great army to subdue Wu Zhuang. If you can persuade Gutianba to surrender and assist us in capturing the remnants of Yuan Chi and the Iron Hand clan, I shall spare his life." Li Yin spoke. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now. I will certainly persuade my father to surrender." Yungu expressed her gratitude. "Very well. You may depart." Yu Huatian escorted Yungu out, and she, unwilling to linger, hurried back to Wu village overnight. She was confident that once she explained the situation to her father, he would not remain obstinate. In the event that Gutianba were to lose his senses, she would undoubtedly rescue Xiao Qing, as that girl had no connection whatsoever to the Hongou case. "Your Majesty, the person has departed. Indeed, Your Majesty is merciful, willing to grant Gutianba a chance at life. Haha. Instruct someone to keep a close watch on Wu village. Should there be any sign of unrest, report to me immediately." Li Yin commanded. "Your Majesty, are you concerned that Gutianba might flee?" Li Yin shook his head. "The Iron Hand Society wields considerable influence in Yangzhou, and all the salt in Huaibei originates from Wu Zhuang. Such a crucial location. Do you truly believe that Yuan Chi lacks surveillance? What His Majesty implies is that, upon Yungu's return home, Yuan Chi will promptly discern her betrayal. To prevent exposure, he will undoubtedly resort to lethal measures. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that Wu Zhuang serves as bait? Not entirely. If they can indeed lure out Yuan Chi, what harm is there in sparing their lives?" Yungu, mounted on her warhorse, did not dare to pause even for a moment. When her steed faltered, she swiftly replaced it and continued her flight, fearful that Li Yin might overtake her. Meanwhile, Li Yin commenced his expedition at dawn, taking the waterways to Wu Zhuang. Along the journey, he also caught sight of the grand vessel of Renjie, dispatched for his official duties. Li Yin promptly commanded the ship to approach. Renjie and Li Yuanfang were aboard, and after exchanging intelligence with them, Li Yin grasped the details of the situation. Initially, the water ghosts responsible for the North Ditch Granary were tasked with carving ships and transporting salt to the granary, from whence it would be conveyed to the Tiger Lair. Furthermore, the salt merchants in the Huai North region could only procure salt with the credentials of Hongdong Guifang, thereby ensuring that all profits flowed into Hongdong Guifang. Ultimately, the owner of Hongdong Guifang, Prince Yuan Chi of Ing, would oversee the distribution of these benefits. Upon learning that Li Yin had discerned the location of the Tiger Lair and had successfully lured out the serpent, Renjie promptly redirected the ship, abandoning their course to Shui, and followed Li Yin to the Tiger Lair. Chapter 87. The licentious Sixth and Yuan Chi's suspicion within the Tiger Lair. After enduring a relentless journey, Yungu finally returned home. In the Tiger Lair, Gutianba had also gathered many retainers, whose sole purpose was to ensure the safety of the establishment. Among them was the sixth, the most skilled in martial arts. He harbored an ultimate dream, to marry both Yungu and Xiaoqing. Despite his repeated proposals to Gu Tianba, he was consistently rebuffed. Yungu and Xiaoqing did not regard him with any warmth either. Upon seeing Yungu's return, the sixth approached her with a beaming smile. "Miss Yungu, you have returned?" "Indeed," Yungu replied curtly, nodding without a smile. "Where is my father?" "Master Gu is in his study," the sixth responded. Yungu nodded again and made her way to the study. The sixth observed her retreating figure, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable expression, silently trailing behind her. Lost in her own troubled thoughts and within the confines of her home, Yungu remained oblivious to his pursuit. In the study, Gu Tianba was seated, reviewing accounts, at times elated, at others sighing in dismay. The door creaked open. "Yungu, what brings you back? Does the Iron Hand Society have a mission?" "Father, what are you doing?" "I am examining the accounts of our tiger lair. Although the profits from salt are substantial, less than a tenth reaches us, and I find it unbearable," Gu Tianba lamented, watching the gleaming silver slip through his fingers. His heart pained. "Father, do not dwell on that for now. I have something of great importance to discuss." "What is it?" "Father, I have returned to persuade you to ally with the court and assist in the eradication of the Iron Hand Society," Yungu declared. Gu Tianba was taken aback, his face pale with shock. "Yungu, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are suggesting?" "Daughter understands. Hence, she urges father," Yungu remarked. "However, as you know, father has committed numerous heinous acts in recent years. Can the imperial court possibly spare him? Moreover, should we align ourselves with the court, the Iron Hand Society will not let us escape unscathed." Yungu patiently elucidated. "Father, the Iron Hand Society is on the verge of collapse. If we do not surrender soon, we shall face certain death." Why do you say this?" Hearing this, Yungu whispered softly into Gu Tianba's ear. "Father, I am actually affiliated with the Western Depot. The imperial forces are currently advancing towards Wahuzhuang. I hope you will not remain obstinate." "Is what you say true?" Gu Tianba inquired, his brow furrowing. Yungu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I would never deceive you regarding such a matter." A sigh of relief. "You are truly my beloved daughter," Gu Tianba remarked with a profound tone. "Everything I do is for you and your sister, for the sake of our Wahuzhuang," he continued, exhaling deeply. "The tide of fate is difficult to resist. Well, I can only hope the court will indeed spare the lives of my family." "Father, you are wise. I shall prepare to welcome the imperial forces," Yungu declared. "Go." Gu Tianba waved his hand wearily. Upon Yungu's exit, she encountered Xiaoqing. "Sister, you have returned. How wonderful. You haven't visited Xiaoqing in such a long time." "Yes, Xiaoqing," Yungu gently patted her head, "this time I plan to stay and accompany you at home." "Really?" "Of course. That is splendid," Xiaoqing exclaimed joyfully. While Yungu conversed with Xiaoqing, she remained oblivious to the fact that Lao Lu had already set his sights on the Iron Hand Society. "Humph, elder brother, if you act without mercy, do not blame me for being heartless," Lao Lu muttered darkly to himself, a sinister expression forming on his countenance. "Once Wahuzhuang is destroyed, let us see how you two escape from my grasp." That night, Lao Lu infiltrated the Iron Hand Society, claiming to be from Wahuzhuang and bearing vital intelligence. Consequently, the Iron Hand Society permitted his entry, and the leader, Yuan Chi, personally received him. Just moments ago, Yuan Chi had received intelligence from a scout of Wahuzhuang, indicating that Yungu had suddenly returned and had been speaking with Gu Tianba in the study. This mission was fraught with peril. Escape was improbable. Moreover, what of the other members of the Iron Hand Society? What of Hu Yun? And why had Yungu forsaken the Iron Hand Society to go to Wahuzhuang? What discussions had transpired between her and Gu Tianba? All these thoughts plagued Yuan Chi's mind, filling him with unease. Just then, news arrived that someone from Wahuzhuang had come to report vital intelligence. Yuan Chi immediately realized that these questions would soon find their answers. "Who are you?" Yuan Chi inquired. "I beseech you, esteemed leader. I am but a humble guest of the Wahu Manor, ranked as the sixth." "Very well, what intelligence do you possess?" "Master, I inadvertently overheard that Miss Yun is persuading Master Gu to betray you and align himself with the court, and Master Gu has consented to this treachery. Thus, I hasten to report this to you," the sixth one declared. "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed, I heard it with my own ears," he affirmed. "Since you are a guest of Wahu Manor, why would you betray it?" Yuan Chi questioned, a flicker of disdain evident in his gaze. For he harbored a profound aversion to traitors. "Master, I implore you, after you eliminate Wahu Manor, grant me Miss Yun and Miss Xiaoqing as rewards." Desire gleamed in the eyes of the sixth one as he beseeched. "Ah, I see, Yuan Chi remarked, his contempt deepening. So he was merely a lustful traitor. Once Wahoo Manor was eradicated, this man could not be spared, Yuan Chi mused. If he could so easily betray Wahoo Manor, he could just as easily turn on Yuan Chi himself. Such a person was not to be trusted. Thus, what purpose did it serve to keep him around? His only value lay in assisting in the downfall of Wahoo Manor. Once that singular value was lost, so too would be his life. Chapter 88. Is your mind clouded? Wahoo Manor was a crucial link in the Hugo shipwreck case, and its proximity to the Iron Hand Corps headquarters meant that most of its members were aware of the Corps location. Consequently, upon learning of Wahoo Manor's betrayal, Yuan Chi wasted no time in heading there. Additionally, since the sixth one had not overheard Miss Yun's whispered words to Gu Tianba, he was entirely oblivious to the impending arrival of the Imperial Army. Otherwise, rather than contemplating murder to silence him, he would be devising an escape plan. The following morning, the steward of Wahoo Manor arrived to report, "Elder brother, the sixth one has been missing since last night. We do not know where he has gone." Gu Tianba waved his hand dismissively, saying, that lecherous sixth one has likely wandered off to indulge himself in some brothel. Pay him no mind." Gu Tianba held no suspicion regarding the sixth one's sudden disappearance, for such occurrences were not without precedent. He chuckled inwardly, contemplating whether such a character was truly worthy of marrying his daughter. Yet, within a span of less than 5 minutes, the steward rushed back in a flurry. Gasping for breath, Gu Tianba inquired, "What has you in such a haste? Has the courtsman arrived?" Panting heavily, the steward finally managed to utter, "No, not them. It is the Iron Hand Corps, and they are armed with blades. Their intentions do not appear benevolent." "What?" Gu Tianba was instantly taken aback. Yun Gu, however, remained relatively composed and inquired, "Is the leader among them a rotund individual clad in a python robe?" The steward responded, "It's too far for me to see clearly, but it appears there are at least several hundred people." "Father, it seems our plans have been compromised," Yun Gu remarked. "How could that be? We only finalized our strategy yesterday. How could the Iron Hand gang have discovered it today?" Gu Tianba questioned. "There must be a traitor among us," Yun Gu asserted. "Who could it be?" Gu Tianba asked. "Perhaps you should consider who is currently absent from Wahoo Manor," Yun Gu replied. "Indeed, it's Lao Lu," Gu Tianba said through gritted teeth. "Lao Lu vanished yesterday, and today, the Iron Hand gang arrives at our doorstep. Who would believe he is not the traitor?" "What shall we do now, Yun Gu?" Gu Tianba inquired. "We can only rally our forces and fight," Yun Gu suggested. "But can we truly defeat them?" Gu Tianba expressed his concern. "Father, if we do not resist, we are certain to perish. We might as well give it a try. Moreover, considering the speed of their advance, the Imperial Army should be arriving today. By resisting, we at least have a chance at survival, whereas inaction guarantees our demise." Gu Tianba nodded. Yun Gu's reasoning resonated with him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "Very well, Yun Gu, I shall heed your counsel." Swiftly, Gu Tianba and Yun Gu organized their forces and confronted the Iron Hand gang 1 kilometer from Wahoo Manor. "What is the meaning of this, sect master? Why have you brought so many people to my Wahoo Manor?" Gu Tianba feigned ignorance. I previously warned you that all traitors must meet their end. You have betrayed the Iron Hand gang, and I am here to purge the disloyal," Yuan Chi declared. "Sect master, how can you say such things? I have diligently managed Wahoo Manor for the Iron Hand gang without a hint of betrayal," Gu Tianba protested. His words were a desperate attempt to stall for time, hoping for the arrival of the Imperial Army. Unbeknownst to Yuan Chi, he was unaware of the impending arrival of the Imperial forces and showed no concern for Gu Tianba's fate. "Bring him forth," Yuan Chi commanded, instructing his men to present Lao Lu. "Is it you?" Gu Tianba feigned shock. "Why? I have treated you well. Why would you conspire against me before the sect master?" Gu Tianba demanded. "Conspire? Gu Tianba, if you wish to keep secrets, you must refrain from wrongdoing. Do you truly believe the sect master would trust you? And dare you claim you have been kind to me? Despite my repeated requests, you have refused to betroth Miss Xiao Qing to me. And yet you still assert you have treated me well?" Upon hearing this, Gu Tianba displayed a countenance filled with sorrow. "Lao Lu, I have long regarded you as my son-in-law. However, Xiao Qing is still young, and you have your own career to develop. My refusal of your proposal was solely to encourage you to focus on your endeavors. Were it not for this, I would have readily consented to your union." After listening to Gu Tianba's words, Lao Lu found it hard to believe and felt a twinge of regret. Did the master truly have my best interests at heart? Some doubt lingered in his mind. Yuan Chi, observing Lao Lu's naivety, felt a surge of frustration. Utterly foolish, Yuan Chi inwardly cursed. regardless of the truth of his words. Eliminate the Wahoo Manor, and both Yungu and Xiaoqing will be yours, he seductively urged. Yuan Chi's proposition jolted Lao Lu's thoughts. Yes, if they vanquished Wahoo Manor, they would be his. Reflecting on Gu Tianba's kindness, Lao Lu shouted, Brother, you have treated me well. But you have betrayed the Iron Hand Society, and today, your demise is inevitable. Rest assured, I will treat Yungu and Xiaoqing with kindness. Gu Tianba replied. You wish to kill me after I have done you good, only to marry my daughter? Have you lost your senses? Enough, Master Gu. There is no point in prolonging this. Your death is certain today, Yuan Chi declared. He then commanded the assassins of the Iron Hand Society to commence their assault. Chapter 89. The confrontation between Li Yuanfang and Yu Huadian. Yuan Chi's escape. Though the Iron Hand Society was devoid of its top assassins, even their ordinary assassins proved superior to the retainers of Wahoo Manor, let alone the average household servants. Soon, even with Gu Tianba himself in the fray, the tide of battle remained unfavorable. Yuan Chi refrained from engaging. He awaited the arrival of a certain individual. As expected, Yungu led another contingent from Wahoo Manor onto the battlefield. The arrival of reinforcements caused a slight disarray among the ranks of the Iron Hand Society. However, this small number of fighters would scarcely alter the outcome of the battle. Once a premier assassin of the Iron Hand Society, Yungu found herself at ease against these mediocre or inconsequential adversaries. Yet, after she had dispatched 5 or 6 foes, Yuan Chi ensnared her. Yuan Chi, the leader of the Iron Hand Society and a master of unparalleled skill, was far beyond Yungu's caliber. Nevertheless, cornered as she was, Yungu disregarded her own safety with each strike. Thus, she merely found herself slightly at a disadvantage, given her condition and Yuan Chi's reluctance to risk himself. She might still endure for a few more minutes. However, the decline of Wahoo Manor was becoming increasingly apparent, and Yungu was growing wearier, the situation becoming dire. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Yin and his companions finally reached Wahoo Manor. Just as they approached, before the vessel had even come to a halt, they heard voices from below calling out, Pray, is it the Imperial Army that has arrived? Who are you, and how do you know of our presence? Li Yuanfang inquired. Replying to your excellency, I am but the steward of the Sleeping Tiger Manor. My master has resolved to ally with the court, however. He has been betrayed by a scoundrel. Early this morning, the Iron Hand Brigade arrived with their men and are currently engaged in battle. I have come at my master's behest to await the Imperial Army. I implore all of you, noble lords, to save our Sleeping Tiger Manor. To rescue our master and young lady. The steward knelt, weeping profusely. Your Majesty, the Sleeping Tiger Manor is currently embroiled in conflict with the Iron Hand Brigade. This presents a splendid opportunity for us to capture them all at once, Renjie asserted. Your Majesty, although Yungu has previously betrayed us, she ultimately chose to side with the Western Bureau. I too hope that your Majesty can rescue her, for she possesses considerable talent, Yu Huadian added. Very well, Li Yuanfang. Yu Huadian, heed my command. You too shall proceed to lend your support. The main army will follow shortly. Yes, your Majesty. Li Yuanfang and Yu Huadian exchanged a glance. And then both leaped from the boat, landing gracefully on the sandy ground. It appeared that they were intentionally engaging in a contest. Sprinting swiftly as if competing to see who would reach the battlefield first, Li Yuanfang is a renowned spirit wielder, and Yu Huadian is equally a celebrated factory overseer. However, with the advantage of worldly enhancements, Li Yuanfang triumphed over several adversaries, arriving at the battlefield ahead of Yu Huadian. General Li is indeed formidable, remarked Yu Huadian. The factory overseer is the most impressive individual Yuanfang has ever encountered. Li Yuanfang respectfully remarked, although he had just narrowly triumphed over Yu Huadian in martial prowess. It was indeed merely a slight victory. The man's most formidable attribute lay in his profound connection with the heart of the sage, even if he possessed no martial skills. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Yungu faced the formidable Yuan Chi, frequently finding herself in perilous situations. Her garments bore several slashes, exposing large expanses of her fair skin. As her anxiety grew, her techniques, though fierce, revealed even more vulnerabilities. In a moment of desperation, she lunged forward. Yet Yuan Chi did not evade as he had previously. Instead, he suddenly crouched, thrusting a steel blade towards her abdomen. Yungu sensed the imminent danger, but was utterly unprepared to counter. A wave of dread washed over her. However, just as she braced for the anticipated pain, a loud thud resounded, and the anguish she feared did not manifest. It was Li Yuanfang who had arrived just in time, wielding his chain blade to save her life. Raising her head, Yungu cast a grateful glance at Li Yuanfang. The feeling of having escaped death was truly exhilarating. Within the Iron Hand Society, rumors circulated that Li Yuanfang was a demon, yet as his comrade, one could not help but feel an immense sense of security. Is that you? Yuan Qi recognized Li Yuanfang at a glance, having encountered him in Shanyan County. And I, the sect leader, we are indeed old adversaries. I wonder if you remember me? Humph, your tone is so peculiar. You must be the West Factory supervisor, Yu Huatian, Yuan Qi responded, his demeanor unflinching, though inwardly he began to reconsider his stance. Indeed, that is I, sect leader. Today the West Factory and your Iron Hand Society shall determine the victor, Yu Huatian declared. Humph, come at me. I fear you not. Yuan Qi shouted defiantly. Just as Li Yuanfang and Yu Huatian prepared for combat, Yuan Qi unexpectedly turned and fled. One Li Yuanfang was already enough to challenge him. Not to mention the presence of Yu Huatian. Would he not flee, or would he linger for tea? Li Yuanfang suddenly recalled that Yuan Qi was an individual who greatly valued his life. Even when he had the upper hand in Shan'an County, he dared not engage in a life-and-death struggle. Moreover, with the presence of the factory supervisor here, he was undoubtedly filled with trepidation. Factory supervisor, Yuan Qi must be terrified. Let us pursue him, urged Yu Huatian. Thus, the two set off in pursuit of Yuan Qi. Observing their retreating figures, Yungu felt the urge to follow. But upon glancing back, she noticed that her father and the members of Wohu village were nearing their limits. Consequently, she suppressed her impulsive desires and joined the battlefield alongside Gu Tianba. With the addition of a top-tier expert like Yungu, the tide of battle began to shift gradually. While Wohu village could not completely dominate the Iron Hand gang, they were certainly no longer at risk of easy defeat. Yungu single-handedly engaged 5 or 6 second-tier assassins. At that moment, Li Yin, Di Renjie, and Qi Jiguang arrived with the imperial army. Li Yin had no intention of capturing anyone alive. Thus, the Iron Hand Brigade was entirely annihilated, with only Yuan Qi managing to escape. Chapter 90, Yungu joins the Western Factory in Luoyang. And Zheng Tai is appointed as the governor of Yangzhou. Upon meeting the emperor, Yungu hurriedly knelt in reverence as Li Yin arrived. Gu Tianba was taken aback. The girl had never mentioned that the emperor was personally present. Despite his astonishment, Gu Tianba wasted no time and promptly knelt, declaring, Criminal Gu Tianba pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Please rise, Gu Tianba. I have promised Yungu that as long as you surrender and assist us in eradicating the Iron Hand Brigade, your life will be spared. Thank you, your majesty. Well, while the death penalty may be avoided, the consequences of your actions are inescapable. From this day forth, all guests, servants, and maids at the Hidden Tiger Manor must be dismissed. You shall not leave the manor for the rest of your life. Should you do so, do not blame me for being merciless. Preserving his life was already a stroke of fortune for Gu Tianba, especially considering he was well past 50. What significance did it hold to remain confined? Thank you, your majesty. Subsequently, it was learned that Li Yuanfang and Yu Huatian had pursued Yuan Qi, whose whereabouts coincided with the headquarters of the Iron Hand Brigade. Thus, Yungu led Li Yin and the others to join them in the search. At that moment, Yuan Qi was not in a favorable state, as he found himself entangled with the two formidable experts, Li Yuanfang and Yu Huatian. All three were top-tier masters, equally matched in skill. However, Yuan Qi was ultimately facing both Li Yuanfang and Yu Huatian. Within a mere 10 exchanges, Yuan Qi was left utterly exhausted. You too. Being top-tier masters, resort to overwhelming numbers? Is there no honor among the martial world? Yuan Qi provocatively exclaimed, hoping to incite either Li Yuanfang or Yu Huatian into a one-on-one duel. Is there any need for chivalry when dealing with a scoundrel like you? Li Yuanfang questioned. When they wield their blades against the innocent, they seldom adhere to the codes of chivalry. Ren Huatian embodies this notion. In a certain sense, he is indeed a villain. What need does a villain have for the principles of chivalry? Thus, Yuan Qi's provocation proved futile, and he was compelled to continue confronting the onslaught of the two adversaries. Li Yuanfang wielded a knife, while Yu Huatian brandished a sword, and Yuan Qi was also armed with a steel blade. The three engaged in a fierce battle. Their skills evenly matched, yet reminiscent of the earlier treatment endured by Yungu, Yuan Qi found himself increasingly marked by wounds. It appeared that neither of his adversaries wished to dispatch him easily, as the injuries upon Yuan Qi multiplied. Nevertheless, both Li Yuanfang and Yu Huatian showed no inclination to conclude the fight. Gradually, Yuan Qi transformed into a figure drenched in blood. His face, neck, abdomen, waist, and legs bore no unscathed areas, each marred by cuts from blades. In a fit of rage, Yuan Chi let out a furious cry and, seemingly disregarding his own life, swung wildly in all directions. However, Li Yuanfang and Yu Huatian regarded this with indifference. They exchanged a glance and resolved to deliver the final blow. With a soft plop, the climax approached. Li Yuanfang pierced Yuan Chi's heart, while Yu Huatian stabbed him in the neck. The two vital areas were simultaneously struck, leaving Yuan Chi no opportunity to struggle before he met his demise. As often lamented by the populace, the battle would not cease until the army arrived to disrupt them. Indeed, upon Yuan Chi's death, Qi Jiguang swiftly led his troops to the scene. Observing the lifeless Yuan Chi, Qi Jiguang commanded his soldiers to gather the corpse. Although Yuan Chi had perished, remnants of the Iron Hand Society still lingered at their headquarters. Consequently, under Yun Gu's leadership, Qi Jiguang, Li Yuanfang, and Yu Huatian eradicated the Iron Hand Society's stronghold, leaving no survivors among the hundreds present. Subsequently, at Yun Gu's direction, various branches of the Iron Hand Society were dismantled, resulting in over 10,000 casualties. Such a large-scale operation in Yangzhou could not escape the notice of the Yangzhou governor, Cui Liang. Upon learning of the Iron Hand Society's destruction and Yuan Chi's death, he realized that the situation was beyond salvage. Thus, Cui Liang, along with Yang Jiucheng, Wu Wending, and others, prepared to flee with the wealth they had embezzled over the years. However, as they exited, they were intercepted by agents of the Xichang. Awaiting them was imprisonment. Other officials in Yangzhou faced a similar fate, and ultimately, 2/3 of the officials were brought down according to the list provided by the Ning family. The significant upheaval in Yangzhou and the severe depletion of officials undoubtedly disrupted the normal lives of the common people. Therefore, Li Yin decided to leave Di Renjie, Li Yuanfang, and Xing Tai to temporarily maintain order in Yangzhou. Di Renjie, renowned for nurturing talent, saw many scholars enter officialdom within a mere 6 months, swiftly filling the vacancies in Yangzhou. Before returning to the capital, he recommended Xing Tai for the position of Yangzhou governor. Li Yin also agreed. Although Xing Tai was not particularly intelligent, he excelled in stability and caution. "Master, I cannot bear to part from you," Xing Tai lamented, tears streaming down his face. "In this world, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. You are now the governor of a province. Weeping and wailing is hardly fitting." "Indeed, my esteemed teacher, your teachings resonate deeply," Xing Tai responded earnestly. "Moreover, we shall have opportunities to reunite. As I grow older, I shall return to my homeland in a few years, and I will bring Yuan Fang to Yangzhou to visit you." "Yes, the student awaits the esteemed teacher, and generally at any time," he added with a chuckle. "Xing Xiong, I will hold you to that meal. Do not be miserly with your wealth. Rest assured, whatever Yuan Fang desires, I, Xing Tai, shall provide." "Very well, it is settled then." With that, Di Renjie departed Yangzhou alongside Li Yuanfang. Before departing, Di Renjie imparted a final piece of wisdom. "Xing Tai, a public servant must not succumb to greed, otherwise I shall be unable to save you. Do not worry, esteemed teacher. Xing Tai will certainly live up to your expectations." Meanwhile, at the Wuhu Manor, due to Young Gu's repeated pleas, Li Yin decided to leave a steward and 2 attendants to assist Gu Tianba with procurement and attend to his daily needs. Young Gu, accompanied by Xiao Qing, made her way to Luoyang, having now become an official member of the Western Factory. Following the events in Yangzhou, Young Gu earned the recognition of Yu Huatian and has become the first female member of the Western Factory, thereby adding an exceptional assassin to their ranks. She successfully acquired the name of Dark 17. After the conclusion of the Yangzhou affair, the long-awaited system finally emitted its notification sound. "Ding, congratulations. The host has completed the investigation in the world of Detective Dee Renjie, and settlement is now underway. Ding, plot participation rate, 85. Reward for the host, 100 points. Ding, hidden task completed. Ascend to the throne. Reward for the host, 50 points. Ding, hidden task completed. Capture or slay Dee Renjie. Reward, 50 points. Ding, hidden task completed. Capture or slay Li Yuanfang. Reward, 30 points. Ding, hidden task completed. Capture or slay the female lead, Di Ruyan. Reward, 50 points. Ding, congratulations. The host has earned a total of 280 points in this world, and the next world is being selected. Ding, option 1, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Note, this world belongs to the low-tier martial arts genre. It is recommended that the host waits until reaching 1,000 points before making a choice. If the host wishes to take a risk, consider this warning disregarded. Option 2. The story of Chu Qiao. Note: a historical world transitioning into martial arts, possessing internal skills, yet the military strength exceeds that of internal power. It is advised to wait until reaching 250 points before entering. Option 3. Liang Shanbua and Zhuangtai. Note: an ordinary historical world with lower danger levels. It is recommended to wait until reaching 20 points before entering. Ding. The host has 3 days of retention time and 3 days to make a choice. If the host fails to choose within these 3 days, the system will forcibly transport the host to a random world. System: what will happen to this world once I depart? Ding. After the host leaves, time in this world will come to a standstill until the host merges this world, at which point the flow of time will resume. Li Yin let out a sigh of relief, knowing that such individuals as Yin would remain oblivious to his departure. And by the time he returned, the place would not have transformed beyond recognition. System: how can one refine this world? Ding. Once the host attains the cultivation of a sage, or refines the chaos treasure, the chaos pearl, the ability to refine the world will be bestowed upon them. Sage. Chaos treasure? Li Yin was somewhat astonished. These matters felt exceedingly distant from him. System: I possess the martial prowess of Xiangyu. Yet what is my current cultivation level? A mere mortal, having not practiced any internal arts or celestial techniques, devoid of any cultivation. Li Yin. Chapter 1. The Misfortunate Royal Offspring. Li Yin's realm aware that he has only 3 days left in this world. Li Yin is compelled to indulge in some audacious endeavors. However, with Ru Yin expecting, he finds himself reluctant to stray far from her side during these fleeting moments. He yearns to embrace her continuously, while Ru Yin feels a surge of joy. She is also puzzled by Li Yan's peculiar behavior, as if he is preparing for a heartbreaking farewell. To alleviate her concerns, she even summoned Dee Renjie to check Li Yan's pulse, which revealed nothing amiss, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. That night, as Li Yin lay in bed, wide awake and devoid of slumber, Ru Yin slept soundly beside him, a trickle of drool escaping her lips and dampening the fabric of his robe. Gazing at the countdown within the system, Li Yin silently intoned, "System, select the world of princess agents." As soon as Li Yan's words fell, he felt a sudden whirl of disorientation and soon found himself in a profoundly dark realm, where the only source of illumination was a system panel before him. Ding. The host currently possesses 280 system points. Please select from the following items. Identity information, mandatory item. Failure to select will result in annihilation by the world's divine will. With stronger divine wills requiring more points: royal descendant, 100 points. Aristocratic offspring, 50 points. Commoner, 10 points. Slave, 5 points. Martial arts, ice cold technique, 80 points. Upper yang technique, 80 points. Middle yang technique, 50 points. Lower yang technique, 30 points. Fragment of the Little Leaf Flying Dagger, 50 points. Xiao Feng Sword Technique, 50 points. Factions, West Factory, from the Dragon Gaiden world, 50 points. Blackstone Organization, from the Sword Rain world, 30 points. Jiangzhou Alliance, from the Nirvana and Fire world, 50 points. Other items: Century of Internal Power, 100 points. Decade of Internal Power, 20 points. Li Yin gazed at the array of items, his expression tinged with uncertainty as he inquired, "System, is it possible to purchase on credit?" The system, however, paid him no heed. Previously, in the world of the illustrious Detective Dee Renjie, a mere 20 points could procure a plethora of items, yet here, it proved woefully insufficient. Naturally, he had to select the most formidable identity, which cost him 100 points. The martial arts selection also demanded a formidable choice. He considered Chu Qiao's technique, the ice-cold formula, but felt it more suited for female practitioners. Thus, with some reluctance, he opted for the Yang Rising technique instead, depleting another 80 points. Merely possessing internal cultivation methods without any accompanying techniques would be impractical, so he chose a flying dagger, reducing his points by an additional 50. Now, he found himself with only 50 points remaining. What would become of his century-long internal cultivation? Alas! Li Yin let out a deep sigh and ultimately relinquished the pursuit of a century's worth of internal martial arts. According to the system's revelations and the remnants of impressions lingering in his mind, the world of the legend of Chu Qiao indeed possesses internal cultivation techniques. However, it leans more towards historical narratives, leaving martial artists with scant opportunities to resist against armies. In the end, Li Yin opted for a decade of internal cultivation along with the Blackstone Organization. Xiao Tianzi, it is not that I wish to forsake you. but rather my capabilities do not permit such a choice. With his 280 points of accumulated merit exhausted, Li Yin selected the lineage of royalty, the Yangshang Sutra. The incomplete text of Xiao Fei Dao, the Blackstone organization, in a decade's worth of martial prowess. In the realm of Western Wei, the city of Chang'an. It appeared to be an alternate world, for this Chang'an differed greatly from the one Li Yin had known during the Tang dynasty. The geographical features and surrounding environment were entirely distinct. At this moment, Li Yin was vociferously cursing the system for its lack of ethics, yet the system remained utterly silent, leaving him uncertain whether it was a matter of guilt or mere feigned ignorance. The lineage of royalty was indeed noble, yet it belonged to a rather diminutive nation. The nation of Li Yin is also known as Tang, as it is situated to the south of the Western Wei, hence it is referred to as Southern Tang. Southern Tang occupies merely 1/3 of the territory of Western Wei, and its population is but 1/5 that of Western Wei, with its military strength totaling a mere 150,000 troops. Consequently, as a neighboring state to Western Wei, Southern Tang leads a lamentable existence, having suffered numerous defeats. Although the ruler is a wise sovereign, he is also timid. In a desperate attempt to avert the flames of war from Western Wei, he has sent his only son as a hostage to the court of Western Wei. This son is none other than Li Yin. Despite being of royal lineage, he finds himself in a foreign capital, devoid of any real power. The only silver lining is that his basic needs are met, and he enjoys a life of abundance, indulging in lavish meals daily, while the people of Western Wei do not intentionally impose difficulties upon him. After all, Southern Tang still commands an army of 150,000, and when pushed to the brink, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Thus, maintaining one individual in comfort to deter the formidable Southern Tang army from reckless actions seems rather advantageous. After discussing the identity of the royal offspring, let us turn our attention to the Shangyang formula. Though it sounds impressive, its actual benefits are limited, falling far short of Li Yin's expectations of martial arts and mental cultivation. Benefit 1. It shares a commonality with all internal arts, promoting physical strength, enhancing agility, increasing speed, extending jumping distance, and amplifying sensory perception. Benefit 2. The recovery rate of internal energy is marginally superior to that of ordinary internal arts. Benefit 3. It allows the practitioner to infuse their internal energy into weapons, imparting a burning effect that exacerbates wounds, making recovery more arduous. However, as long as one seeks timely medical attention and refrains from indiscriminate use of remedies, severe consequences can be avoided. And thus, that is all there is to it. According to the system, both the Shangyang formula and the ice-cold formula represent the pinnacle of mental cultivation in this world, classified as yellow grade. With a stroke of fortune, those with exceptional talents may even cultivate to the 9th layer of the postnatal stage. The system has indicated that martial arts techniques and moves can be categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Furthermore, based on the depth of one's internal power, martial artists can be divided into postnatal, innate, master, grandmaster, and the shattered realm, each level further divided into 9 layers, with the shattered realm leading into the realm of immortals. Lastly, let us discuss the remnants of the little leaf-flying dagger technique. Within a distance of 100 paces, the dagger need not be thrown. Li Yin has tested this and confirmed that it truly is limited to 100 paces, approximately 70 meters. Beyond that, accuracy diminishes significantly. Moreover, the greater the distance, the easier it is for opponents, especially those skilled in martial arts, to evade. What brings Li Yin satisfaction is the Blackstone organization and the 10 years of internal power he has acquired. The Blackstone organization is led by a minor unit close to the Emperor of Western Wei, known as the Wheel King, who possesses a postnatal 6th-layer realm. His subordinates include 4 formidable experts. Xiao, at the postnatal 5th layer, excels in the water-dispelling sword technique, wielding the water-dispelling sword. Lei Bin, at the postnatal 4th layer, is adept in concealed weapons and flying needles. The trickster, also at the postnatal 4th layer, combines tricks with martial arts. However, age and numerous ailments have diminished his strength. Yi Zhanqing, at the postnatal 4th layer, specializes in the water-dispelling sword technique and wields the Zhanqing sword, matching Lei Bin in prowess. What gratifies Li Yin the most is the decade of internal power he received as a reward from the system, equating to the cumulative effort of an individual practicing tirelessly for 24 hours a day over a year, entirely devoid of embellishment. This means that Li Yin's 10 years of internal power is roughly equivalent to 30 years of cultivation for others. However, Perhaps due to Li Yan's lack of comprehension or the inadequacy of the Shanyang formula, his current realm stands only at the 7th layer of the postnatal stage. Chapter 2. The opportunity to capture the female slave and win over Chu Qiao time has flown by, and Li Yan has now resided in this world for 3 years. Just last year, he learned of the assassination of Luo He, the leader of the Cold Mountain Alliance, and the tragic drowning of his daughter. Li Yan soon realized that the plot of princess agents was about to unfold. Initially, he wished to assist Chu Qiao, yet as a hostage. He was under the strict surveillance of the Western Wei Emperor. In fact, his residence was situated right next to the Yuan Manor, deliberately positioned to facilitate the monitoring by the Yuan family. Li Yan was utterly immobilized. It was not until the past 6 months that the scrutiny from the Emperor of the Western Wei had somewhat lessened. Initially, Li Yan believed his acquired strength of the 7th level was not overly formidable. However, upon discerning that Yuan Yu possessed merely the 5th level of acquired cultivation and Yuan Huai the 4th level, Li Yan felt a sense of reassurance. Throughout the narrative, Yuan Yu can be described as a figure shrouded in enigma, yet his martial prowess amounted to only the 5th level of acquired cultivation. Li Yan could assert that in a world where one stands alone, no one is truly a rival. Yet, such is the nature of existence. When a collective assault is possible, who would engage in a one-on-one duel? Furthermore, Li Yan must also learn to conceal his talents appropriately, a challenge inherent to his role as a proton. It is all the fault of that wretched system. Had he known, he would have chosen to be born into a noble family. Moreover, the Blackstone organization has flourished remarkably, with the Wheel King proving to be quite capable. In the brief span of 3 years, he ascended from being a mere eunuch by the Emperor's side to the position of chief eunuch, earning the trust of the Western Wei Emperor. The Blackstone organization has now expanded to a scale of 1,000 members. Although it cannot yet rival the intelligence network of the Yuan family or the secretive court of the Southern Liang, it stands at an equivalent level to the Afterlife camp. With the advantages bestowed by the Wheel King's presence in the palace, the future growth of the Blackstone organization is undoubtedly promising. The 6 talents of Chang'an are renowned across the city. Among them are either imperial relatives or the legitimate descendants of prestigious families. The 13th prince of Western Wei, Yuan Song, the legitimate son of the Wei family, Wei Shai, the second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Shifeng, the heir of the Yanbei family, Yin Sun, the legitimate grandson of the Yuan clan, Yuan Yu, and lastly, Li Yan, the proton of Southern Tang. As a scion of royal lineage, Li Yan possesses the potential to join the ranks of the 6 talents of Chang'an, even if he currently appears to lack substantial strength. In contrast, Yuan Huai is merely a bastard son of the Yuan family's 3rd branch and does not qualify among the 6 talents. The legitimate heirs often look down upon him. While Yuan Yu is not a bastard, he faces disdain due to his mother's circumstances. Aside from Yin Sun, the heir of Yanbei, few regard him as a true friend. Today, a hunting event organized by Yuan Huai is taking place in Chang'an, and he has extended an invitation to Li Yan, who naturally would not dare to decline. For this marks the beginning of the plot of princess agents. Having traversed the world of the brilliant Detective Dee Renjie, Li Yan speculates that the primary source of system points derives from the level of engagement with the plot, followed closely by whether one ascends to the throne, and whether they capture or eliminate the protagonists and key supporting characters. With this strategy in mind, Li Yan has already devised an elaborate plan. Today, he aims to witness just how extraordinary this Chu Qiao truly is. The 6 individuals, Yuan Song, Yuan Huai, Zhao Shifeng, Wei Shai, Yin Sun, and Li Yan gathered at the hunting ground, while Yuan Yu, for reasons unknown, was delayed. Brother Huai, what is the purpose of bringing us here? Is it merely for an ordinary hunt? Where is the excitement you spoke of? Zhao Shifeng expressed his discontent. Haha, Brother Shifeng, please wait a moment. You shall not be disappointed, Yuan Huai replied, his smile devoid of genuine warmth, revealing the insincerity of his intentions. As Li Yan had anticipated, shortly thereafter, over 100 female slaves made their appearance. Each of these women possessed striking features, adorned in white upper garments and short white trousers, their feet encased in elegant white knee-high boots. They presented a captivating sight, their long legs accentuating their beauty. Do you see? These are our prey for today. Not only do we hunt wolves, but we also have these lovely maidens, Yuan Huai proclaimed with a laugh, his words laced with a chilling cruelty. This is intriguing. Brother Huai, do share the rules of this game, Zhao Shifeng remarked. Despite their status as mere slaves, the men exhibited no compassion, for they were not lacking in women. Have you noticed the names inscribed on the clothing of these female slaves? In the end, the one whose name remains the most shall be declared the victor. and these maidens will be under my command. As long as they bear your name, they will belong to you. What say you? Yuan Huai continued. This is quite amusing. I concur, provided you are not stingy, brother Huai. Just a few female slaves? Am I so petty? In stark contrast to the cruelty exhibited by Yuan Huai and Zhao Shifeng, Yin Sun, Yuan Song, and Wei Shai displayed a more benevolent disposition. This is not right. They are human beings, not mere prey, Yuan Song urged. Indeed, why not engage in a different pursuit? Yin Sun chimed in. Wei Shai added, I have recently opened a hunting ground at my estate. Perhaps I could invite you all for a visit. Upon hearing the words of the three, Yuan Huai and Zhao Shifeng were visibly displeased. At that moment, Yuan Huai noticed the silent Li Yin beside him and inquired, What is your opinion, young masterly? Zhao Shifeng immediately scoffed. Brother Huai, why do you bother asking him? Those from the southern Tang are like soft persimmons. They cannot even ride a horse. So questioning him is futile. Li Yin, with an unyielding demeanor, remarked, These individuals are slaves of the Yuan family, naturally. Their fate lies in the hands of young Master Huai. Yuan Huai immediately erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Well, at least you possess some discernment. Yin Sun, Wei Shuyi, and the 13th prince, should you choose not to intervene, do not blame us for eliminating your slaves. With that, Yuan Huai commanded the commencement of the hunt. Now that the hunt has begun, you have the duration of a single incense stick. Make haste, he declared. Subsequently, the female slaves and the pack of wolves were unleashed simultaneously. The wolves, seemingly famished, salivated at the sight of the female slaves. The women, stricken with terror, were rendered nearly paralyzed, save for Chu Qiao, who maintained a semblance of clarity. She pointed towards a dense thicket and urged, Run in this direction. Thereafter, Chu Qiao swiftly grasped the hand of the curly-haired individual she had just met in the carriage and fled without regard for whether the other women would heed her advice. She was preoccupied with her own survival, leaving no room in her heart to attend to others. All of this transpired under Li Yan's watchful gaze. To his relief, Chu Qiao and the curly-haired youth were donned not in the character robes of Yu, but rather in those of Yin. A smile crept upon Li Yan's lips. An opportunity to win over Chu Qiao had finally presented itself, uplifting his spirits. In the hunting grounds, Yuan Huai and Zhao Shifeng were intensely focused on shooting the female slaves. Meanwhile, Wei Shuyi, Prince Yuan Song, and young Master Yin Sun were preoccupied with targeting wolves to rescue the enslaved women. However, Yuan Song and Wei Shuyi lacked proficiency in archery. Failing to strike the wolves and thus unable to save the female slaves, they could only shout from the sidelines, Young Master Yin, over there. And there. Hurry and shoot. Yin Sun was overwhelmed with the chaos. Although the three were ostensibly engaged in a rescue, their faces bore no trace of sorrow. Instead, they appeared to be grinning. Their desire to save was rooted solely in the remnants of their conscience. Yet, they could not fathom the anguish endured by the female slaves had they truly comprehended it. Their smiles would surely have faded. Li Yin, having honed his skills over 3 years, was adept with the bow, possessing profound internal strength. His vision and hand-eye coordination surpassed that of the average person, thus rendering his archery quite commendable. However, his capacity to rescue all was limited. He could only save the female slaves bearing his name, which lent a semblance of legitimacy to his actions. Yet, even so, many of his named female slaves met grim fates, either snatched away by wolves or shot down by Yuan Huai and Zhao Shifeng. Others fell victim to the inadvertent misfires of Yuan Song and Wei Shai, who were unskilled in archery. Despite his relentless efforts to rescue the 20 female slaves inscribed with his name, his true focus remained steadfastly on Chu Qiao. At that moment, Li Yin observed Chu Qiao being besieged by 2 wolves. She urged the curly-haired youth to flee first, choosing to remain behind as a rearguard. Confronted by the wolves, fear flickered in her heart, yet she summoned her courage to face them. To flee would leave her vulnerable to these beasts, surely sealing her doom. One wolf lunged swiftly at Chu Qiao, prompting her to leap aside. Alas, she was a fraction too slow, and its jaws clamped onto her arm. The wolf thrashed violently, attempting to tear her limb from her body. Simultaneously, the second wolf readied itself to join in the feasting. In that perilous moment, Chu Qiao retaliated, striking the wolf that clutched her arm and sending it flying, narrowly evading the assault of the other. Just then, Li Yin prepared to assist her, stringing his bow to shoot, but he noticed Chu Qiao seize a broken arrow from nearby. Li Yin was also curious to discover the nature of this girl's power. The wolf offered no respite to Chu Qiao, lunging at her once more. With a knee on the ground and her body leaning back, Chu Qiao wielded her iron sword, slicing through the wolf's abdomen. A howl erupted as the creature experienced a surge of agony. It had been disemboweled by Chu Qiao. Another wolf met a similar fate as she drove a broken arrow into its throat. However, in that moment, Chu Qiao bore her own wounds, with scratches adorning her hands and legs. Notably, the expanse of her white leg, visible between her tall boots and short shorts, had now been stained crimson. Li Yin found himself in an era of chaos, where the only path to safety lay in his own strength. Even he had to tread cautiously, for a moment's misstep could lead to his demise at the hands of the Wei Emperor. The events unfolding around Chu Qiao were not witnessed solely by Li Yin. Figures such as Yuan Huai and Zhao Shifeng were also present. Yuan Huai, delighted by Chu Qiao's formidable prowess, relished the thrill of a hunted prey struggle. "Mount up. Let us join in their sport," he commanded. Subsequently, the group mounted their steeds and galloped across the hunting grounds, leaving the female slaves with nowhere to hide, resulting in heavy casualties. Shadows fell around Chu Qiao as figures collapsed one after another. Ultimately, only Chu Qiao and the curly-haired individual she was protecting remained. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow pierced the air, signaling the passage of time. A fragrant stick of incense had burned down, declaring Li Yin the victor. Naturally, Yuan Huai was unwilling to accept this outcome. "What right does a mere slave have to exist in this world? You shall die," he shouted, drawing his bow with the intention of killing the two. Upon seeing this, Yin Sun immediately readied his bow to intercept Yuan Huai's arrow. However, Li Yin discerned the arrow's trajectory and, with a discreet flick of his wrist, employed a flying dagger. The dagger collided with Yin Sun's arrow, altering its path just enough to strike Yuan Huai's arrow. The flying dagger merely flashed like a white light before embedding itself deep into the earth, leaving the onlookers oblivious to Li Yan's intervention. "Young Master Yin, what a splendid display of archery!" they exclaimed, mistakenly attributing the skill to Yin Sun, while only he discerned the presence of a masterful hand at work. Yin Sun, opting not to elaborate further, merely smiled and replied, "You flatter me, Brother Huai. The time has come, and according to the rules you proposed, the victor of this hunt is indeed Master Yin," Yin Sun asserted. "Indeed, Yuan Huai. Please transfer these two slaves to Master Yin," added Yuan Song. "Yuan Huai, you wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you?" Wei Shai chimed in. Though Zhao Shifeng was also of dubious character, he had always looked down upon Yuan Huai for his mother being a songstress, thus he mocked. "If you are capable of treating others as prey, what is a breach of promise to you?" The others shot disdainful glances at Zhao Shifeng, incredulous. "Just moments ago, you and Yuan Huai were responsible for the most deaths among the female slaves, and now you dare to speak?" The Yuan Huai felt displeasure simmering within him. He could not afford to contradict himself in such a public setting, thus he retorted, "I would like to, but what authority do I, Yuan Huai, possess to relinquish the slaves of the Yuan residents? Haha, this is quite manageable. In the capacity of the 13th Prince of the Great Wei, I hereby declare that these two female servants now belong to young Master Yin." As such, Yuan Huai concedes to this command. Upon witnessing Yuan Song revealing his princely identity, Yuan Huai dared not to resist. However, while the loss of two female servants was trivial, their significance to his reputation was considerable. Thus, he conceived a devious thought and remarked, "Yuan Huai shall return today to prepare the documents for the transfer of the servants. Young Master Yin may come to the Yuan residence tomorrow to take them away." Li Yin immediately replied, "What young Master Huai has said is certainly agreeable. However, these two maidservants are gravely injured and may be in peril of losing their lives. It would be prudent for me to take them back today, lest they perish in vain, and others might presume that young Master Huai has acted deceitfully, intentionally causing harm. What do you think, young Master Huai?" Yuan Huai was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to bring them back tonight and send them to the Bliss Pavilion. Now, with Li Yan's suggestion brought to light, if they were to die under his watch, it would imply that he, Yuan Huai, was untrustworthy. After pondering for a moment, a malicious thought took root in Yuan Huai's mind. "Li Yin, if you wish for these two slaves to live, I shall ensure their demise. Furthermore, I will orchestrate their death to occur at your hands." With this scheme in mind, Yuan Huai declared, "Rest assured, I promise to deliver them to you intact by tomorrow, and I assure you they will be alive, with the 13th Prince as witness. How does that sound?" Li Yin pondered for a moment. It seemed there was no other course of action. The Yuan family was the foremost aristocratic power of the Western Wei, their influence resting solely beneath the imperial authority. Li Yin currently lacks the sufficient strength to confront them. Li Yin was acutely aware that Yuan Huai would certainly resort to treachery. However, for the time being, he could only proceed with caution. Nevertheless, Yuan Huai had already secured a place on Li Yan's list of adversaries. In Chapter 4, titled Jing Family's Lament, with Li Yan's assistance, Chu Qiao suffered far fewer injuries than in the original narrative. At the very least, she did not require others to carry her into the manor. Supported by curly hair, Chu Qiao nervously entered the Yuan residence. In truth, Chu Qiao was oblivious to her own name and identity, her memory shrouded in uncertainty. Often, she could hear a gentle woman calling her Chu Qiao, yet there were others who referred to her as Jing Xiaolu. At present, she could recall nothing. The only vivid memory she possessed was of falling into frigid waters, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a hunting ground. It turned out that Chu Qiao was originally the daughter of Luo He, the Lord of the Winds and Clouds. Due to Luo He's pacifist actions and the multitude of enemies he had made, the environment surrounding him was perilous. Consequently, Luo He entrusted his daughter to the Jing family, thus endowing her with a new identity, Jing Xiaolu. Later, upon hearing news of her mother Luo He being captured, Chu Qiao ventured to the prison to rescue her, only to fall into an ambush. After enduring a prolonged pursuit, she encountered Yuan Hao. Following their confrontation, Yuan Hao met his demise at her hands. But she herself slipped and fell into the river, resulting in her loss of memory. Subsequently, she was rescued by the members of the Yu family and became their female servant. Chu Qiao and Curly Hair found themselves confined in the woodshed. "Sister, are you all right?" Curly Hair inquired with concern. Having lost her own family, she relied heavily on Chu Qiao, who had aided her. Observing the innocence of this young girl, Chu Qiao shook her head and gently patted her curls, saying, "I am fine." "That's wonderful, sister. I still have half a biscuit. Would you like to have it?" Curly Hair exclaimed joyfully. Chu Qiao's heart ached for this naive girl. Earlier, during their time in the carriage, Curly Hair had already shared half a biscuit with her. Now, she was offering the remaining half. Did this foolish child not feel hunger? "I won't eat it. You should have it." "I'm not hungry." "How can that be? Today, you have worked so hard. You must be exhausted." "Sister, you are more capable than I am. You need to eat well to defeat the bad guys and take me away from here." Curly Hair insisted earnestly, bringing the half biscuit to Chu Qiao's lips. Touched by Curly Hair's earnestness, Chu Qiao could not help but be moved and accepted the offered biscuit. "Thank you. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect you." "Yes, thank you, sister." In the Yu family's third courtyard, amidst the Red Mountain Garden, a conversation unfolded. "Young master, what should we do with those two servants? Shall we eliminate them?" Butler Zhushun was a sycophant of Yuan Huai. He inquired, to which Yuan Huai, pursing his lips, replied, "Humph. With so many people present in the hunting ground today, how could I go back on my word? Moreover, I have a nagging suspicion that Li Yin is scheming something significant. Does he not desire my two slaves? Let him have them." "What does my lord mean?" Zhushun asked. "Did we not procure a batch of Guanghan powder from the western regions? For those afflicted with cold ailments, it is a matter of life and death. While it is not lethal to ordinary individuals, it will cause a toxic reaction within 3 days, leaving them utterly frigid. For those untrained in internal arts, after just a few episodes, they would succumb to mental collapse," Yuan Huai explained. "My lord, I understand. I shall attend to it immediately," Zhushun replied. "By the way, those women displease me today. Let them receive a lesson." "Rest assured, my lord." Subsequently, Zhushun and Yuan Huai departed from the back garden. Unbeknownst to them, all of this had been overheard by Renjie, who was concealed in the shadows. Renjie was the fifth son of the Jing family, and thus the elder brother of Chu Qiao. Having previously witnessed Chu Qiao being taken to the woodshed, he was now filled with anxiety upon hearing Yuan Huai's intentions to punish them. He was Yuan Yu's attendant, a slave known as Silverbell, and held a position of moderate standing. After having utilized many connections, he managed to procure a bowl of rice from the kitchen for the night, topped with a few pieces of braised pork. With a creak, Renjie pushed open the door to the woodshed. "Who are you? What do you want here?" Curly-haired Tu stood protectively in front of Chu Qiao, asking nervously, "Little Six, it is your fifth brother. I have come to see you," Renjie said, ignoring curly-haired Tu and advancing directly towards Chu Qiao. "Fifth brother?" Chu Qiao's gaze was filled with confusion. Noticing Chu Qiao's strange demeanor, Renjie inquired, "Do you not recognize me?" "I have lost my memory. I remember nothing now," Chu Qiao responded. "Little Six, you have suffered. You must be hungry. This is food I specially brought for you. Please eat," Renjie said, presenting the meal. In this unfamiliar environment, despite the flawless performance of this individual, Chu Qiao remained skeptical. What if this food were poisoned? Chu Qiao did not touch her chopsticks, yet the curly-haired boy beside her gazed longingly at the dishes, swallowing hard. You must eat, especially since you are injured. You need more meat, Renjie urged. I don't eat fatty meat, Chu Qiao replied reluctantly. Upon seeing this, Renjie fixed his gaze on a piece of fatty meat in the bowl and promptly devoured it with great fervor. All right. Now that there is no more fatty meat, hurry and eat. Chu Qiao observed that Renjie had also begun to eat, and his expression showed no signs of distress, which reassured her that the food was safe. Thus, she took the bowl and chopsticks, saying, "Thank you, fifth brother." Hearing her call him fifth brother brought Renjie joy. And he responded, "Yes, eat quickly." However, Chu Qiao still refrained from eating, insisting instead that the curly-haired boy join her. "No, it's fine, sister. You're injured. So you should eat," he replied, swallowing again. "Come here. Are you no longer going to listen to me?" Chu Qiao said sternly. The sudden shift in her demeanor startled the curly-haired boy. Under the weight of her authoritative gaze, he slowly approached her. "Open your mouth," she commanded. Obediently, he parted his lips, and in an instant, a piece of braised pork was shoved into his mouth. A rush of savory meat flooded his senses. It was exquisite, and he realized it had been years since he last tasted such delight. Tears of happiness streamed down his cheeks. Renjie watched from the side. Although he felt a pang of concern for his sister, he remained silent as he saw Chu Qiao share her meat with the curly-haired boy. They were all wretched souls. Soon, the bowl of food was completely devoured by the two. As Renjie tidied up the chopsticks and bowls, he cautioned, "Little Wu, having offended young Master Huai, you must be extremely cautious. I have learned that he will soon bring the Guanghan powder to harm you. You must be on your guard." He recounted how Yuan Huai intended to use the Guanghan powder to threaten them into becoming spies at the Li Yin residence. After all, it's better to live in misery than to die. If we must be spies, then let it be. As long as we obey, there should be no issues. Renjie seemed to console himself as he spoke. Upon hearing about the Guanghan powder, Chu Qiao's mind was flooded with knowledge of its effects and antidotes. For an average person, exposure to Guanghan powder would render them cold and in great pain every 3 days. However, with strong willpower, they would not perish. Over time, the effects would diminish and they could recover without treatment. For those suffering from cold ailments, the consequences were dire, with a slim chance of survival. As for the antidote, she knew it required the assistance of a person with profound internal energy. With the understanding of the drug's effects and antidote, Chu Qiao felt unafraid. The unknown was far more daunting. Was it not merely the Guanghan powder? She, Chu Qiao, was unafraid. However, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she glanced at the curly-haired girl. One could not ascertain whether the girl would endure. Chapter 5. Drinking Poison. Cherishing the younger sister shortly after Renjie had departed, butler Zhu Shun entered the woodshed. "You two wretched maids dare to provoke young Master Huai's displeasure? Are you seeking death?" he exclaimed loudly upon his entrance. The timid curly-haired girl was rendered speechless by fear, while Chu Qiao regarded butler Zhu with a cold gaze and retorted, "If the people of the Yuan Manor truly wished to kill us, they would have acted already. Just tell us plainly what you need from us. There is no need for theatrics." Butler Zhu was momentarily taken aback before he responded, "Clever girl. Young Master Huai suspects Li Yin of harboring ulterior motives. You are to act as informants within his residence and report intelligence promptly." The curly-haired girl remained silent from fright. Yet Chu Qiao decisively replied, "Humph, I agree. You may leave now." But agreeing so readily is out of the question. Young Master Huai has issued orders. Drink this, and you shall certainly live through the night. Otherwise, Zhu Shun continued, "You're intelligent enough not to require my explicit warning." He then commanded that 2 cups of wine be brought forth. "I can fulfill the role of informant alone. She need not partake, as her temperament is ill-suited for such a role," Chu Qiao asserted, aiming to protect the curly-haired girl. However, Zhu Shun was not inclined to concede, stating, "You make a valid point, yet I cannot make that decision. It is young Master Huai's directive. You may choose not to drink, but it will be up to you to endure the night." Chu Qiao fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhu Shun. Feeling the weight of her fierce stare, he averted his eyes and said, "Whether to drink or not is your choice. Drinking would not lead to death, yet refusing would mean certain demise. With her current injuries and surrounded by the stronghold of the Yuan family, escape was impossible." Chu Qiao made a swift decision, raising a cup and consuming the wine. Seeing Chu Qiao drink the poisoned wine, the curly-haired girl anxiously rushed over to support her. "Sister, are you all right?" she asked with concern. "I am fine," Chu Qiao replied. "Enough, little girl. Cease worrying about others. It is now your turn," Zhu Shun said menacingly, eyeing the curly-haired girl. Despite his fear of Chu Qiao's wolf-like gaze, He was adept at bullying vulnerable creatures such as the curly-haired girl. The girl, terrified, retreated repeatedly, shaking her head vigorously. I will not drink the poison, I refuse. Oh, so you are prepared to die? Zhu Shun taunted. Zhu Shun remarked, then clapped his hands, and 4 or 5 burly men strode in. Such a beautiful young girl. What a pity if she were to die. Why not let us have some fun first? He cackled malevolently. The men who entered subsequently revealed a glint of savagery in their eyes. At this sight, the curly-haired girl let out a terrified scream and hid behind Chu Qiao. It's all right, dear, don't be afraid. Your sister will protect you, Chu Qiao reassured her. Then, she lifted another cup of poisoned wine to the girl's lips. Noticing the curly-haired girl lacking the courage to drink, Chu Qiao pinched her chin and forced the toxic liquid down her throat. The girl coughed, spluttering as she choked on it. All right, you consumed the poison. You may leave now. Surely, you would not defy young Master Huey's orders, would you? Chu Qiao stated. Witnessing Chu Qiao's resolute action in administering the poison to the girl, Zhu Shun and the burly men felt a wave of disappointment. Such a beautiful and innocent girl. Undoubtedly a maiden. What a waste. However, compared to the allure of the beauty, their own lives mattered more, and they dared not disobey Yuan Huai's commands. Leave. Zhu Shun commanded. As soon as Zhu Shun departed, the curly-haired girl, devoid of any internal energy, immediately exhibited symptoms of poisoning. She clung tightly to Chu Qiao, trembling all over. Sister, I feel so cold, she whimpered. I'm sorry, Chu Qiao comforted her, embracing her tightly. It's not your fault, dear sister. I know you are only trying to protect me, the girl stammered, shaking. Rest assured, this poison will not be fatal. I will heal you and avenge you. Chu Qiao replied, her eyes glinting with fierce determination. I believe in you, sister, the girl murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chu Qiao did not call out to her. Being unconscious was better, for it spared her from pain. Holding the icy body of the curly-haired girl, Chu Qiao's expression remained eerily calm as she pondered the path ahead. Tomorrow, they would visit Li Yin's residence. She wondered what kind of person he might be. Likely, those from noble families were all cut from the same cloth. Just then, a woman burst in. It was the eldest daughter of the Jing family, Xiang, who had come to check on Chu Qiao after seeing Zhu Shun leave. Little Six, did Zhu Shun do anything to you after he left? Xiang inquired immediately upon entering. However, upon seeing the two girls huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, she sensed something was amiss. Who are you? Chu Qiao asked, her voice quavering despite her efforts to remain composed. Little Six, I am your elder sister, Xiang. Lin Shi just informed me that you were here. Sister, could you please fetch a blanket for me? All right, wait a moment, Xiang said, offering no further explanation. Clearly, these two were freezing and likely unwell. Yet, how could a single blanket suffice? At the very least, a brazier was essential. The blanket was manageable. She could spare her own and squeeze in with Xiaoba for the night. As for the brazier, Xiang gritted her teeth and resolved to seek out Steward Zhu. She had to protect her younger siblings, as it was their parents' dying wish. Regarding her own purity at her age, finding a husband was already a challenge. Sacrificing a bit of her appearance for her sister was not a grave matter. She could merely consider it a minor inconvenience. Xiang first instructed Xiaoba to deliver her blanket and then steeled herself to find Zhu Shun. Chapter 6. Li Yan's secret assistant Li Yin was well aware of the happenings within the Yuan household. Although the intelligence network, known as the Paper Eye, was formidable, it had suffered betrayal in the past and thus lacked the Emperor's trust, with most of its operations currently suspended. Even such a network did not intimidate the Blackstone organization. Therefore, while Li Yin was being watched by the Yuan family, he had positioned numerous spies within their estate. As a result, he was informed of everything concerning Chu Qiao, including her consumption of the Guanghan powder. However, Li Yin was not anxious, for he was well aware of the remedy for Guanghan powder. As long as Chu Qiao arrived at his residence the following day, he would be able to save both her and her companion. Meanwhile, Xiang could also provide her assistance. Over here, Chu Qiao continued to hold tightly onto the curly-haired individual. Despite their close embrace, the temperature showed no signs of rising. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a woman whom Chu Qiao did not recognize. Sixth sister, here is the blanket you requested. It was sent by eldest sister, Xiaoba announced. Who are you? Chu Qiao inquired. I am Xiaoba, sixth sister. You do not recognize me? No, I simply cannot recall at the moment, Chu Qiao replied. She then glanced at the trembling pair and, with a kind heart, helped drape the blanket over them. Sixth sister, is it warmer now? Xiaoba asked. Much better. By the way, where is eldest sister? Eldest sister, Xiaoba hesitated. Is there something you cannot say? Where has eldest sister gone? Chu Qiao pressed. Eldest sister has gone to find Steward Zhu to procure a brazier for you to warm yourself, Xiaoba explained. Steward Zhu? Yes, Steward Zhu is quite the lecher. Often inappropriately touching the female servants in the household, Xiaoba replied with indignation. What? Sister, how could you be like this? Xiaoba, quickly call sister over. I don't want the stove. But Xiaoba hesitated. Where is Butler Zhu? I will go myself, Chu Qiao insisted, struggling to rise. Xiaoba hurriedly blocked her, tearfully saying, Sister instructed me to keep an eye on you and prevent any foolish actions. Let go of me. Chu Qiao protested, but fearing to hurt Xiaoba and feeling weak. She could not break free. At that moment, Xi Xiang entered the room. What is going on here? She inquired. Sister, sixth sister just said she wanted to find you. And I tried to stop her, Xiaoba explained. What does she want with me? Sixth, do not worry about me. Xi Xiang quickly grasped the situation and added, Here. Take this stove. Chu Qiao did not accept the stove but coldly asked, Sister, Butler Zhu has not bullied you, has he? Her icy demeanor was directed not at Xi Xiang, but at Butler Zhu. Should he have truly mistreated Xi Xiang, Chu Qiao would not hesitate to eliminate him. Understanding that Chu Qiao was concerned for her, Xi Xiang shook her head and replied, No, this stove does not belong to Butler Zhu. Upon hearing this, both Xiaoba and Chu Qiao looked at Xi Xiang with curiosity. Sixth, you are unwell. Take the stove to warm yourself. I will explain everything to you later. Xi Xiang said. Chu Qiao accepted the stove but did not hold it herself. Instead, she tucked it under the covers for Curly Head to embrace. Sixth, are you not cold? Chu Qiao asked. She shook her head, responding, I am fine now. Chu Qiao had powerful internal energy sealed within her. And after having just been angered, the seal had somewhat weakened, making her feel significantly better than before. Moreover, her willpower was exceptionally strong. Such minor discomfort was trivial to her. Chu Qiao fixed her gaze on Xi Xiang, eager to discern the origin of the stove and whether her sister had acted unwisely. Despite her lost memories, she could still deeply feel Xi Xiang's affection. Indeed, there was someone in her mind calling her Jing Xiao Lu. Chu Qiao had nearly convinced herself of Xi Xiang and Lin Shi's identities. If they were pretending, their performances were remarkably convincing, and the cost they bore was too great. She believed she was not of such value to warrant such elaborate deception. Under their watchful eyes, Xi Xiang finally spoke. I do not know him either. He merely asked me to relay a message to you. Xi Xiang looked at Chu Qiao, who instantly understood that the message was directed at her. What is it? Don't die. Be wise. His household does not welcome those who are too foolish. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao immediately recognized it as the handiwork of Li Yan. How could he, a nobleman, show such concern for her, a mere servant? Moreover, if she had not misjudged. Li Yan had indeed deployed the hidden operatives stationed within the Yuan mansion on her behalf. Each movement of these operatives increased the risk of exposure. Chu Qiao was uncertain of Li Yan's intentions. However, she sensed that he was far from a mere pawn. Of course, she never entertained the notion that Li Yan was motivated by lust. Men of his noble standing, despite being a hostage, would certainly not lack for female companionship. After much contemplation, Chu Qiao remained perplexed about Li Yan's true purpose. She resolved to investigate further upon her visit to his residence the following day. Nevertheless, it was you who saved my elder sister. I shall repay this kindness in due time, Chu Qiao murmured softly. Meanwhile, Zhu Shun reported to Yuan Huai that both maidens had consumed the poison wine and agreed to act as informants. Yuan Huai nodded in satisfaction and remarked, I trust they are now experiencing the torment of the Guanghan powder. Provide them with this antidote. It will spare them from its agony for a time. He added, Report to me every 3 days, and I shall grant them the antidote. Yes, my lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. This way, we need not fear their disobedience. Zhu Shun praised with a thumbs up and a smile. Subsequently, he took the antidote and made his way to the storeroom. Chu Qiao, possessing remarkable hearing, sensed someone approaching and immediately tightened her grip, burrowing into the covers while feigning a pained expression. Zhu Shun opened the door and beheld the two young beauties nestled together under the blanket, swallowing hard. He was particularly fond of witnessing such expressions of distress. However, given the arrangements made by young Master Huai for these two, he knew he would have to restrain himself from indulging. So, you understand suffering now, do you? Zhu Shun inquired. The astute and quick-witted Chu Qiao immediately discerned Zhu Shun's intentions and replied gently, I understand. This is the antidote provided by young Master Huai. It will safeguard you from the poison for one occasion. You may collect it from the estate every 3 days. Zhu Shun affirmed, Understood. Steward Zhu. Chu Qiao maintained her gentle tone as she accepted the antidote. Zhu Shun reflected on the previously formidable Chu Qiao, now observing her soft demeanor with a sense of satisfaction. Of course, if you wish to permanently rid yourself of this poison, I could assist you, provided you. Before Zhu Shun could finish, Chu Qiao interrupted, stating, Steward Zhu, I will certainly report to young Master Huai on time in the future. You need not worry. Zhu Shun was momentarily taken aback. May you seek your own fortune, he remarked, before departing the storeroom. Once Zhu Shun left, Chu Qiao hurriedly administered the antidote to the curly-haired boy. The antidote proved highly effective, and within 5 minutes, his body temperature returned to normal. She refrained from taking her own portion, as creating another batch of the antidote was not overly difficult with the completed formula in hand. Additionally, she could save it for the curly-haired boy, just in case. At that moment, the now-recovered boy awakened. Sister, I was so cold just now. Do not worry, everything is fine. I will protect you from now on. MHM. The curly-haired boy nodded in agreement. Chapter 7. The two women enter Li's residence, shocked Chu Qiao the following day. Li Yin arrived early at the Yuan Manor in the Haoshan courtyard. Li Yin, as a prince of the realm, why must you personally handle such matters? There is no alternative. I am the sole one in my household. Unlike young Master Yuan, whose vast estate is filled with servants that he cannot even manage to the end, he even gifted me 2 beautiful female slaves. I have expressed my gratitude to young Master Huai. Li Yin clasped his hands and spoke. Although Yuan Huai was slightly taken aback by Li Yan's retort, he maintained a polite demeanor, refraining from expressing his anger. This is the deed of servitude for the two of them. Henceforth, they shall be entrusted to you. I hope you will enjoy the blessings they bring, Yuan Huai said with profound significance. Rest assured, Yin will certainly not squander them like young Master Huai. Li Yin subtly implied, All right, Zhu Shun, take Prince Li Yin to the woodshed to fetch the person. Yes, my lord. Li Yin followed Zhu Shun to the woodshed. The 2 maidservants were already aware that someone would come to fetch them today and had prepared their belongings in advance. In truth, there was not much to pack. They merely needed to conceal the stove properly. Li Yin aided her, and Chu Qiao did not wish for Li Yan's covert agents to be exposed. Jing Xiaolu. Along with that curly-haired girl, from this day forth, you shall be under the service of Prince Li Yin. Remember your station, Zhu Shuani remarked with a hint of implication. Li Yin possessed an intimate understanding of the affairs concerning the Yuan residence and was well aware of Zhu Shun's intentions. Li Yin secretly scoffed twice, realizing that in the end, it would be evident whom Chu Qiao would assist. Given the way you treat Chu Qiao, how could you possibly expect her to convey information on your behalf? Li Yin departed from the Yuan residence, accompanied by Chu Qiao and the curly-haired youth. Li Yan's residence was situated beside the Yuan Manor, inhabited solely by 2 maidservants and the assassin, Shiyu. Both were trained killers from the Blackstone organization, with Shiyu being the second most formidable assassin, surpassed only by the Wheel King. Their primary duties involved attending to Li Yan's daily needs and ensuring his safety, directly obeying his commands. Thus, the vast estate comprised merely 4 individuals, including Li Yan. However, 2 more had recently joined their ranks, Chu Qiao and an unnamed individual with curly hair. Upon entering the grand hall, both instinctively knelt upon the floor, including the resolute Chu Qiao, who remained unaware of Li Yan's temperament. After all, courtesy is seldom met with reproach. Rise. What are your names? I am Jing Xiaolu. I have no name. Everyone calls me Curly Hair. Very well. Since you have come to my residence, you are now under my command. I have but 2 requests. The first is obedience, and the second is loyalty. Should I discover any disobedience or betrayal, I shall sell you to a brothel. Li Yin threatened ominously. The curly-haired fellow was utterly terrified, calling out in a state of panic. Chu Qiao also expressed her exhaustion. If she truly wished to be a spy, encountering such a bumbling ally would surely drive her to despair. Fortunately, she had no genuine desire to be an undercover agent. Young master, this is your heater. I am grateful for your assistance, Chu Qiao stated as she presented the heater to Li Yin. Oh, just place it on the table, he replied. Li Yin casually remarked, while Chu Qiao could not decipher his thoughts. She continued, My lord, do you not know about Yuan Huai's threats against us? Surely you must be aware. Otherwise, why would you have sent us a heater? I am most grateful to you, my lord. Indeed, you are astute. Are you not afraid that I might take your life? I fear not, for if you wish to end us, there would be no need to bring us into your residence. You could simply allow Yuan Huai to do the deed, thereby keeping your hands untainted. Wouldn't you agree? My lord? The curly-haired maid, listening nearby, felt a chill run down her spine, as she had just been contemplating how to conceal her identity as a spy. It seemed they were already aware of her secret. Is my lord keeping us around to relay false information to Yuan Huai? Chu Qiao inquired. You are somewhat clever, yet still too naive. Do you truly believe that Yuan Huai would place any trust in the information you provide? Li Yin retorted, what does the young master mean? The Yuan family is the most formidable lineage in the Western Wei, second only to the royal family, with the Qingshan courtyard, the Hongshan courtyard, and even the long-fallen second branch. Should the Yuan family unite, even the emperor would tremble in fear. Do you believe he would trust your fabricated intelligence? I dare say it would take him no more than 3 attempts to see through your ploys. Chu Qiao listened attentively, nodded, and replied, what you say is indeed true. May I inquire what you wish for us to do? He chuckled. My courtyard is rather expansive, necessitating a few individuals for laundry and cooking, and you two shall suffice. Remember, the meals must be delectable, otherwise, I shall sell you to the brothel. Li Yin threatened, I will certainly prepare the meals. I am capable of cooking, the curly-haired individual hastily replied. Li Yin discovered that, in comparison to Chu Qiao, the curly-haired girl was far more entertaining. Chu Qiao was excessively composed, astute, and exceptionally capable, possessing her own distinct thoughts. She surpassed most men, rendering Li Yin utterly unable to intimidate her. Conversely, observing the terrified expression on the curly-haired girl's face filled Li Yin with a sense of accomplishment. Very well, now that you have entered my abode, your former name shall no longer suffice. Henceforth, you shall be known as Chu Qiao. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Yi. Li Yin spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi did not react. Instead, she felt a sense of joy, realizing that she finally had a name, which was wonderful. Meanwhile, Chu Qiao looked at Li Yin in astonishment. How could this be? How did he know her other name? Although she had lost her memory, she was certain that Chu Qiao was indeed herself, and this was her true name. Li Yin must certainly possess some knowledge. Chapter 8. The innocent Xiao Yi and the astute Chu Qiao. Li Yin instructed them to take charge of laundry and cooking.